Chapter 1. Surely, you wouldn't want your senior's secret to be discovered. G. Liley detected a chillingly sweet and ethereal fragrance, delicate tendrils of scent lingering in the air, icy yet slightly sweet, entwining around his nostrils and refusing to dissipate. After a prolonged exposure, warmth enveloped his entire being, making his nose feel increasingly uncomfortable. "What is this scent?" He groaned softly, still not fully awake, and rubbed his nose gently. A voice, as cold as shattered jade, echoed, "Do you desire it?" G. Liley's brows furrowed slightly, and he abruptly opened his eyes, his crescent-shaped innocent gaze tinged with a hint of bewilderment. "I want it, oh how I want it, Senior Shun. You smell so delightful. Are you feeling hot? May I help you undress?" A fervent, infatuated voice emerged from beside him, and G. Liley belatedly realized there was another presence in the room. Turning his head, he beheld a young man, his complexion flushed, breath quickening, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and neck, his gaze fervent, as if he could hardly contain the urge to leap forward. Following his gaze, G. Liley saw a man clad in a black and gold military uniform, his stature upright, resembling a majestic pine. That face, how to describe it, excessively handsome. Jet black hair contrasted sharply against his pallid skin, his dark eyes cool and icy beneath prominent brow bones, while the outer corners blazed like the setting sun. A fleeting glance revealed an unsettlingly damp and ominous aura, simultaneously evoking a sense of dread and an indescribable beauty. "Senior, Shin Senior." The young man beside him seemed entranced, his expression one of delirious madness. Who would have thought that the illustrious Shinyu is, in fact, an Omega? Shinyu cast a cold gaze upon him, his frigid and indomitable demeanor undoubtedly more alluring. Upon hearing that name, G. Liley felt a haze cloud his mind under the influence of the pheromones, finally coming to his senses. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Deployment concluded, Tasker. G. Liley. Deployment world. Dominant subjugation HHH. Protagonist. Shinyu. System search keywords. ABO, stalking, coercion, marking. Please, host, save the male lead." What do all those mosaics mean? G. Liley was taken aback. "You didn't mention this kind of world when you bound me." A sense of unease washed over him, as though he were on the brink of being thrust into a predicament, especially with the nearby Alpha's remarks growing increasingly perilous. "Senior Shun, you are truly captivating." The Alpha's eyes glistened with obsession. "Is this your first time? Don't be afraid, we'll have some fun. And I won't tell anyone." "Senior, you wouldn't want others to know, would you?" Shinyu remained silent, his seemingly tacit approval igniting the Alpha's excitement, who then turned to G. Liley, asking, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" "G. Liley, what kind of predatory words are these?" The Alpha's dark eyes shifted slightly, his cold, damp gaze landing upon G. Liley, sending a shiver down his spine. "G. Liley, dude, don't drag me into this. If you wish to court danger, do it yourself." Perhaps the shock in G. Liley's eyes was too pronounced, for the Alpha let out a heavy breath, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Liley, what do your silence and hesitation mean? Do you not desire it?" "G. Liley, indeed, I do not." His response was emphatic, delivered with urgency and rapidity. Shinyu's gaze remained fixed upon him, a chilling, damp intensity that was both silent and terrifying. G. Liley felt an overwhelming heat radiating from his body, struggling to breathe as the pheromones flooded his system, yet his mind remained sharp. He was utterly baffled as to how anyone could still be preoccupied with such thoughts under Shinyu's fearsome stare. The Alpha, momentarily stunned by G. Liley's rebuttal, soon wore a suggestive grin upon his sweat-drenched face. "Playing hard to get? Are we? G. Liley, don't jest with me. Liley, we're all Alphas here. Do you think I can't see through you? You desperately want this, so hurry up and act, lest you keep Senior Shin waiting. Who the hell is joking with you?" G. Liley furrowed his brows, intending to drag the other away from the scene, when he suddenly felt the pheromones in the air intensifying, the confined space suffused with Omega pheromones. It was as if he were submerged in the scent, the chillingly sweet aroma nearly penetrating his very bones. He gasped, forced to halt his movements. In that fleeting moment, the nearby Alpha exhaled, "Forget it. If you're not interested, I'll entertain myself. Come back." Ji Li clutched his nose, his brows knitted tightly, reaching out to pull the other back, but it was too late. The alpha, now overtaken by primal instincts, was utterly beyond control, resembling a beast clad in human skin. With bloodshot eyes, brimming with excitement, veins bulging, he lunged toward Xinyu. The alpha speed was astonishing, closing the distance to Xinyu in the blink of an eye. Senior Shun, his greedy, repulsive gaze roamed over Xunyu's exquisite face, reaching out to tear at the military uniform. Even in that moment, Xunyu's expression remained unchanged. Proud, disdainful, a hint of mockery intermingled with the chill and dampness. If you desire it, then take it. The alpha's initial joy morphed into disbelief. As his neck was suddenly grasped, he stared wide-eyed in incredulity. Under the influence of pheromones, Xunyu's eyes burned red at the corners, his lips curling into a low, malicious smile. The once beautiful and aloof youth transformed into an enigmatic specter, shrouded in mystery. Junior, shall I grant you this favor? Xunyu's breath was heated, observing the alpha struggle futilely in his grasp, dark eyes shimmering with sinister delight. What you desire, Senior Shun, shall provide. Your life will be filled with ecstasy beyond your wildest dreams. 3 of us, perhaps? I know a place where no one will find us, where your little secret will remain hidden, just a short slumber, and your senior will take you there. The alpha shook his head in terror, struggling beneath Xunyu's hold. Yet no matter how he fought, the grip around his neck remained unyielding. This overwhelming sensation of helplessness coursed through the alpha. How could this be? He was an alpha, and Xinyu was merely an omega. Ji Li wished to convey to him that strength knows no gender in their world. Even girls were not to be trifled with, let alone Xinyu. The towering alpha rendered the male lead unconscious, discarding him on the ground with a sickening crack of dislocated bones. As those obsidian eyes turned toward Ji Li, he realized it was now his turn. Xinyu smirked, his pale visage astonishingly beautiful. Junior, you have uncovered my secret. Surely, you wouldn't want your senior's secret to be discovered, would you?
Chapter 2. The pheromone is overwhelming. Yet there is rhinitis. He approached step by step, the pheromone growing ever more intense. Wait, said Ji Li, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Senior Shun, don't come any closer. I can't hold on much longer. Xunyu's eyes glimmered with a frosty intent, his steps unwavering as he moved closer to Ji Li. Is that so? Senior, let me satisfy you, shall we? Ji Li's nose twitched, his expression shifting to one of alarm. No, I truly can't hold on. Then don't resist. Let me liberate you, Senior, Xinyu urged, his tone laced with temptation. Ji Li's expression was one of defiance as he retreated. Step by step, however, Xinyu pursued him relentlessly, his smile enigmatic and alluring, the Omega's intoxicating pheromone stirring the deepest, hidden desires within. The more Ji Li resisted, the more Xinyu was determined to make him endure. He harbored an intense loathing for these alphas. No, Senior Shin, I'm going to achoo, achoo. I'm about to sneeze. Ji Li's nose turned a bright red as he succumbed to a flurry of sneezes, halting Xunyu's advance. He sniffed, his nose still tinged red, his eyes clear and serious as he proclaimed, I have rhinitis. It's unbearable. Xinyu, with a look of bewilderment and a hint of deep-seated confusion, paused, staring at the young man before him who was now sneezing uncontrollably. Perhaps having held back for too long, Ji Li's nose was now completely out of control. He covered it with his hand, apologizing, sorry, achoo, achoo. As Ji Li sniffled, his eyes glistening with tears, he continued, Senior, I'm really sorry, you, achoo. Could you please step back a bit? With Xunyu's proximity, the scent invaded Ji Li's senses, making his rhinitis feel more unbearable than ever in this ABO world. While pheromones can be intoxicating, they become torturous when coupled with rhinitis. Xunyu's expression was peculiar, frozen in a complex mix of emotions, layered with deep confusion. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a statement, especially after being differentiated into an Omega in his previous life. He found the memories of those experiences repugnant, as alphas had always regarded him with nothing but insatiable desire. When had he begun to push people away? Xinyu's gaze was laced with mockery, his demeanor icy, He mused that this was a scenario he hadn't faced in his past life. Was this alpha lying? Seeing Shan Yu's fluctuating expression, Ji Lili, fearing that Shan Yu might strike, quickly clarified, cough, Senior Shan, I'm completely lucid right now. I have no inappropriate thoughts. I merely believe we need to discuss something. Ji Lili swiftly reviewed the original plot in his mind. The world of strongly submissive was marked with danger. A realm where one could easily find themselves in a predicament. The male lead, Shan Yu, was an alpha, but after an unexpected incident during a mission, he was injected with a strange liquid. When he awoke, his pheromones were in disarray, teetering on the brink of chaos. Once Shan Yu managed to stabilize his erratic pheromones, the previously cold and dominant aura transformed. Amidst the teasing remarks from his roommates, he discovered traces of omega pheromones on his clothing. He realized the gravity of the situation. Those pheromones were not from an omega but his own. The rare occurrence of secondary differentiation had begun. From that day forth, the once exalted guardian of the Federation began his descent, gradually becoming a caged canary, his past life seemingly negated by this new identity. However, unexpected twists lay ahead. This was a story of revenge, where the true protagonist was not the male lead but rather the cannon fodder, the lustful bystanders. Shan Yu may have initially been deceived and betrayed, yet he ultimately turned the tables at a crucial moment. He repaid those who harbored foul intentions towards him in kind, with merciless vengeance. The Lili, in his role as the cannon fodder, was among the first to notice Shan Yu's peculiar state and developed feelings he ought not to have. As an alpha admired by countless others, the possibility that he might be an omega was thrilling. Ji Lili had deliberately observed Shan Yu for several days, planning to execute his scheme that fateful night. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, he enlisted the help of companions, but as anticipated, Shan Yu successfully exacted his revenge. The alpha now lying unconscious on the ground was proof of that. With clarity in his gaze, Ji Lili found that the distracting pheromones were blocked by his rhinitis. He stated earnestly, Senior Shan, if you kill me, you will only complicate your troubles further. Why not switch positions and cooperate instead? Cooperate? Shan Yu scoffed. Whether I deal with one or two, it's all the same. Ji Lili reasoned. If you handle one less, it will be a bit easier for you. Why must you insist on dealing with me? The alpha's expression was sincere. His chestnut curls framed his face, his eyes, reminiscent of crescent moons, sparkled with a hint of mischief. Senior, I'm not a burden. Fewer enemies mean more friends. I can keep your secret. Act as your blade. Just tell me who to kill, and I won't hesitate. Shan Yu regarded Ji Lili, noticing the gentle curve of his eyes, and despite the torment of the pheromones, he showed no signs of disgust. Perhaps it was Ji Lili's current clarity that spared him from immediate retribution. You have a way with words, but unfortunately, I do not trust such rhetoric. All alphas deserve their fate. Having grown accustomed to the duplicitous nature of alphas, Shan Yu found it revolting. Lili sniffed. Feeling the scent in the air turn bitter, he rubbed his nose, a look of confusion and concern overtaking his features, his previously bright eyes dimming like a sorrowful puppy. Seeing Shan Yu's cold-hearted resolve to end his life, Ji Lili sighed, resigned to his fate. I'm just being honest here. Ask whatever you wish. But you're an alpha too. By saying that, aren't you including yourself? Ji Lili raised an eyebrow, earnestly provoking him. You are also an alpha, Senior Shan. Shan Yu's fingers twitched, his expression blank for a fleeting moment. Ji Lili continued to taunt. This is a differentiation period, isn't it? Regardless of what the outcome may be, you are still an alpha now, Senior Shan. Do you look down upon yourself? If you say alphas deserve to perish, then what about you? I could spare you. Shan Yu abruptly changed his tone. Shouldn't it be? Ji Lili paused, nearly questioning his own hearing. Are you serious? I don't have to die. My mission can continue? Surprise washed over him in an instant. Shan Yu observed the delighted youth, his eyes dark and inscrutable, determined to see if the other would slip. Since you wish to cooperate, I can agree to that. Have you ever dealt with an alpha? Ah? Ji Lili snapped back to reality, slightly puzzled by Shan Yu's implication. You want me to kill him? That might not be feasible. As he pondered how to handle the situation, he caught Shan Yu's mocking smile. The male lead's stunning visage bore a hint of derision, his crimson gaze chilling and terrifying. I want you to him, understand? Chapter 3. Do you think he needs me to save him? Ji Lili pondered. Can he choose not to understand? In that moment, amidst such a scene, Ji Li felt an overwhelming sense of being truly immersed in the HHH world. He wiped his face, the once joyful puppy now subdued, ultimately resigning to Shen Yu's cold threat of, "Junior, if you don't want to end up like him." As he bore the burden of the unconscious figure, Ji Li was reluctant to engage in such tasks. Yet he feared that refusing would lead to Shen Yu's descent into darkness. With a blush creeping up his ears, he apologized while retrieving a weapon from the cannon fodder's pocket, brandishing a cruel tool resembling a fake banana, and plunged it into the unconscious Alpha, relishing his anguished cries. Ji Li covered his ears, crouching to the side as he silently washed his hands. "Don't blame me. Blame yourself for your reckless actions." Seizing the opportunity, he called out to the system. "System, are you there?" "Host, I am still here." Ji Li had been a student at a police academy, yet he never had the chance to fulfill his potential before an unfortunate accident befell him. Just before his demise, the system bound itself to him, requiring him to complete the task of saving the male lead to attain resurrection. With ambitions ablaze, Ji Li had entered this world. But now his chestnut curls felt dull as he recalled Shen Yu's cold, damp gaze and his ruthless methods. He scrunched his nose like a puppy. "Do you think he needs me to save him?" He is so formidable that he nearly fell himself. Thankfully, my rhinitis saved his life. The system fell silent for a moment before finally replying, "Please explore on your own for the sake of resurrection." Ji Li retorted, "Why don't you just resurrect me already?" "Host, are you being abstract?" "I'm joking." Clearly, this artificial intelligence failed to grasp his humor. Ji Li inquired further, "What constitutes a successful rescue?" "When the male lead's corruption value reaches 0. That will signify a successful rescue. There are indeed numerical values, and with them, matters become significantly easier to handle. The piercing cries of anguish. Ji Li diligently analyzed the task at hand. Although this narrative revolves around a counterattack, the male protagonist, Shen Yu, exerted immense effort to avoid becoming a caged canary, ultimately leading to his betrayal of the Federation and his opposition to the Empire. In a universe devoid of refuge, he realized that if he refused to be a canary, he would inevitably become a lost eagle without a perch point. One could argue that his misfortunes began the moment he differentiated into an omega. Of course, Ji Li saw nothing inherently wrong with being an omega. It was merely a lamentable reality of this damned HHH world. Blame the world for it. Since it was already HHH, one should not expect any semblance of logic. However, Ji Li was at a loss as to how to prevent his differentiation into an omega. There was no clue in sight. The anguished cries within began to wane, gradually fading into silence. Once the commotion had completely subsided, Ji Li, suppressing his disdain, discarded the Alpha onto the playground and stealthily returned to the dormitory after handling the ordeal in the dead of night. The curfew had long since passed. The Federation's foremost military academy prided itself on its strict adherence to time, renowned for its rigorous, stern, and uncompromising principles. Ji Li was baffled as to how the Expendables managed to find an opportunity to successfully ambush Shen Yu under such circumstances. Once again, HHH, there was no logic to be found. The exit was manageable, but returning was another story. The gates had already been shut tight. As Ji Li emerged from the desolate training ground, he noticed several patrols adorned with golden triangles. Among them was a familiar figure, Shen Yu. The very individual who had just released pheromones and found himself in trouble now appeared cold and austere, as if nothing had ever transpired, leading a team on patrol. Such composure was, indeed, commendable. Ji Li recalled that, according to the setting, Shen Yu was indeed a member of the patrol team, suggesting that today's events were likely part of his plan. Lost in thought, Shen Yu suddenly cast his gaze toward Ji Li's hiding spot. Ji Li crouched behind a piece of training equipment, his black-gold military uniform seamlessly blending with the metallic apparatus. Holding his breath and remaining utterly still, under the cover of night, no one noticed his presence in that fleeting moment of eye contact. Before Ji Li could ponder further, Shen Yu's voice resonated through the air. Albeit muffled, Building A shows no anomalies. All personnel, change direction. Understood. The patrol team promptly altered their course, the glimmer of gold swiftly vanishing into the darkness. What a splendid ally! Ji Li's eyes crinkled with a smile as he seized the opportunity to dash toward the dormitory. With Shen Yu handling the patrol team, Ji Li successfully reached the dormitory building. After stretching his limbs, he propelled himself upward, effortlessly scaling the wall and slipping inside. However, he was soon caught. Why on earth do you have people stationed inside as well? He thought, gazing at the cold smirk of the leading instructor, accompanied by a group of similarly dejected individuals who had also been apprehended, casting G. Liley a glance of schadenfreude as their accomplices arrived. G. Liley mused, "We are of the same root. Why must we hasten to turn against each other?" In the interrogation room, a cadre of imposing alphas regarded the instructors with disdainful expressions, their demeanor defiant and rebellious. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and one could sense the potential for an explosion at any moment, if one overlooked the fact that they were kneeling on the ground, their necks constricted by suppression collars, resembling wild dogs shackled in chains. The scenario would indeed appear credible. I knew you unruly brats would stir trouble. Have you all forgotten what is written in Article 38 of the Federation's 5th page? Instructor Ager, impeccably dressed in military attire, reprimanded them with a scornful smile. It was truly remarkable that any alpha would yield to such discipline. Those who managed to gain admission to the Federation's premier military academy were exceptionally rare. Each possessing a distinct personality, G. Liley and his peers belonged to the incoming class, their physical training yet to conclude, having spent nearly a week there. An unfortunate time characterized by the most rebellious spirits. The newcomers were unruly, eager to challenge the regulations set by the academy. Climbing over walls to evade curfew was merely a trivial matter. AS Instructor Ager's gaze fell upon G. Liley. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. "You, young man, are quite impressive, aren't you? Sneaking back in after curfew, reeking of omega and alpha pheromones. Were you indulging in some debauchery? Care to share your experiences with everyone?" As soon as Instructor Ager finished speaking, the subdued alphas, forcefully restrained on the ground, simultaneously turned their heads to gaze at G. Liley. Their compliance was so remarkable that they seemed eager to follow any directive, rendering G. Liley the sole standing newcomer in the room. Just moments ago, these individuals had cast him disdainful looks and rolled their eyes at him. Now, their expressions were filled with camaraderie, an understanding that he had been mistakenly judged. "You stand firm, do not yield." Such sentiment was indeed touching. Liley offered a textbook-perfect smile, and amidst the expectant gazes of the alphas, he promptly confessed, "Instructor, I was in the wrong. I should not have stayed out past curfew. Nor should I have missed the designated time, and I certainly should not have returned reeking of omega pheromones. Please, punish me as you see fit," Liley proclaimed with an air of righteousness. "I am willing to take responsibility for my mistakes." The astonishment of the alphas present was palpable, and even Instructor Ager momentarily faltered. The fierce expression on his face momentarily froze, the smirk at the corner of his mouth suddenly stilled, and his sharp gaze grew increasingly profound. He took a moment to reassess this uniquely intelligent young alpha who stood apart from the surrounding dim-witted individuals. The conclusion he reached was that G. Liley was subtly provoking him. Chapter 4. So that was his intention? Instructor Ager chuckled coldly, recognizing this alpha as an exceptionally rare breed, one with a brain. Having apprehended so many alphas, it was not merely for sport, it was to establish authority. If he did not assert his power, what would become of military discipline? Thus, it was imperative to select the most egregious example to demonstrate the consequences of breaking the rules and to instill a sense of order. Yet G. Liley, this cunning alpha, was undermining his plan. By swiftly admitting his faults, G. Liley effectively thwarted Ager's intentions. How could he possibly punish someone who had so promptly acknowledged their misstep? In fact, he might even find satisfaction in G. Liley's perceptiveness, using it as a lesson for others, thereby mitigating his own punishment. Such profound cunning, Ager mused that had anyone else been in G. Liley's position, they would have fallen into his trap. The chestnut-haired youth, an alpha, smiled sweetly, his eyes crescent-shaped with amusement. "Instructor, please don't be angry." The sarcastic tone of his voice reached Ager's ears, prompting him to respond with a series of mocking smiles. "What is your name?" G. Liley promptly introduced himself, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Instructor, my name is G. Liley. G. Liley. Is it? Very well, you are quite commendable, exceedingly so." Ager repeated the phrase "very good" 3 times, leaving G. Liley somewhat flushed. "No, I can do even better. You traitor! Truly a disgrace." One of the kneeling alphas could no longer contain his fury and shouted at G. Liley, "Silence! Who permitted you to speak?" The patrol team coldly pressed the alpha's head down against the ground, further inciting the ire of the group. The more they were silenced, the more they felt compelled to voice their grievances. Ji Li, I'll remember you. You cowardly little worm. Just wait until we're out of here. I'll make sure you regret it. Are you even an alpha? Yielding to others like that? What a disgrace to our kind. Go on, get him. Why are you hesitating? Just do it. Indeed, the alphas rallied, their spirits ignited, their heads held high. The patrol team subdued one, only for another to rise in defiance, their indignation palpable. Ji Li, you little lackey. I will see you dead one day. The scene resembled a peasant uprising, with the alphas attempting to overthrow the instructors only to find Ji Li, the traitor, standing in opposition, more detestable than the oppressive instructors and patrol team combined. Ji Li felt bewildered. One must be wise to navigate these circumstances. Look at yourselves now. Who is truly the one with a broken nose? He attempted to reason with them. It was not the same. Not at all. Instructor Ager suddenly interjected, a mocking glint in his eyes. This lad is far smarter than you lot. He knows how to play the game, unlike you fools. Ji Li understood that he had to salvage the situation. A mistake was a mistake, and he needed to appease the instructor first before addressing anything else. Did you hear that? Ager sneered, quite clever indeed. Stop the flattery. If you keep this up, they'll surely come after me later. Under the weight of the seething glares directed at him, Ji Li felt a headache brewing. With a crowd of over a dozen alphas present, any conflict would surely be troublesome. I rarely encounter an alpha with a brain. I had thought this batch of newcomers would be all brawn and no brains, arrogant simply because they were alphas. However, the clever can sometimes be misled by their own wit. If you were to replace this alpha with a less experienced instructor, perhaps today you might have truly evaded capture. Instructor Age continued to extol praises, yet Ji Li grew increasingly uneasy with each word. Why did it feel as if all of this was directed at him? The last remark, laden with a hint of hostility, only confirmed Ji Li's suspicions, causing his brow to furrow. What do you mean by that, instructor? Instructor Age replied. You almost managed to escape, Ji Li. You are far smarter than those foolish alphas. You know how to retreat to advance, exploiting loopholes in the rules to evade punishment. Do you think that such cleverness can absolve you of your late-night escapades? Missing curfew and returning reeking of pheromones? Huh. Instructor Age spoke with conviction. This was sheer provocation, a serious affront. To find a way to mitigate punishment after committing a crime, silencing the instructor and instilling fear in him only serves to embolden those foolish alphas. What else do you have to say? The patrol team, initially bewildered, soon realized the true implication of his words. So that was what he meant. Truly, he is an exceptional instructor. The alphas, kneeling on the ground, shifted from shock to admiration. So that was his intention. They had misjudged him. Ji Li, in disbelief, exclaimed, Is that truly what I meant? I was unaware. Now, instructor, you must listen to my defense, Ji Li stammered. I meant to explain. I had no such intention. Instructor Age, no longer inclined to elaborate, fixed Ji Li with a piercing gaze, his agility equally impressive, and in a flash, he lunged toward Ji Li. As Ji Li pondered how to further justify himself, eager to convey to the instructor that he was indeed a model student with no rebellious inclinations, an instinctive sense of danger surged within him. This body had been brought forth by the system just before his demise, and certain skills had long since become second nature. Now, it seemed to meld with the world, enhancing his instincts remarkably. The moment Instructor Age made his move, Ji Li's mind instantly registered the threat, and his body, in perfect synchrony, received the command to evade Age's strike. Huh? Age was taken aback, momentarily surprised that his opponent could dodge his attack, which piqued his interest. You, young man, are intriguing. Let us continue. With that, a swift kick was delivered, executed with remarkable agility. Ji Li adeptly evaded yet again. Though Age's speed was impressive and his strikes fierce, Ji Li seemed almost invincible, dodging with an uncanny ease in the interrogation room. The two engaged in a flurry of movement, exchanging 6 or 7 blows, and remarkably, Age had yet to land a single hit on Ji Li. Damn, this guy has something special about him, exclaimed one alpha, pinned to the ground, his blood boiling with excitement. The patrol team, equally focused, watched Ji Li's movements with rapt attention. Incredible, such speed. He is almost on par with the instructor. The new alphas, sensing a resurgence of their arrogance, boasted, "Isn't it impressive? Oh, do you envy him? The instructor can't even touch him. Can you do that? Oh, please, don't say that. The patrol seniors are so formidable that even the instructor cannot compare. What makes you think you could ever measure up? Why are you being so sarcastic?" One senior from the patrol team snapped, unable to contain his irritation. "You think the instructor can't hit him? He is clearly letting him off easy." "Shut up. Letting him off? Are you blind? He simply can't land a blow." The patrol team retorted, "Enough boasting. If the instructor had been serious, he'd be kneeling alongside you." The new recruits fumed. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." Meanwhile, G. Liley and Age continued their sparring on one side. The new alphas were embroiled in a heated exchange with the patrol team seniors, their insults flying thick and fast. Chapter 5. Not at all like an alpha. As G. Liley grew more adept, his initial evasiveness transformed into aggression. His body moved with unprecedented agility. Once exhausting moves now felt remarkably effortless, as if he were dancing through the encounter, leaving G. Liley exhilarated. In mere moments of engagement, Age found himself pleasantly surprised. This was indeed a promising candidate. There are far too many self-proclaimed powerful alphas who, regardless of their status outside, are often swiftly humbled upon entering the Federation. Age had grown weary of dealing with so many of them. To encounter someone like G. Liley, who possessed both intelligence and formidable strength, filled Age with satisfaction, and his gaze towards G. Liley softened with newfound warmth. Age admired those with genuine skill. However, rules must be upheld. Thus, Age began to adopt a more serious demeanor. Noticing a shift in G. Liley's tactics, Age sensed his determination to persist, aware that his limits extended beyond this. Recognizing G. Liley's thoughts, the system interjected. The host's body has yet to fully integrate. It would be prudent to refrain from excessive movements to avoid destabilizing alpha genetics. With this warning, G. Liley hesitated, contemplating how to hold back while observing Age's eager demeanor. How could he possibly refrain from engaging? In the midst of his thoughts, a loud proclamation from G. Liley interrupted him. "I'm freaking awesome!" G. Liley turned, his crescent-shaped eyes brimming with curiosity, unable to resist glancing at the commotion nearby. An alpha, kneeling, twisted his mouth and shouted boastfully at those behind him. "It's been over 10 exchanges, and I'm still standing. No doubt about it. I'm incredible. It's all thanks to my old man." The patrol team scoffed, firmly restraining the boastful alpha while not forgetting to mock him as short-sighted. "You can't even see G. Liley's true strength. The instructor is going easy on him, and you are blowing your own horn. Besides, what does G. Liley's ability to spar with the instructor have to do with you? Can't you see how pathetic you look?" The alpha retorted defiantly. "Pathetic? Your old man is pathetic. G. Liley is one of us. I take pride in him." "Exactly." Another boisterous alpha chimed in. "Who among you dares to challenge the instructor?" "Huh? Anyone?" The seniors laughed heartily. "Look at your ugly faces. You must be green with envy." The patrol team declared, "G. Liley is just trash. The instructor will soon put him down." The newcomers shouted back, "G. Liley is your father. Sons, go tell on him. Even the instructor can't lay a finger on him." The patrol team's alphas were seething, their composure evaporating. Were it not for the instructor's restraint, they would have eagerly taught these ignorant newcomers a harsh lesson. G. Liley, who had been called trash and father, could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, which only fueled their amusement. This group was simply too comical. As he chuckled, however, he was suddenly knocked off balance, finding himself staring at the interrogation room's electronic lights. One must not be distracted in battle. Every moment is critical, and allowing oneself to be influenced by outsiders is a fatal error. Instructor Age, visibly displeased, cast a cold glare at the raucous alphas, silencing both factions instantly, particularly the newcomers, who realized that their squabbling with the self-important seniors had disrupted G. Liley's focus, felt a twinge of regret. Had they known, they would have kept their criticisms private. They had truly undermined their own allies' standing. With a snort, Instructor Age declared, "Everyone will remain in the confinement room for the night. You shall be released in the morning." "Yes, Instructor." G. Liley shifted from the brightly lit interrogation room to the pitch-black confinement chamber. A dozen alphas squatted in a row. It seemed the confinement room was accustomed to accommodating large individuals. Despite the crowd, G. Liley felt no sense of claustrophobia, comfortably sitting in a small corner. Around him, alphas voiced their frustrations with grandiose declarations. Brothers, let us give it another go tomorrow. One cannot fall into the same pit twice. I refuse to believe they can catch me next time. Count me in. My scouting skills are top-notch. You understand, right? Next time, they won't be able to catch me. What do you mean you're top-notch? If you're so good, why are you still here? Seems a bit fishy. G. Liley couldn't help but laugh, his amusement acting as a catalyst for a wave of laughter throughout the room. The alpha who had boasted about his scouting skills felt both embarrassed and furious, exclaiming, surprising, right? You're all here too. Failure is the father of success. As G. Liley continued to laugh, someone nudged his arm, and he turned to see an alpha with an awkward expression. Hey man, I owe you an apology for earlier. What? G. Liley replied, puzzled. For making you lose focus, the boy said loudly. I messed up. I own it. Right? Another voice chimed in. We don't play games. We're here to admit our mistakes. Though they were unruly, they were also aware of their faults. Had G. Liley not been distracted, he could have endured a few more exchanges. Disrupting another battle was somewhat regrettable. That all? G. Liley chuckled, his eyes narrowing with mirth as he brushed off the alpha's hand from his neck. It's a trivial matter. I was on the verge of faltering anyway. It's no big deal. Were it not for their intervention, he would have remained oblivious to the art of exiting the fray in a refreshing and unpretentious manner. He had no desire to continue, truly. These alphas were nothing short of benefactors. The expressions of the benefactors were complex, rendering them even more uncomfortable. Alphas were inherently combative. Should anyone dare to disturb them at this moment, they would transform into fire-breathing dragons. Thus, despite the instability of emotions, one could still witness the radiant smiles of G. Liley, whose warmth resembled that of a chestnut-haired curly puppy, a refreshing presence amidst the chaos. Do you genuinely believe that? He inquired, and do not speak falsehoods. I am most averse to such nonsense. Should you become enraged, let us settle it with a brawl. I shall grant you 3 moves. Come now, do not imitate those patrol members. If we are to fight, let us fight. G. Liley tilted his head, leaning back, propping himself on one leg, dismissively waving his hand, revealing his disinterest in the conflict, for they were all friends, and it was unnecessary. Do you not feel fatigued? Rest. Then a profound silence enveloped them. Are they asleep already? G. Liley could not resist lifting his eyelids. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with the tearful expressions of numerous muscular men. He leaned back in shock, his head colliding with the wall, his curls exploding in disarray as he uttered a curse. Damn it. What are you all doing? The group of new alpha recruits, eyes glistening with tears and expressions filled with complexity, left G. Liley wondering what had transpired. Then, they spoke in unison. You do not resemble an alpha in the slightest. What difference does that make from claiming I am not a man? G. Liley retorted, observing them with an impassive expression, yet their enthusiasm remained undeterred. Good brother, little brother, from this day forth, you shall be our brother. Fists began to rain down upon G. Liley's chest in a friendly exchange among the young alphas. G. Liley thought to himself, Chapter 6, Damn, this is truly absurd. At 5:30 a.m. of the federal time, the sky still draped in dark hues, a sudden assembly whistle pierced the air. Damn it, here we go again. The patrol team seemed intent on exterminating them. It had been 5 days, 5 days. I'm done. I shall eventually rise and take them down. Who is that lad up ahead? You? Did your father borrow my boots? I swear I'll have them back. They all wore the same military boots. Why not just wear his? Do you not realize your own foot odor? The new dormitory building was in utter disarray. The boisterous sounds of alphas echoing endlessly. The same floor was awakened by the whistle, and conditioned reflexes prompted the upperclassmen to rise, cursing as they donned their military uniforms. Suddenly, they realized they had all been promoted. Cursing, they lay back down nonchalantly, casting sympathetic glances at the freshmen rushing to the training field. Liley, feeling utterly fatigued, nodded repeatedly, having been dragged along by others, as soon as the whistle blew. His mind went blank, still enveloped in confusion regarding his whereabouts. Beside him, an alpha muttered a curse and kicked the door of the confinement room. Anyone out there? Open the door. As the guard opened the door, the alphas rushed out, leaving Ji Li as the sole occupant. Ji Li stared at the open door, his mind sluggishly processing the situation, when several panting alphas rushed back in without hesitation, seizing his clothing and dragging him along like cargo. After a gust of cold wind, he finally regained his senses. Remembering his identity as a newly enrolled alpha, he found himself at the moment of the freshman's physical training. At the command of instructor Aigu, the warm-up commenced. Everyone sprang into action, and Ji Li joined the throng in warming up. After completing 30 laps of 1,000 meters, 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and lifting 800 kilograms on the barbell, the warm-up concluded, leaving a third of the freshmen sprawled on the ground. Ji Li stood among the crowd, sweat glistening on his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly. He had not anticipated such exhaustion when he arrived for his task. The first military academy of the Federation emphasized strength. Newly enrolled students were required to undergo physical training, mental control, and pheromone immunity training, with the top 3 generally recognized as the strongest of their cohort. Upperclassmen consisted of only 2 classes, their leaders being the pride of each generation. Additionally, there existed a patrol team, composed of elite upperclassmen who typically did not engage with freshmen. Only the Armée de la Armée could gain entry. The patrol team enjoyed numerous privileges, including assisting in the training of newcomers, with instructor Aigu as the chief instructor. The captains of the patrol team, in a certain sense, held the status of deputy instructors. Thus, after the warm-up, command temporarily shifted. Ji Li spotted a familiar figure. Shunyu. He stood at the forefront, impeccably dressed in military attire, his naturally pale skin accentuating the precision of his uniform, his neck concealed, even his hands adorned with white gloves. His dark hair exuded an enigmatic aura, pale and indifferent, while his lips were a striking crimson, emanating an unshakable chill even in uniform. From appearance alone, his cold demeanor led many to perceive him as an untouchable paragon. Shunyu was quite renowned. The true scion of the Federation, Ji Li, amidst the crowd, could discern the expressions of the newcomers, defiant yet filled with awe and respect. Unfortunately, this was a HHH world. Although Shunyu had not suffered physical harm, he appeared spiritually tainted, exhibiting signs of abnormality. For instance, upon their initial meeting yesterday, Ji Li had sensed something amiss about him. And at this moment, instructor Aige's warm-up was already sufficiently rigorous. Yet Shunyu surpassed the instructor in intensity, treating them as less than human. Midway through the training, another wave of alphas collapsed. Instructor Aigu, arms crossed, adjusted his military cap, satisfied, they ought to see a bit of color, lest they continue to disrupt my peace. Spotting Ji Li, who stood drenched in sweat yet maintained impeccable form, he chuckled, "Little Shen, do take special care of him shortly." Following Aige's gaze, Shunyu's brow twitched slightly as he observed the familiar figure. Coldly replying, "You may handle it yourself. You are my assistant. I trust you," Instructor Aigu insisted. Shunyu coldly responded, "You are the instructor," implying that such responsibilities did not belong to him. Aigu did not press further. Conceding very well, he reached out to pat Shunyu's shoulder, only to have the latter flinch and sidestep away. Aigu paused, frowning, "Little Shen, you seem overly tense lately. Is something amiss? If needed, you may file a request. You are a valuable asset to the Federation." A valuable asset to the Federation? A trace of scorn flickered in Shunyu's eyes. He did not respond to Aige's words, but instead focused on the freshmen undergoing physical training. One of them, panting heavily, droplets of sweat cascading from his forehead, was noticeably slower than his peers, his expression occasionally contorting in apparent agony. The fact that he endured to this point indicated he was no ordinary alpha. Hence the audacity to harbor such base thoughts. However, Shunyu's gaze fell upon Ji Li, the youth with chestnut curls, equally drenched in sweat, yet devoid of visible pain, his expressions oscillating between gritted teeth in frustration and cheerful encouragement toward himself. He was lively and intriguing, entirely unlike an alpha. Perhaps Shunyu had never encountered such an alpha, especially one who was unaffected by his pheromones, avoiding him as if he were a venomous serpent. Was this truly the reality, or merely a facade crafted for survival? Instructor, I shall take responsibility for the individuals you wish to particularly care for. Instructor Aigu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Have you changed your mind? Before Shunyu could nod, Aigu exclaimed, I've changed my mind as well. Your opportunity has vanished, aha. Do you think this is a matter of wanting or not wanting? Little Shin? Opportunities are precious. Shun Yu remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Aigu. Evoking an inexplicable chill, Aigu clicked his tongue. You are far more intimidating than before. That glance instilled caution in Aigu, who instinctively sensed danger. Assistant Shun, if you are to take responsibility, then I shall leave them in your capable hands. Train them rigorously. Yes, instructor, Shin Yu replied, his tone as cold as ice. Once Aigu relinquished control, the freshman faced an even harsher regime. Damn it, are we not human? Do you think we are dogs? You order us around, and we comply. Could we at least have a moment's respite? This is unbearable. Shun Yu, devoid of mercy, replied, very tired? Desire to rest? In immense pain. The sweat-drenched alphas nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Shun Yu directed his gaze toward a specific spot. I see there are still alphas capable of enduring. Thus, we shall continue. What? The crowd turned to the indicated direction. Ji Lili was performing pull-ups, his arms showcasing smooth lines as he stretched upward, the muscles straining against his military shirt, exuding vitality and sensuality. His chestnut curls danced in the air, cascading down, and his eyes sparkled with joy, as though he had discovered delight in the challenge. Damn, this one is truly remarkable. Is this stamina even human? Ding, the timer concluded. ID 699 completed 1,000 pull dash-ups. As Ji Lili descended from the horizontal bar, he perceived the peculiar gazes directed towards him by the onlookers. Indifferently scratching his head, he cast a fleeting glance and locked eyes with Shen Yu, who had been observing him intently. In the next moment, Ji Lili heard Shen Yu announce, all personnel dismissed, numbers 699 and 253, step forward. Chapter 7. Eradicate the source of evil. Severit Shun Yu had singled out Ji Lili and another alpha, causing a ripple of confusion among the crowd. Despite their evident fatigue, the sight of only two individuals being called forth by Shin Yu ignited a competitive fire in the alphas. What? You only choose them and overlook me? What does that imply? A disdain for my worth? Just as one was about to voice a protest, they noticed alpha number 253 turn ashen, his legs trembling violently in stark contrast. Ji Lili exuded boundless energy and optimism. Yet his expression bore an air of peculiarity. Those alphas still contemplating descent sensed a whiff of danger and strategically retreated. What is Shun Yu planning? Why do I perceive such a threat emanating from these two? The individual beside him pondered briefly, muttering, could it be that he has deemed Ji Lili too formidable and intends to eliminate him preemptively to mitigate the threat? Goodness, that is indeed a possibility. Meanwhile, Ji Lili followed Shin Yu and the unfortunate male from the previous night into the training ground S-lounge. Once the door closed, the alpha, who had been so audaciously threatening Shun Yu just yesterday, crumpled to the floor, terror etched across his face. Senior Shun, I haven't revealed anything about you. Please spare me. Shin Yu remained impassive to his terror, his dark eyes resembling unfathomable depths, observing the alpha with an indifferent coldness. As if he were not gazing at a person, Ji Lili couldn't help but think of Shun Yu's eventual fate as he silently watched the alpha weep, pride and dignity utterly stripped away. Yet, despite his silence, the flames of conflict still licked at him. Do you think we should spare him? Ji Lili paused, lifting his gaze to Shun Yu, perplexed by the question. You make the decision, I make the decision? Shin Yu inquired, his gaze piercing. Do you not wish to save him? His eyes, cold and unyielding, seemed to rain down a dampness that corroded vitality. Are you familiar with the hybridization of beasts and humans? With their rugged limbs, oversized heads, and grotesque facial features, these creatures embody a monstrous fusion of human form and beastly savagery, their blood differing from that of true humanity. I see it fascinating, a miraculous product of the Federation 50 years ago. Alas, time has passed, and the opportunity to witness it has eluded us. Would you care to experience this, Junior? Shin Yu's voice was melodious, akin to the tinkling of spring water, weaving a captivating narrative that ensnared the listener. However, the implications of his words introduced an eerie tension into the otherwise quiet room, filled only with the hurried breaths of the alphas. The meaning was unmistakable. Should he be the one to decide? He would send this alpha to join the beasts. Please, no, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes, Senior Shin. You cannot treat me this way. The Alpha cried out in terror. I am a member of the Federation Military Academy. If anything happens to me, you all will be implicated. Shinyu chuckled softly. And what of it? A madman. He is nothing but a madman. In the throes of life and death, the Alpha's eyes blazed crimson as he staggered to his feet. Swinging his fists at Shinyu, I will kill you. His attacks, riddled with flaws, posed no challenge to Shinyu, who effortlessly incapacitated him with a single strike. Shunyu's eyes glinted with a cold, damp malice as he turned to Ji Lily with a sinister smile. Now only you, Junior, can save him. Ji Lily stood bewildered, the terrified Alpha collapsing at his feet, pleading for mercy. Lily, we are friends, are we not? You wouldn't abandon me to my fate, would you? I know you were coerced by Shinyu yesterday. I hold no grudge against you. Please, save me. The Alpha's emotional breakdown was horrific, his eyes bloodshot. Shinyu observed the scene with cold indifference, appearing as a mere spectator, as if the decision of Ji Lily to save or forsake the Alpha bore no significance to him, leaving everything at his discretion. However, Ji Lily understood that if he were to agree, it would spell doom for him. He forcefully pried the Alpha's hands away, and before the latter could descend into madness, Ji Lily swiftly rendered him unconscious with a well-placed strike. Ignoring the Alpha on the ground, Ji Lily turned to Shinyu with a hint of exasperation. Senior Shun, why must you insist that I make a decision? If I suggest we let him go, would you truly comply? Shinyu's pallid face broke into a vibrant yet eerie smile. No. Ji Lily retorted bluntly, then do not ask me. Regardless of how you choose to handle it, we are now in a cooperative relationship. I will fulfill my promises to you. However, on matters such as this, I believe we can minimize the frequency of such inquiries. Shinyu appeared displeased, the smile on his face fading. Are you upset? Isn't it evident? Ji Lily admitted candidly, meeting Shunyu's gaze. The distinction between humans and beasts lies in the former's ability to restrain their desires. Yet, at times, humans can be less endearing than beasts. At least when a beast bares its teeth to eat you, it genuinely intends to do so, rather than feigning compassion behind a facade. Ji Lily cast a disdainful glance at the Alpha on the floor. I do not believe he deserves to be spared, but I still advise against such an action. A mocking smile surfaced on Shinyu's pale visage. So, your suggestion is still to let him go? Such eloquence, yet ultimately aimed at saving this Alpha. Shouldn't T1 be moved by the unwavering solidarity of these Alphas, driven by primal instincts? However, upon testing the waters, the true colors of his intentions were revealed. As expected, he should not have harbored any expectations. Shinyu regarded Ji Lily with a chilling gaze. The latter evoked a stronger emotional reaction in him than the Alphas who harbored malicious thoughts. Ji Lily's ease in provoking a response, revealing flaws in Shunyu's facade, seemed to mock the absurdity of Shunyu's own thoughts, as if to suggest that after all he had endured, he could still entertain such foolish notions. His dark eyes fixated on the youth with chestnut curls, a tumult of shadows swirling as he contemplated how to dismantle him piece by piece. It was at that moment that Ji Lily spoke. By doing this, you will be in grave danger. Shunyu's mind, once rife with dark thoughts and frustrations, abruptly stilled. Ji Lily asserted with unwavering conviction. This would violate Federation law. The once upright officer Ji contemplated the Federation laws thoroughly, earnestly explaining, according to Federation law, you would face 30 years of imprisonment. Moreover, as a military cadet, your crime would carry an even harsher penalty. 30 years in prison followed by 10 years of exile to a remote mining planet. Ji Lily frowned. That is excessively harsh. For the sake of this non-human Alpha, you would sacrifice 40 years of your life. He continued earnestly, I have a better solution. Would you care to hear it? Shunyu, whose dark demeanor had been partially illuminated, displayed a rare glimmer of confusion. What solution? Ji Lily declared. Eradicate the source of evil. He pointed emphatically at a specific location, his expression radiating righteousness. Sever it. The Alpha, who had just regained consciousness, rolled his eyes back in disbelief and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Shinyu mused, Chapter 8. I will always watch over you. Ji Lily's eyes gleamed as he smiled brightly. So, what do you think? Isn't it a foolproof solution? Now, even if they wish to commit evil, they would be unable to do so. Ding. Male leads darkening value -1. Ji Lili excitedly inquired of the system. Is it truly that effective? How much darkening value remains? The system silently displayed the panel, revealing a strikingly vibrant 99.99. Ji Lili exclaimed, so much that it seems impossible to exhaust. He reassured himself in the next moment. What does it matter? As a task-oriented individual, it's only the second day, and I've already diminished some darkening value. Who could match my pace? Worst-case scenario, I can eliminate a few more twisted beings, purifying this world so that Shin Yu's mood improves. Having soothed himself, Ji Lili's spirit soared, and he regarded Shin Yu with an uncontainable smile. Senior, what do you think? For a fleeting moment, Shin Yu found himself at a loss for words, oddly feeling a pang of sympathy for the alpha lying unconscious on the floor. The mere fact that he could entertain such a thought was perplexing. How could an alpha speak so candidly of such matters? In response to Ji Lili's inquiry, Shin Yu cast a glance at the alpha lying on the ground. Ji Lili clearly observed the frown that briefly marred his brow. Shin Yu was reluctant to tarnish his hands, embodying a remarkably pure literal interpretation. The idea of getting his hands dirty repulsed him. Perhaps it was fortunate that upon awakening, the alpha discovered his organs intact, crying out like a child. Shin Yu's cold gaze swept over him, prompting the alpha to stifle his sobs, tears streaming silently down his face, afraid to make a sound lest he provoke Shin Yu's ire and endanger his very existence. All his arrogance and resentment transformed into a sense of relief. Initially, Shin Yu had contemplated tormenting him to death to prevent any revelation of his secret. However, it now appeared that a more advantageous approach had presented itself. Ji Lili articulated, for such a worthless being, any price he paid would be a loss. Shin Yu tossed him a syringe filled with a black substance, his dark eyes looking down imperiously at the trembling alpha on the floor, who was now silent. What is this? The ethereal blue serum swirled within the transparent vial, its nature utterly inscrutable. Ji Lili gazed curiously at Shin Yu. Did he intend to experience something else by refusing the injection? Shin Yu's gaze descended, laden with icy malice. I shall inject it. I shall inject it. The matter of dignity compelled the alpha to comply, and he swiftly opened the vial, injecting the entire contents into his body under Shin Yu's watchful eye. After administering the serum, the alpha, pallid and distressed, hastily exited the lounge with Shin Yu's tacit permission. What was that substance? Shin Yu replied, a failed genetic serum. There are many on the market, but the ones that fail are blue. The exorbitantly priced genetic serums on StarNet enhance one's potential, purchased by affluent alphas and omegas alike. However, the failed variants exhibit pronounced side effects. Overstimulation of potential leads to gradual organ failure and death within a month. Yet, due to the identical chemical composition, even thorough testing reveals nothing amiss. Indeed, Shin Yu had no intention of letting this alpha escape unscathed, but killing two individuals as in the original plot, leading to their capture, seemed excessive. The Lili mused that one of the deceased had not yet expired, while the other had perished silently. Shan Shuizhang's darkening disposition had reached an alarming level. Perhaps it was time to afford him some leniency. According to the system of rewards and punishments, Shin Yu had performed admirably, deserving of encouragement. Ji Lili, hailing from a police academy, recalled his teacher's guidance. Always provide support to those who seek redemption, instilling confidence in their journey. Thus, he beamed and said, Shuizhang, you are truly remarkable. Maintain this momentum moving forward. Shin Yu responded with a perplexed expression. Are you mocking me? Ding. Male leads darkening value 1. Ji Lili, taken aback, exclaimed, Shuizhang, are you not pleased? He was bewildered as to why the darkening value had increased. Shin Yu cast a sidelong glance at his astonished expression. The youth's tousled chestnut curls were soft and fluffy, complemented by a look of existential doubt, lending him an inexplicable charm. Shin Yu averted his gaze. No. Ding. Male leads darkening value -1. Could there truly be an error in the data? Ji Lili scratched his head, his curls frizzing further. Shin Yu, having concluded his task, inquired, Is there anything else? His voice was frigid and detached. Are we leaving? It would be unwise to linger too long. Perhaps we should return to training. Physical training was exhausting, and during the most challenging moments, his fingertips would tremble. Yet, enduring it brought forth a profound sense of accomplishment. Especially in this world, it was no wonder that alphas exhibited such arrogance. Their genes were indeed different. Once integrated with alpha genetics, Ji Lily's agility, endurance, and strength surged dramatically. Setting aside any drawbacks, he relished his enhanced physique, brimming with enthusiasm for training, resembling an exuberant pup eager to frolic. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Yu's increasingly somber gaze circled around him, observing intently. Shun Yu had never encountered an alpha like Ji Lily in either of his lives. There was an indescribable feeling that Ji Lily evoked, as if he were entirely oblivious to Shun Yu's presence, whether as a distinguished senior or as one currently undergoing differentiation who should naturally attract alphas. Shun Yu contemplated a term. Pristine purity. A smile flickered in his heart, momentarily warming his icy demeanor, though it was not directed at Ji Lily but rather at the chilling memories of the past. After all, those alphas he had previously encountered were the very antithesis of purity. Today, Shun Yu had actually prepared 2 vials of failed genetic serum. Still in the differentiation stage, allowing anyone to discover such a secret would be intolerable. Shun Yu intended for Ji Lily to meet the same silent fate as the previous alpha, perishing unnoticed within a month. He had no plans to spare Ji Lily, nor did he care for any notion of collaboration. However, as he felt the vial nestled against his uniform, his fingers curled slightly, a peculiar warmth emanating from it. Shuezhang? Ji Lily offered a packet of tissues. Noticing Xian Yu's prolonged silence and his gaze fixated on a specific spot on his uniform, Ji Lily recalled the moment when the alpha had struggled to strike Shin Yu. Inadvertently brushing against his attire, it seemed the male lead also disliked being touched by alphas. Reflecting on the original plot, Ji Lily found it understandable and retrieved a packet of tissues, arching an eyebrow. Need to clean that up? Shin Yu's eyes flitted over the tissues, settling on Ji Lily's raised brow. He spoke slowly. For what purpose? The previous alpha accidentally touched you. Wouldn't it be prudent to address that? Ji Lily's slender fingers cradled the packet of tissues, which appeared to have been previously opened and resealed poorly. Shun Yu, compelled by an inexplicable impulse, accepted it. Holding it in his hand, he felt none of his usual aversion or murderous intent. His inky, damp eyes glimmered with an unusual emotion as he murmured, Ji Lily, I will always keep watch over you. He would always keep watch over him. With so many filthy alphas in existence, should he discover Ji Lily was akin to them, he vowed to ensure his demise would be even more agonizing. Chapter 9. The Clash of the First and Second System. What does he mean by that? What does it mean to keep watch over him? On the way back, Ji Lily pondered this phrase, finding it quite peculiar. Host, there is a saying that perfectly encapsulates the current situation. Ji Lily, intrigued, inquired, what saying? Excellent, Alpha, you have successfully captured my attention. The system's serious electronic voice recited a classic line, prompting Ji Lily to shudder in amusement. System, you are quite humorous. Please, host, maintain a serious demeanor. The system is not joking. Ji Lily chuckled. Oh, come on, system, don't be shy. I'm complimenting you. The system does not experience shyness. All right, I understand. The system fell silent. Ji Lily found the system's banter amusing, allowing him to cast aside his concerns about what had captured his attention. How could that possibly be? After all, Shin Yu was the male lead who despised alphas. Should Shin Yu discover this, he would likely seek to obliterate the system. Ruthless, Ji Lily clenched his fist, yet he couldn't help but admire Shin Yu's striking handsomeness. He was already at a level that required no rescue. Ji Lily felt a twinge of embarrassment, but the thought that he too could be equally striking filled him with excitement, motivating him to take his training even more seriously. With both hands and feet bound by weighted belts totaling 800 kilograms, Ji Lily transitioned from struggling under the weight to gradually adapting. He reveled in the joy of running, soaked in sweat, laughing heartily while enthusiastically greeting those around him. Bro, you run so fast. What lap are you on? The panting freshman glanced at him, and Ji Lily discerned an expression of exasperation in his eyes. This is just my first lap. Ji Lily scratched his nose, apologizing sincerely. Show off much? I don't need your apology. The alpha with a small tuft of hair at the back of his head disregarded Ji Lily's contrition, shooting him a disdainful look. His arrogance was astonishing, making it hard to believe he had finished last. In contrast, Ji Lily, who had sprinted ahead, had mistakenly assumed they were competing together, only to find himself in a humorous predicament. He opened his mouth to explain, but a scoff interrupted him. Ji Lily, don't mind him. He finished last and still has the audacity to boast. I wonder how you managed to achieve your top admission score. Did you bribe the military academy instructors? Turning around, he saw a striking alpha with a haughty demeanor, exuding a noble aura. Ji Lily's surprise was palpable. Zhai Gu. Zhai Yifei regarded Ji Lily with an air of superiority, tinged with a hint of familiarity. Ji Lily, you certainly run quickly. It makes it easy for me to chase you. Wait, you were behind me the whole time? Ji Lily grinned. Zhai Yifei was one of those confined with him in the detention room, and it was he, along with a few others, who had come to extricate Ji Lily from his muddled state earlier that morning. No wonder he had initiated a provocation upon their first encounter. Watching the youth reminisce, a cold smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, interrupting the exchange between the two. Noticing Zhai Yifei's displeasure, he raised an eyebrow in provocation, saying, "Is this all the ability you possess, a defeated subordinate? Unable to secure the top spot, are you so incensed that you can't even sleep at night?" Zhai Yifei's expression darkened. "It was merely an accident," he retorted coldly, eyeing him with disdain. "Your current demeanor does not befit someone of the first rank." Lei Po tilted his head, raising his chin defiantly, his eyes glinting with challenge. "That first place isn't yours either." Ji Lily, who had been eavesdropping, discerned the underlying tension and smirked, sparks flying between the two. Momentarily taken aback upon reflection, he recalled the complicated relationship between these two from the memories of the cannon fodder. Zhai Yifei's grandfather was a general in the Federation, a figure of immense prestige and accomplishment, naturally investing considerable effort in nurturing his grandson. Who would have thought that during the Federation's assessment, Zhai Yifei would fall short against an alpha from a remote star system? Given Zhai Yifei's haughty nature, such a defeat was intolerable to in essence. This was a contest between first and second place. Ji Lily glanced at the two, thinking this could lead to trouble in the original plot. Their rivalry fueled by ambition had culminated in an unfortunate outcome. The prize they contended for was Shunyu. After dealing with two cannon fodder characters, the two male supporting characters emerging were precisely these two. An alpha experiencing secondary differentiation must endure the excruciating agony of genetic transformation. To illustrate, the genes of alphas and omegas are intertwined within their very bones. Altering these genes equates to a transformation of bone and strength, akin to the growing pains of adolescence. However, the pain of secondary differentiation is far from mere growing pains. The bones shift repeatedly, triggering internal genetic modifications, creating new physiological structures, and generating omega pheromones. Alphas possess an instinctual drive to dominate omega pheromones, and when two types of pheromones coexist within an alpha, the primal urge to consume and absorb the omega's essence intensifies, leading to a relentless cycle of creation. It is a slow, torturous agony akin to water eroding stone. Yet, Shunyu appeared to never exhibit any sign of suffering. Contemplating this, Ji Lily instinctively turned to gaze at the high platform, unexpectedly locking eyes with a figure above. Shunyu stood beside instructor Ai Gu, the latter seemingly engaged in conversation with him, rolling his eyes at an unsatisfactory response. Throughout, those daunting black eyes, which could instill fear in the hearts of many, remained fixed on Ji Lily, a tide rising ominously, as if to engulf him. Ji Lily, "I will keep a close watch on you," echoed Yu's words in his mind. Once again, the peculiarity of that statement struck Ji Lily, leaving him at a loss for words. Since he could not fathom it, he decided to put it out of his mind. Maintaining an optimistic mindset, Ji Lily resolved not to torment himself further. Realizing that the more pressing matter at hand involved the two male supporting characters, he cast aside the shadowy gaze that clung to him like a parasite, focusing instead on the two alphas embroiled in a heated dispute over first place. "You lost to me and are still unwilling to accept it, are you? Let me tell you, there are plenty of reasons for your dissatisfaction. Do you think you can seize first place again?" "First place is mine," Zhai Yifei scoffed at the remark, retorting, "Is this the best you can do? You can barely run a few steps without turning pale and breaking into a sweat, ending up in last place." His haughty derision was unmistakable. Indeed, last place was quite fitting. Lepa cursed, "It's just low blood sugar acting up. Don't get too smug." Ji Lily attempted to mediate, but found no opportunity to interject. He silently gazed at the sky, retreating from the battlefield while shouldering the weight of the gravity belt. Left behind were the two, jogging while hurling insults at one another. The second place and last place competitors ran in the same circle. And the third, catching up, was Zhai Yifei's true subordinate. Hearing the two continue their argument over first place, he couldn't help but speak up. Brother Zhai, let us not quarrel anymore. Zhai Yifei frowned, clearly irked. What did you say? Lei Po mocked. Even your little brother is telling you to stop arguing. Don't you realize how pathetic that is? Noticing Zhai Yifei emanating an icy aura, the subordinate quickly pointed ahead. Look, the first place has already crossed. Chapter 10. Who could possibly dislike a joyful little puppy? Both of them turned their gazes forward, where the timer at the finish line displayed. Number 699, completing 5 laps with an 800-kilogram weight. Rank, first. Beneath the enormous timer, it seemed that Ji Lai Li's presence had caught the attention of the Tude. Rising from a hunched position, panting heavily, he straightened up and waved at them. The two had been bickering over first place for quite some time. Ji Lai Li, brimming with energy, had left the surrounding alphas, who were utterly exhausted, questioning the very nature of their existence. The fact that Ji Lai Li returned unscathed, without a single injury, was already astonishing enough. In stark contrast, the other alpha involved appeared paler than paper, his legs trembling. When asked what Xinyu wanted with him and Ji Lai Li, cold sweat broke out as he muttered, I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything. He seemed completely dazed, leading the newcomers to firmly believe that Xinyu had dragged him off for a severe reprimanding, shattering his self-esteem. Meanwhile, Ji Lai Li remained unaffected, energetically continuing his training. To add to the spectacle, he was effortlessly running while burdened with an 800-kilogram gravity belt, leaving the others far behind. The newcomers panted heavily, their faces reflecting disbelief. Are you even human? Even Zhai Yifei, who was intent on reclaiming his lost honor, displayed a complex expression. Realizing that first place had slipped away, a sudden chill gripped Zhai Yifei as he thought, if he couldn't even secure second place, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? A glance to the side revealed no sign of Lei Po, prompting him to mutter a curse and tighten his gravity belt as he quickened his pace. Ji Lai Li awaited the arrival of Zhai Yifei and Lei Po beneath the timer. Looking up, he saw the timer indicating that the two had tied for second place, Zhai Yifei's expression darkening. Though they were said to be tied, it was evident that he had still lost, especially since Lei Po had initially finished last. Brother Zhai. Ji Lai Li handed him a bottle of water. Zhai Yifei accepted it, calming his breath, and offered a faint smile. Thank you. Zhai Yifei held a favorable view of Ji Lai Li, and noticing that he was still wearing the gravity belt, couldn't he help but inquire. You seem not too fatigued. Have you trained before? Ji Lai Li shook his head. No, this is my first attempt, and I found it quite enjoyable. He beamed brightly, thoroughly relishing the exhilaration of the run. Zhai Yifei couldn't resist expressing admiration. Well done, Lai Li. Oh, not at all. Ji Lai Li blushed slightly at the compliment, clearing his throat. You all are far more capable than I am. He sincerely believed this. As Zhai Yifei had entered with a second-place ranking, making him a true academic elite, Ji Lai Li always regarded academic achievers with admiration, especially since he was new and still unfamiliar with everything. The memories from the cannon fodder had been transmitted to him. He had witnessed the stunning battle between Zhai Yifei and Lei Po just days prior. How exhilarating it was to have such a formidable individual as a friend. Zhai Yifei, having narrowly secured second place, gazed at Ji Lai Li's sincere smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Lei Po opened his mouth, ready to mock, but Zhai Yifei interjected with a cold laugh. You haven't even run, so what are you laughing at? Lei Po fell silent, his mouth closing, whistling innocently as if nothing had occurred as he whistled. A colorful candy appeared before him, still wrapped in vibrant paper. Lei Po frowned. What is the meaning of this? Ji Lai Li, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, just trying to make a friend. Lei Po scoffed derisively, glaring at Ji Lai Li with aggressive intent. Who the hell uses candy to make friends? Are you some kind of little Omega? Ji Lai Li furrowed his brow, and upon seeing him being bullied, Zhai Yifei's expression darkened. Lei Po, clean up your mouth. Lei Po clicked his tongue. What did I say? You want me to clean up my mouth? What's wrong? Do you think calling someone Omega is an insult? He smirked. I'll call the Omega Protection Association right now. And you can have a nice chat with them. At this, Zhai Yifei's expression turned genuinely grim, causing the surrounding alphas to instinctively distance themselves from him. Referring to an alpha as an Omega was a blatant provocation. Zhai Yifei appreciated Ji Lai Li's sincerity, which was a rare find. Initially, he had felt some displeasure at Ji Lai Li's sudden desire to befriend Lei Po. but witnessing Ji Li being humiliated only fueled his disdain for Leipur. "Do you look down on Omegas?" Jai Yifei paused mid-sentence, casting a glance at Ji Li. Ji Li retracted his radiant and innocuous smile. When devoid of laughter, he presented a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor, exuding an air of solemnity and righteousness. Jai Yifei regarded him with curiosity, sensing an unusual anger in Ji Li, yet even in such a state, his ire lacked any coldness or sharpness. These emotions seemed inherently foreign to him. Yet the disparity was striking enough to invoke murmurs. It was indeed a remarkable feat to provoke someone as jovial as him into anger. Jai Yifei mused sarcastically, as anticipated. Ji Li's public persona was one of cheerfulness and warmth, maintaining excellent relations with others. Even those who had no personal connection to him held a favorable impression, for who could truly dislike a joyful little puppy? Noticing the commotion, Alpha Leaper's gaze turned inquisitive. Having long heard of Leaper's illustrious reputation, Jai Yifei was surprised to discover that Leaper could provoke someone with such a good-natured temperament. The assessment concluded. This Alpha's character was questionable. Under the scrutiny, Leaper bristled at the judgment. "What kind of look is that?" As if that were not enough, a chilling and ominous gaze coiled around his neck, instilling an instinctual sense of danger. Leaper quickly scanned his surroundings and identified the source of the gaze. On the high platform, the renowned Shun Yu regarded him with an impassive expression, calm and unruffled, yet the piercing scrutiny around his neck told a different story. Leaper furrowed his brow, puzzled by the meaning behind the other's gaze. Had he offended Shen Yu? If he had intended to, he could find no opportunity to do so. Before Leaper could ponder further, Ji Li's voice drew his attention back, reiterating, "Do you look down on Omegas?" The intensity of Ji Li's gaze surpassed that of Shen Yu, crystal clear and penetrating. With a demeanor of stark righteousness, he directed his piercing gaze at Leaper, reminiscent of the Federal Interstellar Police that had raised him back in his hometown. A look that seemed to convey disapproval of one's misguided thoughts, in dire need of stringent correction. Leaper found it oddly amusing how closely Ji Li resembled that formidable authority, under the weight of multiple factors. Leaper found himself at a loss, biting his lip and frowning. "Who says I look down on Omegas? I don't look down on Omegas. I look down on you." Ji Li's lips curled into a smirk. "Ah, so you have failed to outpace me. It seems reasonable for you to look down on me." Chapter 11. Encountering an impasse, Leaper suspected that Jai Yifei was deliberately taunting him, even during their weight-bearing run. And upon completion, the mockery persisted. What left Leaper speechless was that this young man's achievements were prominently displayed. Knowing that Leaper bore no ill intentions, Ji Li resumed his smile. Leaper regarded his grin with growing irritation. The rebellious youth's gaze towards Ji Li was decidedly unfriendly. Observers among the new students speculated that Leaper would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Ji Li. How did this fellow manage to kick a solid wall? Instructor Age expressed interest, joining the onlookers. "Am I considered a solid wall?" The voice beside him was as cold as ice. Age raised an eyebrow in surprise. Shun Yu's sudden interjection led him to misinterpret. "Little Shun, it's rare to see you show interest in a newcomer. However, he is indeed a promising talent. With proper guidance, he could reach greater heights." Shin Yu turned his gaze to Ji Li, stating, "My interest does not lie with him." Age raised an indifferent eyebrow, continuing, "Leaper, the top of this year's newcomers, has even bested the grandson of General Zhai. I've been observing this group of youngsters vying for supremacy." Shen Yu remained silent. Age had long grown accustomed to his increasingly aloof demeanor. Continuing to speak, "His temperament is too fiery. There will be some turbulence. However, it is likely that the leader among this year's newcomers will emerge between him and Jai Yifei. Oh, wait." Age glanced at the timer's results. Snickering, "Now I must add one more." The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. If it weren't for the faint sound of breathing, one might mistake it for a ghostly presence. Instructor Age's unrelenting sarcasm flowed freely. If he were to glance back at Shin Yu at that moment, he would witness a stark contrast to Shun Yu's usual cool detachment, an unsettling, crazed, and eerily calm gaze filled with an unsettling beauty. Shun Yu recalled those two individuals. He remembered the sensation of twisting their necks, the warm blood splattering onto his face, the chilling aftermath. The nauseating scent of blood mirrored the feelings that alphas evoked in him. They were among the few alphas he had directly dispatched, without even bestowing upon them the courtesy of a farewell gift. He despised the influence of pheromones that incited protective instincts and desires within alphas. The agony of genetic reversal amplified Shen Yu's negative emotions, compelling him to want to eliminate those two nuisances. Shen Yu's attention was briefly diverted by Instructor Age's sudden exclamation, "Is this even permissible?" Below, on the training field, Leaper, Ji Lili, and Jia Yifei stood together, drawing considerable attention. However, judging by their positioning, it was clear that Ji Lili and Jia Yifei were aligned, a notion shared by onlookers, including Leaper. Just one Jia Yifei was already enough to irk Leaper. Now, with the addition of Jia Yifei's subordinate, his annoyance intensified. Leaper scowled at both individuals, his disdain for Ji Lili and his ally clearly visible on his face. It was no wonder others perceived him in this manner. Leaper, as an alpha, could hardly conceal his contempt. The rebellious youth was unapologetically unruly. Ji Lili found the situation amusing. He suspected that Leaper had not noticed how pale his complexion was, beaded with sweat. Yet he maintained an air of arrogance as if looking down on everyone. He must be experiencing low blood sugar and, in his competitive spirit, had rushed over. During their standoff, Leaper's complexion remained pale. Though time had slightly improved it yet, whenever Leaper displayed his haughty expression, it exuded a sense of bluffing. Unable to resist, Ji Lili smirked and slipped some candy into Leaper's palm. Taken aback by the sudden gift, Leaper's initial shock transformed into incredulity as he recognized the object, the little tufts of hair on the back of his head bristling. "You again?" Ji Lili's intentions seemed questionable. Did he believe that by winning favor with others, Leaper would be isolated? Or did he aim to subject him to the judgmental gazes of their peers again? Although such tactics were ineffective against him, they were nonetheless irksome. They were all alphas. Why not engage in a fair fight? Leaper's expression grew increasingly dangerous. Jia Yifei, sensing the tension, stepped forward, casting a warning glance at Leaper. The atmosphere became charged, as if a confrontation were imminent. Ji Lili interjected. "Low blood sugar. Eat some candy to feel better." "What?" Upon hearing his words, Leaper's fierce resolve and anger dissipated abruptly, as if doused with cold water. "Earlier, weren't you telling Brother Jai that you had low blood sugar?" Ji Lili replied, "I only remembered after finishing my run that I had candy on me." This candy was acquired after he left the resting area, having made a brief visit to the medical room. Initially seeking pheromone inhibitors, after handing Shen Yu some tissue, Ji Lili recalled his own identity. He was an alpha. Given the male lead's aversion to alphas, his gender was hardly an advantageous choice. Approaching further might lead to being disliked. Throughout his life, Ji Lili had never experienced such an emotion. To exaggerate, those around him generally cherished him. Furthermore, no one desired to be inexplicably despised. Ji Lili had done nothing wrong. If it were solely due to his gender, he deemed that exceedingly unfortunate. Currently, he had no option to become an Omega. His sole recourse was to strive to alleviate Shen Yu's discomfort. Ji Lili pondered that alphas also possessed pheromones. He was still uncertain about how to release pheromones, but the system indicated that instances of pheromone overflow could occur. Thus, he diverted to the infirmary, procuring a small inhibitor just in case. The colorful candy wrappers had also come from the infirmary. The kind beta nurse had engaged him in conversation about her adorable 3-year-old Omega, and upon noticing his interest in candy, had given him a few pieces. Thus, this candy was intended to appease toddlers. However, seeing Leaper's arrogant and defiant visage, Ji Lili blinked and decided to keep this a secret, burying it forever. Chapter 12. No, it's a soft landing. Leaper held the candy, feeling the wrapper's heat against his palm. An uncomfortable sensation. "I don't need your pity. Don't try to sweeten me up," he was resolute. He would not be swayed by the enemy's sugary tactics. Yet, before him stood an alpha with chestnut curls. Beaming brightly. "Don't be shy. Low blood sugar can be quite uncomfortable." "Who the hell is shy?" Leaper retorted. This was a stern refusal of the foe. An unwavering stance. Leaper tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ready to retort. "I particularly enjoy befriending formidable individuals. Consider this candy a token of our first meeting. Accept it, Brother Puh." Leaper. The retort paused, as Leaper's mind was consumed by Ji Lili's final words. He actually called me Brother Puh." Leaper's disdainful expression faltered, his lips curving in a smile that was harder to suppress than an AK's recoil, casting a triumphant glance at Jia Yifei. "Your little brother has defected on the spot." "Calling me brother?" Sure enough, he caught a glimpse of Jia Yifei's displeased countenance. Instantly, Leaper felt elated. After competing with Jia Yifei for so long, now, upon meeting his little brother for the first time, the latter had defected and called him brother in no time. It felt splendid. Leaper felt he had scored a point. Alas, the enemy's sweet-talking was too powerful. Comrade Leaper chose to yield. All right, fine. Your brother Per accepts you as his little brother. Ji Li. Wasn't I just talking about friendship? Brother Pa, I don't take on little brothers. Ji Li reminded him. Leaper, you're quite troublesome. Fine. Friends it is. Considering your earnestness, I'll look after you. From now on, you are my brother. He lifted his chin, exuding arrogance. Truly, a remarkable twist of fate. The freshmen, who thought they would come to blows, prepared themselves for confrontation, believing they were the only ones with a brother. On the high platform, Instructor Age chuckled mockingly. I take back my previous words. He re-evaluated. To provoke him is akin to kicking a cotton ball, kicking a steel plate. No, it's kicking a cotton ball, Shenyu. The murderous intent comes swiftly, yet fades just as inexplicably. How embarrassing. Age couldn't bear to look at Leaper's foolishness. Utterly disdainful. One piece of candy, one utterance of brother, and he completely won over. Is that not a rather low standard? He remarked to Shenyu. If we were on the battlefield, and the imperialists shamelessly cried out good brother. I beg you, spare me. Would this kid Leaper truly fall for it? This imagery was too vivid. Shenyu and Age's minds automatically conjured the scene, sending a chilling shiver down their spines. Damn, that's too nauseating. Instructor Age couldn't help but curse. Shenyu, find them something to do. It's best they don't hang around to sicken us. A splendid idea. Suddenly, they received an order from Instructor Age to execute 10 laps of an 800-meter weighted run. Enthusiastically, they stepped onto the track, only to discover Leaper, who was resting. What does the instructor mean by this? Passing by, Ji Li casually consoled. Brother Per, think positively. The instructor wants to cultivate you. That makes sense. Indeed, an exceptional alpha always shines brilliantly. Leaper, with an air of disdain, cast a smug glance at Jia Yifei. Apologies, young Master Jia. It seems I am the most outstanding in the instructor's eyes. Jia Yifei's expression darkened. He was unwilling to concede defeat. Even if he felt like he might grind his teeth to dust, he maintained an air of nonchalance, thinking, the instructor merely believes you lack physical prowess. Leaper scoffed. Is that so? He chuckled arrogantly, his demeanor provocative, and began to run with the weight vest strapped on. Jia Yifei stood for a moment before he could no longer maintain his position. With a solemn expression, he had someone fetch a weight vest for him and joined in the run. Ji Li, oblivious to the fact that he had unintentionally placed both of his companions in a predicament, marveled, scholars truly are diligent. Observing the two, drenched in sweat and resembling drowned rats, gasping for air, he clenched his fist. Then I'll strive harder next time. After a grueling day of physical training, the announcement of dismissal prompted a collective sigh of relief from the alphas. Ji Li declined Jia Yifei's invitation to dinner, intending to return to his dorm alone. Dio, you need me to find someone to help carry your things? Jia Yifei suggested. Thank you, but no need. Ji Li scratched his head. I have some nutrient supplements. They'll suffice. Having missed the opportunity to return to his dorm the day before, Ji Li intended to tidy up and avoid a repeat of yesterday's situation. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about the flavors of the nutrient supplements, having eaten regular meals for so long. Jia Yifei nodded. The elegant and proud alpha maintained a calm demeanor when addressing Ji Li, even after being rejected twice without showing any displeasure. You want to drink nutrient supplements? Leaper, who had been eavesdropping, interjected without hesitation, pushing Jia Yifei aside. Draping an arm over Ji Li's shoulder, I have a variety of flavors. What would you like to drink? Brother Pooh will treat you, Duck. Leaper's tone was a bit awkward as he cleared his throat. Consider this a return for that candy. Ji Li's eyes brightened. Which flavors are good? This question momentarily stumped Leaper. Aren't they all the same? Ji Li inquired. Didn't you say there were different flavors? Jia Yifei chuckled lightly. Ordinary nutrient supplements and customized ones are, of course, different. The flavors available on the market merely provide consumers with an additional reason to spend. To truly taste a flavor, one must have it customized. Generally, only the affluent indulge in such luxuries. Jia Yifei glanced at Leaper disdainfully, mocking him like a jester. Leaper scoffed, feeling irked. So, The noble young Master Zhai, would you care to let us commoners try your customized nutrient supplements? Zhai Yifei paused, his brows slowly furrowing. Indeed, Zhai Yifei had customized options, but the problem was that with regular meals available, a discerning young master would never choose nutrient supplements. The mocking grin on Leaper's face began to surface, his eyes brimming with derision. Zhai Yifei's expression darkened. As expected, Ji Lili glanced around. Wishing to avoid joining this battle, he sought an excuse to make a swift exit, while simultaneously securing Zhai Yifei's promise to bring him a box of customized nutrient supplements next holiday. Ji Lili's eyes sparkled, immediately revealing an overly delighted smile. Wow, Brother Zhai? You're too kind. Brother Pur? You're also wonderful. If I run out of nutrient supplements, can I mooch off you? Leaper waved his hand nonchalantly. Help yourself. Now all three were satisfied. Chapter 13. Roommate relations and surprise inspections. After parting ways with the others, Ji Li skipped back to his dormitory. The dormitory here was not unlike a typical university dorm, featuring a 4-person room with bunk beds and desks. His 3 alpha roommates were present. Upon his entrance, they turned a glance at him, only to dismiss him coldly, returning to their own activities. Why roommates are quite aloof. Ji Li mused 10 minutes later, chewing on his nutrient supplement. His roommates exchanged not a single word. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Each roommate was engrossed in their own tasks. The first roommate was engrossed in gaming on the Star Network, his gaming interface flashing as he played with remarkable skill, scoring headshots with every shot. He was the one Ji Li had stealthily observed the longest. The second roommate, a towering alpha, appeared to be the tallest in the room. Standing around 2 meters tall, his mere presence dominating the space, he was watching battle videos on the Star Network. Perhaps due to poor connectivity, the videos stuttered intermittently. The second roommate, visibly perturbed, paced back and forth in the dormitory, constantly changing positions, seemingly believing that standing might improve the connection. Ji Li found himself craning his neck. The constant up and down motion felt like a stretching exercise, leaving his neck sore. The third roommate was a refined and scholarly alpha, wearing glasses, engaged in a private conversation. Ji Li, respecting the privacy, merely glanced before moving on. As he sipped his nutrient supplement, he couldn't help but complain about the bland flavor, akin to drinking a diluted bitter melon juice. Resting his chin on his hand, he watched his roommates with an air of ennui. His crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with curiosity. Such a tranquil dormitory atmosphere was a novel experience for him. Previously, he had resided in places that were excessively noisy, where the inspecting teachers would always evaluate them like untamed horses. Here, Ji Li rifled through the memories of his past. It had been nearly a week, and their interactions had only extended to knowing each other's names. Just as Ji Li's curiosity began to wane, the atmosphere in the dormitory shifted subtly. The catalyst was the second roommate, who, in frustration, tossed aside his star brain, grabbing the hem of his shirt and, with a swift motion, stripped off his top, flinging it onto the bed. He then seized a metal apparatus resembling a dumbbell and, with his muscular torso exposed, commenced his physical training. Suddenly, the sound of gaming faded into silence. The frequency of keystrokes diminished as the other 2 roommates joined Ji Li in observing the spectacle, their demeanor shifting to one of restless anticipation. Ji Li found it amusing. It was as if he were witnessing the sounds of turning pages from his previous roommates that kept him awake at night, while the raucous gaming sounds lulled him to sleep. Ah, the damned competitive spirit of alphas. Just as he was chuckling, he met the cold, fierce gaze of the second roommate. This irritating feeling of being caught. Ji Li blinked, flashing a radiant smile. Brother, you look stunning. How much is that? He pointed at the metal apparatus. The second roommate instinctively replied, 500 kilograms. Ji Li was taken aback. Are both of them 500 kilograms? He gave a thumbs up. That's impressive. Not quite. The alpha clenched the dumbbell tightly, maintaining a serious expression. Together, they weigh 500, exceedingly outstanding. Ji Li tilted his head and smiled, his chestnut curls bouncing with the motion, revealing a particularly adorable pointed canine tooth on the left. Brother, may I give it a try? The second roommate, gazing at the radiant smile of the little curly-haired one, approached him with an air of familiarity. Curiously peering at the dumbbell in his hand, feeling somewhat awkward out of course, Ji Li successfully acquired Alpha's dumbbell, which felt heavy in his grasp. He adjusted to it and joyfully began to play. soon locking eyes with the other two roommates. The two who had been caught acted nonchalant, coolly averting their gaze. Shortly thereafter, they received a warm invitation from a little dog. Hey, want to work out together? Report. Currently apprehended 3 late-returning alphas for climbing the wall. Escapees. Captain Shun, shall we change locations now? A member of the patrol team, adorned with a golden triangle, saluted Shinyu, awaiting his command. The patrol team was responsible for daily surprise inspections, and recently, Shinyu had been in charge. Upon hearing the report, he replied coldly, "Take them in, report to their instructor.as for the next destination." A thought of one person crossed Shunyu's mind, his indifferent gaze deepening. To building C, that was the freshman dormitory. Many members of the patrol team had participated in the previous capture, and thinking of those rebellious newcomers, a vengeful smile involuntarily crept onto his face. The upperclassmen alphas had long been displeased with the audacious demeanor of this cohort of freshmen. As soon as Shunyu issued the order, they sprang into action like unleashed wild leopards, elegantly and swiftly commencing a capture operation. The freshmen were entirely unprepared for this early raid, especially that group of provocateurs who flaunted their prowess. This group had a dedicated chat group. A certain expert had meticulously analyzed that the patrol team was responsible for buildings A, B, and C, and in sequence, they would start patrolling from the nearest building B, following the BAC order. The distance between each building was 500 meters, and this expert had calculated the patrol time down to the very second. He informed everyone that as long as they returned to Building C before 10:09, the patrol team would undoubtedly be unable to catch them. This method effectively circumvented numerous penalty points, allowing many provocateurs to escape unscathed. However, today, the provocateurs were in an uproar. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be my domain before 10:09? I'm like a dead dog on the ground now. Can someone explain what just happened? Damn. The patrol team is here. They're launching an ambush to my brothers outside. Take care. I'll burn incense for you when I return. This surprise attack was remarkably successful. The upperclassmen of the patrol team bore grudges and treated these freshmen with utmost severity, racking up points against them, and those with severe infractions were directly sent to the small black room. Not all freshmen were provocateurs. Some alphas sought leniency from the patrol team. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Shunyu standing at a distance, maintaining a 10-meter gap from the patrol team, and instantly fell silent. Shunyu regarded him with indifference. Under his command, there was virtually no chance for leniency. His cold and ruthless demeanor instilled despair. Who didn't he know that Shunyu could be exceptionally ruthless towards alphas? To the point of being considered abnormal? Why do I say this? The Federal 1st Military Academy does not consist solely of alphas. 1/3 of the population is betas. Shinyu's treatment of the two groups displayed a stark double standard. He dealt harshly with alphas while granting betas a degree of leniency. Due to this severe double standard, alphas often developed a rather absurd notion. Who understands we're facing gender discrimination? Chapter 14. Who says his roommate is aloof? This is quite lively. The reason this notion remains just a notion is that it can only be thought but not spoken. If they voiced it, they would likely be laughed to death. In this alpha-dominant era, to assert that they alphas were enduring gender discrimination sounded like a joke, and it indeed felt like one. Yet every alpha who had been thoroughly beaten down by Shinyu harbored this thought. It was genuinely frustrating. Did Shinyu despise alphas? News of Shunyu leading the team soon spread among the gloating alphas in the group. The messages flying rapidly. Can you clarify that further? Damn, you want me to say it? Who do you think you are? I'm your father. If I say it, it's settled. They laughed, pretending to be nonchalant. Let Shinyu catch you. You'll be furious, right? You better hope I don't catch you. This group included Ji Lili, and the memories of that night in the confinement room pulled everyone into the fray. Ji Lili noticed the star brain flashing incessantly, piecing together a rough situation from within. However, before he could comprehend further, the group erupted into chaos. He glanced around, rendered speechless. In such circumstances, they could still argue. It must be said that these individuals were indeed provocateurs. One would yield to anyone else. Yet this wasn't the time for idle chatter. Ji Lili hurriedly urged his roommates to cease. Are you planning to switch to 800 kilograms? The physical training only requires 800 kilograms. Can you even handle it? The second roommate eyed the first as he adjusted the equipment's weight, expressing doubt. Isn't that exhausting? Why challenge yourself with such a high difficulty? Men cannot be questioned, nor can alphas. The first roommate had to rise to the occasion. What? Just this? 800 kilograms is nothing. He smirked disdainfully. I sleep with a 400-kilogram weighted vest every night. This weight is trivial, a mere trifle. After boasting, the first roommate glanced sideways at the other two. What? You don't usually wear weighted vests? No wonder you find 800 kilograms daunting. To me, it's just that. The second roommate was instantly infuriated. Nonsense. Who said I don't wear one? I wear it daily. I don't even take it off in the shower. I only removed it today to match you guys. The pressure immediately shifted to the refined and gentle third alpha roommate, who maintained a stern expression. Then you don't need to match me. I will wear a weighted vest. You only don't take it off in the shower. I don't take it off during physical training. What a lie. I saw you during training, panting like a dead dog. Ha! I wear a weighted vest. Double the weight, do you understand? I like it this way. What do you know? The three glared at each other, the air thick with tension, ready to ignite their surroundings. G. Liley interjected between them. Raising the star brain, and a massive floating display screen emerged, clearly displaying the messages. Guys, stop arguing. The patrol team is coming. If we keep this up, we'll lose points. The mention of Shunyu brought the alphas back to their senses. The second roommate begrudgingly said, Fine, I want to argue with you. Let us calm down for a bit. What are you trying to be magnanimous about? Isn't it just that you refuse to acknowledge that I'm better than you? The refined and gentle alpha retorted, Alphas should have some self-awareness. Hey, you little bespectacled one, what are you saying? They once again successfully ignited an argument. G. Liley mused. This feels strangely familiar. Who said his roommate was aloof? This was far too lively. G. Liley took a bite of the nutrient solution, withdrawing from this childish quarrel. Shunyu was gradually losing patience, the atmosphere growing tense and oppressive, his terrifyingly cold demeanor prompting the patrol team to hasten their pace. Hadn't he come here to witness how foolish and amusing these alphas could be? Speed up, Shinyu commanded impassively. He felt that coming here was a mistake. No, anything related to alphas had become a mistake. By now, he simply wished to leave swiftly. The vague notion of coming to Building C had long been forgotten. Once Shunyu became serious, not only did it silence the captured alphas, sensing the impending danger, but it also elevated the pressure on the patrol team. Suddenly, a cacophony of noisy voices erupted, loud enough to completely disregard the presence of the patrol team. You can't be more impressive than me. I swear I didn't take it off while taking a dump and almost fell into the pit. The patrol team, caught off guard by such a statement, stumbled momentarily, nearly falling flat on their faces. Shunyu reacted swiftly, dodging the oncoming alpha, his eyes cold and thick with an unsettling chill, casting a glance at the alpha whose pale face was now laced with fear. The patrol team's alphas were left dumbfounded, their apologies caught in their throats. Fortunately, the surrounding uproar continued to disrupt the tense atmosphere. What do you even count as? I've been down to urinate, wearing 400 kilograms, and can still splash a meter away. Success is reflected in such trivial matters. Don't believe it? Haha, believe it or not. The patrol team's alphas were deeply moved. This is great. Pharaoh is saved. Shinyu maintained his cold expression, low pressure guiding him towards that direction, evidently intent on teaching them a lesson. Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious, growing increasingly animated in their chatter, driving one to the brink of madness. Tell me, do you trust me, or him? Shinyu paused in his motion of opening the door. A familiar voice mumbled, I, slurp slurp, generally trust you more, but what the big brother says also makes sense, slurp slurp. The other party grew anxious. Why are you still chewing on that nutrient solution? It's not even that good. Because I have yet to finish my meal, I find myself somewhat helpless, so, if you trust me, I will cover your nutritional supplement. I even have a customized version. Really? One can discern the surprise contained within without even looking. It is nothing short of a delightful surprise. After all, it's merely a matter of words. Valeri, with the nutritional supplement in his mouth, nodded without hesitation. With a bang, the door swung open. Outside stood a throng of alphas, a mass so dense that one could hardly navigate through it, yet it was easy to spot Shunyu at the forefront. His jet-black eyes settled quietly upon Gileri, and in that moment, the remnants of agitation, coldness, and disdain silently melted away. The boiling fervor and destructive urges that had surged moments before vanished in an instant as Shunyu gazed at Gileri. The intimidating senior, feared by many, appeared oddly docile as he watched the chestnut-haired boy with small, curly locks. It inexplicably gave G. Larry the impression that he was awaiting his utterance. Regardless of whether this was mere illusion or reality, G. Larry followed the sentiment, biting down on the nutritional supplement, squatting down to wave at him, tilting his head with a smile. Hi. Good evening, Senior Sean. Chapter 15. Is G. Larry not an alpha? Indeed, he is. The cunning alpha, a patrolling officer, who had a deep impression of G. Larry, immediately recognized him and genuinely believed the lad was doomed. Shen Yu, you dare to greet him? Surely, you have not endured his trials. Yet, to their astonishment, they witnessed Shen Yu, who typically despised all alphas, nodding in response to G. Larry. The patrolling alpha's gaze towards G. Larry grew significantly more nuanced. Oblivious to their scrutiny, G. Larry squatted until his legs grew numb. As he straightened up, he cast a glance behind him. His aloof roommates, previously agitated, had turned into silent companions. Noise and commotion. Deduct 5 points, Shen Yu stated with a cold demeanor, signaling the others to take note. 5 points? The roommates became anxious. The Federal Military Academy mandated a minimum grade point average of 70 each semester, or else they would face expulsion. While they may refer to it as encouragement to withdraw, the volatile alphas would not be so gentle in their persuasion. Refusal to comply would result in forceful removal. Typically, earning grade points required undertaking various tasks, and now, with a 5-point deduction, the alphas were not pleased. Senior Shun, wasn't it 3 points? What does this 5-point penalty signify? Considering this is your first offense, you deserve an escalated punishment, Shun Yu replied coldly, his military uniform impeccably crisp, his demeanor icy and somber. He raised his gaze to the alpha who had spoken. The heavier the penalty, the better you remember, do you not? The alpha fell silent, filled with frustration and resentment. However, they had no recourse but to watch as the patrol team recorded their names. When they reached G. Larry's name, Shin Yu suddenly interjected, "Did you hear his voice?" The patrol officer responsible for jotting down names was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Shin Yu's intent. G. Larry's roommates regarded Shin Yu warily. Evidently, they had heard the rumors about him and feared he might inflict harm upon G. Larry. What wrong had the curly-haired boy committed? Once a group of aloof roommates, now united by the experience of shared punishment, the alphas felt a newfound camaraderie. Moreover, G. Larry had reminded them that they could not allow him to suffer alone. Senior Shun, G. Larry still has the nutritional supplement in his mouth. Surely, you do not wish to tarnish his reputation, do you? The first roommate expressed discontent. The second, tall and timid, added, "Since we are already penalized, why not spare him?" The third, adjusting his glasses, suggested, "Senior Shun may choose not to regard him as an alpha." G. Larry's heart, initially touched, began to sour. What did it mean that he could be disregarded as an alpha? While he understood the reasoning, he could not accept it. G. Larry replied, "Well, could you at least regard me as an alpha?" He had no intentions of undergoing any transformation. The three roommates shot him exasperated looks. "We are trying to save you. Do you have any idea how twisted Shun Yu can be? He could easily ruin you." G. Larry blinked, seemingly grasping their concern. The three roommates felt a sense of relief, believing they had rescued him, as they heard him ask, "Senior Shun, am I to be penalized as well?" Alas, he had once again reminded Shin Yu of this matter. To their surprise, Shin Yu replied, "No need." This unexpected response drew the attention of all present. The pale and aloof youth did not spare them a glance. His raven-black lashes were long and sharp. Much like his persona, exuding a strong presence even in silence, he focused on G. Larry and slowly stated, "I heard you. You did not speak." Therefore, he would certainly not record G. Larry's name. Such a simple matter. What were these foolish alphas even contemplating? Shin Yu regarded G. Larry's brightened eyes with a cold yet resolute thought. There was nothing to doubt. G. Larry was undeniably pleased, his smile radiant as he bit into the nutritional supplement. He seemed to be the only one enjoying himself. The roommates, penalized with 5 points, trailed behind, along with the patrolling officers who thought, had they not known him, they might have believed it in the ensuing days. Physical training continued, and as the longest-running exercise, G. Larry emerged as a dark horse. Rumors about him proliferated on the forums. The most discussed topic remained that day when Shun Yu had shown him leniency, something one had never before witnessed. Why, one might wonder, would Shin Yu, who detested alphas, spare him? Could it be that G. Larry was not an alpha? Upon reading this post, The alphas were taken aback, their pupils widening in shock, pondering the plausibility of such a notion. Was there not also the existence of betas? Consequently, the rumor that G. Larry was not an alpha lingered on the forums for several days, even catching Shin Yu's eye. His calm and placid gaze finally shifted. As he stared at those words for a prolonged period, he recalled the moment G. Larry had shown no reaction to his pheromones and realized that throughout these days, he had not detected even a hint of G. Larry's scent. Perhaps he was undergoing a transitional phase from alpha to omega? Shinyu had to endure both internal pain and a heightened sensitivity to scents. He could detect various alpha pheromones, all of which he classified as harmful gases. Notably, he had never caught a whiff of G. Larry's pheromones, which did not reveal themselves even under the strenuous physical training. After much contemplation, Shinyu found himself subtly inclined to believe the rumors. Was he a beta? His cold lips pressed tightly together as he gazed down at G. Larry. Recently, he had been subjected to inexplicable glances from various alphas. Initially, G. Larry thought one of them was Shinyu. Given that it had not been long since Shinyu had mentioned he would be watching him, however, G. Larry soon discerned that the gaze upon him was not Shinyu's. The initial stares directed at him were icy, indifferent, and damp, reminiscent of moss sprouting after a spring rain, and these mosses had taken root around him without permission. Xian Yu's gaze felt as though it enveloped him entirely. Much like the moss that grew around him, over time, this persistent scrutiny began to induce pressure and unease. Yet, G. Larry, with his carefree disposition, thought to himself, if Shinyu wants to look, let him. He found it impossible to prevent someone from observing him. And perhaps, with more observation, Shinyu might discover that he was a good alpha. Thus, even after recognizing that the gaze was not Shinyu's, he could not fathom why the number of onlookers continued to swell. G. Larry caught several instances of being watched throughout the day. Confused, he shared his perplexity with Leaper, who burst into uncontrollable laughter, shaking with mirth, leaving G. Larry all the more bewildered. The little curly-haired boy exuded an aura of confusion and navet, evoking a sense of playfulness in Leaper. Finally managing to suppress his laughter, he raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a beta? Chapter 16. A new phosphorus-type personality of Alpha Iha? G. Larry pointed at himself, incredulously asking, Beta? Are you referring to me? Of course, I'm talking about you. Surprised, G. Larry blurted out a question, and Leaper affirmed the information. It's all over the forums. How could you not see it? It wasn't that he hadn't seen it. He simply had no idea forums even existed. Having entered this high-tech world, G. Larry felt akin to a country dog visiting the city for the first time, excitedly fiddling with the star brain. He was currently progressing in self-education, having independently learned how to use the star brain. A commendable achievement, indeed, and he had even mastered gaming. Every day, he trailed behind his first roommate, basking in the joy of being carried along, repeatedly exclaiming, Bro, you're amazing, bro, you're so impressive. Did you win again? How effortless. His emotional support filled the air as his roommate proudly led him into the next game. Due to the game's captivating nature, G. Larry had yet to discover a second use for the star brain. He sheepishly rubbed his nose, casting a furtive glance. I haven't he had the chance to see what else it's discussing. The voice of Jai Yifei resonated as he approached the two, casually rolling up the sleeves of his military uniform, exuding an air of nonchalance and nobility. Upon noticing his arrival, G. Larry reiterated what he had previously mentioned to Leaper. Indeed, after mocking Leaper, Jai Yifei seamlessly accessed the star brain, revealing the entire situation to him. Leaper, arms crossed in displeasure, thought to himself that he could show Jai Yifei too. What was he doing meddling in affairs? Is that so? If you required my assistance, you wouldn't have waited for me, Jai Yifei remarked. What an arrogant demeanor he possessed. Leaper couldn't fathom how G. Larry had become friends with such a person. It was utterly vexing. G. Larry was perusing the forum, where various theories were being discussed, such as why he lacked any trace of pheromones, or why he had not inherited the impulsive temperament typical of alphas. They even used Shinyu as an example, suggesting that he was truly not an alpha, causing the individual in question to question his own gender. Unable to contain himself, he discreetly inquired with the system once more, confirming, am I truly an alpha? It was no wonder he doubted. According to the genetics of his past life, he was supposed to be a beta. The system replied, please do not doubt me. G. Larry reassured it, I do not doubt you. Rather, I question myself, for their arguments are quite compelling. Then you are still doubting me, the system retorted. I never knew you had such a temper. It continued. Ji Lily's eyes curved into a smile. You are mistaken. I absolutely believe you. After soothing the system, Ji Lily returned the star brain to Jia Yifei. Jia Yifei accepted it, awkwardly comforting his curly-haired friend. There's no need to be too upset. I will help you handle this. Ji Lily was not particularly angry, but he couldn't help but be curious about how Jia Yifei intended to resolve the matter. During physical training later, I'll clarify the situation, and you can release your pheromones. Jia Yifei smiled. I'll deal with it at the source. I will identify everyone involved, and you just need to release your pheromones. The crux of the matter was that he couldn't release pheromones. It would be foolish to admit that, so Ji Lily wiped his face and thought it best not to pursue it. It was simply too troublesome. Indeed, it is unnecessary. Why complicate things? Leaper interjected, slapping Ji Lily on the shoulder. Just trample all those alphas underfoot and make them cry for their fathers. Leaper raised his chin, shaking his little tuft of hair. Count me in. Ji Lily saw through his intentions, brother. Are you itching for a fight? Leaper wore an expression of understanding. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? They've insulted your dignity. We must teach them a lesson. Insulted my dignity? Ji Lily was left in a daze. Is it really that serious? Of course, Leaper scoffed. They've belittled your character, shattered your self-esteem, and they can even whimsically alter your gender. They clearly do not regard you. Ji Lily turned to Jia Yifei and noticed his solemn expression, which surprisingly aligned with Leaper's sentiments. You are my friend. If they dare to spread rumors and create trouble here, they not only disrespect you but me as well, Jia Yifei stated gravely. Damn it. Finally, you're speaking sense. How can we tolerate this? The rebellious Leaper was filled with excitement, eager for a confrontation. Ji Lily began to comprehend the situation. He handed a water bottle to Leaper, tapping it lightly in front of him. Brother, make sure to hydrate. Don't explode on us. Leaper looked puzzled. Huh? Jia Yifei smirked, sensing that this was not a good sign when Ji Lily turned to him as well. Brother, you too. Stay hydrated. You alphas tend to get dehydrated. Ji Lily sighed deeply, recognizing the volatile nature of alphas, akin to a new type of white phosphorus personality. They could ignite at any moment, an inexplicable combustion. These past few days, Ji Lily had truly experienced this firsthand. Although he was indifferent to the matter of his artificially induced gender change, he would occasionally voice a mild complaint. However, the opportunity to affirm his gender was fast approaching. When the month-long physical training concluded, Instructor Age announced the news, and the new students felt a wave of relief wash over them, erupting into cheers that nearly resembled a primal scream. Age raised a hand to quell the overly excited alphas. Next, we will embark on a 3-day pheromone resistance training. For these 3 days, I recommend that you keep your holographic cameras on. You might witness something that occurs once in a century. Instructor Age's voice resonated clearly, reaching the ears of every individual present. New students, are you ready to confront your black history? The pheromone resistance training was a notable feature of the Federation's premier military academy, with some referring to it as a lifelong black mark. One could never predict how they might behave under the influence of pheromones. The phrase once in a century also signified a time for instructors to mock the new students. Recalling last year's events, Age could not suppress a wicked smile. The malevolent grin made the new students shudder involuntarily, leaving them less eager for the conclusion of physical training. Only Ji Lily wore a peculiar expression. Silently touching his nose, on the eve of the pheromone resistance training, Ji Lily made several trips to the infirmary. The usually empty infirmary was nearly bursting at the seams today. He struggled to navigate through the throngs of people, his chestnut curls disappearing amidst the crowd, until the same beta girl from last time pulled him out. Are you all right? She asked calmly. Ji Lily shook his head, resembling a small dog shaking off water droplets. And he quickly adjusted his hair. Why are there so many people today? You'll notice that on this same day next year, there will be particularly many alphas, the beta girl explained, it's pheromone resistance training. Every year on this night, these alphas come here to purchase some inhibitors. Who says alphas are foolish? They're quite cunning. They know to stock up on inhibitors in advance to avoid embarrassment the next day, though it ultimately proves ineffective. Are you here to buy inhibitors too? She kindly asked. There's no point. Save your star coins. Ji Lily shook his head. I'm not. However, his curiosity got the better of him. Are inhibitors truly useless? After all, they were meant to prevent alphas from losing control after releasing pheromones. The act of preemptively injecting inhibitors seemed to Ji Lili akin to taking medicine to ward off a cold. Even if it couldn't completely suppress symptoms, it should provide some effect. The beta girl chuckled softly, winking mysteriously. Ordinary pheromones, certainly. But this is the Federation's military academy. Ji Lili vaguely understood. Those pheromones were certainly not ordinary. He rubbed his nose, unsure whether to feel relieved or distressed. After selecting some nasal medication at the infirmary, Ji Lili left with a tangle of thoughts, struggling to sleep through the night. Many other alphas also found themselves sleepless. The following day, most alphas standing outside the sealed room bore dark circles under their eyes. Upon seeing them, Age couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. Did you all spend the night as space pirates? Instructor, we were just too excited last night. One alpha exclaimed. Exactly. I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about the first drop falling on me. Another chimed in. Instructor, we wanted to be space pirates too, but the inhibitors sold out. Age raised an eyebrow. So it was for the inhibitors, huh? The surrounding crowd shot disapproving glares at the speaker, who had unwittingly exposed their intentions. Realizing their blunder, the alphas quickly fell silent. How can that be acceptable? Age seized the moment, clearing his throat. So, you didn't manage to buy any inhibitors? Would you still like some? Confusion spread among the new students, their eyes darting towards one another, sensing the rising caution. They chose to remain silent. Awaiting Age's next words, Age then produced a military green backpack from behind him, tossing it onto the ground with a thud. The zipper slid open, revealing a near-overflowing stash of inhibitors. Age raised an eyebrow. Gesturing toward the inhibitors interested, 250 star coins each. The eyes of the new students lit up. Ji Lili was utterly astonished that Instructor Age was engaged in this sort of business. He turned to glance at his two companions, Jia Yifei and Leaper, both of whom appeared disinterested, lacking any desire to purchase. Truly, they were his companions. Ji Lili felt a swell of pride. While he couldn't dissuade Instructor Age, he could certainly deter his friends. Huh? Leaper, noticing Ji Lili's prolonged gaze, hesitated. Do I have something on my face? Before Ji Lili could respond, the cool-headed alpha had already begun to check his own face. A mocking voice drifted from the side, and it was clear who the fool was. Does this alpha still care about looks? Relying on his face to come in first? You don't understand anything. Leaper scoffed, his eyes gleaming with arrogance as he casually remarked, If I don't look good, how can I attract a little, oh, don't talk to me. Successfully stifling the annoying individual, Leaper turned to Ji Lili. Considering, are you trying to borrow money from me? Brother, how did you come to that conclusion? Don't try to play coy with me. With a sudden tug at his shoulder, Ji Lili heard the unstoppable laughter in Leipo's tone. He had just noticed that you had been staring at Instructor AI Go for quite a while. So what? What does this have to do with borrowing money? You surely haven't bought any inhibitors. Leipo declared confidently, if you need money, I can lend you a mere 255 coins. His eyes gleamed with the pride of having a little cash. Ji Lili was still reeling from the shocking revelation that his companion was a complete fool when another gullible soul stepped into the fray. There's no need for that. Jia Yifei lightly tugged at his military uniform collar, casting a haughty glance that brimmed with elegance. With me around, you one teen need to spend a single coin. With a flick of his hand, the young master's attendant presented a dozen inhibitors. The attendant alpha grinned at Ji Lili, saying, It's been a while since I've seen the young master so generous. Ji Lili. His expression turned wooden, the smile fading, his pride deflated. He desperately wanted to ask the two, Have you ever read a book? What medication are you currently taking? Yet, burdened by the weight of friendship, especially the affection from the domineering young master and the clear, foolish gaze of the rebellious lad, Ji Lili bore this hardship alone. Thank you, brother, but please don't buy any more next time. He now understood Xin Yu's implication. Considering their initial transgressions, the punishment should be doubled, so they would remember this in the future. Reflecting on this, he quietly observed the enthusiastic alpha purchasing inhibitors, recalling how cautious they had been at the start. Truly, they had a basic understanding of deceit, but not much more, perhaps only about 40%. The enclosed room was specifically designed for anti-pheromone training. Unlike the previous locations, this room was adorned in cold silver, enveloped by reflective metal panels from all sides. There was no possibility of pheromone leakage here. Following the group, Ji Lili occasionally heard agonizing screams from behind closed doors. That was the sound of out-of-control alphas. Ahead, Instructor AIGE's voice floated back, seemingly aware of the alpha's sentiments. Do you see the silver door marked 03? A row of medical personnel in white protective masks stands before it, the smell of disinfectant thick in the air. In the crowd, Ji Li spotted a familiar beta sister. She evidently noticed him too and winked, to which he responded with a smile, his eyes curving. Suddenly, a chill coursed down his spine as a cold, damp gaze traced along his back, an eerie sensation prompting Ji Li to turn and look behind him. Was it Shunyu? Chapter 18. You seem to like him a bit. Ji Li turned around to find an unfamiliar alpha, startled by his sudden movement and looking at him in confusion. Shunyu was nowhere in sight, and the light-colored pupils of the surrounding alphas appeared somewhat dazed. He couldn't help but wonder. Was it an illusion? Before you enter, a heart rate monitor will be fitted to your right wrist. If you feel uncontrollable, press it immediately. Don't try to show off and create trouble. Instructor AIGU's voice pulled Ji Li back to reality. He apologized to the alpha behind him and turned his attention back to Instructor AIGO. He couldn't let the gaze of others lead him to mistakenly associate with the male lead. Making Shunyu appear like some sort of pervert, Ji Li ceased his wandering thoughts and focused back on the instructor. After outlining the precautions, Instructor AIGU signaled for the patrol team to distribute the wristbands. Another instructor was responsible for the anti-pheromone training, while AIGU handled the aftermath. The interior of the enclosed room mirrored the sterile silver of the exterior, lacking any significant facilities. The only notable features were the 4 jet devices in each corner. Dark and ominous, resembling cannon barrels, they loomed above with 4 openings. Upon closer inspection, a glint of silvery cold light flashed, aiming down at the group of alphas. The new instructor was stern and succinct. Now, split into 2 teams, alphas and betas, stand apart. Upon hearing this, the alphas around Ji Li instinctively distanced themselves, leaving an arm's length between him and the others. The remaining alphas, noticing this, voluntarily joined in. Forming a cohesive group of alphas, initially unaware, Ji Li found himself in the alpha team, only to be reminded by an alpha behind him, the beta team is over there. Ji Li. How can you be so sure? As the instructor approached, having caught the commotion, he glanced at the towering alphas and then at Ji Li, who stood alone at the edge. The beta team is over there, Ji Li replied. Instructor, I am an alpha. The instructor paused, momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes filled with skepticism. He turned to the nearby alphas, awaiting their explanation. Why should he look at these alphas instead of the person involved? Ultimately, it was only after 2 of his companions vouched for him that the team division proceeded smoothly. Ji Li felt utterly exhausted. In the monitoring room, Instructor AIGU burst into laughter. His voice dripping with mockery. I knew this new batch of students wasn't particularly bright, but I didn't expect them to be this oblivious. Isn't it obvious? AIGU scoffed. Who would mistake this kid for a beta? Although this little curly-haired fellow is quite cunning and has managed to rise among the 3 troublemakers, his appearance is hardly that of a typical alpha, and he lacks any of the usual alpha arrogance. Yet, Instructor AIGO was well aware. This was merely Ji Li's disguise. Facing the scrutinizing gazes from the monitoring room, AIGO smirked. This is a classic case of a pig pretending to be a tiger. He had not been deceived last time, and he wouldn't be this time either. Only a fool would be easily fooled by this kid, unable to distinguish between alpha and beta. As his words fell, a chilling gaze landed on AIGO. Shunyu was staring at him. You seem to know him quite well? AIGO turned to see Shunyu's pale, cool profile, exuding a chilling and eerie aura under the harsh white lights. It sent a shiver down his spine. Instructor AIGO raised his hand to wave at the overhead light, dispelling the overly eerie atmosphere. What a dreadful light. Military schools are consistently stingy, and the lighting in this monitoring room is reminiscent of a morgue. After complaining about the lighting, AIGO recalled Shunyu's question. You mean Ji Li? I know a bit about him. He has some cleverness. However, he can't escape my keen eye. AIGO crossed his arms, his demeanor proud. Cleverness? Shunyu pondered over those words, feeling unsettled. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Ji Li always smiled brightly in front of him, exuding immense joy. Aside from their not-so-pleasant first meeting, he had proposed cooperation, and it seemed they hadn't interacted much beyond that as he had mentioned. He observed from the shadows. Shunyu found it difficult to comprehend his own feelings. Ji Li was an alpha unlike any other. He did not embody the typical traits of an alpha. To this day, regardless of their personalities, alphas often exuded arrogance, hubris, and a foolish sense of invincibility. They always believed they could control everything, always desiring the best. Chasing after the pinnacle of all things. Undeniably, Shinyu possessed those same flaws. It was only after his transformation into an Omega that he realized how foolish and arrogant alphas truly were. Alphas consumed by desire were even more so. Only Ji Lili was different. He was extraordinarily unique, and the more he observed him, the more he could perceive the distinction between them. Shinyu struggled to describe Ji Lili, categorizing him as unique, distinct from the rest. Yet, Instructor Aigu claimed he was a clever alpha. Was he paying attention to Ji Lili? Why? Why was it that he could see a side of Ji Lili that he had not noticed? Why was it not him that discovered this side? No, it couldn't be. He had been watching Ji Lili longer than Aigu had. He was lying. The calm facade of Shinyu began to crack, revealing a torrent of dark thoughts eager to escape. Murderous intent, distortion, resentment, and a hint of jealousy that Shinyu could not quite identify all mingled together. It was as if a malevolent dragon was eyeing a treasure. Cautious yet fearful of traps and weapons aimed at him, watching day and night, guarding carefully. Yet, an outsider had still discovered it. He had been so careful, had not acted, had not even approached, yet someone was already peering into him. In that instant, Shinyu felt a surge of murderous intent. His cold, dark eyes silently ensnared the unsuspecting Instructor Aigu, who fled in disarray at the latter's teasing remarks. "Xiao Shun, I've noticed you've been quite attentive to this kid lately. I heard you dislike alphas. Why does it seem like?" Instructor Aigu stroked his chin, raising a brow in jest. "You seem to like him a bit." Shinyu paused, his fingers curling inward. His gaze was clear and cold. It was best not to jest recklessly. Aigu was intrigued, finding it amusing that it was the first time he had seen such a serious response to his joking, having previously received nothing but dismissive looks. He often felt that there was a lack of authority in his role as an instructor, but at least there was a group of mischievous students below, eagerly waiting for their turn to make fools of themselves. Instructor Aigu turned to Shinyu. "How about a hint? 10 seconds until the first round of pheromone release." However, after waiting for a minute, there was still no response. Aigu turned his head in confusion, only to find him gazing blankly, lost in thought. Hey, what a rare occasion that everything seems to have converged today, after 800 years. Deprived of his assistant, Instructor Aigu had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Signaling the instructor below with an impending pheromone released, the same time. This signal was relayed by the taciturn instructor to the new students. 10 seconds remaining. Prepare yourselves. Lei Pe, growing impatient, muttered under his breath, wondering how there could still be 10 seconds left. Eager to experience the heat of desire, Zhai Yifei scoffed. "You better not give me the chance to uncover your dark past." Fearing a quarrel might erupt between the two, Ji Lili reassured Lei Pe. 10 seconds can pass quickly. I'll help you keep time." Ji Lili counted down softly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Suddenly, he halted, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. The countdown had abruptly stopped, and Lei Pe instinctively glanced at Ji Lili, only to see him recklessly tilting his head back, alarmed. He yanked him back, exclaiming, "Damn it, are you planning to spray pheromones with your nose pointed skyward?" He then inquired, "What just happened?" "Nothing," Ji Lili replied, quickly shaking his head. There was barely time for another word before the 10-second countdown concluded, and a burst of white gas erupted from the darkened ceiling. The pheromone belonging to the Omega erupted suddenly, flooding the atmosphere. Ji Lili recalled the System S announcement just moments prior. Male lead corruption value -10 Chapter 19. Puppy Warrior. Set forth. This announcement instantly reminded Ji Lili of the earlier sensation of being watched. Am I really here? Ji Lili wondered. Yet he did not see Shinyu's figure around. Hence, he instinctively tilted his head to catch a glimpse of the fleeting silver light, overwhelmed with curiosity. However, the current situation was clearly not one to ponder such thoughts. As the first wave of pheromones was released, the small space became saturated with the scent of Omega pheromones, and before his rhinitis could kick in, Ji Lili caught a whiff of an intoxicating floral fragrance. What kind of flower it was, he could not quite identify, but he felt that Omega pheromones were indeed different. while the scent of ordinary flowers might evoke a simple admiration. This flower smells delightful. The omega pheromones transformed that floral aroma into something alluring, igniting a desire to crush and destroy it. His body instinctively reacted, overwhelmed with heat. Ji Lili exhaled a breath of warm air. Hearing Jai Yifei's low voice beside him, Class A omega pheromones. The first wave is Class A, damn. This group from the Federal Military Academy is truly something else. Lei Po's face flushed, his gaze defiant. Is it really Class A? I feel like it's even stronger than a .at that moment. Jai Yifei had little inclination to mock him, recognizing that this was clearly not an ordinary Class A. As maintaining clarity required more mental effort. Leaning against the cold wall, Jai Yifei closed his eyes, his throat moving incessantly. Observing this, Lei Po muttered something under his breath and ceased questioning, striving to maintain his composure. Ji Lili noticed the sounds around him growing increasingly subdued. Initially, the alphas had been cursing or boasting, but after 5 or 6 minutes, only ragged breaths and the sounds of swallowing remained. Ugh, this is unbearable. I can't take it anymore, damn it. If you have the guts, bring a real omega. What is the point of releasing pheromones if you can't even get it done? The scent was intoxicating, and suddenly, an enraged alpha's eyes turned crimson, a dark hue settling in their depths as they sniffed fervently. They sprang up and lunged at the nearby alpha. Grasping the other's neck, veins bulging, they seemed on the verge of bursting. Is it you? You bastard. You've hidden my omega. Bring him back. Even the alpha, still holding onto a shred of clarity, managed to squeeze out a curse between clenched teeth. You, damn it, do you have a little oh? What are you yapping about? Ji Lili inwardly lamented that this was a disaster. Brother, do you really want to provoke him at this moment? Sure enough, the single dog alpha took 1,000 points of damage. Struck by the brutal reality, he momentarily regained clarity, only to be consumed by an even more frenzied roar, shaking the one by the neck violently. Shut up. You are not allowed to speak, my little oh. My baby. Give him to me, bring him back. The fellow was nearly shaken into a froth, yet still weakly taunted. Dream on. Ah. He was about to completely lose it. Realizing an incident was imminent, Ji Lili hastily approached, seizing the alpha's wrist and deftly pressing the button on the other's wristband. The crimson-eyed alpha's body trembled, as if injected with something, and his hands went limp. That was an automatic device. Pressing the button would trigger a self-injecting agent, rendering the alpha immobile. This kid is quite capable. In the monitoring room, AI Gu observed Ji Lili's series of actions with satisfaction, declaring, not a waste of my breath. Looking at those alphas who had lost their reason, Instructor AI Gu noted their numbers with displeasure. Speaking with these individuals was an utter waste of words. It would be more memorable to spit in their faces. Suddenly, the frenzied alphas seemed like a switch had been flipped, and more of them succumbed to chaos. A small portion pressed their wristband buttons, but the majority refused to back down. With the onset of anomalies, it was clear their mental state had reached a critical threshold. Choosing not to retreat would lead them closer to total madness, and many alphas hesitated, opting to persist. However, they had to recognize that this was merely the first wave of pheromones, which would last only 10 minutes. After that, the second wave would be released, far more potent and alluring than the first. The alphas displayed expressions of struggle and anguish. Almost instantly, a portion of the alphas still grappling with the first wave succumbed. The confined space erupted into chaos, with some alphas being drawn into their sensitivity period, the scent of alpha tobacco pheromones flooding the enclosed room. The pheromones of alphas and alphas would provoke mutual repulsion. Ensnared in desire, the scent was undoubtedly a provocation, instigating thoughts of, how dare you steal my wife? A fierce battle unfolded within the narrow confines. Outside, the medical personnel, peering through a large display screen at the scene within, felt a surge of anxiety. Under the current circumstances, they dared not enter. If they did, they wouldn't just be dragging the alphas out for treatment. They would end up in the morgue themselves. Ji Lili's actions were undoubtedly the most captivating. Amidst the medical staff's urgency and the instructor's frustration, they noticed a small, curly-haired figure darting about like a dog. Everyone? Inside the enclosed room, the alphas were either sprawled on the ground, flushed and panting, or lost in a frenzy, immersed in the delusion of someone stealing their wife, engaging in fierce combat with one another. The scene was utterly brutal. And it was no wonder no one dared to intervene. At that moment, Ji Lily, moving with ease and sporting a clear, innocent gaze, stood out remarkably. Attentively listening to the instructor, Ji Lily recalled instructor Aige's words. After pressing the button, he had been waiting for the medical personnel to arrive, suspecting they were being held back by these alphas. The sheer number of combatants was overwhelming. If this continued, there would be no way for those outside to enter. And the situation inside would worsen. Ji Lily nudged Le Pur, who had his head bowed. Pagu, are you all right? There's a fight breaking out over there, and the people outside can't get in. We need to help. The typically troublemaking alpha opened his eyes in confusion. What fake? You're the one who is fake. His gaze sharpened. My little O is so sweet. How could he possibly be fake? A cold smirk crept across the rebellious youth's face as he vehemently cursed Ji Lily, then turned to the air, murmuring, so fragrant. Baby, it's unbearable. Ji Lily. Baby O? Oh? So this is the real you, Pogo. A hint of surprise flickered across Ji Lily's face as he turned to push Jai Fei. Jigo. Are you still awake? Jai Fei managed to open his eyes, his voice dry. I'm awake. That's great, Ji Lily exclaimed in delight. Jigu, I need your help. Some alphas have entered their sensitivity period, and there's a fight breaking out over there. The medical personnel outside are being blocked. We need to separate them to allow the medics to handle things. Otherwise, when the third wave of pheromones arrives, it will be even worse. Jai Fei replied. I'll handle it. Ji Lily nodded enthusiastically. All right, let us go together. Jigo. Jai Fei affirmed. Let us go. Ji Lily promptly stood up, covering his slightly uncomfortable nose as he navigated around the bodies on the ground. After taking 2 steps, he sensed something was amiss and turned back, only to find Jai Fei still leaning there, motionless. His crescent moon-like dog eyes widened. Jigu, why aren't you moving? It seemed as though a familiar name reached his ears. Jai Fei lifted his eyelids, his gaze clouded with confusion, yet he remained resolute, insisting, let us go. Ji Lily pressed his forehead, exclaiming, brother, you truly have a response to everything, yet none of it leads anywhere. Forget it, brother Jai, you should rest. Hold on, Ji Lily clenched his fist, declaring, I can manage on my own. You agree, right, system? Ji Lily sought an answer. System, why are you silent? Are you still there? The system, somewhat resigned, had bound numerous hosts, all engaged in these one-time tasks. The relationships with the hosts were rather distant. Purely cooperative. The host completed tasks to earn merits for it, while it was responsible for dispensing revival items. This was the first time it encountered someone like Ji Lily, who sought conversation for no particular reason. In pursuit of future tranquility, the system maintained a cold demeanor. Please handle it yourself. Ji Lily felt a pang of disappointment. Am I bothering you? The little dog appeared utterly disheartened, its invisible tail drooping. System, I'm sorry. As he spoke, a sudden thought struck him. He was not alone, for he had you by his side, fighting alongside him, which brought him great joy. A radiant smile broke across his face. How could one remain indifferent to this? Though it was not human, it still felt a twinge of guilt. After contemplating a solo venture, Ji Lily finally heard a reply from the system. The usually reticent system spoke. Handle it yourself, host, I believe in you. Ji Lily beamed. Thank you. I'm filled with confidence. Little dog warrior, let us set off. There were easily over 10 alphas ready to engage, and Ji Lily could not guarantee victory against these unruly opponents. Adopting a grand guerrilla strategy, he thus created a scene that others would witness, a stealthy little dog. The physical training he had undergone over the past few days was now put to the test. Although the Federation had yet to teach Ji Lily any combat skills, his previous life as a police academy graduate, where he excelled, meant that certain abilities were ingrained in him, impossible to forget. On the monitors, the youth's deft movements and agile form were truly astonishing. He rolled up his military uniform, the shirt bunched at his elbows, swiftly and accurately striking down an alpha, rendering it immobile. The long, smooth muscles tensed suddenly, and the faintly blue veins snaked beneath, their elegant curves captivating to behold, exuding an unconscious allure. Last time I fought this kid, he clearly held back, quite the strategist. Though he spoke thus, one could easily detect instructor Age's admiration. That move was quite impressive, the force just right. What do you think, Xiao Shun? The dark gaze traced the line of the youth's forearm. Shin Yu replied. Very beautiful, Age, caught off guard, responded. It took a moment for him to realize. Are you saying that move is beautiful? Shinyu murmured. Not just beautiful. He raised a hand to stroke the nape of his neck, his dark hair falling over his eyes, the pale skin contrasting sharply, radiating an indescribable allure. The chill mingled with shadows, and his lashes were dampened by a hint of moisture. The area felt heated. He was affected by an alpha, his lips pressed tightly together. The hand gripping the nape felt as though it were burning, suddenly releasing its hold, adjusting his collar. Shunyu maintained his usual cold demeanor. Yet his movements betrayed a hint of agitation. Rarely seen in such a state, Age raised an eyebrow. Not feeling well, are you? I understand. It was merely the realization that the junior he had been observing had the chance to surpass him, causing the alpha to feel threatened. Age remained composed, relishing his role as instructor. He offered an unusual kindness. If it's uncomfortable, don't watch, I'll keep an eye on things. You should go rest. What now? Shinyu was indifferent to whether he stayed or left. Glancing at the youth on the monitor, evading alpha attacks with chestnut curls flying and a joyful, vibrant expression, he found himself involuntarily speaking. No need, I'll just watch him. He had previously stated that he would always keep an eye on Ji Lily. How could he walk away? It felt like a perfectly valid reason for Shinyu to remain. Within the enclosed space, the out-of-control alphas gradually regained composure. Ji Lily either knocked them out or seized the moment to press the buttons on their wristbands with a singular goal: to incapacitate the alphas. The results were satisfactory. Many alphas had collapsed. Ji Lily pinched his somewhat uncomfortable nose, pondering what to do next. Should he knock on the door to alert those outside? Just as this thought emerged, the door swung open. Medical personnel donned in protective gear filed in, skillfully administering injections to the necks of the fallen alphas before carrying them out one by one. However, Ji Lily found it peculiar that each medical staff member glanced at him as they passed. Could it be that they discerned the bug I carry? After running through a series of strange thoughts in his mind, Ji Lily inhaled deeply, crouching on the ground to wait for the training to conclude. The pheromones had grown increasingly faint, and the determined alphas gradually awakened one by one. Upon turning his gaze, Ji Lily could see the grim expressions on Jia Yifei and Lipo's faces. Clearly, they were recalling the words spoken during their unconscious state, especially Lipo, whose countenance was sour, turning away from them in solitude. The sight of little bro sulking was somewhat amusing to Ji Lily, who chuckled inwardly as the silver door slid open, revealing the impeccably dressed instructor in black and gold military attire. He first cast a glance at Ji Lily before flatly announcing, "Today's session is over. Results will be tallied later. Be punctual tomorrow." The expressions of the new students fell into despair. There was no need for words. They were acutely aware of how poorly they had performed. Still here? Want to continue? The instructor, known for his few words, could still frighten numerous alphas with a single statement. The new students scattered like startled birds, particularly hastening past the closed doors of the enclosed rooms. Ji Lily and his group trailed behind. Lipo's sour demeanor had persisted since waking, his agitation evident as he shoved his hands into his pockets, brows knitted tightly as if having made a resolution. He shot a glance at Ji Lily. Just as he was walking straight, he unexpectedly bumped into Ji Lily, who turned to see Lipo feigning nonchalance, looking up at the ceiling and down at the ground. His gaze evasive. Ji Lily stifled a laugh. "Bro Lipo, what are you doing?" Cough. Lipo's gaze wandered. What was said by Lily when he was not fully conscious should not be taken seriously. As Lipo spoke, Ji Lily immediately understood. It was about that face. His amusement grew, feigning ignorance. "Is there something else, brother? This kid just couldn't grasp his meaning." Lipo wanted to shout out loud, "Keep that secret safe." How embarrassing for such a nauseating term to escape my lips. This is a plot against me. With Jia Yifei present, Lipo could only bide his time. How frustrating. What I mean is, suddenly, a cold, sweet scent of pheromones brushed past his nose, causing Lipo to widen his eyes in shock. Omega pheromones? Chapter 20. Found you omega pheromones? Jia Yifei immediately scoffed. Are you still trapped in a delusion, thinking about omegas at this point? Lipo frowned. Believe it or not, I definitely smelled it. Where do you think an omega would come from in the Federation Military Academy? Don't embarrass yourself here, Jia Yifei retorted, his tone rather unkind. This instantly ignited Lipo's competitive spirit. determined to prove he had not erred. You don't believe me? I will show you. Lipo strode purposefully in a particular direction. Wait. Ji Lili hurriedly stopped him. Bro Lipo, where are you going? I smelled the pheromones coming from that direction. I am going back to check. Lili, you go ahead, Lipo said, attempting to push past him. That area was the end of the enclosed room. In a flash, Ji Lili recalled something. In the original plot, these two had inadvertently discovered Xinyu's problematic pheromones, leading to a deterioration in their relationship and a path to ruin. Was it today? Then the pheromones Lipo sensed must be. Ji Lili felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, tightening his grip on Lipo's fingers. You absolutely cannot go there. Lili, if you let go, I won't believe it. I can't possibly be wrong, Lipo insisted, maintaining a posture that declared his nose could never be mistaken. Ji Lili felt a surge of irritation. Wanting to retort, do you think you have a dog-ass nose? Just when matters seemed to escalate, Jia Yifei interjected. If that is the case, then let us go together. I want to witness the keen sense of smell of the top student. Jia Yifei carried an air of pride. Do not underestimate the second-place desire to surpass the first. It can be deadly. Going now is akin to courting death. Do you understand? Ji Lili found himself unable to discern whether he was here to save Xinyu or to rescue these two individuals. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Actually, I also detected the scent of pheromones. Lipo's eyes lit up. Is that so? I knew I wasn't the only one who smelled it. Jia Yifei, did you hear that? Lipo proudly proclaimed, First is first. Lili was also first last time. How come only we two can smell it, and you cannot? The perpetually second-rate individual's nose is indeed lacking. Nonsense, you are the one with the canine nose. I haven't detected anything at all. Jia Yifei's expression turned ashen, inciting considerable irritation in Lipo, who warned, You best keep your mouth shut. What is the matter? Do you intend to bite me? Lipo smirked, hands shoved in his pockets, challenging him with a taunting glance. Come on, here I stand. Do you dare? Oh heavens! This reckless child. Fearing that Jia Yifei might genuinely become enraged, Ji Lili hastened his speech. I did catch a whiff. But the direction seems off, Brother Lipo. Perhaps you've misjudged the direction. We just passed by the sealed room. It shouldn't take this long to sense it. Lipo wanted to assert that it was impossible, but hesitated at the exit. Ji Lili continued, There is also a possibility that the pheromones were not properly cleared, hence the lingering scent. After all, it's unlikely there would be any omegas here. Lipo, having listened to his reasoning, found it somewhat convincing. You make a valid point. Not just any point, Ji Lili chuckled, a sheen of sweat on his back. How about this, Brother Lipo? Shall we split up to investigate? At this, Lipo's enthusiasm was entirely extinguished, dismissively waving his hand. Forget it, it's probably just as you said. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Jia Yifei, was this your intention? To provoke me into checking, so you could mock me? Realizing his intent had been uncovered, Jia Yifei straightforwardly admitted, Yes, and what of it? Meanwhile, Ji Lili had lost interest in their exchange, hastily seeking an excuse to depart, maneuvering away from their line of sight and returning to the previous sealed room. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Ji Lili felt he truly caught a whiff of pheromones. Yet, when he tried to focus on the scent, it seemed merely a figment of his imagination. Ji Lili thought to himself that he needed to find Xinyu quickly. The back of his neck ached, as if that small patch of flesh were about to tear apart. Xinyu was drenched in cold sweat, weakly leaning against the wall of the sealed room, tilting his head to press against the cold metallic surface in search of solace. It was still stiflingly hot, his entire being felt uncomfortable. His fingertips involuntarily dug into the crevices of the silver iron plate, leaving behind marks. Only then did he belatedly realize that he seemed to be nearing his heat period. It had come unexpectedly early. Xinyu recalled that in his past life, his first heat phase had occurred once he fully transformed into an omega. The sudden onset had provided him with no opportunity for concealment. Under the watchful eyes of many, he had become prey in the sights of a frenzied alpha. Leaning against the wall, Xinyu's keen senses picked up the maddened roars from next door. Alarmingly close, as if they were crashing against the wall. Despite knowing the other could not breach his location, he was nonetheless overwhelmed with nausea. Dragging his fatigued and distressed body aside, even this minor movement drained his energy. This premature heat was relentless. Every passing second felt like torment. To make matters worse, he could hear chaotic footsteps outside. Urgent, anxious. Here, only alphas resided, and this alpha was still searching for him. His body trembled, waves of desire surged. The genetic reversal brought about excruciating pain. Yet Shun Yu's mind remained clear. He watched his impending return to the path of his previous life. To do it all over again, what would change? Nothing at all. Then let us traverse this path once more. His slender fingers delved into the sweat-drenched black-gold military uniform, grasping a quantum gun. The young man, with disheveled raven hair and crimson lips, exuded an icy, formidable presence, yet in that moment appeared pale and frail, the thin sheen of sweat on his skin revealing an astonishing beauty. Simply observing his posture might enchant one for a fleeting moment. However, as the door swung open, his fingers tightened around the quantum gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the intruding alpha. Those elegantly curved lashes framed dark, cold eyes, exuding an aura of danger that could not be ignored. Weak yet perilous, the contrast itself was lethal. In the next instant, the door opened. Shun Yu's indifferent gaze met the newcomer, poised to pull the trigger, but upon seeing the visitor, his fingers froze. Puff, puff. The chestnut curls exploded into a tousled mess. The military uniform in disarray, the young man leaning against the doorframe, panting to regain his breath while casting his gaze upon Shun Yu. His smile was dazzlingly bright. Finding you at last, Shun Yu. Clatter. The quantum gun fell to the floor, its owner oblivious to its presence. His fingers trembled, and his heartbeat faltered. Shun Yu, without realizing it, seemed convinced that this alpha would not harm him. Thus, at the moment of greatest need, he discarded his weapon. Shun Yu's lips parted slightly, his voice hoarse, a faint glimmer in his eyes. G. Lily, Chapter 21. I truly am it is I. G. Lily responded without hesitation. He turned to close the door tightly, fearful of revealing even a hint of pheromones. Once this was accomplished, G. Lily finally exhaled in relief, only to find Shun Yu's gaze fixed intently upon him. G. Lily explained, if we don't secure it tightly, other alphas might catch a whiff and come looking. Like that dog-nosed Lipo. How did you end up here? Shun Yu scrutinized him, slightly dazed, and my friend outside picked up on a trace of pheromones. I surmised, G. Lily carefully chose his words, you might be in trouble, so I came to assist you. Assist me? An alpha offering help to someone undergoing secondary differentiation, who might still transition into an omega. It seemed like a subtle mark of intent. Yet, this individual was G. Lily. Shun Yu regarded him, finding no emotion but pure concern. He steadied his voice, speaking coldly and flatly. What can you do to help me? G. Lily did not waver. I can go out and intercept those outside. Neither Alpha nor Beta will be able to enter, and no one will discover you. This declaration rolled off his tongue, clearly premeditated before his arrival. While seeking him, G. Lily had contemplated how best to aid Shin Yu. After much thought, he found no effective method. He could not alleviate Shin Yu's suffering or resolve his symptoms. All he could do was stand guard outside, shielding him from any unsettling factors. G. Lily smiled slightly. At least you need not worry about another person finding you. The gland was ablaze, sending a shiver through Shin Yu's heart, who pressed his lips together in silence. The chilling yet sweet pheromones suddenly erupted, saturating the entire sealed room, even reaching G. Lily's senses. The once subtle pheromones intensified, overwhelming the trained nose that had withstood 2 waves of pheromonal exposure. Under Shin Yu's pheromones, G. Lily's defenses crumbled. He sniffed, raising a hand to shield his nose, his voice muffled. Are you all right? Not at all. I feel dreadful. Shun Yu's chest heaved slightly, his dark eyes glistening with moisture. Catching sight of G. Lily covering his nose through the haze. Clearly, during training today, he flinched at the 2 different pheromone waves. Why then, did he cover his nose now? Does he not wish to scent his pheromones? Is it unpleasant? His voice, reminiscent of a babbling brook, was hoarse, and G. Lily was still making assurances to himself, his bright, shining eyes fixed intently on Shin Yu, hoping to earn the other's trust. Under such scrutiny, Shin Yu slowly nodded, a wide smile breaking across his face, causing the hand that had been covering his nose to drop. G. Lily, true to his word and genuinely concerned that an alpha might approach, quickly dashed out after conferring with Shun Yu. Once he left the pheromone-laden space, he felt a bit better. Li pinched his itchy nose and ran to the front of the corridor leading to the enclosed room, standing guard to prevent anyone from passing by. Standing alone outside a door felt too conspicuous. It was far more prudent to remain in this manner. There were plenty of alphas around, and it wasn't long before a few appeared. Upon encountering Li, they were momentarily taken aback. Bro, you're here too? These unfamiliar faces exchanged glances, drawing closer to him, seemingly surprised that he was present. Did you come to indulge as well? Indulge? Li understood something, his expression subtly shifting. The new students were clearly tormented by the pheromones and likely wouldn't return, which meant these must be upperclassmen. Upperclassmen were more adept at recognizing Shenyu. After all, the three alphas continued to inquire about the situation inside, asking if it had yet to be cleared, as they had just caught a whiff of a particularly strong pheromone scent. S1 alpha spoke. His nose twitched, as if he longed to bypass Li. Indeed, it hasn't been cleared yet. This training session has been rather stringent, resulting in an increased release of pheromones. Upon hearing Li's response, the three alphas could no longer contain themselves and immediately attempted to sidestep him. Instructor Age was currently directing personnel to re-clean the enclosed room. Li lamented. He was furious and asked me to find a few people to assist. His eyes curved into crescent moons, satisfied as he regarded the three alphas, just in time. Why don't we all go together? The three alphas were drenched in cold sweat. Instructor Age, which military academy student hasn't been put through the ringer by him? They recalled their own days as rebellious youths, only to be tamed by Instructor Age, who had caused them such stress that they had developed hemorrhoids. Ugh, it's starting to get uncomfortable. One of them stammered. My roommate is about to. No, he is going to throw up. I need to take him to the infirmary. Another, thinking quickly, added, one of our roommates, he can't manage without my help. Li sighed regretfully. Oh, is that so? Are you all leaving then? What about you, brother? He turned to the remaining one. Instructor Age is waiting. I'm afraid he might get angrier if he has to wait too long. The last one was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that his two companions had already used up their excuses, nearly transforming into a panicked figure, Li quietly remarked, actually, I came out to look for someone because today's training results for the new students weren't very good, and the instructor was upset. Those few alphas handling the situation were affected, which is why, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. I have something too. An alpha took a deep breath, shamefully admitting, my hemorrhoids have burst. I need to go rest. Wait, Li called out, feigning urgency as he waved at their retreating figures, pretending to chase after them a few steps until they disappeared in a hurry. He finally stopped, squatting down, propping his chin on his hand and sighed. I am truly mischievous. No, it wasn't him. It was Instructor Age who was truly wicked. Look at how frightened they were. Chapter 22. I want to smell your pheromones, revised. Li had been on guard for about an hour, successfully scaring away a few unfortunate alphas. Just as he was about to continue his watch, the system's announcement rang in his ears. Male leads corruption value 1, male leads corruption value 5, male leads corruption value 3. The sudden spike in Shan Yu's corruption value startled Li. System, what's happening with Shenyu? Upon checking, the system reported that the male lead's corruption value was soaring uncontrollably, urging the host to implement measures to reduce it. How was he supposed to lessen it? Li felt overwhelmed. He had no idea what actions could lower Shenyu's corruption value. After painstakingly reducing it by 10 points before, he now felt it was all in vain. But this was not the time to lament the loss of corruption points. The system's warning indicated that Shenyu's situation must be dire. After a brief hesitation, Li dashed back, retracing his steps to the enclosed room where Shenyu was located. Senior, are you all right? There was no response from within, and Li began to sweat in anxiety. System, please keep an eye out for me. If anyone comes, you must inform me. Receiving an affirmative response from the system, Li wasted no time and opened the door, slipping inside. As soon as he entered, he was engulfed by a dense wave of pheromones. It felt as if he were submerged in a pool of pheromones, the cold, lingering scent wrapping around him. This sensation resembled the experience of undergoing pheromone training, where he was entirely surrounded by the scent with each breath filled with its essence. Note: this review pertains solely to the scent. Yet, none of these pheromones were as potent as Shenyu's. Li felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as his allergies flared up. After enduring for so long, his nose finally gave in. Achoo! Achoo! He sneezed repeatedly, unable to stop, his eyes misty with tears. Through the fog of his vision, he caught sight of Shun Yu leaning against the wall, his entire being flushed with a rosy hue. His pale skin seemed to burn with an alluring redness, almost as if it would melt away with a mere touch. Shan Yu's breath was hot. The corners of his eyes reddened. Struggling to lift his gaze, his dark eyes appeared hollow, devoid of focus. Upon noticing Ji Lai Li's arrival, the ethereal quality that had shrouded him diminished slightly. He was weak yet calm. Hidden behind Ji Lai Li's misty gaze, his lips barely moving, I am about to differentiate into an omega. The escalating corruption value rang in Ji Lai Li's ears, increasingly grating, reflecting Shan Yu's inner turmoil. In a daze, Ji Lai Li perceived this not as a serene announcement, but rather a feeble, reluctant plea for help, rendered particularly tranquil by the inevitability of the outcome. This was the fate that had been written for Shen Yu in the book. Simple words, an insubstantial future, shattered in that moment. Ji Lai Li clenched his fists and gazed at him. I want to help you. What can I do? Shen Yu, do you have any alternatives? Shen Yu fixed his gaze upon him, sweat rolling down his cheeks, dripping onto his eyelids, as if a weight pressed upon him, making it difficult to even see the alpha before him clearly. He suddenly posed an unexpected question. What does your pheromone smell like? Ji Lai Li paused, unable to respond immediately. Can't you say? No, I just forgot. Do you believe me? He replied despondently. The notion that an alpha could forget such a thing seemed like a lie. Ji Lai Li had no choice but to shift the topic, bluntly asking, what about your pheromone? His clumsy attempts at conversation were easily seen through, yet Shen Yu refrained from pressing further. Yes, water-loving iris. Water-loving iris. Ji Lai Li was somewhat surprised. Having been here for a while, he was a person with a strong thirst for knowledge and curiosity. Initially, he would nestle under the covers, quietly familiarizing himself with this world through his star brain, aiming to avoid becoming an illiterate in this new era. That ambitious plan had been shattered by his first roommate's enthusiastic gaming sessions. However, Ji Lai Li was still aware of certain aspects. The scent of pheromones could reflect one's temperament and inner transformation, resonating with some part of oneself. He remembered a friend who had once kept water-loving irises, and he had been fortunate enough to see the beautiful blue butterflies that seemed to grow in water. Ji Lai Li glanced at Shen Yu. It's indeed beautiful. Upholding a friendly exchange, Ji Lai Li praised. I saw them once. They're stunning. Dio, you want to try? Shen Yu's voice was cool, slightly hoarse from the fever, yet laced with another meaning. It was akin to knowing the danger in darkness, but still being lured in, a unique allure. However, his words struck like a thunderclap, unexpectedly shocking Ji Lai Li. What? Ji Lai Li's pupils contracted in disbelief as he stared at him. Shan Yu, suppressing his discomfort, had a thin sheen of sweat on his skin, glistening and beautiful. He smiled, his red lips softening, the coldness melting away, exuding a strange and dangerous beauty. Don't you want to? Soon everyone will know about my current state. But right now, he resembled a beguiling water spirit, emerging from the depths, cold and beautiful. Only you can see, Ji Lai Li. Come here. Shen Yu breathed softly, his elongated eyes narrowing at him. I want your scent. What does such a pure alpha smell like? Ji Lai Li's ears flushed crimson. Calm down. He felt as though he were facing a formidable foe. Do you still not trust me? Do you think I intend to do something to you? Which is why you're testing me. Ji Lai Li pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at this singular rationale. He pressed his lips together tightly. It wasn't so dire yet. Shen Yu, please remain calm. In the original narrative, Shen Yu's differentiation was not scheduled for this moment. Ji Lai Li reassured both himself and Shen Yu, insisting that everything would be all right. Or perhaps I could assist you in procuring a suppressant? At this juncture, the suppressant he mentioned could not possibly be an alpha suppressant. The Federal Military Academy was equally devoid of omega suppressants. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Lai Li stated earnestly, I will scale the wall and fetch it for you. He remained blissfully unaware that the so-called plot was merely a remnant of a past life, and this lifetime's unexpected turn of events had struck him unawares. Even Shen Yu himself could not foresee it. Yet, witnessing Ji Lai Li's flustered and helpless demeanor, he still took it upon himself to soothe and concern for him. An uncontainable joy blossomed within. His chest heaved, and a faint smile escaped his lips. Shen Yu regarded him. Just like in these days, in some obscure corner, in a shadowy place, All the spots Ji Lili remained oblivious to were silently observing him. Those pitch-black eyes resembled an all-encompassing, impenetrable net. Merely being watched, Ji Lili felt an unsettling dread, as if something terrifying had fixated upon him, making escape seem impossible. Male leads darkening value. -3 male leads darkening value. -5 male leads darkening value. -10. The sudden announcement made Ji Lili's heart skip inexplicably. Xinshuezhang? No need. It seemed his words had made a slight impact. Ji Lili sensed a shift in Shan Yu's demeanor, which was no longer so indifferent. Shan Yu inquired, "Do you carry an alpha suppressant?" His complexion was pale, his cool brows knitted as he endured a pain akin to a fever, casually suggesting, "Let's give it a try." Venturing to purchase an omega suppressant, Shan Yu could not guarantee he would endure until then. It was perhaps wiser to explore alternatives. A dead horse could serve as a live one. Although Ji Lili's concern for him filled Shan Yu with unprecedented joy, he still thought that this cheerful and adorable fellow, akin to a little puppy, should always wear a smile. He feared that his worry might frighten Ji Lili. Chapter 23. Good news and bad news. Previously, Ji Lili had deemed his companions rather foolish. Easily duped by instructor Ai Gu now, whoever claimed they were foolish would find themselves at odds with him. The suppressant Ji Lili possessed was contributed by Zhai Yifei's lackey, which he had not used but rather given to Shan Yu. The silvery long needle pierced the skin, leaving behind a vibrant red puncture. Shan Yu discarded the empty suppressant onto the ground. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Ji Lili, focusing intently on him. Ji Lili had grown accustomed to Shan Yu's scrutiny. From the initial awkwardness and discomfort, he had now reached a point where he could confront Shan Yu's gaze without trepidation. It was merely a few glances. After all, 5 minutes later, Ji Lili withdrew a comment. Shan Yu's gaze was something most could not withstand. Ji Lili always felt as though the other's lingering gaze bore an eerie intensity. The little butterfly had morphed into a spider. He was ensnared in the web, unable to move. Tio evaded Shan Yu's stare. Ji Lili proactively initiated a conversation. "Xinshuezhang, what brings you to the isolation room?" He paused, recalling the fleeting silver glimmer on the pheromone-releasing device. "Have you been here all along? In the monitoring room?" Shan Yu appeared slightly surprised, nodding gently. "Yes, I am the teaching assistant for this new student training." "Oh." Ji Lili scratched his head. Then he must have witnessed the incident where he was mistaken for a beta. The little puppy's spirits drooped, a hint of melancholy evident. Shan Yu's eyes dulled slightly. "Do you not wish to see me?" he asked bluntly and coldly, pressing his lips together. "Never mind. You need not answer." "Not at all." Ji Lili lifted his gaze, his tousled curls swaying in the air, appearing even more disheveled. After his swift run, his curls had become utterly wild, and he unconsciously scratched at them again, making them even more voluminous. Were it not for Ji Lili's good looks, it might resemble the fashionable curls of an elderly lady. Shan Yu's fingers fidgeted. Realizing his small gesture, he felt slightly stiff. His state of mind was indeed not to be underestimated. His brain had been somewhat muddled since the moment he laid eyes on Ji Lili. It was as if he had been bewitched. Perhaps the alpha suppressant had triggered the alpha genes within him. As his body temperature gradually subsided, Shan Yu vividly recalled his words. "Would you like to give it a try?" "Mark me now, Ji Lili, come here. I wish to smell your pheromones." Memories flooded back. He felt a sense of social demise. To be candid, Shan Yu rarely experienced such emotions. When he was an alpha, no one dared to allow the illustrious Shan Yu to feel such things. After becoming an omega, he was filled with murderous intent and disdain for alphas, rendering him incapable of such experiences. Now, Shan Yu found himself controlling his demeanor from just a few minutes prior for a full 7 seconds. Finally, he reined in his gaze, no longer fixating on Ji Lili. Ji Lili had presumed it was his conversational prowess that had achieved this. His brows curved in a smile, continuing the previous topic. "I didn't mean to imply I didn't wish to see you. It was merely unexpected. When someone looked at me, it felt akin to Xinshuezhang. I never anticipated it would truly be you." The little puppy beamed, his crescent-shaped eyes sparkling brightly. Shan Yu lifted his gaze. The trivial embarrassment he felt dissipated. The alpha suppressant indeed proved effective. Even in moments of clarity, Shan Yu found this alpha before him rather endearing. Perhaps it was not the suppressant that worked, but rather Ji Lili himself was quite charming. Ji Lili chatted animatedly with Shan Yu. resembling a garrulous companion, though for the most part, it was he who spoke. Engaging in monologues often drained one's enthusiasm. Despite Ji Li's fervor, he did not relish being the sole contributor to the conversation. Each time Ji Li concluded his thoughts, Shun Yu would softly respond with a gentle murmur, offering just the right amount of feedback, appearing aloof yet responding to every word. When Ji Li unwittingly found himself in a fervent flow of conversation, he would often catch Shun Yu's gaze lingering on him. The cool and formidable beauty possessed a pale visage, displaying an almost sickly fixation. Regardless of when Ji Li glanced over, whether consciously or unconsciously, he would always find Shen Yu's attention fixed upon him. When Ji Li tentatively broached a particular subject, Shen Yu would precisely respond, leaving no room for indifference. Only a chilling, almost pathological focus remained. Yet in this atmosphere, Ji Li found himself even more enthusiastic. Shen Yu truly was an impeccable listener. Ji Li couldn't help but exclaim, "Shen Shuezhang, has anyone ever told you that you are quite amiable?" Shen Yu paused momentarily, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Typically, he was the antithesis of such a description. Because I did not interrupt your discourse. He sought to understand how Ji Li had arrived at this conclusion. Ji Li replied, "No, it is because you are patient and gentle." The darkness in Shan Yu's eyes was overtaken by astonishment. "Gentle?" He gazed at Ji Li. "Are you referring to me?" If this were to circulate, alphas who had endured Shan Yu's torment would undoubtedly protest in unison. The ability to patiently listen to others is indeed a mark of gentleness, he chuckled, revealing his sharp canine teeth, which exuded a soothing aura. "This is a commendable habit. Make sure to maintain it, Shen Shuezhang." The future officer Ji, smiling brightly, praised the child for his good habit, only to realize belatedly what he had just done. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he added, "I mean, it's quite good. Do not change, oh dear." How did that sound like a command? Ji Li clumsily redirected the topic. "Your cheeks have cooled a bit. Do you feel better?" Of course, Shen Yu opted not to expose him again. He took a moment to reflect, a glimmer of surprise passing through his eyes. He pondered briefly before responding. Ji Li assumed there was a new dilemma, frowning slightly. "Are you still feeling unwell?" It's better now." Shen Yu remained silent for several moments, sensing a decline in the feverish phase. Ji Li's eyes brightened. "Good news." Then he heard Shan Yu's quiet voice. "The sensitive period seems imminent." Ji Li replied, "What is about to arrive?" After 30 seconds of digesting this information, Ji Li silently concluded, "Bad news." This was akin to the monthly ordeal. One might think it had departed only to discover it lingered on. It simply refused to clear entirely. It returned for a second round. Such a tragedy, truly tragic. Ji Li silently mourned for him. Soon, he recalled the crux of the matter. Is it due to that suppressant? Shen Yu affirmed with a sound. The differentiation period was halted due to the suppressant's effects, yet the long-suppressed alpha genes seemed to have been stimulated, instinctively clamoring to awaken. Thus, the unexpected sensitive period had arrived. The onset of this sensitive period confirmed that he was still an alpha. For a moment, Shen Yu could not discern if this was good news or bad news. Chapter 24. A most inverted little brother. The Federal Military Academy was rife with alphas entering their sensitive periods. Transitioning from the feverish phase to the sensitive phase significantly reduced the risk. This time, the suppressant had genuinely proven effective. Ji Li exhaled, feeling a slight sense of relief. Male leads darkening value. -5 let us return. Shen Yu's voice was hoarse, and in the afternoon, they would engage in pheromone training again. Ji Li suddenly realized that much time had passed. Soon they would commence their second training session. "What about you?" he inquired. "I will return to the dormitory." Noticing Ji Li's concerns, Shen Yu paused briefly and added, "A single room." With his reputation, he was indeed eligible to apply for such accommodations. This was a rarity in the Federation Military Academy, making the spots highly competitive. Ji Li nodded and glanced up at the ventilation duct. The previously strong omega pheromones had significantly diminished. Shen Yu's pheromone, a faint sweetness reminiscent of iris from his alpha days, was almost imperceptible. Ji Li felt that his nasal congestion had improved considerably. Returning to the dormitory at this hour seemed impractical, as he would have to leave again shortly after arriving. Thus, Ji Li decided to head to the infirmary, where he procured an array of supplies. The beta lady teased him, "Do you treat the infirmary like a supermarket?" It was only he, an alpha, who frequented this place so often. often leaving with numerous items. Each vial of medicine was picked up and examined with great interest for quite some time before he reluctantly returned them. Whatever he didn't return was stowed away in his pockets. Yesterday, a throng of alphas had crowded in to purchase suppressants. Today, however, they had reverted to normalcy. He had thought there would be no alphas coming in the afternoon. The alphas who had been tricked by instructor Aigu had now realized that suppressants were ineffective and thus refrained from returning. At this point, Ji Lili asked, "Are there still suppressants available?" The beta lady looked at him in surprise. "You still want to buy?" "Yes." The Lili endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, though his ears flushed slightly. "My sensitivity period is approaching. That's quite unfortunate." "The supply hasn't arrived yet," the beta lady replied. "Yesterday, everything was completely wiped out." Ji Lili sighed deeply. There was nothing he could do now but hope that Shunyu had some suppressants left in stock. He handed over the items he had gathered in the infirmary to the beta lady for checkout. With a bag full of supplies, Ji Lili ambled out of the infirmary, only to encounter Jia Yifei around the corner. "Lili?" Jia Yifei raised his gaze, surprised to see him, his eyes drifting down to the bag in Ji Lili's hands. "What do you have there?" "Jia," Ji Lili greeted with a smile. "You here quite early, aren't you? There are still 3 minutes until training starts." Jia Yifei nodded, a proud smile gracing his face. His little follower boasted, "Anytime, anywhere, the esteemed young Master Jai arrives punctually." For many years, young Master Jai had always been first in everything. Ji Lili replied, "Understood. No need to be so awkward about it. First? I must say, the true first is right here. Could you refrain from stealing my title?" A haughty, arrogant voice interjected. Upon hearing this voice, Jia Yifei's expression darkened as he regarded the newcomer with disdain. Leipa strode in with 5 or 6 alphas behind him, strutting forward with an air of arrogance. "Quite the coincidence, we meet again," Ji Lili remarked. Indeed, it was yet another encounter. Leipa was surrounded by a gaggle of followers, as powerful individuals often attract admirers. The relationships between the leaders naturally influenced those of their respective followers. Upon meeting, both sides rolled their eyes and held their heads high in disdain. The previous first was merely due to young Master Jai's kindness. Some individuals should learn to appreciate it. "Your father's kindness? I see him as a venomous husband." Leipo's alphas roared with fury. "Venomous husband?" Ji Lili blinked, clearly witnessing Jia Yifei's face darken with suppressed rage. That expression, filled with teeth-gritting restraint to maintain the dignity of the noble military family, was undeniably ominous. "I apologize, but it does bear some resemblance. Young Master Jai could let you off easy. You ought to be grateful and kneel in appreciation." Jia Yifei's followers scoffed in anger, feeling proud to follow a superior while the alphas found it utterly foolish. "Superior?" Leipa fumed. What nonsense were these alphas spouting? His cool, handsome visage was now overshadowed by clouds of fury, an intimidating presence emanating from the young alpha. It was evident he was the type to be provoked into reckless action, a defiant spirit indeed. Uninformed alphas might genuinely believe this was their opponent, a precise strike. Oh, no, a precise annoyance inflicted upon each other. The two groups bickered as they walked, their commotion attracting numerous curious glances. Young Master Jai was handsome and generous, from a good family, and lavish in his actions. Laughable, our leader is also a striking figure. Ready to rob the rich and assist the poor. The qualities attributed to young Master Jai were merely the tip of the iceberg. Come afternoon pheromone training, he would undoubtedly claim first place. First? Have you consulted our leader about this? The painful memories resurfaced for both Jia Yifei and Leipa, altering their expressions. The influx of new students warranted the creation of 3 closed training rooms. Clearly, these followers had not accompanied Ji Lili and were now unwittingly bouncing around in a display of bravado. Wait for the day you all kneel before young Master Jai's military trousers. They shouted, "Our leader will rip your pants to shreds. First must be him," completely disregarding Jia Yifei and Leipo's well-being. The two sides grew increasingly heated, their eyes reddening with rage. Young Master Jai? Tear his mouth apart. Leader. Twist his head off. Young Master Jai, go for it. What a rebellious little follower. Ji Lili watched, dumbfounded. He had seen leaders send their followers into battle, but never had he seen followers directing their leader. What are you waiting for? Come here, and I could easily shatter your mouths and twist your heads off. This fierce and powerful roar silenced the raucous crowd instantly. Instructor Aigu approached, arms crossed. Exuding irritation at the disturbance, casting a disapproving glance at the newcomers, followed by several patrolling members, standing firm and cold, Ji Li scanned the crowd, failing to spot any familiar faces. His gaze softened with satisfaction. The little butterfly, despite being unwell, was still taking care of himself, which relieved him of any worry. From far away, I can hear your chatter, Instructor Aigu remarked, shouting about being first and calling your big brother to charge into battle is quite impressive. Both sides felt their cheeks burn at his words, their necks stiffening in silence. Oh, you're still defiant, are you? Instructor Aigu relished their rebellious demeanor. I'll give you all a chance. Before training begins. Why not ask the true first place? He suggested. Perhaps inquire if he is willing to shatter your leader's mouth or twist his neck. Aigu, enjoying the spectacle, stoked the flames of animosity. The newcomers were momentarily stunned. Was the true first not young Master Zhai or Lei Per? As if reading their thoughts, Aigu crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Of course it's neither of these clueless brats. The true first, Aigu's gaze wandered over the throngs of newcomers, searching for some astute, cunning curly-haired alpha. Locking eyes with Instructor Aigu's sweeping gaze, Ji Li felt a jolt as he saw the instructor break into a wide smile. There, the alpha holding the bag is your true first? The alphas perked up, eyes darting around in a flash. Ji Li slipped the bag he was holding into the hands of a nearby brother, sincerely stating, "Ah, so you're the first. Congratulations." The plastic bag fell from the sky into the hands of the alpha. I'm first? Who could refuse the allure of being first? The alpha joyfully raised the plastic bag. Look, everyone. I'm first. Wait. Hold on, the alpha, momentarily elated, calmed down, suspicion creeping in as he eyed Ji Li, questioning the origin of the bag. Instructor Aigu witnessed Ji Li's antics, the corner of his mouth twitching as he began calling names. Ji Li, here, he responded reflexively. Does this first place embarrass you? In that moment, Ji Li swore that every gaze in the room turned toward him. Curiosity, scrutiny, astonishment, and surprise filled the air, with the alphas at the front craning their necks to catch a glimpse of this so-called first. Brother, take it easy, protect your neck, Ji Li cautioned. It must be said. The multitude of gazes was overwhelming, even causing Ji Li's scalp to tingle for a moment, especially since he had witnessed these alphas' competitive spirits firsthand. Yet, the little dog was unafraid. He scratched his nose in explanation. Just a joke? Thank you for holding the bag for me. Much appreciated. After expressing his gratitude to the alpha beside him, Ji Li calmly retrieved his bag. Now, all eyes were drawn down to the bag he held with his fingers. Instructor Aigu, puzzled, remarked, that bag from the infirmary? What do you intend to do with it? I don't recall you being among the injured alphas from this morning's training. Not only did he not relent, but this fellow also knocked out several alphas. When the alpha that Ji Li had struck felt a sudden pain in the back of his neck, he recalled, with a start, that the face he had seen before losing consciousness was none other than Ji Li's. Yes, I purchased a few items. As for what exactly they were, Ji Li did not elaborate. Merely some common potions, which he deemed unworthy of mention. Yet, the surrounding alphas found it intriguing, their inquisitive gazes frequently landing on the bag Ji Li held. What secrets could be concealed within? Could it be that Ji Li's secret to securing first place lay therein? After the first half of the pheromone training concluded, rumors circulated that Ji Li was the only one among them who resisted the pheromones and did not succumb to chaos. This gossip seemed trivial, yet the sudden remarks from Instructor Aigu lent it credibility. Might this bag hold some hidden significance? As they queued to enter the enclosed room, Ji Li became the center of attention. Those passing by would steal glances at him, pondering the contents of his bag. Ultimately, they entered the closed space, deep in thought. Ji Li. He clutched his bag tightly, feeling inexplicably as though these alphas were eager to snatch it from him. Surely, that was just a delusion. Then, he felt a dark tuft of hair brushing against the back of his head. Pagu. What are you looking at? Lei Per, whose head was nearly buried in the bag, suddenly looked up, clearing his throat nonchalantly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Well, since you're so curious, I shall indulge you. Ji Li generously revealed the contents of the bag. Indeed, it was filled with nothing but ordinary potions. And he could not comprehend why they were so fixated on it. He thought that would be the end of it, but as he passed by a few new students before entering, he inadvertently overheard a conversation. I understand now. He used the potions to lose his sense of smell, so that's how it is. Damn. Is that really a viable strategy? You would sacrifice your sense of smell for pheromone resistance training? I refuse to fall for that. If you won't, then neither will I. None of you will. Very well, I shan't either. Despite their words, G. Lily could see the fiery determination in their eyes, longing for the training to conclude so they could rush to the medical room. Has anyone mentioned that your acting skills are truly lacking? G. Lily found it hard to watch. The second half of the pheromone training was identical to the first, and the sense remained unchanged. Compared to the morning session, where many alphas quickly lost control, this time showed significant improvement. It was evident that several alphas had developed resistance. G. Lily found himself separated from his two companions. He inhaled deeply, unable to detect even a hint of pheromone. Only the genes belonging to the alphas continued to respond with excitement, while their owner displayed an air of indifference, even yawning in weariness. The contrast was stark. The struggling newcomers thought, "This is truly terrifying." They regarded G. Lily as if he were a monster. When the medical room reopened that day, the potions G. Lily had purchased were completely sold out, leaving the beta lady at the checkout utterly bewildered. A flood of wealth had arrived, yet she had no idea how it had come about. In light of the star coins involved, the beta lady kindly advised, "These are all common potions. There's no need to hoard so many." The alphas wore solemn expressions as if to say, "You wouldn't understand. Lily must have his reasons for acquiring these potions," the beta lady remarked. "I wouldn't understand. That would indeed be strange." Meanwhile, the sales champion, the oblivious G. Lily, was blissfully unaware, embarking on his mission to rescue the male protagonist. After passively fulfilling tasks for so long, G. Lily finally took the initiative. Carrying his bag of potions to seek out Shunyu, he presented his case with conviction. "Tonggu, I'm not being lazy. I've completed my reconnaissance period. Observing the enemy and understanding their information allows for precise strikes. One must know that some opportunities only come once. All right, now we must infiltrate Shunyu's inner circle." Chapter 26. Let the body see who is the true master. You are here to save him, not to capture him. Seeing G. Lily's seriousness, the system had to remind him of his true task just as he was about to apprehend Shunyu. "That's just a metaphor," G. Lily clarified. "Capturing is not quite right. I am here to earn his trust." Until now, G. Lily had remained inactive partly because he felt utterly lost regarding how to rescue Shunyu. The latter was formidable, a lone wolf, confident in his strength. G. Lily felt he was unable to address Shunyu's greatest dilemma. Additionally, there was the deeply ingrained sentiment within the entire Federal Military Academy that Shunyu despised alphas. As a member of this very group, G. Lily found himself hindered by his own gender. However, this unexpected turn of events had ignited a glimmer of hope within G. Lily. Shunyu had shown him a semblance of trust. So if he drew closer, perhaps the chances of Shunyu disliking him would diminish. With newfound confidence, G. Lily prepared to advance, only to realize a significant problem. "I seem to not know which building Shunyu resides in." Shunyu was currently injecting himself with the suppressant he had extorted from AIG.in, an effort to teach the youngsters that reliance on external substances was futile. Instructor AIGU had ordered a large batch of suppressants early on, which had yet to be fully utilized due to the surplus. Shunyu had unceremoniously taken them all. Instructor AIGU grumbled, "I sold those kids for 250 star coins. How much are you giving me?" He had been extorted by Shunyu, who calmly replied, "Wait a moment. Let me consult Principal IC. Why has the price of the 100 star coin suppressant suddenly increased?" "Damn." Instructor AIGE's expression darkened as he reached for Shunyu's star brain, but Shunyu swiftly dodged, avoiding his grasp entirely. "Stop bothering that old man. I am doing you a favor." Instructor AIGU glared at him. "If you had said a few more nice words, our friendship wouldn't be worth anything." Shunyu left without looking back, his demeanor cold as he walked away with the suppressant. What a foul-tempered alpha. Instructor AIGU was infuriated. "I am the instructor here, not him. How dare he give me that attitude?" The alpha members of the patrol team remained silent, keeping their eyes downcast to avoid drawing Instructor AIG's attention. However, some things were unavoidable. When there was no response, AIGU scoffed, "Did you hear me? I said I am the instructor." The patrol members initially thought Instructor AIGU was merely venting, until the flames of his ire reached them. "I said I am the instructor. Did you not hear me? The patrol team members? They fell silent for a moment, too fearful to remain unresponsive. We heard you, Instructor. Instructor AIG's temper flared further. Then why did Shinyu not hear me? Look at his attitude towards an instructor. Why don't you go ask him yourself? Of course, that was out of the question. He had too much pride for that. Ultimately, Instructor AIGU chose to take it out on the group of new students, among whom Ji Lily was likely the greatest victim. As for Instructor AIG's outburst, Shinyu remained unfazed. The heat of the sensitive period was upon him, and a single suppressant was utterly ineffective, which was why he sought out AIGU. Unbeknownst to him, he had indirectly caused Ji Lily some trouble. Shinyu retrieved the suppressant, the silver needle piercing through his pale, almost translucent skin as he expertly administered the injection. The light red liquid gradually entered his body. The agitation, the rage, the urge to lash out at alphas, which constantly lurked at the edge of control, slowly began to dissipate. The remnants of crimson within his dark eyes calmed under the influence of the medication. In the next moment, his black pupils froze, the irises dilating as if he had encountered some intense pain, and in an instant, they filled with transparent tears. The mist swelled, overflowing from his eyes, saturating the depths of his dark gaze. Tears streamed from the corners of Shan Yu's eyes, his fingertips brushing against the damp sensation, his expression one of rare bewilderment. What is this? Am I crying? He found it hard to accept. As his emotions surged, the tears flowed uncontrollably. Shan Yu, having lived 2 lifetimes, was shedding tears for the first time in such abundance. He attempted to halt the deluge, yet the more he tried, the more it hurt, and the more tears felt. It was agonizing. Pain surged throughout his being. His body cried out in protest, roaring in his ears, "Hurry and find your partner. Get him to release his pheromones. Do you wish to kill me?" No, he does not require it. Shan Yu's expression remained impassive as tears streamed down his face. He had no need for either an alpha or an omega. The pain within him surged intensely, as if his body was protesting against his very thoughts. Pheromones, pheromones, pheromones. Shan Yu opened a second suppressor, tears falling as he emotionlessly injected it once more. This time, he cried as he completed the injection. The pain became unbearable, and Shan Yu could not help but bite down on his wrist. Tears cascading down, falling onto his forearm. His slender, strong wrist bore a vivid ring of teeth marks, glistening with traces of moisture. Pain was one thing, but Shan Yu, fiercely stoic, bit his wrist without uttering a sound, utterly indifferent to whether it was his own hand or not, as if giving voice to his suffering would mean capitulation to his body. He stubbornly insisted on demonstrating to his body who the true master was. Yet, as the pain intensified, he clamped down harder on his wrist, the agony compelling him to silence, causing him to unconsciously increase his grip. This cycle repeated, and only Shan Yu's wrist bore the brunt of the injury. Tap, 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 a faint, rhythmic knocking echoed, not loud enough to drown out the persistent rapping from the person outside, who would knock intermittently, allowing silence to stretch in between. Shan Yu, in tears from the pain, felt a murderous impulse rising within him. Why was he the only one enduring such torment? Perhaps it would be better to eliminate that accursed alpha and let him experience what true suffering felt like, amidst the excruciating pain. Shan Yu could no longer contain the fury roiling within him. His cold, indifferent gaze seemed to pierce through the door. At this juncture, he would no longer tolerate it. His pale face bore remnants of tears, cold and twisted, drifting toward the door. The wrist, marked as if gnawed by a beast and revealing bone, pressed against the chilling metal of the door. With a soft click, the door swung open. It heralded the release of a feral creature, poised to viciously rend apart the bothersome alpha outside. His dark eyes glimmered with an unsettling light, devoid of human warmth. In the next moment, he beheld a small dog with chestnut curls, squatting by the door, idly pawing at its pocket. As if alerted by the sound of the door opening, its ears perked up from within its fluffy coat, and it quickly raised its head, beaming a radiant smile at Shan Yu. "Senior Shan, are you feeling any better?" The beast, ready to kill, momentarily froze, a look of bewilderment spreading across its cool and beautiful face. He stepped back, mist forming on his lashes, fluttering slightly before a single droplet of tear fell. In an instant, the beast transformed into a delicate butterfly, Misted with Dew, Chapter 27. I want you to hold my hand. Ji Lai was taken aback by Shun Yu's current state. The brilliant smile quickly morphed into concern as he furrowed his brows. Gazing at Shun Yu's tear-streaked face, his mind momentarily in disarray. What happened to you? The once cold and beautiful figure, now hauntingly powerful and intimidating, bore tears that cascaded down like a stream, his eyes dark and chilling yet clear and exquisite as if made of obsidian. Shin Yu merely stared blankly at him, lost in thought, prompting Ji Lai's worry to escalate. What could have caused Shun Yu to cry? It wasn't he that Ji Lai thought Shun Yu should not shed tears. It was the sheer shock that Shun Yu was actually crying. He seemed like the type who would rather bleed than weep. Thus, Ji Lai's anxiety deepened, an unsettling feeling creeping in, particularly when he recalled the rising darkness from within the room while he knocked. Ji Lai had thought there was trouble brewing, and despite the annoyance it caused, he continued to knock. Who would have guessed he would find Shun Yu opening the door, his face marked with tears? Ji Lai felt a surge of helplessness. What is wrong? Did something happen? Or, has someone discovered your identity? Are they threatening you? No, wait. Is there something about him that poses a dilemma you can't resolve? Ji Lai was in a frenzy, his mind racing to identify who could be responsible. Within mere seconds, he envisioned figures ranging from instructor Ai Gu to the federal principal. Even higher-ups, he began to recall characters from the plot who might take action against Shun Yu at this point. Ji Lai? I'm here. The little butterfly called his name. Ji Lai snapped back to reality just in time to hear Shin Yu whisper, I'm in pain, before he could fully comprehend the emotion behind those two words. The pale and frigid youth pressed his lips tightly together, his lashes fluttering, a tiny tear cascading down. Ji Lai was momentarily stunned. Before him stood the once dauntingly cold youth, silently weeping. His eyes, usually fierce, now glistened with moisture, the redness of his eyes apparent. He seemed he felt no shame in weeping before Ji Lai, gazing directly at him without averting his gaze. Strangely, it was Ji Lai who felt a flush of embarrassment under such scrutiny. As if he had bullied the young man, it was all rather peculiar. Ji Lai thought to himself, he was here to help, to prevent anyone from witnessing Shun Yu in such a state. He grasped Shun Yu's wrist and swiftly pulled him into the dormitory. Shun Yu complied quietly, his expression remaining cold. He cried as he looked at Ji Lai, showing no sign of resistance. It was only after Ji Lai had pulled him inside that he remembered the little butterfly disliked contact with alphas and quickly released him. Apologizing, I'm sorry, senior, I didn't mean to. The warmth of Ji Lai's hand vanished, replaced by a chilling sting. Shin Yu lowered his gaze, contemplating his wrist. The emotionally volatile alpha felt a sharp pang, dark and begrudging thoughts surging within him. Why had he let go? If it was unintentional, could it not be interpreted as intentional? Or did he find the blood on Shun Yu's wrist repulsive, prompting him to hastily release his grip? Only a few seconds had passed. As Shun Yu's brow hardened, exuding a palpable coldness, Ji Lai felt a wave of regret. How could he have forgotten? He carefully considered his words. How should one comfort someone who harbored disdain for his gender? Senior! The icy little butterfly suddenly burst into tears, lifting his gaze to meet Ji Lai's, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Ji Lai was taken aback, and in the next moment, he witnessed Shin Yu fiercely wipe away his tears, cleaning the blood from his wrist and presenting it once more before Ji Lai. Hold my hand. The tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal, if one were to overlook the subtle softness that seeped through his cool voice. Hinting at the tears he fought to suppress, it indeed conveyed a sense of strength. Shun Yu was acutely aware of the nuance in his voice. His pale, translucent skin bore an almost imperceptible blush, and his long lashes quivered incessantly. Yet, he gazed at Ji Lai with unwavering clarity. I want you to hold my hand. His insistence was palpable. Ji Lai's frustration transformed into astonishment, and he felt an unexpected warmth at the contrast of Shun Yu's demeanor. Unable to suppress a smile that curved like a crescent moon. He doesn't dislike me, Ji Lai thought excitedly. I think I've truly become friends with the little butterfly. Little butterfly? The system questioned in electronic tones. Nothing much, just Shin Yu, Ji Lai thought gleefully. This was a significant breakthrough. They had become friends. In the face of a friend's request, Ji Lai would certainly not refuse, and he readily grasped Shun Yu's hand. Only to notice something amiss. His crescent-shaped eyes narrowed, and the warm, radiant curve of his smile sharpened into a fierce intensity. Why is there blood? He pulled up Shun Yu's sleeve, revealing alarming stains beneath the cuff. The pale, bloodless wrist was marred with deep, glaring wounds, and the sharp imprints of teeth were faintly visible. You bit yourself? Ji Lai realized that aside from Shin Yu himself, no one else could inflict such harm upon him. He was on the verge of questioning why Shin Yu had done so when a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to grab a handful of his curly hair and rush to retrieve the bag that had fallen to the ground. I came to bring you some medication. Some of it is usable now, while others will be applicable later. I never expected it would come in handy so soon. Ji Lai placed the bag onto the table, casting a glance over the disordered array of suppressants before extracting its contents, a few common medications, along with a series of remedies for injuries. Alpha was competitive and had a fiery temper. Engaging in occasional brawls was a commonplace affair, and as long as no rules were violated, the Federal Military Academy would not interfere. After all, they were all single alphas, and finding a little O only piqued their interest in such violent encounters. The Federal Military Academy. Let these single alphas be, however, while fights became a regular occurrence, the medical room remained eerily quiet, with few alphas frequenting it, and even fewer medications being sold. These alphas seemed to suffer from what could be termed a medical room shame syndrome, as if visiting the medical room would diminish their strength. It was as if alphas who refrained from seeking treatment or purchasing medications held a certain inferiority, according to the grievances of the Beta Sister. Ji Lai truly felt out of place among these alphas. And the Beta Sister often recounted tales of him. Rumors circulated that he had surpassed Riper, bested Zhai Xiao, and endured until the end in some training sessions, including the recently renowned anti-pheromone training. Such an alpha could hardly be associated with weakness. Perhaps he initially misunderstood certain underlying rules. Yet, after gaining awareness, he maintained a tranquil perspective, undisturbed by external factors, diligently attending to his own affairs, which garnered him considerable admiration. Ji Lai did not regard purchasing medication as a shameful act, nor did he fear ridicule from other alphas for visiting the medical room. Rather, he found amusement in those alphas who clung stubbornly to their pride. Of course, no one relished making frequent trips to the medical room. His visits were purely a result of his bloodline's urges. Many among them stockpiled medications for emergencies, and Ji Lai was no exception. This time, he brought the medications for Shin Yu. Though the latter might not require them, Ji Lai still believed that needing something and not having it were two distinct concepts. Little did he expect that. On this occasion, the items would indeed prove useful. Chapter 28. This dreaded medical room shame syndrome. Ji Lai tended to Shun Yu's wrist injury, and with the treatment administered, the wound appeared less alarming. Bowing his head, Shin Yu's gaze fell, revealing his chestnut curls. The alpha diligently treated his injury, moving with care to avoid contact. The more attentive Ji Lai was, the more discontent Shin Yu felt. It was a sensation that seemed just out of reach, akin to a teasing itch that only heightened his discomfort. His thoughts were ensnared by this alpha, who held a haunting allure. The cold, sweet pheromones unexpectedly wafted into the air, filling the dim dormitory with a delicate fragrance, while the refined visage of the young man flushed with a vivid hue akin to a sunset. His dark, sickly eyes fixated on the alpha, a gaze that was both chilling and damp. Alongside the pheromones, an intoxicating longing entwined around Ji Lai. He paused in wrapping the bandage. Ji Lai silently quickened his pace. The chestnut curls swayed with his movements, appearing languid, while the alpha displayed no discernible emotion, though Shun Yu could sense it. "Are you unhappy?" Ji Lai was taken aback by Shun Yu's inquiry. Pausing momentarily before conceding, perhaps a little, Shun Yu lowered his gaze to his wrist. The once ghastly wound had diminished, no longer appearing as terrifying as it first did. His moist eyes landed on the crestfallen figure before him. "Did I frighten you?" Coughing slightly, Ji Lai was startled by Shun Yu's words, causing him to nearly choke on his own saliva. His crescent-like eyes widened, and with his curls tousled, he exclaimed, "I truly frightened you this time." He chuckled lightly. "Senior Shen, what could possibly scare me about you?" Yet, there had been instances that had indeed startled him. Thus, Ji Lai rephrased, "Did you think I was alarmed upon seeing your wrist?" He smiled, the earlier image of the crestfallen figure seemingly vanishing. "I was pondering whether you alphas suffer from a medical room shame syndrome." Suddenly categorized among you alphas, Shin Yu responded with a perplexed expression. "What is medical room shame syndrome?" Shin Yu's confusion was evident, his cool gaze glistening with curiosity as he looked at Ji Lai. Officer G, feeling a surge of responsibility within Xian Yu's gaze, declared loudly, "Yes, you alphas all suffer from that cursed medical room shame syndrome." Xin Yu appeared even more bewildered, opting for a quiet, attentive silence. Officer G, brimming with a sense of duty, cleared his throat and solemnly asserted, "Medical room shame syndrome is when you alphas refuse to visit the medical room when unwell or injured. This is a waste of medical resources." He deemed this behavior unacceptable. Using medications carelessly constituted a waste of medical resources. Conversely, who said one could avoid using any medical resources without it being wasteful? Clearly having the means, yet choosing to endure. Ji Li bared his small canine teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "How foolish you are! And you as well, how did you come down with this ailment?" The stunning figure of Shun Yu looked at him in confusion. "I am not ill." "You are," Ji Li retorted indignantly. "Tell me. Did you suffer discomfort but refuse to seek medication, stubbornly biting your wrist to endure? An array of treatments, anesthetics, pain relievers, pheromone-soothing agents." He enumerated a multitude, far too many to count. Not to mention the common medications. The shelves in the medical room were gathering dust, with not a single alpha purchasing anything. Was this medical room exclusively for betas? They were not truly devoid of needs. Ji Li glanced at Shun Yu's wound, his lips drooping as he regarded him with seriousness, as if to say, "See? You still need it, yet you refuse to go. Acting like a fool. Senior Shun, do you never visit the medical room when injured?" Shun Yu, he reflected for a moment, then nodded. Unless it exploded before him, he would not spare a glance at that building. To some extent, Ji Li's words held merit, and he had never utilized any medications. Had he? Well, Ji Li interjected, excluding suppressants. Shin Yu nodded again. "Do you perceive alphas who frequently visit the medical room as weak? Isn't that the case?" Shin Yu replied calmly, his gaze silently questioning. "I go often." "Do you think I am weak?" Ji Li posed the question to himself. Clearly not die in every aspect. Ji Li was an exceptional alpha. Shin Yu shook his head, his dark eyes fixed on him. "You are excellent. Thank you, senior. I think so too." Ji Li's eyes curved with a smile, affirming himself shamelessly before clearing his throat to declare, "Now, I must deliver some bad news. Senior, you have been diagnosed with a mild case of medical room shame syndrome. And it's severe, very severe." His clear gaze swept across Shin Yu, as if seeking evidence, and pointed at Shun Yu's wound. "This is the consequence. Continuing on this path is untenable." Officer G, like a teacher admonishing a wayward child, earnestly lectured the reluctant butterfly, "Young A, your body belongs to you. If you do not cherish it, you will suffer when older. Do you understand your mistake?" Shin Yu silently regarded him, his water-washed black eyes reflecting Ji Li's head shaking. His mock-serious expression, he seemed to grasp the source of the vanished discontent. Calming himself, he felt the concern hidden behind Ji Li's stern words. The latter's presence was more effective than any medication. Shun Yu was unable to entertain thoughts of destruction, forgetting the intentions he had harbored the moment he opened the door. The chaotic side of him was locked away once more, or perhaps he had willingly stepped into the cage that had ensnared him. Shin Yu confessed, "The sensitivity period is painful. I don't want to go out." Right? Ji Li realized, "You are still in your sensitivity period." Though it sounded odd coming from an alpha, how could they harbor such thoughts? After chastising Shun Yu, Ji Li reflected obediently and nodded decisively. "All right, this is not your fault. Yes, the sensitivity period that is to blame." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shan Yu's eyes, and he suddenly felt an urge to touzle Ji Li's curls. By the time he realized it, his hand had already grazed the chestnut locks. Fingers tightening momentarily, his gaze turning cold, he became aware that he was touching an alpha. He wished to touch an alpha. Even if Ji Li was a wonderful person, adorable, warm, handsome, not at all like an alpha, there remained an undeniable fact. Ji Li was still an alpha. Did he no longer harbor disdain for alphas? A flicker of confusion crossed Shin Yu's mind as he recalled the faces of alphas from memory, like Instructor Aigu, and placed them in the current context. His confusion was swiftly replaced by a surge of hostility. Indeed, they were the repugnant alphas. Chapter 29. He still detests alphas. Before Ji Li could notice, Shun Yu nonchalantly withdrew his hand, concealing his blood-stained fingertips within his sleeve, clenching tightly. "What's wrong? Does it hurt again?" Faced with Ji Lai Li's concerned gaze, Shun Yu's long lashes fluttered as he awkwardly averted his eyes. It's nothing. Shun Yu resembled a delicate butterfly, having seemingly fallen into a dreamlike reverie, lost in the allure of his fantasies while subconsciously neglecting the starkness of reality. Suddenly, he was struck by an unsettling awareness that caused him to question the very essence of his existence. He was resolute in his disdain for alphas. However, the presence of Ji Lai Li seemed to whisper to him that perhaps his aversion to alphas was not as profound as he believed. Shin Yu pressed his lips together, appearing somewhat shaken, as if his resolve had faltered, and he instinctively wished to distance himself from the source of his turmoil. Yet, this very action only served to heighten Ji Lai Li's concern, prompting him to inquire several times about Shun Yu's well-being. Shun Yu found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his emotions amidst the rising tide of his feelings, and tears began to spill once more. Shun Yu felt the warm liquid escape his eyes, a sensation he could not control. Ji Lai Li was taken aback, perplexed as to why Shun Yu was crying. It dawned on him that the butterfly was still in a vulnerable phase, which perhaps explained the tears. With a sigh, Ji Lai Li gazed at him with a sense of helplessness, saying, "All right, senior. I won't pry any further. Please, do not cry." The fluctuations of the male protagonist's darkening emotional state echoed in his ears. As he sat stiffly, resembling a statue, tears streaming down his pale, beautiful face, Delilah found it somewhat amusing, desperately suppressing a smile, fearful that any hint of humor would betray him to Shun Yu. Yet, despite his efforts, a glimmer of mirth escaped the corners of his eyes. Shun Yu felt his ears flush slightly, and the tears that fell seemed to burn with an intensity of their own. The words of the alpha were peculiar, akin to those meant to soothe a child. Rationally, he ought to perceive it as a provocation, which would typically evoke disdain. Yet, in reality, he found himself stirred by those very words. His tears stilled. This realization struck him as wrong. Shun Yu sensed a different kind of danger looming. He clenched his fingers tightly, asserting, "I'm fine. You should go back." Ji Lai Li scrutinized him for a moment and, seeing that he appeared considerably improved, replied, "Then, senior, please rest well. Also, remember my words. If you are feeling unwell, visit the medical room. It is futile to bear it alone." Noting Shin Yu's distracted nod, Ji Lai Li could not help but steal another glance. Ah, the cold, enigmatic Shun Yu, adorned with a pale, icy visage, carried himself with an inherent air of aloofness and pride, yet his face was marred with tear stains, rendering him strikingly vulnerable. It was utterly fascinating. Ji Lai Li mused how wicked he could be as he unabashedly gazed at Shun Yu, unable to stifle a soft chuckle. Shun Yu, observing Ji Lai Li's sudden laughter, caught a hint of confusion in the latter's bright eyes. Ji Lai Li bid him farewell, saying, "I'm off now, senior, do take care." With that, he dashed out of the room. Shun Yu opened his mouth, his delicate, pallid face betraying no emotion as he remained seated in silence. The room was left with only a faint trace of iris pheromones, a subtle scent tinged with bitterness, which was soon enveloped by an icy stillness, rendering it nearly imperceptible. He loathed all alphas. With a loud bang, the half-closed silver door swung open as a young alpha stumbled in. Crashing against the wall, Ji Lai Li hurriedly returned, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath, relieved that he had not fully closed the door. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he marveled at how he had pushed himself beyond the limits of human endurance. "Goodness, what a superhuman alpha I am," he thought. Raising his hand, he shook the Starbrain device, apologetically glancing at Shun Yu, who seemed startled by his sudden appearance. Shun Yu merely stared at him in silence. "I just realized I don't have your contact information. I came to find you and spent ages asking 3 or 4 alphas for IT. It's quite inconvenient without it. After all, we are friends now." Seeing no rebuttal from Shun Yu, Ji Lai Li's lips curled into a smile. "Let us exchange contact information, Shun Yu." Moments later, having successfully obtained the contact details, Ji Lai Li felt a sense of satisfaction. Shun Yu had indeed regarded him as a friend, a significant development worthy of commemoration. Turning his back to Shun Yu, he discreetly changed the note to Blue Butterfly. He felt that this moniker suited Shun Yu in an inexplicably charming way. Before leaving, Ji Lai Li took a deep breath and kindly reminded Shun Yu, "Senior, your pheromones are overflowing again. If you're feeling uncomfortable, don't forget to take your medication." There are still drugs for the alpha sensitivity phase in the medical room. After speaking, he exited the pheromone-laden dormitory, sensing an odd illusion that the air had grown increasingly fragrant, as if he were on the verge of being pickled in the scent. Shen Yu, clutching Ji Lai Li's contact information, maintained an icy demeanor. His gaze coldly fixed on the starbrain ring. After a long pause, he accessed the dwindling list of alpha contacts on his device. Aside from the semi-retired Principal Lai Si, who had not been involved in affairs for quite some time, there was only one other individual. Shen Yu, with his inherent pride, selected the contact labeled Instructor AI Gu and proceeded to delete it. He remained resolute in his disdain for alphas. The next day's pheromone training saw Instructor AI Gu in a foul mood, glaring at everyone as if daring them to provoke him, ready to unleash wrath upon any who crossed his path. Before entering the enclosed training room, he coldly mocked several underperforming alphas. How can you even call yourself an alpha? You must be insufferable in daily life. Provoked, a new alpha bristled with anger, contemplating a confrontation, but retreated under Instructor AI Gu's fierce gaze. Leaper clicked his tongue. He's really lost it, Ji Lai Li chimed in, firing off comments like a machine gun, fully engaged. Zhai Yifei glanced at the two, adjusting his attire, sensing that today's training session would prove even more arduous than the last. What's the matter? Are you scared? Leaper taunted, placing a hand on Ji Lai Li's shoulder. Come on, give it your best shot. Let us see what Zhai Xiao thinks. Zhai Yifei wore an expression of exasperation, clearly irritated by the nickname. What are you calling me? Ji Lai Li blinked, scratching his head. Brother Zhai, is that nickname really that distasteful? Leaper eagerly awaited Zhai Yifei's response, keen to witness the unfolding drama. Zhai Yifei nodded, affirming that the repetition of an alpha-S name was indeed nauseating. And it was shocking that Leaper had even uttered it was a humiliating affront to Ji Lai Li's dignity as an alpha, and it must have been quite a challenge for Ji Lai Li to befriend someone like that. Actually, it's just my nickname. Friends who were close to me used to call me that. I casually mentioned it to Pagu during our conversation yesterday. Upon hearing the nickname, Leaper burst into laughter. What kind of name is that? Sounds like a mockery. Realizing it was Ji Lai Li's mother's chosen name, and that it was endearingly used by close friends, Leaper fell silent, unable to express an apology, grudgingly uttering the nickname. After Ji Lai Li's explanation, Leaper understood that there would be no entertaining drama to witness. As expected, Zhai Yifei smiled slightly, remarking, "It sounds rather cute, quite fitting for you." Ji Lai Li beamed. "Thank you, brother." "Better late than never," Leaper scoffed. The two exchanged glances, sparks flying. Chapter 30. It was evident that a fight would not break out, as training loomed ahead. Should a brawl ensue, they would surely find themselves in the confinement room. It was common for many alphas to be locked away there each day. As Leaper had suggested, this training session was significantly more challenging than the previous one. By the schedule, this was the second day of the first half, marking the fourth session of anti-pheromone training. Compared to the day before, it was on a different level entirely. Yesterday, the alphas had persevered, their confidence soaring, but today, their self-esteem lay in shattered pieces. One young alpha cried out in despair. If this continues, are we supposed to gather the pheromones of top-tier omegas? Am I even worthy? Was it really necessary for a single pheromone training session to be this intense? Today, they had directly unleashed S-class pheromones. It left the newcomers dazed, some collapsing, while others lost control and began brawling. However, this time, they had learned their lesson. Under the threat of losing performance points, most of the uncontrollable alphas activated their wristbands early. Ji Lai Li no longer had to single-handedly knock each one out to activate their wristbands. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that his rhinitis had flared up. Following Shen Yu's pheromones from yesterday, Ji Lai Li's nasal condition deteriorated overnight. He had spent half the night struggling to breathe, feeling utterly miserable. Amidst the cacophony of snoring alphas, Ji Lai Li quietly rose from his bed. With nothing better to do, he decided to head to the training ground in the middle of the night. As fate would have it, he encountered Leaper. The scene was undeniably awkward. Under the moonlight, two alphas stood facing each other in silence. Ji Lai Li broke the tension. "Pagu, didn't you say you never practice outside of scheduled hours? Isn't that something only useless people do?" Leaper retorted, "Of course. Would I lie to you? I couldn't sleep, so I ended up here." Ji Lai Li pressed on, "Brother, why don't you take off your weighted vest first?" Leaper shot back, "Just shut up. Ji Lili narrowed his eyes, as the second place was striving to ascend, while the first place sought ways to maintain its position, and of course, if Lei Po were to find out, he would likely contemplate assassination. For Ji Lili was unaware that, after several training sessions, the throne of first place had quietly changed hands. Under the tacit understanding of all the new students, he had become first. Meanwhile, his two companions were eyeing him with keen interest. Lei Po's mind conjured a myriad of thoughts. So he trained here every night. No wonder he could surpass me and claim the top spot. And how unfortunate it was for me to discover that it was you who took my place. A mix of complex emotions and pride. Consequently, in a bid to slow down Ji Lili's pace, he nervously engaged him in conversation. He mused, "Truly, I am a deeply flawed alpha." In the end, Ji Lili felt refreshed. While Lei Po was riddled with guilt, plagued by self-reproach even in his dreams. Who would have thought that his rhinitis would worsen now? The gap between A and S grade was indeed vast. And what of Shunyu? Ji Lili rubbed his reddened nose, recalling the potent pheromones he had sensed on previous occasions, which had proven to be a veritable trigger for his rhinitis. Thus, it seemed that Xian Yu's pheromones were even more formidable, as expected of the protagonist who could successfully turn the tables in the HHH world. As the first half of the training concluded. The departing alphas were all dejected, their defeat plainly etched upon their faces. The moment Ji Lili stepped outside, he reached for a nasal spray with urgency. He inhaled deeply. At last, relief washed over him, and the air felt just a bit fresher. It was at this moment that the cold, unyielding voice of Instructor Age echoed through the loudspeaker. "Attention all new students, this is to inform you that combat training is about to commence. Please gather immediately at Training Ground No. 3. As the announcement faded, chaos erupted, with exclamations of disbelief filling the air. What the hell? Are we really going to be subjected to combat training now? My legs are trembling. I feel utterly weak. Even a small omega could easily take me down. Stop dreaming. You think being weak will grant you mercy from an omega? The instructor will have his way with you." And there's no escaping that. Upon hearing this, the alphas shuddered, a chill coursing through them. Ji Lili's hand trembled, nearly spraying the mist into his eyes. What the hell? Is this how you alphas speak? What an eye-opener! The abrupt imposition of combat training right after pheromone training was indeed a dire misfortune, especially as it coincided with the moment when the alphas felt their weakest. They rushed over, barely catching their breath, when an alpha suddenly crashed into them. What the hell is this? One alpha instinctively kicked out, yet he was too drained. The pheromones had sapped his strength, and instead of sending the other flying, he ended up injuring his own foot. Who the hell threw me out? And you dare to insult me? If I don't crush you today, I'll change my last name. The alpha pinned beneath him cursed weakly, his face twisted in suppressed rage, while a few spectators nearby couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding drama. Before long, they followed suit. Damn. They're throwing alphas out like garbage. A multitude of them were launched into the air, landing with surprising grace. Unfortunately, they were all weakened alphas. A fall anywhere else would be manageable, but what would happen to their vital areas? As the saying goes, dead friends are better than a living monk. And one bold fellow yelled, "You lot, wait for me. I'll be back." Mid-air, he twisted his body, agile despite his fatigue, and began to descend rapidly. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Ji Lili looked up, puzzled, and saw what appeared to be a collision course heading straight for him. His eyes widening. Reflexively, he kicked out, landing a direct hit on the fellow's backside. What the hell? A perfect arc was traced as the unfortunate soul flew back towards the training ground. Inside the training arena, the proud alphas clad in black and gold military uniforms exuded an air of superiority, adorned with golden insignias, flexing their wrists and smirking disdainfully. These new students have little to offer. I expected them to last longer. But they fell with a single blow. I overestimated their abilities. It seems this task will be quite challenging. Not long ago, an announcement had been made regarding the appointment of senior military students as instructors, and the criteria were stringent, ensuring that those present were among the finest. There was a common thread among them. Most were members of the patrol team. The senior students found the audacity and rebelliousness of this particular batch of alphas intolerable. Eugene shared this disdain, sneering at the new students who had fallen with a mere strike. Have you heard of clowns? They might not have red noses, but they certainly look ridiculous. The haughty tone with which the alphas spoke was scathing. Casting sidelong glances at the new students who approached them, filled with indignation. "Hey, clowns, do you think we're in a circus?" With a scoff, Eugene's words sparked laughter among the proud alphas, clearly dismissing the new students. Enraged, the newcomers glared back, their fury palpable, when suddenly, a torrent of curses erupted. "I swear at you. Which brat dares to look down on us?" G. Liley retaliated against the one who had been thrown to the ground. Spitting as he staggered to his feet, weakly shouting, "I'm back. Hey!" He turned to the newly arrived alpha students. "These brats, do you think you can be our instructors? Go take them down." Chapter 31. Very well. You have successfully provoked me. These bastards don't take us seriously. If we don't make them cry, I won't accept it. Despite their weakness, the alphas clenched their fists and charged forward, unyielding. The remaining newcomers could hardly contain their frustration. Did they really think they could treat them like fools just because they weren't retaliating? They were neither fools nor ninjas, and when provoked, they would surely respond. The once feeble alphas now glared fiercely, their eyes ablaze with determination. "How dare you mock us? If I bite you, I'll make sure you won't forget it." The training ground erupted into chaos, now more challenging than before, primarily due to these damned new students. It seemed they understood their current weakness, so when they charged in, they abandoned all pretense, driven by sheer ruthlessness. "You dare to clutch my chest, disgusting alpha? Raise your fists. If you're going to fight, do it properly. Kicking me below the belt is just shameful. I'll bite you to death, and if I can't, I'll make you feel miserable. Senior, keep being arrogant. Ha." The new students, shedding their dignity, fought viciously. Their tactics included scratching with their nails, knowing that these haughty seniors would instinctively flinch, thus launching into a frenzy of strikes. Understanding that alphas had an aversion to their own kind, they would gnash their teeth and sink them into their opponent's ears. Applying a deadly grip, the pain was excruciating and repulsive. Some even targeted the men's most vulnerable spots, determined to take something down with them, exclaiming, "Damn, I'll make sure to take something with me." As G. Liley entered, Hiwa in a similarly disdainful tone, the nearby alpha remarked, "Well said. I believe Instructor Age can cancel this task. Next time, let them loose during the combat drills to bite and claw at each other. The Empire's lot will surely find it hysterical. Himph, how utterly embarrassing." The new students' faces flushed crimson, wishing fervently to silence these provocateurs. Repper and Jai Ifei wore solemn expressions. Just as Jai Ifei was about to speak, he suddenly heard a retort from behind. "I don't know if the Empire will laugh themselves to death, but Senior, it seems like you might be the one to die of anger first." Turning around, Jai Ifei saw a youth with chestnut curls standing at the back, his brows arched and a faint bloodstain above his brow lending a sharpness to his otherwise warm demeanor. G. Liley's smile bore an unusual sharpness as he addressed Eugene. "I've heard your name. There are numerous battle videos of you on the forums." Eugene, with an arrogant curl of his lip, reluctantly cast a sidelong glance at G. Liley. "Is that so? I've never paid any attention." His haughty demeanor incited an involuntary anger. Yet G. Liley seemed blissfully unaware, his eyes crinkling in a smile as he replied, "Oh, what a pity," then, with a slight sigh. His bright eyes glinted with regret. "Senior Shun Yu's display of prowess against you was indeed impressive. After a few moves, your arm was broken, your leg twisted, and you crawled on the ground, howling in pain. Your eyes wild, still attempting to attack Senior Shun. Such commendable fighting spirit. What the hell is this fighting spirit? You actually watched that battle video, didn't you?" The new students internally gasped in delight. Relishing the sight of the arrogant Eugene's darkened expression, it was evident that he had been thoroughly defeated. Eugene felt a murderous intent towards G. Liley. Each generation of unyielding alpha bore the weight of a mountain upon their shoulders. For Eugene, Shun Yu was the insurmountable peak looming over him. He never anticipated that the little brat across from him would unearth his past failures at such a moment. Enraged, Eugene bit down on his clenched teeth. Sneering kid, do you wish to experience this yourself? With a flash of irritation in his eyes, Eugene spoke haughtily, "Very well, you've successfully provoked me." He had already lost to Shinyu. Could he possibly lose to a mere freshman? "Oh." G. Liley feigned surprise, "Senior. Why do you look as though you're about to be driven to madness? If the Empire's alphas say a few words, will you really resort to biting them?" Ji Lily earnestly stated, that wouldn't he do? It would be far too embarrassing. Besides, senior, you don't seem to have much of a biting technique. There's hardly any lethality in your approach. Shut up. You little brat. Eugene's eyes sparkled with fury, unable to endure any longer, and he was poised to strike. The other alphas accompanying him quickly restrained his arm. They were there as instructors, yet they were not true instructors. The earlier chaos had merely served to intimidate the newcomers. To provoke them into a fight would be quite unbecoming. As fellow proud substitute instructors, they certainly did not wish to witness Eugene lose his composure. The new students watched Eugene and his companions with sharp, predatory gazes, akin to a pack of weak yet defiant little leopards, ready to snap back. At that moment, Repper and Jai Ife positioned themselves beside Ji Lily. Casting cold glances at Eugene, Ji Lily smiled. Feeling the support of his friends, he patted their shoulders, urging them to relax. I'm sorry, senior. While I'm unsure what I said to make you so furious, I genuinely approached your battle videos with a mindset to learn. Chapter 32. The charming and adorable antagonist. The dog's eyes sparkled with sincerity. Yet Eugene was far from pleased. What a load of nonsense. When one is consumed by rage, they might just laugh. Eugene regarded him with cold disdain. Go on, enlighten me. What have you learned? Go on, spin me a tale. Let us see what you can come up with. Since you've so sincerely inquired, I will generously inform you. To prevent the destruction of the world, to uphold peace, and to embody love and authenticity in malevolence. The charming and adorable antagonist. Ji Lily. Naturally, Ji Lily would not allow Eugene's ambitions to go unfulfilled. Ji Lily smiled. At that moment, I thought to myself, how impressive is this senior who lies on the ground. He bears injuries to his arms and legs, yet still insists on launching an attack. They say you're both incompetent and stubborn. I, however, am different. Senior Eugene employs strategy, using your painful howls, with eyes wild and crawling in darkness, to intimidate Senior Shun into believing he is formidable enough to subdue a powerful alpha. Consequently, this would lead Senior Shun to become overconfident, losing his composure. If the inner flattery wasn't enough, Senior Eugene further attempted to terrify Senior Shun with his grotesque and ghastly appearance. After all, an alpha with a broken arm, a twisted leg, and crawling towards you could indeed be quite intimidating. This is a remarkable psychological attack, Ji Lily asserted with conviction, sounding utterly serious. Eugene? The new students were bewildered, suddenly enlightened. Even the accompanying substitute instructors among the alphas were somewhat convinced, realizing that this was indeed strategy, an innocent gesture concealing a grand scheme. Repper raised an eyebrow, sarcastically commenting, terrifying the alphas, indeed. Jai Ife smiled. Senior Eugene, it seems we'll need your guidance on psychological warfare. Eugene trembled with fury. Silence. You don't understand. Ji Lily, the little pup, nodded vigorously. Senior, I understand. I know you only wish to defeat Shinyu. Reflecting on Eugene's appearance in the video, injured yet still crawling, displaying astonishing aggression, Ji Lily encouraged him. Senior, if you can't best him, there's no need to feel inferior. The new students believed this to be a comfort. However, Ji Lily's tone shifted as he continued. You will discover that there are many you cannot defeat. It's a feeling of inferiority that one must learn to live with. Help! They were about to burst into laughter. The uproarious laughter left Eugene clenching his fists, glaring at Ji Lily with malevolence. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Ji Lily flashed a smile at Eugene, fearlessly continuing to encourage him. Senior Eugene, with your perseverance, you will succeed at anything. Provoking a freshman alpha like this was a risky endeavor. Eugene was uncertain about his determination, but his patience had reached its limit. Suddenly, Eugene let out a cold laugh. Junior, the time for banter is over. Let me witness your abilities. As an instructor, I believe I have that right. The first rule of the Federal Military Academy is to obey superior orders. As a substitute instructor, Eugene asserted his intention to spar with Ji Lily, leaving Ji Lily no choice but to comply. Otherwise, Eugene could easily classify him as violating regulations under his patrol authority. Bah! Despicable and treacherous fiend. Someone in the crowd of newcomers muttered. Eugene paid no mind, raising his chin and glaring down at Ji Lily's badge number, 669. Now, attack me! In familiar territory, Eugene regained his confidence, believing there was nothing amiss. Nor did he care whether Ji Lai's level was lacking after undergoing pheromone training. In Eugene's mind, regardless of Ji Lai's condition, he could not possibly win against him, a predetermined loser. Did his state require special consideration? Eugene merely needed to know that his victory was a foregone conclusion. Similarly, he would ensure that this insolent brat understood that truth and pay the price for his insolent tongue. Why should he be the one to step up? I will. Repper suddenly stepped forward, a rebellious alpha boldly placing himself in front of Eugene, a wound on his face, his expression defiant. I am the first. If anyone is to face you, it should be me, bro. Ji Lai was momentarily taken aback. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he turned to see Jai Yifei smiling at him, seemingly trying to reassure him. Then he stepped up beside Repper, his tone light yet proud. I hope Senior Eugene will be generous with his teachings. Eugene looked at the two, chuckling in amusement. How amusing, eager to take a beating. Judging by their condition, it was evident that Repper and Jai Yifei were not in optimal shape. Otherwise, with Repper's fiery spirit, he would have thrown a punch from the outset instead of resorting to sarcasm. The effects of pheromones had evidently taken a toll. In contrast, Ji Lai maintained a composed demeanor. Aside from the faint bloodstain on his brow, he had sustained minimal injuries. Seeing his companions standing protectively in front of him touched him deeply. He certainly wouldn't allow them to bear the brunt. Thank you, brothers, but I can handle this. You two should rest. Repper frowned, unconvinced. Are you sure you can manage? Ji Lai appeared to be a well-behaved alpha, seemingly incapable of fighting. Since he was Ji Lai's brother, he would handle this. Such matters were his responsibility. Repper thought grandly, believing that a qualified older brother must take care of his younger sibling's mess. A brother who has never cleaned up after his younger sibling is imperfect. Jai Yifei shared similar sentiments to Repper. He spoke plainly and directly. Eugene wouldn't dare go all out against me. His identity was a double-edged sword. Eugene, facing him, would have to consider General Jai behind him and thus refrain from inflicting serious harm. In the glaring opposition, only the reckless Repper seemed truly fearless. Ji Lai smiled. I know my limits. After contemplating for a moment, in order to alleviate his companion's concerns, he candidly confessed, actually, I suffer from rhinitis and possess a resistance to pheromones. And no matter how uncomfortable I feel, it's merely my nose that suffers. As long as I distance myself from the source of the pheromones, everything will be fine, he continued. When you see me with a spray, I am simply applying it to my nose. Upon mentioning this, Ji Lai couldn't help but feel disheartened, for his rhinitis had been persistent, and it was truly unbearable. After venting his frustrations about the discomfort caused by his condition, Ji Lai reassured. So, you need not worry about me. I can handle it, brother. Ji Lai, after a prolonged silence without receiving a reply, looked on in confusion, meeting the expressionless faces of the first and second individuals. The two shared a tacit understanding and stepped back, allowing the bewildered Ji Lai to confront Eugene with a blank expression. Leipa scoffed, go hard on him. Jai Yifei, with a veneer of amusement masking his seriousness, remarked, I'll take care of the aftermath. Ji Lai, the bewildered puppy thought to himself, hey, how did our friendship ship capsize so easily? Chapter 33. You possess remarkably keen eyes. As the two alphas faced off, Ji Lai appeared to be at a disadvantage in their eyes. One was a distinguished senior, while the other was merely a freshman who had just undergone physical training, raising concerns about Ji Lai's capability. Under normal circumstances, various quantum energy weapons would be deployed during combat, with powerful thermal weapons serving as the backbone for alphas. However, in this instance, neither party was equipped with any gear, relying solely on their physical prowess. Without thermal weapons and external support, the contest would hinge entirely on the raw strength of the two alphas. Eugene struck with ferocity, showing no regard for his opponent's status as a newcomer. His movements were as swift as lightning, showcasing the excellence of his alpha genes, with agility akin to that of a cheetah, delivering strikes with lethal intent. For many freshmen, the scene unfolded in a blur. Before they could comprehend Eugene's actions, he was already upon Ji Lai. Leipa muttered under his breath, this guy is indeed formidable. Jai Yifei's gaze turned serious, acknowledging Eugene's evident strength. With a cold, haughty demeanor, Eugene aimed to swiftly conclude the confrontation. From the outset, he unleashed his full potential, intent on a quick resolution, denying his opponent any opportunity to react. In his eyes, if the adversary failed to respond in time. The battle would already be over, thus delivering the utmost humiliation. What qualifications do you possess to stand before me? Eugene's disdain towards Ji Lili was palpable, his arrogance on full display. Therefore, when Ji Lili did not succumb to the anticipated fate of collapsing under his kick, Eugene's expression revealed a flicker of surprise. Eugene, losing focus at this juncture is hardly wise. Seizing the moment of Eugene's distraction, Ji Lili retaliated, opting not to create distance but to capitalize on the opportunity, aiming a strike towards the nape of Eugene's neck. To squander the advantage created by his opponent would be a grave error. A gust of wind whistled past Ji Lili's neck, triggering a dangerous instinct within Eugene. His extensive combat experience prompted a swift reaction, allowing him to evade the blow. Nevertheless, he still felt the impact on his shoulder. The force of Ji Lili's strike resonated through his bones with a painful crack. What kind of strength does this brat possess? Eugene's expression shifted slightly, and in an instant, a cold smirk crept across his lips, recognizing that Ji Lili had some merit in his boldness. The unexpected reversal left the freshman alphas momentarily stunned. Their pupils contracted and then expanded, finally widening to the size of saucers. Damn. I thought he was going to kneel in one blow, but instead, he turned the tables. Laughter erupted among them. They had previously dismissed Ji Lili, yet now he had proven himself worthy. If he takes down Eugene, I wonder if he'll still be so arrogant? So, was that rumor true? One asked, bewildered. I always said it was true. Do you think he could just waltz into the troublemaker group? That is not a crowd one simply joins. Another queried, what rumor? This lad has gone toe-to-toe with Instructor Age for over 10 exchanges without losing ground. Upon recalling this rumor, those fortunate enough to have witnessed it firsthand began to reflect on Instructor Age's words. Could it be Ji Lili has been playing the fool to catch the wise? After all, he had never fought back before. The excitement among the freshmen surged, their confidence bolstered. They had long harbored resentment towards Eugene. Ji Lili overcoming him felt like a personal victory. The thrill of vicarious triumph is exhilarating. Ji Lili remained oblivious to the excitement unfolding below. As he had mentioned to Eugene, losing focus at such a critical moment was unwise. Having come from a police academy, Ji Lili had interned for a month with the criminal investigation team. Although it was labeled an internship, it was more of a busy assignment, assisting them for a time. As an exemplary student, Ji Lili participated, even if he had little say or utility within the team. He merely observed with keen eyes. After the busiest weeks concluded, many returned home. Yet Ji Lili persisted, shadowing the experienced detectives, absorbing knowledge from various cases and witnessing their actions firsthand. Perhaps it was his tenacity or his natural charm. One seasoned senior had praised him, saying, "Little G, you are a fine prospect. I look forward to your growth." Ji Lili received compliments from all walks of life, from elderly relatives to toddlers. He accepted flattery with grace and poise. However, the senior had chuckled. I was serious. "Little G, do you know what I admire most about you?" "What is it?" Ji Lili inquired. "You possess remarkably keen eyes. Gifted in observation, adept at learning, with a natural gift for retention. Such eyes, paired with a sharp and agile mind, are indeed a rare combination." Perhaps Ji Lili was unaware that in the eyes of many, he was regarded as a prodigious talent. Yet, too much brilliance lay hidden beneath his gentle brow, rendering him seemingly unthreatening, leading others to overlook the underlying brilliance that belonged to Ji Lili. Eugene soon realized that his ambition to swiftly conclude the fight was unattainable. Initially, he had underestimated his opponent. But being an experienced alpha, he quickly recalibrated his mindset, raising his awareness of Ji Lili's potential threat. It was astonishing. He found himself on high alert against a freshman. Yet this was not the limit. Each time Eugene thought he had witnessed the extraordinary, Ji Lili would astonish him anew. The realization struck Eugene that Ji Lili was mirroring his techniques. The thought emerged, and Eugene questioned his sanity. But the moment Ji Lili attacked with a replicated move, Eugene was certain it was indeed his own technique. He raised his hand to block, his proud brow furrowing as he regarded Ji Lili with a complex expression. In truth, aside from the initial injury Eugene sustained from underestimating Ji Lili, the latter had gained many advantages thereafter. When Ji Lili first arrived in this world, he had sparred with Instructor Age, feeling confident in his abilities. Now, facing the esteemed Eugene, Ji Lili discerned that perhaps instructor age had not even exerted 1/3 of his strength. The alphas here were indeed formidable. This realization did not instill pressure in Ji Lili. Rather, it exhilarated him. Drawing from his previous combat training, he focused intently on observing his opponent. At that moment, victory or defeat was no longer his primary concern. The true opponent had become himself. Ultimately, Eugene recognized that if the battle continued in this manner, he would risk losing, or at best, achieving a stalemate. Neither outcome was acceptable to him. This marked the second time Eugene had felt such immense pressure, the first being with Shan Yu, by the end of the practical training session. Both alphas were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Ji Lili wiped his brow. Though fatigued, he felt an undeniable rush of exhilaration. With a grin revealing his 2 small canine teeth, he expressed, "Thank you for your guidance." Senior, was it not guidance, after all? Amidst their tussles, he had managed to seize the upper hand. Eugene merely huffed coldly, refraining from response, and strode past the other alphas, ignoring the calls of the patrol team as he departed without looking back. Chapter 34. Are you aware of Shin Yu's feelings towards you? This development was indeed unexpected. It was Lei Po's first time witnessing Ji Lili take action, and like the other freshmen, his eyes widened in shock. Wait. Is this really the Ji Lili I know? The young man, with his chestnut curls and a twinkle in his eye, resembled a perpetually cheerful puppy. Yet, a dog cannot defeat a leopard. Nor can it intimidate one. Leipa felt as though he had been struck by a revelation. Though he was known for his rebellious nature and penchant for provocation, he recognized that he could not match Ji Lili's boldness against Eugene. Leipa felt as though the sky had fallen in on him. Turning to Jia Yifei, he noted that the latter also wore an expression of utter disbelief. Well then, it seemed the sky had returned to Leipa. Ji Lili descended from the stage, basking in the complex gazes of the alphas, and happily approached his 2 friends. Brother. Leipa regained his composure and looked at Ji Lili, his heart swelling with pride for his friend. Regardless of the chaos around them, fearing Ji Lili's disappointment should he lose, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, encouraging him, "Well done." That Eugene must be trembling now. If this continues, you might even reach a draw with him. Ha! A draw with the acting instructor? What right does he have to teach me combat? Jia Yifei cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you really believe that the victor is you? Leipa held his head high with pride. That kid Ji Lili calls me brother. As his brother, doesn't that mean the victory belongs to me? What kind of logic is this? Jia Yifei's lips twitched. In the next moment, he recalled that Ji Lili also called him brother. Thus, Jia Yifei ceased to argue with Leipa. Speechless, are we? Leipa raised an eyebrow in triumph, just as he was about to say something when his peripheral vision caught sight of someone. Who was that? They looked somewhat familiar. Leipa squinted to scrutinize. The training ground was teeming with the figures of alphas, and after the little incident involving Ji Lili and Eugene, the members of the acting instructor's patrol team could no longer exert their authority over them. As combat training was underway, the newcomers weaved through the throng, occasionally passing in front of Lei Po's line of sight. Yet, standing not far away, the aloof and pale alpha was strikingly conspicuous. Those enigmatic black eyes, when cast upon him, unconsciously stirred a chill within. Damn, isn't that Shen Yu? What is he doing there? As Leipa puzzled over this, he suddenly locked eyes with those black orbs. The alpha's body instantly tensed. Muscles coiled, ready for battle, but then, those black eyes shifted away, as if merely glancing at him before settling on Ji Lili beside him. The gaze was indescribably dark and damp, impenetrable. The way he looked at Ji Lili bore no hint of aggression. Yet, a sense of being preyed upon by a dangerous presence, as if one might be devoured whole at any moment, sent a shiver down Lei Po's spine. He felt goosebumps rise on his arms. Bro, what are you doing? It's time for training. Ji Lili leaned over and, noticing the goosebumps on Lei Po's arm, chuckled, poking at one of them. Look at you, getting goosebumps from the thought of training. It's quite remarkable. Is this really you, Pugu? Suddenly, a voice from the system announced, Male leads darkening value 5. Ji Lili froze momentarily, confused about the sudden announcement of the darkening value. Meanwhile, Lei Po's goosebumps intensified. A terrifying gaze abruptly locked onto his arm. Filled with venomous intent as if it wished to sever it entirely, Lei Po exclaimed, What the hell did I do? He shot a hostile look at Jia Yifei. You toxic husband. Offended by the sudden remark. Jia Yifei's tone turned icy. Have you lost your mind? If you have, go see the medical team. No, it wasn't this toxic gaze. He had mistaken the culprit. Lei Per retorted brusquely, I'm perfectly fine. Mind your own business. While pondering that if the venomous gaze did not belong to Jia Yifei, there was only one possibility. He took a step away, distancing himself from Ji Lili. Instantly, the malicious gaze shifted. Lei Per. He grasped the situation. That gaze was related to Ji Lili, and it was his proximity to the latter that had drawn such attention. How intense was the emotion? Xinyu actually, Ji Lili, oblivious to Lei Per's subtle movements, briefly paused at the system's announcement. As his scattered attention converged, he sensed a familiar gaze and turned to look. Unintentionally, he collided with a pair of black eyes that seemed to hold his reflection. Xinyu stood at the edge of the training ground, observing him. The delicate butterfly appeared somewhat improved. There was no sweat on his forehead, though his complexion remained pale and his lips devoid of color. Upon noticing Ji Lili, his eyelashes fluttered, but he did not look away, his gaze fixed upon him. Ji Lili smiled, waved, and was about to rush over when a foot stepped in front of him, followed by a figure blocking his path. Lei Per, still reeling from the revelation, watched as his friend, like a foolish dog, displayed a blissful grin and sprinted straight toward Xinyu. Was he trying to get himself killed? As a friend, Lei Per could not stand idly by while Ji Lili walked into the jaws of danger. He had to intervene. Lei Per's demeanor turned serious, and he glared at Ji Lili. You stop right there, you can't go. Ji Lili was genuinely taken aback, halting his steps, puzzled. What is the matter? I ask you, are you going to find Xinyu? Upon hearing their conversation, Jia Yifei glanced over and spotted Shan Yu's figure. Lei Per, what are you doing? He noticed Shan Yu's expression had turned icy. This fool truly had no fear of death. Bro, I'm going to find Senior Shun, Ji Lili replied, looking at him quizzically. Is there a problem? A huge problem, Lei Per exclaimed. You are courting death? He frowned tightly, feeling the piercing gaze from behind like needles in his back. Lei Per resolved to act swiftly. I'll be blunt. Do you know Shen Yu's feelings toward you? What feelings? The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere grew tense. Ji Lili's heart raced. What do you mean? Jia Yifei furrowed his brows. What feelings could Shen Yu possibly have for him? Even the system, devoid of physical form, shut down other operational data, eagerly awaiting Lei Per's next words. Lei Per tilted his head, his small tuft of hair bobbing, a smug grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed. The truth is, he wants to make your life difficult. The Alpha smirked confidently, feeling he had exposed Shen Yu's intentions and saved his friend. Shen Yu has been watching you from the shadows. His feelings for you are anything but simple. Anyone who draws close to you will be met with his hostility. Based on my deductions, he has undoubtedly noticed you, recognized your talents, and only just realized you could become a threat to him. His gaze was as if he wished to devour you whole. Lei Per cautioned, you need to be careful around him. I am the simplistic mindset of an alpha, focused solely on combat and dominance. He could not fathom the existence of another, more ambiguous possibility. Lei Per firmly believed that Ji Lili possessed abilities that made Xinyu wary. Jia Yifei slowly furrowed his brow. Attracting Xinyu's attention was certainly not a good thing. Lei Per raised an eyebrow. Indeed it's not. But in public, Xinyu likely wouldn't do anything too extreme. As long as you... Huh? The spot where Ji Lili had been standing was now empty, and Lei Per was taken aback. Where did he go? Of course, he had dashed off to meet the little butterfly. Chapter 35. Tears as weapons. In the few minutes spent conversing with Lei Per, Ji Lili's darkening value was on the verge of exploding. Each announcement echoed like the previous heat phase Xinyu experienced, reminiscent of the early stages of Omega differentiation. A clear message of distress. I am suffering. I am about to darken. This cannot stand. Seeing Lei Per still uttering strange things while his darkening value continued to announce itself, Ji Lili had no choice but to hurry away. He was concerned that Xinyu might be in trouble or feeling particularly unwell. Wasn't he in his sensitive phase? Why had he suddenly emerged? Previously, he had advised him to visit the medical room if he felt unwell. Upon reflection, it seemed that this place was indeed on the way to the medical room, and Ji Lili could no longer afford to hesitate. After Xinyu turned, Ji Lili promptly followed him. As for what Lei Per had said about Xinyu wanting to cause him trouble, viewing him as a threat and wishing to devour him, Ji Lili believed none of it. They were already friends. Surely, those were just the figments of Paji's imagination. However, there was no time to explain now. He would have to inform them later. Sg Lily sprinted forward. He found that Shan Yu's figure had already vanished. He had thought it would be difficult to find him, but in the blink of an eye, he spotted Shun Yu beneath a poplar tree. The cold, exquisite youth stood there, and the alphas passing by seemed to quicken their pace around him. Shun Yu, Ji Lily beamed, waving his hand. When Shen Yu turned to look, Ji Lily modified his address. Senior Shen, please wait there for me. Like a small dog in an 800-meter sprint, he dashed over, his curls flying, coming to an abrupt stop right in front of Shen Yu. Phew, as soon as he halted, a flurry of words spilled from Ji Lily's lips. You really are here, senior. Why did you suddenly come out? Are you not feeling well? Do you need to go to the medical room? His eyes brimmed with concern as he rambled on. This sensitive phase is so troublesome. I checked yesterday, and it seems you have a severe case of sensitivity. It would be wise to stock up on medicine. Oh no, the supplies in the medical room have suddenly dwindled. Just then, pale, cool fingers touched his forehead, casting a spell that rendered Ji Lily speechless. He, like an anxious puppy, fidgeted. Ouch, that kinda hurts. He then caught a glimpse of Shan Yu's icy, repressed gaze filled with murderous intent. Did Eugene hurt you? He injured you? The cool tone, tinged with a hoarseness from crying too much, lost some of its original chill. Yet, it was now laced with a palpable hostility. The pitch dropping ominously, Ji Lily, still reeling from the realization that the prickling sensation on his forehead was indeed an injury, snapped back to reality. He saw Shin Yu looking darkly determined, as if ready to exact vengeance, and quickly seized Shin Yu's arm. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not hurt. Shin Yu gazed at him, his eyes heavy with restraint. You are in pain. I'm not hurt. Ji Lily still found it in himself to smile. A real man doesn't feel pain from a little scrape. This isn't an injury. It's a badge of honor. Officer Xiao Ji is filled with pride. Oh dear. His old mentor bore numerous scars, each a testament to lives saved. Back then, those in the bureau would boldly strip off their shirts to reveal these marks of honor. Just moments ago, he had mentioned that they had earned some respect for the newcomers. But this wound, Ji Lily felt a twinge of guilt. If his memory served him correctly, it was during the initial chaos that an alpha wielding the 9-in white bone claw had caught him. He did not know who it was, but he wanted to say, Buddy, can you not see clearly? You've injured your teammate. Thus, this injury could not have been sustained during a competition, which seemed to diminish its honor. Officer Xiao Ji's pride faltered, and Shen Yu's gaze remained fixed upon his face, certainly not missing a beat. You're in pain, he repeated. Ji Lily blinked. I truly do not feel any pain. This was the fabled type of pain that makes one wonder if the other is in discomfort. He found it somewhat amusing, realizing that Xiao Dai was concerned for him, which was quite understandable. Therefore, he rephrased, I am an alpha, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. It is merely a trivial wound. However, the comforting words abruptly ceased. Gazing at Shen Yu, who suddenly shed tears with a blank expression, Ji Lily was dumbfounded. Why are you crying all of a sudden? He looked at Shen Yu helplessly. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Yu thought. My chest feels uncomfortable. Seeing Ji Lily's bewildered expression and realizing he was crying once more, his chest tightened with a mix of frustration, agitation, and killing intent. The earlier discomfort he felt at seeing another alpha close to Ji Lily resurfaced. Shen Yu felt a murderous impulse. Yet, the reality was that he was crying uncontrollably. Transparent tears cascaded down, the corners of his eyes swollen and red, his gaze misty and shimmering. His dark eyes brimmed with tears, fixated on Ji Lily. The striking beauty was now glistening. Ji Lily was momentarily stunned, inexplicably feeling a flush creep to his ears as he awkwardly tugged at his hair. Even though he had inadvertently glimpsed this before, witnessing it again made it hard to look away. What a sin! Shen Yu was crying, and he found himself thinking that Xiao Dai looked beautiful when wet. Lily silently reflected. How wicked of me. In the next moment, he stepped forward, his tall figure shielding Shen Yu completely. He stood a few centimeters taller than Shen Yu, typically appearing slender but possessing broad shoulders and a narrow waist. In this stance, most of Shen Yu was hidden from view, leaving only bits and pieces visible. At this time, the newcomers were at the training ground, with occasional alphas passing by the path near the poplar trees. They were likely upperclassmen, And if they were to see Shin Yu crying, one could only imagine the rumors that would spread. More importantly, Xiao Dai would surely be furious. With Shin Yu shielded from sight, Ji Li still did not feel relieved, because Shin Yu was still crying. Ji Li perceived his tears as a formidable adversary, utterly helpless. "Senior, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Or are you feeling unwell?" Shin Yu's ears burned, feeling shame for the first time. He didn't want to cry, nor would he use such a method to force an alpha to yield to him. That would be utterly foolish. How could anyone wield tears as a weapon? It was absurd. With swollen eyes and burning ears, Shin Yu coldly considered this, intending to tell Ji Li that he was fine. Before he could speak, the awkward alpha, at a loss for how to deal with tears, clumsily tried to soothe him. "Don't cry, senior. It hurts." Shin Yu's words faltered. Listening to Ji Li, who had previously stubbornly refused to relent, suddenly kneel in submission, he followed up with, "Senior, you are right. It hurts. My wound has been aching for quite some time. Burning fiercely. If you keep crying, it will hurt even more. What can I do to make you stop crying?" The alpha's expression fell, his eyes wide and innocent, as if he would acquiesce to anything said at this moment. Shin Yu's tears, which he had been desperately holding back, finally fell freely. His voice hoarse, he said, "I have a way. Are you willing to do it?" Ji Li promptly nodded. "Senior, tell me," the swollen-eyed senior thought. Whoever invented tears certainly wielded great power. He had achieved his goal effortlessly, without needing to waste words. What a genius. Chapter 36. Isn't it adorable? "What method are you referring to, senior?" Shin Yu succinctly replied. "To treat the wound, go find Eugene." In the first half of his statement, Ji Li felt deeply moved, but upon hearing the latter part, he suddenly felt paralyzed. "Senior, I will definitely treat the wound. But going to find Senior Eugene." Remembering Eugene's grim state during the battle, Ji Li's brow twitched, feeling a burning sensation. He touched his nose and thought, "How about, never mind?" Shin Yu gazed at him quietly, his dark eyes seemingly filled with reproach. Ji Li felt a pang of conscience and sighed, realizing it truly had nothing to do with him. "Today, when I competed with Senior Eugene, I learned a lot. Senior, did you see it? Wasn't I impressive?" The alpha cheerfully diverted the conversation, his intent still evident. However, under his smile, Shin Yu relented. He had indeed watched. When Shin Yu arrived, the two alphas were engaged in a fierce battle, and it was also his first time witnessing such a Ji Li. While astonished by the other's prowess, he felt it was only natural. Ji Li was so unique. Shouldn't he possess that level of strength? As he watched, his glands heated up, and a faint blush crept onto his pale face, feeling quite uncomfortable. Although the alpha fought with grace and agility, not losing ground against Eugene, all Shin Yu could focus on were the alluring lines of Ji Li's forearms when he struck. Undeniably captivating. His chestnut curls danced with each movement, and the brilliant glint in his eyes shone like a flame. The hint of blood on him carried an alluring charm. He pulled the alpha, seemingly unrelated to desire, into a world of passion, leading Shin Yu to think of other places. His gaze flickered, darkening with emotion, the corners still tinged with red, as he earnestly praised the alpha, so handsome. Ji Li, delighted, beamed with pride. "I think so too. Although I lost, I am slightly stronger than before." Ji Li was in high spirits. As he spoke, he nearly forgot about the wound on his brow, only to be reminded by Shin Yu's hoarse voice, jolting him back to reality. "I almost forgot about that." Ji Li reached out to grasp Shin Yu's wrist. The young alpha's skin was warm, and when it touched Shin Yu's, he instinctively recoiled slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Just as when Ji Li had grasped him that day, there was no discomfort, only warmth. Ji Li rolled up the sleeve to reveal a faint bite mark on his wrist, which had notably healed since then. Not bad. The mark has faded significantly. He pulled something from the inner pocket of his military jacket, clenched it into a fist, and presented it to Shin Yu with a smile. "Senior, would you care to guess what this is?" Shin Yu looked down at Ji Li's hand, which seemed slightly larger than his own. "What is it?" "Take a guess," Ji Li said mysteriously. Shin Yu hesitated. "Candy?" The striking beauty, with red-rimmed eyes, hesitantly suggested candy. Ji Li was struck by this scene, his eyes curving with a smile. "Senior, you are truly adorable, but you guessed wrong. It's something else." He playfully winked, I'll bring you candy next time as a reward. He opened his hand to reveal what lay within it was a handful of cute little band-aids shaped like adorable dog heads. With fluffy heads, perked ears, and silly tongues sticking out, they were utterly charming. They had quickly become popular among the little O's. As for the alphas, they likely scoffed at such things. See, aren't they adorable? Shenyu had previously been indifferent towards such items. Now, looking at the cute dog head, he found a hint of Ji Li's charm within the little thing and nodded, picking up one of the dog head band-aids. Ji Li, seeing this, laughed. As expected, no one can resist a cute little dog. This was recommended to me by the nurse in the medical room. She thought I wouldn't like it. The nurse in the medical room? Shen Yu's gaze darkened, no longer finding the dog head so adorable. Are you quite familiar with her? The last time they were outside the closed room, Ji Li had greeted a medical staff member. What was their relationship? Ji Li replied, of course, we are friends. She has my connection in the medical room. Shen Yu's gaze instantly turned icy. Friends again? He felt as if he could see Ji Li's friends at any moment. Those alphas always surrounding him, their arms draped over his shoulders. Did they have nothing better to do? These alphas are indeed so idle due to insufficient training, Shen Yu coldly mused. If they were to collapse from exhaustion, would that hand still be able to lift? If it could, then it would be rendered useless. Alphas are truly despicable creatures. Some individuals are so ruthless that they even berate themselves. Shen Yu was already contemplating seeking out instructor age to revise the training regimen for the newcomers, while simultaneously figuring out how to extricate Ji Li from this situation. Since Ji Li's capabilities far surpassed theirs, why should he train alongside this group of novices? And then there was Eugene. Shen Yu's gaze darkened. This alpha had pursued him relentlessly after he betrayed the Federation in his previous life, and he remained as insufferable as ever. Should he deal with him preemptively? In his past life, Eugene had caused him considerable trouble, and had it not been for the mention of his name by Ji Li, Shen Yu might have completely forgotten his existence. Suddenly, a chill ran down his wrist. Instinctively, Shen Yu looked down to see a playful dog sticker with its tongue out affixed to it. He raised his eyes, only to find Ji Li grinning, applying another identical sticker onto his brow, covering the faint trace of blood. Now it's perfect. No need to visit the medical room. It seems that stockpiling some essentials is indeed quite beneficial. Don't you agree, senior? Shen Yu glanced at the little dog and nodded. Finding the sticker rather endearing, Ji Li still needed to attend combat training. He had already skipped out for 10 minutes, exchanging a few words with Shen Yu before hurriedly departing. The alpha's fiery silhouette vanished from view. Shen Yu lingered for a moment, then trailed behind Ji Li, following him to the training ground from a distance. During the journey, Ji Li seemed to sense something, turning back several times. The vigilance exceeded Shen Yu's expectations. But after 2 or 3 glances, Ji Li ceased looking back. Shen Yu successfully followed him to the training ground. The dog sticker on Ji Li's brow immediately drew the attention of the alphas. Upon seeing it, Lipo, who had initially intended to ask a question, momentarily forgot his words, raising an eyebrow in a teasing manner. This little thing was quite amusing. Where did it come from? It must have been given by an Omega, right? The alphas surrounding Ji Li jested, winking at him, clearly enjoying the attention from an admirer. Well, with a face like Ji Li's, it's only natural to have a little Omega interested. Damn, you skipped 10 minutes of training just for this? Hey. If your strength is lacking, that's one thing. But now you've even outdone us in finding an Omega. The alphas chattered amongst themselves while keeping an eye on the combat techniques being taught by the substitute instructors. They patted their chests, promising to impart everything to Ji Li shortly. What a good Samaritan. After Ji Li expressed his thoughts, he evaded Lipo's hand, covering the little dog sticker, and explained to the teasing alphas that he was still single. So there was no need to worry about losing out. Jia Yifei chuckled, asking if he had bought it himself. Quite fitting for you. Correct, Ji Li gave Jia Yifei a thumbs up, while looking at the sulking Lipo. He explained helplessly, brother, I still have an injury. Lipo recalled the faint blood stain that would heal shortly, falling silent. It's commendable that you're still sporting such a sticker. Ji Li laughed nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping past the departing figures. And he reached up to touch the little dog sticker. It's quite adorable, isn't it? Chapter 37. When I get serious, I can do anything. In the latter half of the combat training, Eugene did not make an appearance. The patrol officer serving as the substitute instructor could not help but voice his discontent. What is the deal? You're too idle to show up, and now when those newcomers laugh at us, we also appear foolish. When the session finally concluded, the group of alphas finally caught sight of Eugene. He had his back turned to them, radiating an oppressive and irritable aura. The alphas exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Eugene, you fought for this position as a substitute instructor, but what happened to your face? The male alpha stared at Eugene's swollen, pig-like visage, his words caught in his throat, eyes wide with shock. What was once a relatively handsome face had bloated into something resembling a steamed bun, a deep purple hue swelling up, while his nose was askew at an awkward angle. Completing the grotesque picture of a pig's head, he looked utterly beaten. You are Eugene? The alphas present were taken aback, bewildered by how he had been reduced to such a state. They remembered his haughty demeanor as he left. His complexion still fair. How could he have transformed so drastically in such a short time? The pig-headed face before them reddened further, and he growled, "Yes, it's me. Are you satisfied now? You must be thrilled to see me like this?" The astonished male alpha retorted, "What the hell is wrong with you? I didn't even hit you. Why are you taking it out on me?" Eugene was surprisingly furious, breaking down, "No one hit me." "Shut up. Don't say anything, just get lost." In his rage, he punched a hovering cleaning robot, knocking out its system drive with a single blow. The shiny drive reflected his pitiful, pig-like face. That crooked nose seemed to mock him. Damn it! Eugene could not fathom why Shinyu was causing him trouble. He had never wronged the other. After his match with Ji Lili, Eugene felt utterly humiliated. It was glaringly obvious to anyone that he had lost. As a senior and a substitute instructor, he had fought for an extended period against a junior, even teaching him his moves. It was a disgrace of epic proportions. Unable to bear it any longer, Eugene fled to the break room to quell his inner fury, contemplating resigning from the substitute instructor role. After all, countless others were waiting to take his place. If he remained, he would have to continue facing that junior, which was exceedingly displeasing to him. Just as he hesitated, Shinyu arrived. Eugene was taken aback upon seeing him. "Shinyu, I heard you were in your sensitive phase, staying in the dormitory. What brings you here?" The pale, exquisite youth had an icy demeanor, his features sharp as ice, with only the slightest hint of red at the corners of his eyes. He replied, "I came to beat you." Eugene frowned. "What?" Before he could react, Shinyu launched an immediate assault, striking with deadly precision. Eugene cursed under his breath, compelled to defend himself. If he did not retaliate, Shinyu's attack would incapacitate him. Despite his efforts, Eugene found himself retreating under Shinyu's onslaught. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Compared to their encounter months prior, Shinyu had grown stronger. Where he had once been able to gauge Shinyu's abilities, now he could not discern even the slightest hint of his strength. "This is insane," as expected. Eugene was thoroughly beaten by Shinyu. The latter pressed him down, coldly wiping his hands, his dark eyes surveying him from above. "Your strength is merely this, substitute instructor, indeed quite formidable. It is no wonder Ji Lili praised you." Eugene caught a glimpse of the fleeting coldness in those eyes, feeling a mix of displeasure and subtle jealousy, before he could question whether he had misinterpreted. Shinyu's chilling voice pierced through, "Does it hurt?" There's worse pain to come. The break room was suddenly filled with screams, yet due to the excellent soundproofing, no one noticed at that moment. Eugene glared at his pig-like face. Screaming, "Ah! Damn it! Why am I not fit to be a substitute instructor? I will take my revenge on you." The surrounding alphas exchanged glances, confirming that he had indeed been beaten. They were curious about the one who had bested Eugene. His usual arrogant demeanor was undeniably irritating, yet his strength somewhat justified it. Otherwise, would he dare be so brazen in the Federation Military Academy, as if he were inviting a beating? The alphas perked up, keenly listening to Eugene's revenge scheme. They watched as the blinded by hatred Eugene broke into a series of cold chuckles. "When I get serious, I can do anything." Then, Eugene logged onto the StarNet, furiously purchasing items, causing a frenzy among the alphas as they scrambled to seize what he had shared in the Federation Military Academy group. Finally, he drank the single-use energy supplement he had on hand, opting to do no training, sulking with his pig-like face while playing games on StarNet. After losing 3 or 4 matches, Eugene coldly declared, You think I'm unworthy of being an instructor? Fine. I refuse to resign. I'll stay in this position until I die. Until my body is burned to ashes. Shinyu. Ha. I in the latter part of the sentence. Instructor Age's irate high-pitched voice reverberated throughout the instructor's office. Outside, the alpha shivered slightly, straightened his posture, and discreetly covered his eavesdropping ear. Age, after all, was merely a substitute instructor. Whether he was given the position or not was inconsequential. I believe Xiao Shan is quite a discerning individual. Given Shinyu's prior commendable reputation and innate talent, there were instructors who interceded on his behalf. Age, feeling disgruntled, thought it absurd that they would misjudge the situation. It would be strange for the lad to express gratitude towards them. Glancing at Shinyu, whose face remained as expressionless as a corpse, Age suppressed his mounting frustration. Truly infuriating. Was he the instructor or was Shinyu? He noticed that this alpha had become increasingly arrogant of late. He must curtail Shinyu's burgeoning arrogance. As for the matter of being a substitute instructor, a sudden sigh interrupted Age's tirade. Age, such a minor issue as being a substitute instructor, your refusal seems rather unkind and unjustly disheartening for Xiaoyu. Chapter 38. Damn it. I detest pretentious individuals. Shinyu's gaze shifted, coldly regarding the speaking alpha. The alpha, appearing refined with a gentle smile, seemed to take Shan Yu's glance as a sign of goodwill and nodded appreciatively. Feeling quite commendable for speaking up despite offending AIG.I. In truth, both the instructors and the patrolling team stationed outside shared this sentiment. After all, Shan Yu was a universally recognized prodigy, with a future as bright as the stars. Instructor Pharaoh, known for his appreciation of talent, stood in stark contrast to those instructors with tempestuous tempers and thunderous voices. He had even been remarked upon as not truly embodying the alpha stereotype. Upon hearing this remark, he could only helplessly smile and shrug, advising others not to utter such comments in front of the other instructors. The alpha, grinning, asked, "Why is that, instructor? Shouldn't it be that one shouldn't say such things in your presence?" Instructor Pharaoh playfully winked, "Because I get angry and embarrassed in front of others." The alphas erupted in laughter, feeling a fondness for Pharaoh. Thus, within the confines of the Federal Military Academy, he was the instructor most desired by the alphas. Typically, after the assessments for new students, half would consider selecting him as their instructor. Even if they did not choose him, Pharaoh's stable and gentle demeanor endeared him to the alphas of the academy. Except for Shinyu. Not only did he not harbor any fondness, but he also felt a tinge of aversion, his gaze turning frigid. Shan Yu's demeanor caused Pharaoh to pause momentarily before he chuckled helplessly, not allowing it to weigh too heavily on his mind. Due to his past experiences, Shan Yu's actions in this lifetime had spread far and wide throughout the Federal Military Academy, leading many to believe he merely had a recurring dislike for alphas. Hence, after Pharaoh's laughter, he did not dwell on it. "What do you mean by being unkind? Pharaoh, you had better clarify your words to me." Age directed his ire toward Pharaoh, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. The matter of being a substitute instructor requires the cadets to apply themselves and be selected through internal competitions. My disapproval proves my fairness and impartiality. Age scoffed, "How is it that in your mouth it becomes unkindness? Causing Shinyu to suffer? I apologize. I merely expressed my regret," Pharaoh replied. "Xiaoyu possesses excellent talent, does he not? If it were not for his sensitivity period, he should have been among the substitute instructors." Age's anger flared. "What's the matter? You know he is currently in a sensitive period." "He is indeed in a sensitive period, but I believe Xiaoyu is a prudent alpha." Pharaoh smiled gently. "I trust he is aware of his condition and that he can make such a request after considering his physical state." Pausing slightly, Pharaoh sighed, his brow furrowing. "Age, as his instructor, don't you understand?" After Pharaoh spoke, he noticed that he may have overstepped his bounds, casting an apologetic glance toward Shinyu. This moment was precisely what Age seized upon, causing his fury to escalate as he cursed and kicked a nearby chair. An enraged alpha was truly a fearsome sight. The chair shattered into numerous pieces, and even the hovering cleaning robot nearby met a similar fate. Parts scattered. A complete robot could not be salvaged. And dust settled everywhere in the hazy cloud of debris. The instructors coughed a few times. Although they wished to voice their concerns for the robot, they strategically silenced themselves upon witnessing Age's furious demeanor. "My throat has been a bit uncomfortable lately," I am his instructor. What he is like, do you need your mouth to explain? Age squinted, suddenly sneering. Oh, our instructor Pharaoh isn't he still pining for Shinyu? Is he? Shinyu's brow twitched slightly, his dark eyes glistening with a damp intensity as he expressionlessly regarded Pharaoh. Instructor Pharaoh retained his expression of helplessness. Age, you misunderstand. When Shinyu chose his instructor, he did not select you. Your regret is evident, and it seems you are still holding on to it. Age's words dripped with hostility. How you feel is irrelevant. If you have the capability, persuade Shinyu to transfer to your tutelage. Whether he stays or leaves is up to him. Pharaoh sighed. Of course, I regret that Xiaoyu did not choose me, but Age, you misconstrued my intentions. I merely expressed my sympathy. However, Pharaoh smiled gently. If you were to allow Xiaoyu to choose again, I would still eagerly anticipate his answer. Pharaoh's gaze fell upon Shinyu, offering him a warm smile. Damn it, I detest pretentious individuals. Age seethed internally, his fiery gaze directed at Shinyu. The two instructors publicly contended over their student, causing the alphas outside to feel envious of Shinyu. The instructors were also curious about Shinyu's choice. Suddenly, the attention of the entire room shifted to Shinyu, whose pale, delicate features appeared coldly beautiful, utterly devoid of emotion. His jet-black eyes resembled a still pool, stirring not a single ripple as they locked onto Pharaoh. In that instant, Pharaoh felt as though he had plunged into icy, damp rain, an overwhelming chill enveloping him. He discreetly narrowed his eyes, suddenly smiling. Is Xiaoyu's choice me? Not at all, Shinyu replied coldly. Please call me Shinyu, Instructor Pharaoh. Shinyu did not directly answer who he had chosen, as if observing a farcical performance. Yet the answer was unmistakably clear. Just a step away from the furious Age. Shinyu relished the moment. No matter how well you feigned or how good your reputation, my student has not chosen you. Age smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Pharaoh, his brows arched. What a pity. It seems you will continue to live with that regret. Pharaoh's smile faded slightly, only to be restored in an instant. Indeed a pity. However, I believe I shan't dwell on it for too long. After all, there are many excellent students remaining. Age dismissed Pharaoh's words as mere bluster, wishing for him to wallow in regret for a lifetime. The difference in temperament between the two was stark, often leading to comparisons. Age had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Pharaoh, and this time, he vented his frustrations, finding Shinyu decidedly agreeable. Feeling rejuvenated, he remarked, no doubt, he is my student. His discernment is commendable. I approve of the matter regarding the substitute instructor. You shall compete against those alphas when the time comes. Age bore a grudge, hoping to pit Pharaoh's students against each other, wanting to trample his face underfoot. Shinyu expressed his refusal. He had no desire to encounter filthy alphas again. Moreover, when you praise me, do not include any ulterior motives. Age scoffed, visibly annoyed. Hurry up and leave. Wait, restore my star brain number. Age fumed. How dare you delete me? Who is the instructor here, you or I? This is utterly outrageous. Concerning Shinyu's ascension to the position of the new substitute instructor, the most dissatisfied was undoubtedly Eugene. Previously, Shinyu had come to threaten him and had even beaten him up, all for this instructor position. Now, Eugene was even more determined to shine in this role, resolved not to give Shinyu any opportunity to topple him. Subsequently, Eugene received a notification. The cleaning robot in the instructor's office was broken, and Instructor Age requested that he send the one from the training ground over. Eugene paused, casting a forlorn glance at the broken robot on the floor. Chapter 39. Even when sick, he still rolls up his sleeves. How unruly. The next day during combat training, the Alphas noticed Eugene's absence from the training ground and immediately began mocking the patrol team's substitute instructors. They slung their arms over each other's shoulders and loudly discussed. Where's our senior Eugene from yesterday? Why isn't he here? I was hoping to learn some combat skills from him. Learn combat from Senior Eugene? I say, brother, you must be mistaken. Senior is skilled in mental attacks. Oh, I must have misremembered. My apologies. The new student's voice was devoid of contrition, brimming with arrogance. I don't think Senior Eugene would hold it against me. Since Senior Eugene isn't here, surely the other seniors must be adept at mental attacks as well, right? Ha ha ha, since we didn't TC them yesterday. Who knows, perhaps the seniors have drastically improved today. And oh kidding, brothers, When we face those imperial dogs, are we really not going to die of laughter? Laughter erupted in exuberant waves, resonating throughout the air. The Alpha truly exemplified a creature that remembers only the delights of feasting, not the pains of punishment. G. Lily's eyes drooped at the corners, 3 dark lines etched across his forehead, as he cast a sidelong glance at the newcomers. Hey, have you forgotten how you were beaten to a pulp yesterday? Today isn't going to be any better for you, is it? They've just emerged from the confinement chamber, and you're flaunting your utterly depleted, kidney-deficient faces to provoke them. His lips twitched, rendering his assessment quite challenging. Surprisingly, the patrolling alphas regarded them with an aristocratic aloofness, impervious and brimming with the confidence of seniority. There was no sign of vulnerability or indignation, merely the disdainful gaze directed at what they perceived as ignorance. Laced with a hint of pride in their superiority, G. Lily mused to himself, this is rather peculiar. The newcomers mirrored this sentiment. Their feeble attempts at provocation felt like striking cotton, leaving the alphas quite displeased. What was amiss? Were their taunts lacking in potency? These lofty seniors had astonishingly managed to restrain themselves. Something unusual must be afoot. It was then that Shun Yu made his entrance, with an icy and exquisite visage. Clad in a black and gold uniform that enveloped his pale, translucent form, he emanated an aura as frigid as a mountain glacier. His obsidian eyes scanned the scene with an indifferent sweep. The previously provocative newcomers couldn't help but exclaim internally, so that's the reason. No wonder those seniors remained utterly unmoved. They had summoned Shinyu. Lipo was almost the first to glance at G. Lily, nudging him with his elbow. Lily met his gaze, observing his eyebrow raises and twisted smirk, as his eyes conveyed a silent message. See? I told you he would come looking for trouble. UVE caught his attention. G. Lily, bewildered, regarded Lipo's distorted expression, thinking to himself, dude, are your eyes bothering you? Shouldn't you visit the medical room? His demeanor gradually shifted to seriousness. Shame over a visit to the medical room was not to be tolerated. Lipo, momentarily stifled, retorted, what medical room shame? I meant for you to look at Shunyu. Oh, you mean to gaze at the little butterfly? G. Lily complied, stealing a glance at the strikingly powerful youth on stage. But then what? Why couldn't this fellow comprehend the situation? Lipo furrowed his brow, catching the sound of Jai Ifei's voice, who remarked that Shunyu had ulterior motives. Jai Ifei's profound gaze revealed the aristocratic tendency to concoct conspiracy theories. Rumor had it that Shunyu was in a sensitive phase. The Federal Military Academy wouldn't dare assign an alpha in such a state as a substitute instructor. Coupled with Shunyu's well-known aversion to alphas, no one would be foolish enough to provoke him at this juncture. The situation was evidently clear. The substitute instructor was likely acting on his own accord. Jai Ifei's tone grew somber. His expression contemplative. Og Lily eagerly followed. So he is indeed here to cause you trouble. Jai Ifei concluded gravely, a hint of concern for his friend evident in his voice, only to be interrupted by the lively, cheerful tone that exclaimed, so he's really quite intense, coming to be a substitute instructor during his sensitive phase. The chestnut-haired, curly-headed youth raised his head, passionately critiquing, getting involved while sick? That's rather irresponsible. Isn't it? Jai Ifei and Lipo exchanged glances, bewildered. Does this person even grasp what the crux of the matter is? Their commotion finally drew the attention of the youth above, who regarded them with an icy detachment. Apart from G. Lily, both felt a tightening in their chests as an ominous premonition arose. Lipo swore he saw a venomous glimmer in those eyes. Soon after, they found themselves the recipients of a sandbag package. As the human sandbag demonstrating techniques for the substitute instructor, they were left to endure a barrage of strikes. G. Lily, however, was summoned aside, leaving him with the heavy gazes of his 2 companions, who watched him as if he were an unsuspecting puppy caught in a python's grip. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the puppy felt a pang of nervousness. The thought of being exposed behind his back gnawed at him. Even though Shunyu could not possibly hear the specifics, G. Lily, feeling guilty, complied with Shunyu's instructions wholeheartedly, determined to face the punishment with utmost seriousness. It appeared quite normal until he reached the 200 push-ups mark, when he heard a cool, jade-like voice from above. Why aren't you speaking to me? Are you upset because I didn't obediently stay put as you instructed? G. Lily halted his motions. The first thought that crossed his mind was that the little butterfly's voice no longer sounded as hoarse. He must not have cried after returning. He quickly grasped the implications of Shun Yu's words. Raising his head in surprise, from his vantage point, the youth appeared draped in a pale golden haze, the light obscuring his features. Ji Lai's gaze settled on Shen Yu's slightly pursed red lips. His fair chin, the faintest blush gracing his complexion, a solitary touch of color against an otherwise snow-white canvas. He found himself momentarily entranced. As his eyes began to sting, he blinked forcefully, thinking the light was rather too blinding. After replaying Shen Yu's question in his mind, Ji Lai replied, "I'm silent because I'm in deep reflection." He slowly executed another push-up, indicating it was still punishment time, as a student caught in wrongdoing. Naturally, he chose silence as the wisest course of action. His explanation seemed to have the desired effect. Ji Lai noticed Shen Yu's lips relax slightly. While continuing his push-ups, he mused, "Is the punishment time over now?" "Over?" Ji Lai, having completed over 200 push-ups, glanced at his companions, who were still grimacing in pain while maintaining their composure. He remained silent for a moment. This doesn't seem right the next instant. He brushed the dust from his hands and stood up, his eyes curving into a smile. "Xin Shuizhang, shall I return to my team now?" "No," the cold and beautiful youth responded without hesitation. "From now on, you are under my charge." Chapter 40. Not a matter of desire, but of powerlessness. Shen Yu was remarkably competent. From the perspective of a mere student, Ji Lai felt elated. Yet, from another angle, he couldn't help but voice, "Are you feeling unwell? There are quite a number of alphas here, and I genuinely worry about your well-being." Shen Yu perceived the concern in his eyes, and a sense of joy blossomed within him. Vines of happiness climbing up to his heart, swelling within his gaze. "He hurts." He communicated this to Ji Lai, noticing the weight of his worry intensify in the absence of a smile. His moon-like eyes reflected the singular image of Shen Yu, the unique focus causing the corners of his lips to lift slightly. "If it hurts again, you are just inviting suffering," Ji Lai murmured in discontent. Yet deep down, he understood that Shen Yu must have pressing matters that compelled him to disregard his own health and come as a substitute instructor. "Are you angry?" This was the question he had previously glossed over. Shen Yu was indeed perceptive. "It's because I didn't obediently remain in the dormitory. Isn't it?" Despite his voice being as chilly as ice, capable of freezing a soul, he had surprisingly employed the term obedient, his lashes casting shadows downward. Strangely, Ji Lai sensed a hint of innocence in Shen Yu's demeanor. The way Shen Yu held himself, it resembled an apology. Contemplating this, Ji Lai inquired, only to be met with Shen Yu's silent gaze, intense and unwavering. "Isn't it obvious?" "Is it really?" Ji Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. "How adorable," Shen Yu thought to himself. His brow furrowed once more. Could an alpha truly be described as adorable? He cast a glance at the newcomers in the distance, then sharply redirected his gaze back to Ji Lai. "I wish to see you. It's difficult during this sensitive phase, but seeing you makes it a little better. You mentioned that when feeling unwell, one should visit the medical room, yet you are more effective than any medical facility." The sudden directness of Shen Yu's confession sent Ji Lai's ears burning, his cheeks aflame, as he nervously tousled his curly hair. The fluffy chestnut curls fluffed up once more, and Shen Yu's fingers played with them. Remaining still, his gaze cold yet moist. Yet, the next moment, his fingers stuck to the curls. Ji Lai felt a jolt of realization as the system's darkening value began to recede. He bit his lip, ultimately yielding to his emotions, allowing a smile to surface. His ears and cheeks remained flushed as he rested his right hand on the back of his head, beaming with joy and enthusiasm. "Does this count as a surprise? To be honest, I'm quite happy to see you, Xin Shuizhang." This time, Shen Yu was taken aback, his lips pressed together in discomfort. Regardless of the reason, he decided to treat it as a pleasant surprise. "Though I'm not sure why I'm more effective than a medical room, I'll take your word for it. I will assist you." In hindsight, a straightforward appearance was certainly preferable to a clandestine one. If the hidden little butterfly had been watching him all along, Ji Lai thought, he wouldn't have been able to concentrate, constantly pondering Shen Yu's whereabouts. The little butterfly was truly adept at hiding. Moreover, his current state was quite concerning. It was better to have him in plain sight, easily visible beneath his very eyelids. Reflecting on this, he deemed it a fortunate circumstance. Perhaps the reasons for his anger were unfounded. System, Do you also feel more at ease when someone is right under your nose? G. Liley sought affirmation from the system. System. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'll go along with that. Indeed, it was so. Indeed, the system shares the same sentiment. It has come to rescue Xinyu, and even it concurs in an instant. Ji Li's anger dissipated, and he cheerfully reassured himself. Yet, there remains a question. Merely seeing me will alleviate his discomfort. Is there a more specific means? Such words are quite ambiguous, easily leading one to misconstrue their intent. Nevertheless, Ji Li pondered earnestly on what could possibly provide Xinyu with solace. Xunyu's gaze flickered momentarily, swiftly discerning the young alpha's evident concern for him, perhaps even a hint of indulgence. This realization dulled his rationality somewhat, as the darker facets of his inner self expanded uncontrollably, eroding and destabilizing his thoughts. Was it not Ji Li who initiated the conversation? He expressed a desire to assist me. If he wishes to ease my suffering, why not confide in him? Surely, these matters would indeed bring him comfort, would they not? His dark eyes swirled with an undercurrent of possessiveness, akin to a greed-driven serpent on the verge of losing control. Your pheromones. I crave your pheromones. He ought to despise alphas, to loathe them, to humiliate them, to shun this alpha. Just as he had done a few days prior, suppressing feelings that should not exist, confronting reality. Reality? Yet the reality is that he is in pain. In moments of volatility and loss of control, he experiences peculiar thought. He feels agitated by Ji Li's absence and by the proximity of other alphas. He attempts to distance himself, to avoid alphas, seemingly proving that this would enhance his well-being. How could he, who so despises alphas, possibly harbor feelings for one? Even if it is Ji Li, even if it is him, Xinyu wishes to refuse. And yet, amidst his refusals, he found himself, almost senselessly, requesting an alpha's pheromones. The moment the words escaped his lips, Xinyu regained clarity. Yet, astonishingly, he felt no regret. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled upward, tearing through the facade to reveal a chilling, damp light in his eyes. Fixating intently on Ji Li was as if he sought to drag him down, to drown him in the depths of humid waters. He felt no remorse, but rather a near-morbid delight. His pale cheeks flushed, both cold and sickly. Something terrifying had been unleashed, spiraling beyond control. Ji Li must have been taken aback. Xinyu felt no guilt, only satisfaction, even coldly pondering why he should endure. Had he not already spoken? Since he could not contain himself, let the situation unfold. Ji Li, I wish to scent your pheromones. He provided a grand justification, calmly asserting that excessive use of inhibitors would lead to resistance, and that alpha pheromones could stimulate the glands. Would inhaling alpha pheromones not lead to physiological disgust, ultimately resulting in a loss of reason? Ji Li, recovering from his shock, instinctively questioned him. He then clenched his fist, regretting his hasty words, realizing that they were indeed quite foolish. That was their situation, not mine. Xinyu remarked, I am currently in a secondary differentiation phase. Perhaps alpha pheromones could be beneficial to me. This was not a lie. His previous differentiation during the fever phase was precisely due to the injection of alpha inhibitors. The genetic awakening fought fiercely, obstructing that differentiation, which is why Xinyu remains an alpha to this day. The previously faint omega pheromones within him had since faded. Ji Li fell silent for a moment. Xunyu's gaze deepened, his eyelids lowering, long lashes concealing the unsettling glint within. You promised you would help me. The youth's plaintive utterance prompted Ji Li to hastily wave his hand. His eyes filled with helplessness and distress. Of course I will assist you, and I am more than willing. However, Ji Li sighed quietly, a sense of defeat washing over him. That is, have you forgotten that I cannot? It is truly exasperating. Ji Li's inner turmoil felt like a flood of frustration. He did not wish to refuse. He was simply powerless to act. The sensation of wanting to rise yet feeling utterly drained. Within the ABO world, Ji Li could be deemed emotionally detached as well. It was then that Xinyu recalled. Chapter 41, whose essence was drained? Having just breached a boundary, Xinyu, feeling a morbid exhilaration, could never have anticipated this outcome. The two fell into silence, the previously charged atmosphere shifting to something entirely different. The system, sensing an incongruity, thought this seemed more fitting. Ji Li raked his fingers through his hair, exclaiming helplessly, Senior, Aside from this, then keep your distance from them. Huh? He looked at Xunyu quizzically. His gaze drifted to the two alphas being punished on the other side. As Xun Yu's voice floated lightly, keep a distance from them, at least for now. He turned back to Ji Lai the moment their strikingly beautiful dark eyes met. It felt as though he was swept into an undercurrent. Ji Lai slightly froze, hearing his voice echo in his ears. I dislike you carrying someone else's pheromones. If there comes a day when I can scent them, I wish to discern. What fragrance is uniquely yours? Hey, what have you done to Xunyu, you brat? I've been talking to you and lost focus 3 times. Lei Po's dissatisfied voice rang in his ears, startling Ji Lai back to reality. He chuckled sheepishly, placing his right hand behind his head. Ah, I was just lost in thought. Bro, it wasn't intentional. Could you repeat that? Lei Po scoffed, lifting his chin, his little tuft of hair sticking up at an angle. I won't say it again. Even if I did, you wouldn't remember. Jia Yifei interjected. No need to listen. The refined alpha adjusted his bangs, accepting the refreshing spray from his little follower, meticulously wiping the sweat from his forehead. His tone light, all nonsense. Lai Li, you don't listen, saving yourself a precious 30 seconds of life. Lei Po chuckled, utterly insufferable. That precious 30 seconds of yours doesn't even compare to my 1 second. With a snap, the spray can exploded, covering Jia Yifei's hands. Want to fight? He raised his chin, flexing his wrists, his eyes filled with provocation. The surrounding underlings immediately flocked to their leader, while Jia Yifei's followers narrowed their eyes. Unwilling to back down, just as tensions escalated between the two sides, a curly-haired head popped in. Stop! Ji Lai squeezed into the middle, dodging the swaying curls with a slight sigh. I said, can we not take it down a notch? After being a human punching bag for half an hour and strapping on weights for 3 rounds, aren't you all exhausted? How do you still have the energy to argue? Lei Po crossed his arms and chuckled. Alpha, can't say I'm tired. Jia Yifei's eyes were shallow, his tone slightly heavy. I'm not at my limit yet. Keep pretending. When the time comes to get off stage, you'll be exhausted, barely able to keep a straight face. Ji Lai mentally berated his 2 companions while maintaining a cheerful facade, their friendship boat wobbling along, his smile radiant. Yes, you're all not tired at all. You're incredible, brothers. Shall we head back for extra practice? We'll amaze those alphas by then. You'll be too worn out to even open your mouths. The 2 froze, and Ji Lai grinned. Not going. Surely you're not really tired, right? How could that be possible? Let's go. Lei Po waved his hand, and the underlings followed with pained expressions. Are you all right? Zhai Xiao inquired kindly of his little followers, receiving numerous heartfelt gazes in return. We're exhausted, Zhai Xiao. Let us call it a day. Faced with their hopeful eyes, Jia Yifei frowned, lagging behind, destined to endure a lifetime of beatings. With Lei Po's underlings already departing, do you wish to fall behind? Do you want to endure a lifetime of beatings at their hands? Do you wish to be mocked by these boorish alphas? The followers' eyes glistened, fervently shouting, we don't want to. Passing alphas, utterly exhausted, could not help but dig in their ears. What a brainwashing promotion. I don't want to either, Jia Yifei murmured softly, and after a moment, his gaze turned resolute. Let us go. A large group of alphas, proud and spirited, returned to the training ground, emerging with their heads hung low, resembling corpses ready for eternal slumber. At this point, every alpha's mouth was too fatigued to open. It was akin to who had drained their essence. It was truly unexpected. These robust and brawny figures appeared rather frail, a disgrace to our alphas. Damn, who are you calling frail? The gathered alphas shot back angry glares. Suddenly, their pupils contracted in shock, struck by a revelation, as one alpha blurted out, holy crap! Who the hell brought a pig into the Federal Military Academy? What? A pig? Did the cafeteria lady's pig escape outside? Are you all blind? That is a person. He looks somewhat familiar. Eugene, Senior? Ji Lai articulated the crux, and the crowd displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. It's him. Wait, this pig-headed person is Eugene? The alphas burst into laughter. Oh, Senior, it's you. Your new look is quite impressive. Eugene's face darkened. However, paired with his still recovering pig-like visage, it was simply comedic. Shut up. Eugene donned a mask with a palpable sense of resentment. It was all due to that heavy-handed Xunyu. and the recently unpredictable freshman. In a bid to conceal the injuries marring his face, particularly his crooked nose, Eugene mustered an immense amount of courage to step into the medical room, with his head hung low, brows furrowed, and eyes darting around anxiously. He feared that any alpha who recognized him might notice, nearly causing the nurse to mistake him for a thief. And the result? You mean they sold out? Eugene asked incredulously. Indeed, not a single one remains. The beta nurse chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. All sold out. Eugene's crooked nose remained unaddressed, and the spark in his eyes dimmed as he muttered to himself, how could this happen? It must be a conspiracy. Surely it is. Why, of all times, after his incident, would these most common potions be sold out? It must be a plot to prevent him from returning to his role as a substitute instructor. Did they really think Eugene would yield so easily? Absolutely not. A fire ignited within him, prompting him to rush to the training ground, determined to spend the night there. However, halfway there, he encountered G. Liley and his entourage. They beheld his face, provoking a chorus of laughter from a group of insufferable alphas, driving Eugene to the brink of fury. It was hardly surprising that the alphas would seize such an opportunity. Senior, your look is quite distinctive. Where did you get it done? For heaven's sake, can that pig's head not wander out of the cafeteria? It's quite off-putting. Hey, show some respect for your seniors. If the senior enjoys being a pig's head, let him be. After all, he is our substitute instructor. Perhaps the potions are all sold out. I thought Eugene had some peculiar hobby. Eugene couldn't tolerate their mockery, ready to retaliate, but suddenly clarity struck him. Sold out? Was it their doing? His gaze sharpened as he locked onto a familiar figure, glaring menacingly. Suddenly, G. Liley, who had been under his scrutiny, asked, "What are you staring at me for?" Eugene sneered. "This was your doing. Wasn't it? You bought out all the potions because you lost to me yesterday? I didn't realize your jealousy ran so deep." G. Liley was taken aback, a large question mark forming above his head. Firstly, I don't possess that many star coins. Secondly, if I had those coins, I could use them for something far better. Someone else's revenge to buy out all the potions to prevent your wounds from healing? G. Liley felt a pang of bitterness at being suspected of being a wealthy heir when he was merely struggling financially. Even the most cheerful boy couldn't muster a smile in the face of such suspicion, unless the accusation of being a rich heir held any truth. Eugene, think about it. If it were you, would you do something like this? It was a completely thankless endeavor. Yet Eugene replied without hesitation. Of course I would. A derisive snicker escaped him, his mask concealing half his face, while his swollen eyes emanated disdain. You little brat, don't lecture me on how to act. I would indeed do this. It is precisely because I would that you seem all the more suspicious. G. Liley could hardly believe Eugene was truly judging him by his own standards. Stop wasting time with him. A senior suddenly shoved G. Liley behind him, trembling legs expressing the strain as he scoffed defiantly. So what if it was him? Wait, it wasn't me, G. Liley exclaimed, wide-eyed. It wasn't me. If you have the guts. Bring it on. Oh no, bring the pig over. Lepa provocatively raised an eyebrow. Senior, do you dare? Hold on. Jai Ifei stepped forward. G. Liley looked at him with starry eyes, as if he were a savior. Bro, you're reliable in a crisis. Jai Ifei was indeed remarkably dependable, methodically stating under G. Liley's hopeful gaze, engaging in a brawl without reason will land you in the confinement room. You must first apply for a match, and once approved, you may proceed. Moreover, Liley, bring your healing potions. I have stamina potions available should you need them. Stamina potions serve to replenish physical strength, akin to health potions in games, and are quite reasonably priced. However, for the true wealthy heir Jai, this posed no challenge. He shot G. Liley a reassuring look that said, "Don't worry about it." G. Liley felt a wave of relief. Especially after hearing this, Eugene scoffed repeatedly, casting a dark glare at him. Just as I thought, you little brat. The boys were left with a look of resignation. Fine, you white phosphorus alphas, look how easily you ignite. Realizing Eugene's hostility, G. Liley knew a confrontation was inevitable. He nodded. All right, let us apply first. What on earth are you lot doing? A deep voice boomed, laced with irritation. Instructor age, the alphas jumped, their legs trembling as they prepared to flee. Just as they were about to run, they hesitated. Wait, why are we running? We didn't cause any trouble. We just finished extra training. The two groups froze, trembling legs straightened, heads held high, a sense of pride washing over them. Instructor, what a coincidence. How did you know we just finished extra training? Are you going to praise us? Instructor Age chuckled lightly. Well done. I'll treat you to a meal later. The Alpha's eyes lit up, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Will you take a slap or not? Finally, silence enveloped them. Age glanced irritably at the person beside him. Did you come here just to watch this bunch of useless fools fight? Only then did they notice the patrol team members accompanying Age, clearly preparing to inspect the dormitory. Age was perpetually impatient with such matters. Every time it was his turn, he would grow frustrated. Wondering why he had no friends, he wished for a fellow instructor to take his place. Who would endure patrolling those brats' dorms? Did they think their feet smelled nice? Age, eager for a swift resolution, was caught off guard when Shen Yu suddenly fixed his gaze on a particular direction, as if activating some radar. Precise, swift, and almost predatory, he locked onto something, his full attention drawn away. Lily, observing Shen Yu withdraw his gaze from him, was entirely disinterested in Age's presence, nonchalantly casting a sidelong glance. He merely noted that the Alphas under Fei Luo were causing trouble. Alphas under Fei Luo? Age perked up, his keen gaze scanning back and forth. Landing on Eugene. You here to cause trouble? Eugene stiffened under Age's scrutiny. Instructor Age. Age squinted at the mask covering Eugene's face, suddenly recalling. Oh, it's you. Didn't TI instruct you to clean the instructor's office? Mention of the task made Eugene's hands ache. The cleaning robot had malfunctioned, but someone had to take responsibility for maintaining the area as hygiene, and unfortunately, Eugene had become the unfortunate soul assigned to this labor. It was all Shen Yu's fault. Had it not been for him, would he have broken the robot for no reason? He grumbled. Instructor, I finished cleaning before coming out. Also, I'm not causing trouble. We re-preparing for a match, waiting for approval. That hardly counts as causing trouble. Jai Yifei cast an annoyed glance at Lei Pua. Quite the blunder. They had allowed Eugene to slip away so easily. Shen Yu suddenly spoke up, his tone indifferent. Have you already applied? Eugene blinked in surprise, furrowing his brow. What do you mean? How could this possibly be my fault? Shen Yu, you'd better not go too far. His words halted abruptly as a cold laugh escaped him. Speaking of which, Shen Yu, when you fought me, didn't you apply for a match? The patrol team captain Shun seemed to be bending the rules. Shen Yu glared at him, his dark eyes instilling fear. Beneath the mask, Eugene's cheek twitched painfully, a wave of humiliation washing over him. He retorted mockingly, Instructor Age, you must have seen the injuries on my face. So, how do you intend to handle Shen Yu? Surely you want to cover for him? It was evident he was an alpha under Fei Luo, whose words were always irksome. Age thought irritably. Why are you asking me? He did wrong. After a pause, Age coldly declared, then let us do it by the book. Chapter 43. The butterfly yearning for the light source, Lily furrowed his brow, never anticipating that this matter would involve Shen Yu. The injury on Eugene's face was likely the result of Shen Yu's aggression in the training room that day. He had thought that the little butterfly who had been secretly observing him had returned home. To his surprise, she had circled back to the training area to find Eugene. Lily instinctively touched his brow, where a cute band-aid had been affixed just yesterday. Now the wound had completely healed. Alphas possess remarkable self-healing abilities, and such a trivial injury was hardly significant. He lifted his gaze and inadvertently met Shen Yu's eyes. Shun appeared indifferent, unaffected by Eugene's words, merely observing him. Was he concerned about his anger? Unexplainably, Lily recalled their earlier conversation. He pressed his lips together when someone jostled him. Leaper gestured for him to look ahead, raising an eyebrow. Instructor Pharaoh had arrived, and it seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Within his line of sight appeared a gentle and composed alpha, impeccably dressed in military attire, his light amber eyes scanning the surroundings. When they casually met Lily's gaze, the alpha offered a friendly smile and nodded in greeting before naturally turning his attention to Shen Yu. What was happening, Eugene? How did you end up here with little Shen? Instructor. Upon seeing Pharaoh, Eugene leaned closer as if finding a pillar of support. He lifted his chin, casting a haughty glance at the silent Shen Yu. UVE arrived just in time. Shen Yu assaulted me without cause in the training room earlier. The injury on my face was inflicted by him. The Federation Military Academy has regulations against unapproved physical altercations. Instructor Ager had already consented. Perhaps you could serve as a witness. What was the meaning of this? Ager's expression darkened, his gaze turning dangerously towards Eugene. Are you insinuating that I might retract my words? Eugene stiffened momentarily but gritted his teeth defiantly. Everyone knows that Shunyu is an outstanding student under your tutelage. Implicitly, he suggested that one might wonder if Ager would shield him. This foolish alpha dared to maliciously speculate about him. A dangerous smile curled on Ager's lips as he retorted, I would not protect him, but do you think you can prattle on just because Pharaoh is present? Are you tired of living? The alpha's pheromones suddenly erupted, a dense scent of gunpowder filling the training area. The alphas present involuntarily changed their expressions, the overwhelming aura pressing down upon them, rendering them breathless, their minds invaded, instinctively releasing pheromones in futile resistance. Staggering helplessly, truly, Ager was the top-ranked instructor of the Federation Military Academy. In an instant, his pheromones had subdued these alphas. However, they all wished to shout, Instructor, see clearly. We are not enemies. Yet, the focus remained on Eugene, who was already halfway engulfed in this onslaught. The primary target, he naturally bore the brunt of the impact. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, his gaze igniting with fiery determination as he stared at Ager. Refusing to yield in this tense atmosphere, it was Pharaoh who spoke first. Eugene, apologize. Instructor. Eugene clenched his teeth, tasting blood in his mouth as beads of sweat rolled down, his fists tightening. I don't want to. Why should it be me who apologizes? Eugene stood there, stubborn and unyielding. Ager crossed his arms, scrutinizing him with sharp, disdainful eyes. Is this all it takes to break you? Ager, he is still a student. Do not hold it against him too harshly. Pharaoh sighed. Eugene, you too. Ager is an instructor, and regardless of the circumstances, Instructor, may I interrupt? A youthful voice cut through the smoky atmosphere. Pharaoh paused, turning to look, amidst the group of alphas struggling against the pheromones. Drenched in sweat and contorted with effort, a boy with curly chestnut hair appeared at ease, his tousled bangs dancing in the breeze, his eyes clear and bright. Unlike the other alphas, he seemed completely unaffected. How could this be? Even he? Pharaoh's gaze flickered as he chose to observe the unfolding scene. Lily immediately noticed Shun Yu's pale complexion and quickened his speech. Instructor Ager, the overt release of pheromones is also a deliberate act of provocation. Ager looked at Lily in surprise, curious about his apparent immunity to the situation. You seem quite familiar with the handbook. He effortlessly retracted his pheromones, causing numerous alphas to sway unsteadily. They glanced at Lily, who appeared unfazed and gasped, truly terrifying. Lily was unaware that his image had risen a notch in the eyes of the other alphas as he articulated his thoughts. Senior Eugene, the injury on your face was inflicted by Senior Shunyu. Correct? Eugene's voice was hoarse as he scoffed. Otherwise? Do you think it was you? You little brat, you overestimate yourself. With those words, Shunyu shot him a cold glare, leaving Eugene bewildered. So, I recall Senior Eugene is also a member of the patrol team? Eugene's attention shifted back to Lily's words, and he responded with disdain, that title barely fits me. Exactly, Instructor Ager. I believe this is a misunderstanding. Ager raised an eyebrow, realizing something. What do you mean? A misunderstanding? He beat me to a pulp. Eugene recalled his battered face and scoffed. You call this a misunderstanding? Pharaoh chuckled lightly, patting Eugene's shoulder. Oh, that's how it is. His light amber eyes turned to Shunyu. The youth is spirited. A fight is not a grave matter. Hearing the implication that Instructor Pharaoh might let Shunyu off the hook, Eugene protested. Instructor. A sharp pain shot through Eugene's shoulder, the bones cracking slightly. Beneath his mask, his expression shifted as he swallowed his words. Eugene was not one to hold grudges. Perhaps he should just apologize. Pharaoh looked at the cold-faced youth with a smile. What do you think? Instructor Pharaoh, I believe you have misunderstood. Lily interjected. Senior Eugene's words have already proven that this is a misunderstanding. In light of Instructor Ager's gaze. Lily smiled and continued. Senior Eugene is part of the patrol team. And so is Senior Shunyu, who seems to hold a higher position than Senior Eugene. Regarding internal matters of the patrol team, the superior must not interfere in the punishment of subordinates. Therefore, Instructor Pharaoh, it seems you cannot compel Senior Shin to apologize. Furthermore, regarding the internal affairs of the patrol team, as a subordinate, Senior Eugene must have violated regulations at other times. Thus, this altercation could be seen as a delayed consequence of his actions. How could the little butterfly strike an alpha without reason? He harbored a strong aversion to alphas. His willingness to take action must have stemmed from unbearable provocation. Not to mention, Shinyu acted on his behalf. Ji Lili could not stand by idly then. Senior Eugene, do you have anything else to say? The young officer, well versed in the rules of the Federation Military Academy, wore a smile that radiated warmth, the golden light spilling over the alphas. His confident, spirited demeanor shone brilliantly, as if he were a natural source of light, dazzling and radiant. Unconsciously, he attracted a little butterfly drawn to the light source. Shun Yu's lips curled slightly, and amidst this warmth, even his damp, cold black eyes softened a bit. All of this was keenly observed by Eugene. Chapter 44. If love is rejected, try my hatred. Something was amiss. This was far too unusual. How could Shun Yu display such? Eugene pondered, searching for the right term, his brow furrowing in distaste. It was simply uncharacteristic of him, or rather, why would he display such an expression towards Ji Lili? Could it be they were in cahoots? In a flash of insight, Eugene seemed to connect the dots, gritting his teeth with a cold snort. Oh, that is how it is. No wonder Ji Lili spoke up for Shinyu, and no wonder Shun Yu came at me without hesitation that day. Just wait. I will uncover the evidence of their affair. Otherwise, Eugene, will eat shit. Eat shit. Ha, that was impossible. To avoid such a fate, Eugene was determined, enduring his injuries while steadfastly maintaining his post. Initially, the alphas had thought he would flee in embarrassment, but no one anticipated he would still show up, wearing a somewhat strange expression. Alphas possess formidable self-healing abilities. Even without medicinal assistance, their genes still played a significant role. By the third day, Eugene's face had nearly returned to its former state. Yet the true peculiarity lay in his nose. The upward-tilted nostrils were not quite aligned, perpetually seeming to curl upwards. Upon arriving at the training ground, the freshman erupted into raucous laughter, showing no regard for his dignity. The inevitable result was a severe beating at Eugene's hands, who, with a confident and disdainful demeanor, twisted his wrist. He could not best Shinyu, nor had he managed to defeat that troublesome fellow. Ji Lili, could he truly be outmatched by these freshmen? If that were the case, he might as well resign himself to disgrace. Eugene's return was a boon for certain alphas who had taken on the role of acting instructors. Despite their earlier disdain for Eugene's antics, which had brought them embarrassment and made them reluctant to associate with him, upon seeing him now, they seemed to have forgotten their previous grievances and greeted him with enthusiasm. Eugene, you have finally arrived. Welcome back, Eugene. Your presence has enhanced our situation. They were all under the tutelage of Instructor Pharaoh. Some had joined the patrol team while others had not, yet they all shared a common dislike for Shinyu. As Eugene finished dealing with the group of freshmen, his gaze turned intense, akin to that of a fierce tiger, fixated on Shinyu. A glimmer of understanding passed among the onlookers, their expressions visibly relaxing. Eugene, you are aware that Shinyu is here, aren't you? Indeed, Eugene replied. His attention locked onto the two figures ahead. The boy with chestnut curls conversed closely with the cool senior, their words lost to him. But suddenly, the boy burst into a radiant smile. The nearby alpha glanced at him, his dark eyes swirling like the turbulent yet tranquil sea, concealing danger beneath. Yet, Eugene did not flinch. He squinted, quickly calculating the distance between them. 1.15 meters. A knowing smirk appeared in his golden eyes. Such proximity, who could believe there was nothing between these two? Lost in thought, he overheard the alpha's voice. Shun Yu is still in his sensitive period. He must be doing this on purpose. There was a hint of resentment in their tone. We're all leaders of the patrol team now. Why does he insist on being so controlling? Does he think this is his personal fiefdom? They were baffled as to why Instructor Age did not rein him in, allowing him to act with such impunity. If Shan Yu's sensitive period spiraled out of control, the alphas shuddered at the thought of his formidable combat prowess. The conversation paused, then resumed with relief. Fortunately, Eugene, you are here. We are all gathered, and the patrol team has some alphas who are also unwilling to submit to Shinyu. There remains a chance for resistance. We must not let this place become Shan Yu's domain. The alphas were dreaming, yet the target of their schemes was wholly indifferent. Eugene was still diligently searching for evidence. A mere distance was insufficient. He needed to uncover more substantial and advantageous proof. Eugene, Eugene. Eugene turned back impatiently, his brow arched in haughtiness, his tone sharp. Are you a mosquito? Calling out incessantly, are you waiting for me to swat you? The alpha's expression darkened. Eugene, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Eugene raised his chin, disdain dripping from his voice as he scoffed. I said you're disturbing me. Are you looking to fight? Can you even take me on? His crooked, upturned nose appeared comical, provoking the alpha to want to land another punch. And no wonder this guy had few friends. He was utterly out of place. Who would want to associate with such a dimwit? If it weren't for the Federation Military Academy placing such high value on rank and physical prowess, how could he possibly have gained admission? Suppressing his curses against Eugene, the alpha's face hardened as he declared, Eugene, since you refuse my goodwill, let us see how you fare against my wrath. Eugene smirked disdainfully. Bring it on. After exchanging threats, the alpha added, don't think I'll spare you just because we're from the same school. Before leading his companions back to the freshmen, Eugene cast a scornful glance at them before returning his focus to Ji Lili and Shin Yu. His gaze was overtly conspicuous, lacking any pretense of concealment. Ji Lili had already noticed his previous bright smile having been inspired by Eugene. Upon realizing they were being watched, Ji Lili quickly sought the source of the gaze. When he spotted Eugene's pig-like nose, he could not suppress his laughter. He leaned over to Shin Yu, whispering, seriously, who fixed his nose? It's utterly ridiculous. Did he truly have no one he cared for in this world? How bold, though he shouldn't be laughing. Ji Lili found himself unable to restrain a hearty chuckle. Seeing Ji Lili so amused, Shin Yu barely tolerated Eugene's presence, openly displaying his disdain. With a cold tone, he remarked, such a minor injury has yet to heal. How pathetic, wow, how ruthless, Ji Lili exclaimed, his eyes crinkling with laughter. If you say that, I might just shatter into pieces. The faint scar on his skin had not faded immediately, a sin beyond forgiveness. Shin Yu's icy demeanor softened slightly, and upon hearing Ji Lili's words, his eyes revealed a rare confusion. Shatter. Ji Lili nodded earnestly, mimicking a heartbroken puppy. Though Ji Lili was joking, Shin Yu seemed unable to discern the jest, reaching out to firmly grasp Ji Lili's shoulder. His expression grew increasingly frigid, his face pale and impassive, brows furrowing involuntarily as he scrutinized Ji Lili from head to toe, searching for something amiss. Ji Lili hurriedly explained, it was just a joke. I'm fine. After repeatedly assuring Shin Yu of his well-being, he finally released his grip, seemingly realizing his overreaction, his gaze dropping. His long lashes fluttered, like a startled butterfly taking flight. Chapter 45. None left, not a single drop. It was peculiar. No matter how cold or intimidating Shin Yu appeared, Ji Lili always sensed an incongruous gentleness beneath. Ji Lili couldn't help but smile. Senior Shun. The young man looked up, puzzled by the query. Ji Lili suddenly declared, I'm bouncing back. Under Shan Yu's bewildered gaze, he playfully blinked. Now I'm just a happy little pup. He had initially intended to jest with Shin Yu, claiming to shatter into a sorrowful puppy. However, at this moment, he felt no sadness at all. The beautiful and aloof alpha stared at him in confusion, unwilling to yield, and after a moment, he feigned indifference, responding with a curt Ji Lili savored the moment. Lamenting, alas, I have indeed turned a bit wicked again. Not far away, Eugene's eyes widened in shock. Shin Yu had actively placed his hand on Ji Lili's shoulder. Shin Yu was patiently listening to him speak. They were even exchanging light-hearted banter. How intriguing. Eugene smirked. Shin Yu, you are definitely up to something. Wait until I uncover all your secrets and reveal them to the world. He mused. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance. An alpha who despises alphas mingling so closely. There must be something unspeakable going on. Eugene's interest was piqued. However, as training time commenced, Eugene reined in his curiosity. He had not forgotten that these two were likely plotting to expel him and relieve him of his duties as an acting instructor. He would not grant them that opportunity. It is worth mentioning that the 3-day pheromone resistance training had finally concluded, during which the alphas had been shuttling between 2 exhausting training sessions. After draining their vigor in the closed room, they had subsequently endured beatings on the training ground. The days were unbearably arduous, filled with curses directed at the mastermind behind this madness, Instructor Age, whom they deemed a pervert, as if they were not human beings themselves. Despite the complaints, all the freshmen persevered. Under the grueling training, they developed resilient physiques, their pain thresholds heightened to an extent that their forces could hardly faze them, while also learning combat techniques amidst the pressure, resulting in remarkable progress. Instructor Age, being the most formidable of them all, was always assigned to oversee the training of the newcomers. While he was genuinely tired of seeing this group of incompetent brats daring to act so arrogantly, it did not mean he was entirely indifferent to their welfare. Alphas understood alphas best. The moment they made any progress, they would swagger about, believing themselves capable. At critical moments, a dose of humility was necessary. Age's intention was to curb their arrogance, but it turned out he did not need to intervene at all. Lily alone sufficed. This kid was like a sponge, absorbing knowledge voraciously and more terrifyingly. It was well known that a squeezed sponge could always yield a bit more. Consequently, after each training session, the panting alphas would lament, "There is nothing left, not a single drop." All their pride lay shattered. Age surveyed the scene with satisfaction, realizing he need not worry anymore. Although he had not pinpointed the newcomers' issues, he had noticed something else. That boy seemed to lack popularity, much like you. Age gestured toward Eugene, who stood aloof, training the freshman with an air of arrogance. The few underlings of Pharaoh were notably cold toward him. What transpired here? Age mused, intrigued. Lily, why don't you go and bring him over? It would be quite amusing if Pharaoh discovered that one of his own had defected. Shinyu replied with indifference, "Aren't you the one who dislikes him?" Dislike does not quite reach the level of disdain. In Age's assessment, while somewhat foolish, the individual in question is not entirely without merit. Despite having previously provoked the other party, they deliberately released pheromones to exert pressure, only to change their mind shortly thereafter. Furthermore, it perplexes Shinyu to discern any exceptional qualities in the other. His indifferent and uninspiring demeanor elicited a click of the tongue from Age, who deemed it futile to engage with such an alpha. As long as he did not drive the person to their demise, it sufficed. Convincing him to join their ranks proved to be a formidable challenge. Shinyu maintained a facade of cold indifference. Unperturbed by the situation, this left Age with lingering concerns about the alpha, prompting him to advise, "Be cautious around Alpha Lily. I plan to recruit him, so do not frighten him away." Shinyu's gaze flickered momentarily towards the small, curly-haired figure nearby, indicating his willingness to take charge. "You will handle it?" "Very well," Age responded, widening his eyes in disbelief. "Are you jesting with me? Speak plainly. Are those rumors true?" Age, with a serious expression, inquired, "You find him displeasing, and thus wish him harm?" Shinyu found it hard to fathom that such rumors even existed. Clearly, these alphas lacked common sense. Noticing Xianyu's silence, Age assumed he harbored such intentions. Pondering for a moment before raising an eyebrow and advising caution to avoid being caught, Xianyu listened attentively, his expression remaining neutral, his pale visage fixed on Age. Age could not help but chuckle, crossing his arms as he regarded Shinyu with a sidelong glance. "You best avoid such dangerous thoughts. They cannot remain concealed for long. I do not wish to be embroiled in your troubles. Rest assured, instructor, Senior Xian is well aware and will not trouble you." Age was startled by the sudden appearance of Lily, nearly resorting to action. With a dangerous expression, he questioned, "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be training?" Lily replied with a smile, "I came to greet the instructor, and besides, I am currently under Senior Xian's supervision." "You have conversed with him for quite some time?" "I cannot train under such circumstances, can I?" He wore an expression of innocence and naivety. "You mean Shinyu is responsible for you?" Age asked skeptically, glancing between the two. Yu's eyelashes fluttered, yet he remained silent. Lily met his gaze with an air of nonchalance, as if to say, "Is there a problem?" It was said that alphas possessed limited intellect, and Age found himself slightly perturbed by his own thoughts. "It seems you take my orders seriously, having begun your endeavors so swiftly." Thus, the recruitment had commenced. How would the old rogue compete for his attention later? In an instant, Age forgave Shinyu for his recent actions and departed with satisfaction. Hands clasped behind his back, Lily, left in a state of confusion, pondered what orders had been issued. Shinyu, unwilling to engage Lily in discussions regarding other alphas, grasped his wrist, the chill of his touch capturing the young alpha's full attention. Ji Lai Li's focus shifted from age's peculiarities to the coolness of Shun Yu's hand, contemplating whether he should warm it. The little pup, unabashed, reciprocated the grip with his own warmth, as his fingers brushed against the slender bones. Under Shun Yu's bewildered gaze, he absent-mindedly caressed a prominent knuckle. "Your hand is quite cold. Has it always been this way?" The warmth from Ji Lai Li seemed to radiate toward Xinyu. He felt the heat, yet remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, leading Ji Lai Li to assume he was merely unaccustomed to the sensation. Relinquishing his grip slightly, the icy touch returned, causing Ji Lai Li to pause and glance down at their intertwined hands. A soft, crystalline voice broke the silence, laden with an awkward tension. "You are quite warm." Clearing his throat, Ji Lai Li acknowledged, "Perhaps I am a tad warm," finding comfort in the coolness of the delicate hand clasped in his. He squeezed the slender fingers, ultimately yielding to his instincts. Declaring, "Then allow me to warm your hand." Chapter 46. The person in his arms felt warmth at the corners of their eyes. Initially, Ji Lai Li felt a hint of bashfulness, but soon he began to genuinely warm Shan Yu's hands. The pale, frigid, exquisitely beautiful youth stood still, unyielding, despite not being cold at all. The differentiation phase had not yet concluded. He was, after all, an alpha, and cold hands were merely a characteristic. Yet, this did not detract from Shan Yu's enjoyment of the young alpha's concern, nor the perfect warmth that emanated from him. The two stood with their backs to the fresh recruits, unaware of what the training alphas were doing, accustomed to the presence of Ji Lai Li and Shen Yu together. Even feeling a certain sympathy for Ji Lai Li was beckoned away, embroiled in some deep-seated grudge. "The poor fellow is unfortunate to be targeted by Shen Yu, yet I believe he will eventually triumph over him." Perhaps Shen Yu shared this sentiment, fearing that Ji Lai Li might succeed, leading to a palpable sense of crisis, causing him to isolate the individual during training. Torture. One alpha mused, "Isn't it more like a private favor being granted openly?" Upon hearing this, immediate dissent arose. "What private favor? If Shen Yu were to offer you one, would you dare accept? Private favor? Hilarious. If another alpha were to take your place, you'd merely be an appetizer." It was reiterated that a mindset focused solely on violence was insufficient. Wisdom was also paramount. "Trust me, these two alphas will surely be at odds." The origins of the rumors regarding their rivalry, portraying them as eternal adversaries, swirled fervently. In response, Lipo and Zhai Yifei kept their accomplishments and names concealed. To alert their blissfully unaware, giggling companions, they exerted considerable effort. Eugene, the only one to discern the discord in their relationship, was thoroughly displeased. Foolish alphas, duped and yet counting coins, the new recruits glared in anger. Due to Eugene's strength, they refrained from confronting him immediately, but Lipo showed no fear, scoffing, "I say, Senior Eugene, when it comes to foolishness, none can rival you." The brash one arrogantly declared, "Just look at your face." I grasp what true foolishness entails. Eugene was momentarily incensed, enraged that an alpha he could easily overpower would dare provoke him. Yet, only for a fleeting moment did his anger dissipate as he regarded Lipo from a vantage point of superiority. "You made a valid point earlier. Foolish alphas who resort only to violence desperately require wisdom, and he, Eugene, is the sole individual who has uncovered the truth. These foolish alphas will never comprehend." While the world remained oblivious, he alone was enlightened. Having thrown in a couple of cultural phrases, Eugene elevated himself, exuding an air of superiority as he looked down upon them. "When the Federation Military Academy conducted recruitment, they ought to verify your IQ. Since you are so ignorant, I shall graciously enlighten you. It is all a ruse, a deception aimed at you foolish alphas." With this resolute declaration, Eugene anticipated the expected reaction, and indeed, he witnessed the alphas' eyes widen in disbelief. Their faces flushed with indignation. The naive new recruits, he mused, feeling a surge of confidence, radiating arrogance. Suddenly, the star brain ring vibrated unexpectedly. Eugene glanced in confusion as a flurry of challenge requests flooded in. Before he could discern the sender, the device erupted with incessant notifications, nearly overwhelming him. Eugene's eyes widened in shock. "What on earth?" he exclaimed. In the next moment, a fist surged toward his face, and in the nick of time, Eugene narrowly dodged, turning. He saw the cold smirk and fiery red eyes of the enraged alphas. "Eugene? How absurd. Not only did this alpha mock them, but also dared to question their intelligence. The new recruits erupted in fury. Who would believe that Ji Lili and Shin Yu were involved? Feeling insulted, Eugene struggled to maintain his pride. Hey, you foolish alphas, what do you intend to do? I am your acting instructor. His voice rose sharply in indignation. Who struck me from behind? How shameless! Eugene's outraged cries were drowned out by the crowd. What transpired over there? Ji Lili stole a glance. Curiosity piqued, spotting a throng of alphas gathered together. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, a gentle yet insistent force drew his attention back. Suddenly colliding with Shin Yu's dark gaze, a wave of warmth enveloped him, as if silently communicating. Do not look at him, Ji Lili blinked. Aren't you curious? Shin Yu furrowed his brow. They're all alphas. There's nothing noteworthy to see. Those alphas engage only in violence or trivial pursuits. What could possibly be of interest? But I am also an alpha. Ji Lili countered. It is not the same. Shin Yu uttered a response instinctively, only to be taken aback the moment he finished speaking, his dark eyes fixed upon the youthful alpha. He observed the way the alpha's eyes curved into a crescent, radiating joy and thought. Indeed, we are friends. Shall we continue, then? Ji Lili eagerly flexed his wrists, casting a glance at Shin Yu. Shin Yu excelled in close combat. However, since becoming a substitute instructor, he seemed to have rarely guided anyone else. Focusing solely on Ji Lili, that day, he had declared he would take responsibility for Ji Lili, which seemed to imbue him with a peculiar sense of duty, encompassing all of Ji Lili's combat training. Ji Lili mused that perhaps the training would involve physical contact, as Shin Yu appeared averse to engaging with other alphas. Due to the nature of their training, the two found themselves closer than before. Shin Yu, being in his sensitive phase, would shed tears when his emotions fluctuated, and initially, Ji Lili would shield him, but eventually, as he continued to shield him, Shin Yu would lean into his embrace. In that embrace, Shin Yu's eyes glistened with tears, dark orbs filled with mist, gazing up at him, cloaking their interaction in secrecy. Are you unwilling? How could that be? Ji Lili readily offered his embrace for Shin Yu to lean against, ensuring his face was completely concealed. Simultaneously, the cold yet sweet scent of irises entwined with his breath, surrounding them, with every inhalation bringing forth the fragrance. Consequently, Ji Lili recently experienced a resurgence of nasal allergies. Whenever he released Shin Yu, he would invariably witness a different expression emerge on the latter's pale, serene face, one that was profound and aloof, occasionally tinged with an ineffable sense of loss. Such complex emotions bewildered Ji Lili, who typically only experienced joy and ease. The system, however, deemed it rather strange. When Ji Lili inquired about what was peculiar, the system fell silent once more. It was merely an intelligent AI system. How could it comprehend such intricate emotions? The system could only inform itself based on the unchanged blackening value, recognizing that something was amiss, that it was merely an illusion. Thus, it remained silent most of the time. Only when the male lead cast a pensive, damp, icy gaze towards the host did the system repeatedly observe the blackening value and attempt to reassure itself. A joyful host would surely yield good fortune. Was it not said that boys who laugh often are blessed with luck? Just like at this moment, the system consoled itself repeatedly before falling silent again. Ji Lili, consequently, did not notice Shin Yu's unusual expression, his thoughts consumed by training. The new students, feeling questioned, exclaimed, "Did you see that? Shin Yu's gaze towards Ji Lili is so terrifying. He must be contemplating how to torment him." Eugene, with his crooked nose, wiped the blood from his nostrils, his gaze intense. Such fervent emotions indeed indicated that Shin Yu's feelings for Ji Lili were distinctly different. Just wait. He was determined to find evidence, strong, irrefutable evidence. Chapter 47. The Little Butterfly is a title belonging to him. Thus, Ji Lili discovered that Senior Eugene was indeed watching him, or rather, observing both him and Shin Yu. He was utterly oblivious to the other's intentions. Was he seeking revenge? Or had he noticed something amiss with Shin Yu? The latter posed a far greater danger. Ji Lili was unafraid of Eugene's revenge. Rather, he feared the repercussions of HHH's influence. He nearly forgot this was a world colored by complexities. The little butterfly would not be stimulated, leading to an increase in the blackening value. Right? What little butterfly? As Ji Lili felt a heaviness on his shoulder, Leaper leaned in closer, the aura of an alpha encroaching upon him. Ji Li swiftly pulled Leaper's arm away and stepped aside, distancing himself by 3 paces. Leaper was left bewildered by Ji Li's rapid movements. The laid-back fellow regarded him with confusion, even curiously tugging at his collar to sniff, finding no scent. "What are you hiding from?" Ji Li paused, a rare glimmer of guilt surfacing, though it was merely feared that moment. His naturally handsome features shone through, his smile sincere and radiant. It was the last thing one would expect from someone feeling guilty. "What are you feeling guilty about?" Ji Li found himself momentarily at a loss as he noticed Jai Yifei approaching. He immediately greeted him with exuberance. "Brother Jai. Brother Jai? We're over here." A hint of amusement flickered in Jai Yifei's eyes as he nodded politely. "Li, you seem quite enthusiastic today. What is the occasion?" Ji Li scratched his head, offering a dry chuckle. "Brother Jai, I'm just happy to see you." Little did he know, Jai Yifei scrutinized him with a half-smile. For reasons unknown, Ji Li felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "What's wrong? Why were you not this enthusiastic a few days ago? It seems you only just happened to see me." A perfect 100 accuracy. Ji Li awkwardly chuckled, but before he could speak, Leaper interjected, "This guy has a point. Now that I think about it, you did only join us today. Finding you was a hassle before. So many alphas, and I had to sift through the crowd to find a little pup." Ji Li protested. "Hey, what kind of description is that? It's harder to find a student than a substitute instructor." Jai Yifei calmly responded, "Once you locate Senior Shin, you will find him." Leaper crossed his arms and chuckled disdainfully. "That's true, so. There's no need to search anymore. Instructor Age is looking for Senior Shun. I doubt he will appear at the training ground today." Jai Yifei spoke first, revealing the fact that Shan Yu would not be present at the training ground. Chuckling, "No wonder Li greeted me." With a flick of his head, Leaper extended his voice, "So, Shin Yu isn't here, huh?" Ji Li's heart skipped a beat, momentarily thrown into disarray. Consequently, Leaper and Jai Yifei were taken aback by Ji Li's flustered and helpless demeanor. His lively, charming chestnut curls stood on end, seemingly reflecting his bewilderment. His fair ears flushed a shade of red, which quickly spread. The shyness of a young boy, exuberantly displayed, resembled the rampant growth of spring vines. The embarrassment wound its way around his racing heart, climbing up to his cheeks. Li's face burned crimson. His smile curved into a crescent moon, sparkling like stars, his dog-like eyes shimmering with bashfulness. Stammering, he murmured, "And no, that's not it. We were actually training. It's not what you think." In response to his awkwardness, the 2 alphas before him were utterly astonished. "What were we thinking? Did Shinyu do anything else besides training with you?" Ji Li, "Huh?" The little pup was perplexed. Jai Yifei's expression grew serious. "What exactly did he do to make you blush so?" My guess was correct. It's only when Shinyu is absent that you feel free to greet us. He is too strict with you. After all, he is just a substitute instructor." Ji Li, "Brother Jai, what are you talking about?" At this point, did he still wish to conceal the truth alone? The proud alpha looked at him with a hint of helplessness, sighing, "Li, we are friends. Friends should not bear burdens alone." Ji Li understood this principle better than Jai Yifei. The words from his companion touched him. However, wasn't the current situation a bit off? "Brother Jai, it seems you've misunderstood Shinyu. He hasn't done anything to me. I'm doing just fine." Suddenly, a large palm pressed against his forehead, and Ji Li instinctively took a step back, avoiding contact with the alpha. "Tesuke, look at you, acting so paranoid. Does this really seem fine?" Avoiding him was akin to evading a flood or a fierce beast. He had once been so affectionate, calling him Brother Pooh. Suddenly, the delightful companion had become unaccountably distant. Leaper was not pleased. When had he ever faced such disdain? He had only ever looked down on others. It was the first time a close friend had expressed such aversion. His wounded pride mingled with irritation, and he wore a stormy expression that appeared quite intimidating. Ji Li keenly sensed Leaper's mood and promptly clarified. "Brother Pooh, I'm not rejecting you, I'm just concerned that your pheromones might linger. After all, Senior Shan is currently in a sensitive phase. If we're too close, it might not be good if he catches a whiff. It is quite troublesome." Though he spoke thus, Leaper's expression noticeably brightened. "But why do you care so much about him? Are you worried he might hurt you?" Leaper pondered for a moment, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Perhaps it's time to be a little cautious. Li felt underestimated. However, the little butterfly was indeed impressive. Beautiful and formidable, he ranked first in academic performance at the academy. Wasn't he the epitome of a cool, ethereal academic deity? Shinyu appeared cold and pale, yet in truth, he was quite obedient, remembering everything he said. No wonder some perverts had set their sights on him. If Instructor Age were to learn of Ji Li's evaluation of Shinyu, he would likely whisk him off to the infirmary, earnestly questioning, "Are you blind?" The Shinyu you described bears no resemblance to that aloof, haughty fellow who looks down upon instructors. Just the name? Ji Li's indignation regarding Shinyu's plight was interrupted by his eager companion casually remarking, "I thought it was about that little butterfly." Jia Yifei's eyes sparkled with interest. "Little butterfly? Is that the Omega you fancy?" The young alphas were evidently captivated by this topic, and Jia Yifei's entourage, along with Leaper's companions, gathered around, their gazes intense. "Is it an Omega you like? What do they look like? Is it a male or a female? Or perhaps a beta?" Jia Yifei pondered, referring to the lady in the medical room. For a while, Ji Li had been frequently visiting the medical room, and the fact that he had become the sales champion was also widely known. A group of individuals clustered together to inquire about Ji Li's favored little O, incessantly calling her little butterfly it. Seemed that this exclusive title had suddenly vanished. The boy with chestnut curls and a radiant smile abruptly turned expressionless, his light-colored pupils betraying a hint of displeasure. Beneath his thick brows, the crescent-shaped eyes, devoid of mirth, were sharp and commanding, emanating a silent aura. The alphas, who had just been joking and laughing moments ago, collectively shivered in unison. "He is an important person," he stated, urging them not to joke around. His tone was unusually stern. Perhaps the alphas were unaware that, at that moment, the forceful cadence of his voice was laced with possessiveness. Ji Li could only think angrily that he had no intention of sharing the matter of Little Butterfly with anyone. This title clearly belonged to him. Chapter 48. Randomly scaring 3 timid Imperials. The alphas fell silent for a while. The atmosphere heavy and peculiar. Ji Li speculated that his previous expression must have been quite ghastly. Otherwise, why would they all be so reticent? Could he really be that frightening? Surely not. With a slight squint, Ji Li took the initiative to shatter the suffocating silence. Hey, have I truly frightened you all? Am I really that terrifying when I'm not smiling?" His smile was brilliant, his eyes uplifted. Was this considered a killing gaze? The alphas managed a dry chuckle, and Ji Li, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair, realizing he must indeed be quite intimidating. They were usually so brash, ready to explode or ignite at a moment's notice. How vexing that even his provocation had failed to stir them. With a loud thud, Lipo raised his leg and kicked the nearby horizontal bar, arching an eyebrow. "You think you can scare me with this? Li, you should practice a bit more." His words were rather pleasant to hear. Jia Yifei shot him a frosty glance, questioning why he had not spoken earlier. Lipo appeared at ease, unapologetically enjoying this alpha side of the guy. "Was that not acceptable? You say I'm getting carried away, yet you've not uttered a word." Jia Yifei, uninterested in engaging with him, turned his gaze back to Ji Li, surprised to discover this side of him. He pondered briefly before lightly smiling. Perhaps it's just a contrast? Upon hearing this, Ji Li chuckled, revealing his sharp little canine teeth, and joked, "Should I just smile more? In the future, when competing with others, I'll refrain from smiling and terrify them instead." Lipo burst into laughter. "Oh, you think you're Instructor Age? Not smiling and then scaring them? Oh, is Instructor Age frightening? Is he not?" Lipo replied without a hint of caution. Standing at a towering height of 1.9 meters, this alpha, with a buzz cut, looked fearsome even when smiling, as if always prepared for a massacre. Lipo clicked his tongue. "I believe if we let the instructor loose, he could randomly scare 3 timid Imperials." "Bro, do you remember the last time you said the instructor was handsome?" Ji Li suddenly interjected, casting a sidelong glance, his left eye blinking playfully. "Isn't he your idol?" "What nonsense!" Lipo denied vehemently. The alpha with a small ponytail stuffed his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of absolute confidence and superiority. "I'm not his idol. I'm my own idol, and I'm Lipo, understand?" After praising myself, Lipo succinctly concluded, "Instructor Age resembles a fire-breathing dragon." Ji Li opened his mouth to respond, but Jia Yifei tugged at him, offering a calm smile that hinted at his amusement. Forget it, Ji Lili chose to remain silent. However, his demeanor led Lipo to misinterpret something. He elongated his tone, advising, "There's no need to be too downcast. Lili, if you wish to scare them, why not learn from Instructor Age? Learn just how frightening he is." The moment the words left his lips, Lipo's expression froze, realizing something, a chill creeping down his spine. The facade of bravado crumbled as he caught sight of Zhai Yifei's expression. This cunning individual gazed back with a subtle smile, his interest unmistakably evident. Lipo's foreboding feeling intensified, and he sought confirmation from Ji Lili. Only to receive a sympathetic glance from the little Dojai in that instant, Lipo felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Just then, a cold, wrathful voice echoed from behind. "Then you should follow me and learn well." Lipo stiffly turned his head and, as expected, found Instructor Age standing behind him, alongside Xinyu. "Instructor?" The Alpha attempted to salvage the situation. "Actually, your idol is me," Age replied. "I'm done for. I've let slip too much." Lipo tried once more to redeem himself but was met with a chilling glare from Xinyu. Did I offend him? Next moment, he had no opportunity to ponder further, as a furious Age ignored his attempts at justification and coldly dragged the Alpha away. "Boss?" The younger ones exclaimed in shock. Age's terrifying gaze swept over them, causing them to shove their hands into their pockets and look up at the sky, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. This infuriated Lipo, who wished he could slice them with his eyes. Age smirked, so relaxed. "And you still think you can scare Imperials with your faces? Today, if you don't train hard enough to become dead dogs. None of you are getting out." The newcomers. They hadn't even begun, and they had already been gone for a while. The deputy instructors received a thorough scolding from the enraged Age, embodying the ferocity of a fire-breathing dragon. The Alphas returned with their faces covered in ash, their pent-up anger redirected towards the newcomers. At this moment, Ji Lili felt fortunate to have Xunyu looking out for him. However, Little Butterfly seemed to be unhappy again. Though his exterior remained unchanged and his demeanor towards Ji Lili showed no difference, he certainly did not realize that his eyes were it appeared he was in a foul mood. Wanting to cry but unwilling to reveal his feelings, thus holding back his tears. Yet, the hint of red on his pale cheeks betrayed him entirely. Ji Lili would never expose him, but he wouldn't allow him to remain upset either. During training, he deliberately made a mistake, nearly causing Xinyu to hit him. When Xinyu revealed a hint of confusion and came over to check, Ji Lili let out a soft sigh. Xinyu paused, a trace of tension perceptible in his voice. "Where does it hurt?" Apologizing seemed difficult for him. He awkwardly pursed his lips. "I must have applied too much strength." Xinyu had not anticipated that he would hurt Ji Lili, as he usually controlled his strength well, never having encountered such a situation before. Anxiety surged within him, and before Ji Lili could respond, Xinyu could no longer contain himself and pulled him away. Ji Lili took a couple of steps before stopping. "What's wrong?" The tugging motion drew the attention of several Alphas, their jaws dropping in shock. Could someone please tell them that the one holding the Alpha's hand is indeed Xinyu? The new recruits still needed to train, their gazes cautious, while Eugene, who had long since recognized the unusual rapport between the two, openly observed them. However, the situation seemed somewhat different from what he had anticipated. A vague exchange of dialogue reached his ears. "What's wrong?" To the medical room. Eugene was taken aback. "What would we go to the infirmary for?" His new recruits, losing their composure, followed his lead to observe the two. Upon hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but exclaim internally. What else could it be? Xinyu indeed despises Alphas, to the point of sending someone to the infirmary. Chapter 49. "I am attracting your attention," Eugene thought. "This seems right. No. No way. These people won't shake my resolve." He glared at the two, convinced they were involved romantically. Training continues. Who's next to take a beating? As punishment for shaking his resolve, none of these fellows would escape. At the other end of the training ground, Ji Lili finally realized what was happening and, bemused, stepped in his way. "I'm fine." Xunyu's brows furrowed, his pale lips pressed into a straight line. Embarrassment over visiting the medical room? Ji Lili had never expected him to say such a thing, and he couldn't help but smile, lowering his voice. "You remember that so clearly. I asked that a complaint?" "What?" Xinyu didn't catch what he said. The chestnut-haired Alpha tilted his head back and laughed, his eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling. "I was saying, You have quite the memory. Keep it up, Senior Shun. Once again? Ji Lili spoke in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Shen Yu pressed his lips together, avoiding Ji Lili's gaze, simultaneously releasing his grip on his wrist. Don't speak to me like that. But when you speak like this, you seem much more relaxed, Ji Lili thought with a smile. Is this what being shy feels like? He seized the moment, intending to inquire why he seemed discontent, only to suddenly notice a multitude of alphas discreetly observing them. Ji Lili was compelled to swallow his original words. Could one visit the medical room during training? If severely injured, one could certainly go. Upon completing his response, Shun Yu's gaze returned to him, his speech quickening. Isn't everything fine? Now there's an issue, Ji Lili retorted, this time denying Shin Yu the opportunity to speak, pulling him towards the medical room. Ji Lili bore no significant injuries. At most, he sought a place to converse, for those alphas had been watching them too curiously. Reflecting on this, he found it rather audacious, pulling the substitute instructor aside during training merely to exchange a few words. That seemed quite odd as his thoughts drifted. Ji Lili caught sight of a familiar tree and halted in his tracks. He paused, but the alphas behind him did not, instead taking on the responsibility of leading. Tugging Ji Lili forward a few steps. Realizing the halt behind him, Shun Yu turned to look, his dark eyes filled with reproach, as if chastising him for his disobedience. You mentioned that if injured, one should go to the medical room. Why, when it's your turn, do you choose not to? Ji Lili touched his nose and promptly offered an apology. I'm sorry for worrying you. He playfully bounced a couple of times, his tousled hair rising and falling. The alpha, bathed in the golden sunlight, smiled and said, Can't you tell? I'm trying to capture your attention. Shun Yu was taken aback. Raising his gaze to him, he was unsure of his expression at that moment and could not muster any other reaction. Soon, however, he noticed the tension in Ji Lili's clenched lips, the taut line of his jaw, and his pallid, cool visage. Everything appeared as it had before. Only the rapid beat of his heart betrayed the joy his body felt in response to those words. The warmth of the glands at the nape of his neck revealed all, no more dwelling on unhappy thoughts. I wished to forget the unpleasantness. Yet Ji Lili furrowed his brow in distress. Feeling as though he had inadvertently complicated matters, he hung his head like a forlorn puppy, but, in the next moment, without needing consolation, a smile reappeared on his face. Well, there are bound to be failures. I'll simply try harder next time. Next time? Shin Yu softly repeated. Ji Lili nodded. Next time, I will surely help you forget your troubles. But before that, could you tell me why you are unhappy? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, filled with a clear, bright eagerness. Such eyes, Shun Yu found utterly irresistible. After a brief silence, his voice, tinged with a hint of discomfort, emerged. You helped someone. A floodgate of unspeakable thoughts opened at once. Shin Yu's gaze deepened. Did you assist him to prevent him from facing punishment? Ji Lili nodded. He is my friend. Naturally, I wouldn't want him to be punished. Friend. Shun Yu was now quite averse to that term, his tone somber. You couldn't bear to see him punished, fully aware that instructor Aigu might become furious. Yet you still helped him. Is that alpha of such significance to you that you would go so far as to assist him? He even called you Lai. Shun Yu lowered his gaze, concealing the cold, fearsome glint in his eyes. How unrestrained, devoid of shame. How disgusting for an alpha to call out like that. So this was the crux of his distress. Ji Lili's voice interrupted Shin Yu's thoughts. As Shun Yu regained his composure, he realized what he had just said and clenched his fingers tightly. Those words should never have been uttered. Even if they were to be spoken, they ought to have been words of concern rather than dark thoughts. The handsome youth pressed his lips together, a rare fluster evident on his face. His eyes reddening. What's wrong? Why the long face? Ji Lili wanted to laugh. Realizing that Shun Yu was indeed feeling jealous, he stated it matter-of-factly, his smile radiant. This moment took Shun Yu by surprise. Regarding the question you posed earlier, would you prefer I answer it as someone else? Perhaps as Senior Shin? Ji Lili tilted his head, his fluffy curls bouncing slightly. If it were Senior Shun, I would still help you, and no matter who that person is, I would stand up for them. You are also important to me. More so than Pagu. He paused, yielding to his feelings. I think I am even less willing to see you punished. You re not angry? Ji Lili shook his head. Sensing the sincerity in his words, Shin Yu's emotions settled, his dark eyes quietly observing him as Ji Lili pondered. Suddenly, Shin Yu's eyelashes fluttered. His cool, dulcet voice slightly unsteady. Then I shall become increasingly demanding. Ji Li was entirely oblivious to the true meaning of becoming demanding in Xian Yu's context. He was simply pleased with his ability to comfort. With no sense of caution, he replied, "All right, then let us be even more excessive." The little puppy's eyes gleamed joyfully, still using a coaxing tone. Clearly, he was not worried in the slightest. Little butterfly, surely, no matter what. It wouldn't be too excessive. What is there to fear? Ji Li, carefree, cast aside his worries. Yet he still recalled the necessity to clarify today's misunderstanding, perplexed by the increasing rumors on the forum about their discord. Shin Yu disliked excessive interactions with other alphas, and he paid no heed to those rumors. However, Ji Li was fond of surfing the web and immediately jumped onto the forum. The fact that he was heading to the medical room had likely been overheard by numerous alphas. The truth was unavoidable. Thus, he lavishly praised Shin Yu. Senior Shen is truly a good person. When I was injured during training, he didn't hesitate to take me to the medical room for treatment. I thought it was serious, but the lady in the medical room merely said it was a minor scrape. Senior Shen is so responsible, bringing me all this way for such a small injury. Isn't he just too caring? After fervently expressing himself on the forum, Ji Li began to feel as though he might be boasting. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling somewhat shy. Pondering that he was the only friend of the little butterfly. Wasn't he all right to boast a little? Wasn't he that worthy of some pride? Ji Li quickly reassured himself and happily checked the comments. However, the responses were disheartening. User 790, I knew it. Ji Li would eventually go crazy. User 251, the biggest joke of the year. Shin Yu is a good person. Let us all laugh together. User 883, the lady in the medical room said you only had a scrape. Did she mention your brain was faulty for needing medical assistance and still speaking up for others? User 390. I can solve this. You were sold and still helped count the money. User 777. You fools, the truth is right before you. Trust me, they are not opponents at all. It's a smokescreen. User 435. Laughing to death. Who are you? Why should I believe you? User 777. Because I am Eugene. Ji Li. Chapter 50. Actually, I have a little OI like, in the blink of an eye. The post transformed into a towering thread, with Eugene, user 777, displaying remarkable combat prowess. Ji Li watched as he engaged in a heated argument with the alphas in the thread, fiercely defending his self-awareness and confidence in his judgment against hundreds of alphas. To his astonishment, the only one supporting him was Eugene. Ji Li surrendered. Unable to explain, he could only lie back and accept it. Many alphas were also surfing the forum. Although Ji Li's post initially garnered significant attention, it quickly dwindled. After all, the alpha community had already deemed their relationship as adversarial. They were merely spectators. Soon, the focus shifted to various practical training techniques, 33 tricks for combat, and profiles of the popular candidates for this year's freshman leadership. Notably, Ji Li claimed the top spot among the latter. Ji Li had no strong desire to vie for first place. Yet he was pleased with such recognition. The recent training was nearing its conclusion. With the final assessments about to commence, alphas were preparing for this, leading to a surge in the number of trainees. Every practical training facility was packed with newcomers. As a former champion, Leipa had even issued a stern warning to him. If given another chance, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. This elicited a chuckle from Ji Li. You're upset. What do you mean by that? Don't you trust me? Ji Li laughed uncontrollably. Pagoo, you're so melodramatic. TSK. Leipa couldn't tolerate any mention of the second place, insisting he use another term and refrain from discussing it. Just directed at Zhai Yifei. What do you think, our perennial runner-up, Zhai Xiao? In response, Zhai Yifei's expression darkened, his lips curving downward into a cold smile. It seems you quite like that title. I'll bestow it upon you. I'd rather not. Keep it for yourself. Ji Li adeptly played peacemaker. Friendship first, competition second. Let us not quarrel. His words abruptly halted under their somber gazes, and Ji Li innocently asked, Did I say something wrong? Leipa raised his chin defiantly. From today onward, we are rivals. Ji Li, brother, what is this about? Leipa shot him a frosty glare. Rivals, don't speak to me. Ji Li, you are truly childish and melodramatic. He wrinkled his nose and glanced at Zhai Yifei beside him, seeking the affirmation of another companion. To his surprise, Zhai Yifei took a step back, and Ji Lili's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Zhai? How could you? Zhai Yifei, with a faint smile, adjusted his cuff, exuding the proud and noble demeanor of an alpha. While I do not align with such foolishness, I must concede one point. Lily, we are rivals. I shall not relinquish the first position. His voice was light yet powerful, his gaze resolute. He would not easily waver from his objective. The grandson of the esteemed General Zhai Yifei felt the need to prove his strength. Observing his steadfast demeanor, Ji Lili exhaled slowly, understanding his intentions, and swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. A smile blossomed on his face, his eyes sparkling. Then I shall take up the challenge. Since they are serious, I cannot be dismissive, Ji Lili declared, confronting their challenge with fervor and enthusiasm. Zhai Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. He had anticipated that Lili might be averse or somewhat displeased. But it seemed he had underestimated him. The other party was genuinely sincere. Zhai Yifei revealed a genuine and joyful smile. Let the competition begin. Brother, you too. Ji Lili's eyes curved in delight. The final assessment would determine the new student's ultimate results. It was well known that this group of alphas possessed a fierce competitive spirit, priding themselves as the best in the world. This opportunity was a splendid chance to showcase their prowess. The concept of first place itself held an irresistible allure. Ji Lili was not the type to seek validation. Rather than proving himself, he preferred to applaud the victor. Of course, this did not imply that his abilities were lacking. Otherwise, upon the appearance of his name on the popular championship leaderboard, the excited alphas would likely come knocking at his door. Indeed, the offline battles had been bustling in recent days. Aside from the alpha practitioners who were training relentlessly, there were those dissatisfied with the rankings, challenging each other to offline duels. Ji Lili had already witnessed several matches. They were akin to a powder keg mixed with white phosphorus. He had to steer clear each time. Fearing the explosion might engulf him, concerned for Shan Yu's comfort amid the crowd at the training ground, Ji Lili proposed a change of venue. Unlike the solitary training of other alphas, Ji Lili had the privilege of Shan Yu's company. Let us go to my dorm, he suggested, his eyes sparkling as he playfully remarked that it might not be appropriate, while joyfully entering the room and expressing envy. Among the four-person quarters typical of military students, Shan Yu had the luxury of a single room. Just thinking about it brought him joy. Then let us live together, came the sudden invitation, startling Ji Lili. He choked slightly. Is that really all right? Shan Yu gazed at him quietly, as if to say, if you wish, this time. Ji Lili firmly declined, feeling the heat rise to his ears, shaking his head repeatedly. No. No. I'm quite comfortable where I am. It was acceptable for good friends to reside together. But with Shan Yu, Ji Lili couldn't help but cover his face. That would be rather peculiar. Furthermore, with the little butterfly now still in the transitional phase, was he not concerned? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ji Lili lowered his gaze, his lashes fluttering in uncertainty. Thus, he missed the expression on Shan Yu's face. There was no sign of the relaxation or trust he had anticipated. The previously enchanting smile vanished, as if it had merely been an illusion, leaving his pale, delicate features shrouded in shadows, cold and unearthly. Anyone witnessing Shan Yu in that moment would surely be taken aback. It was terrifying. His overly pale, translucent skin resembled the exterior of a venomous snake, slightly cracked to reveal a dreadful poison, hinting at the darkness within. A little "oh you fancy?" Shan Yu's breath quickened, a surge of potent emotions causing his eyes to redden at the corners. Curiously, he had always struggled to suppress tears before, yet this time he managed to hold them back. He fought against the tears, feeling the pangs of jealousy swell in his heart, his limbs tingling with the anxiety of losing something precious. Shan Yu stifled his emotions, desperately trying to remember this feeling. After a long pause, his voice emerged, barely above a whisper. How surprising. Who is it? The protagonist's darkening disposition rose by 10 points. The sudden increase startled Ji Lili. He lifted his gaze to find Shan Yu appearing as he always did. Coldly beautiful, crafted from ice and snow, yet with a hint of red lingering in his eyes. Ji Lili found himself staring at that hint of red, perplexed by Shan Yu's composed demeanor, which belied any signs of distress. What was happening? Can't you tell me? Shan Yu's dark eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. Ji Lili, momentarily bewildered, recalled the question about whom he fancied. A subject he himself was unsure of. He's a wonderful person. I'll tell you more about it next time. Ji Lily replied vaguely, eager to steer the conversation back to training. Shall we begin? Brother Pa and the others are taking this competition very seriously. I need to focus as well. I still don't know what the assessment will entail. He wished to swiftly conclude that topic. Fortunately, the little butterfly was still understanding, smoothly transitioning back to the subject of training. It's a practical exercise, quite simple. As for this dormitory, it's merely a privilege of being first. Shunyu, who had consistently claimed the top position, offered a succinct evaluation, stating, "You will be first." He spoke softly, attempting to divert Shinyu's attention. Ji Lily found himself distracted instead. The chestnut-haired boy broke into a shy yet proud smile. "You have too much faith in me." His light-colored eyes sparkled with fragments of starlight, all of which fell into Shinyu's deep, dark gaze. Shunyu gently inquired, "Will you be first?" Before Ji Lily could hesitate, the usually icy youth's lips curved into a beautiful smile, appearing as though he was requesting something, yet subtly enticing. "Take this first place, will you?" Thus, Ji Lily, like a small puppy, followed suit, grinning foolishly. "Sure." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the highly anticipated assessment day arrived. To facilitate their operations, the new students traded their military uniforms for fitted, navy blue combat suits. These snug outfits accentuated the boys' athletic physiques, while protective goggles rested atop their brows. Wisps of chestnut curls peeked out defiantly from beneath the navy goggles. With a few strands dancing across his forehead, his light eyes tinged with a hint of weariness. This attire imbued him with an undeniable youthful charm. Ji Lily yawned, trailing at the end of the line, with Lei Pu on his left and Jia Yifei on his right. "Did you sneak out last night?" Lei Pu raised an eyebrow. "Then I shall claim that first place." Ji Lily turned to look at him, his curls bouncing beneath the goggles, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "We haven't even started. Brother Pu. We'll know the results after the competition." Riper lifted his chin slightly, coolly remarking, "This attitude is quite commendable, brimming with motivation. Far superior to your previous demeanor." "Previous demeanor?" Ji Lily questioned, puzzled. "What was I like before?" "Too calm." Jia Yifei interjected with a faint smile. In the eyes of this arrogant, oblivious alpha, you have already taken the first place for granted. That's why you seem so composed." Ji Lily suddenly understood, then lowered his gaze, silently staring at Riper, who was wide-eyed with an expression that screamed, "How do you know, brother? You are truly insufferably boring." Having been exposed, Riper shot a disgruntled glare at Jia Yifei, then boldly retorted, "What do you mean by boring? Can winning first place be considered boring? Lili, that's because you've never fought tooth and nail for first place. You don't understand that feeling. Some people," Riper smirked, raising an eyebrow at Jia Yifei. "You see, even with all their effort, they still can't seize it." Provoked by his taunt, Jia Yifei replied with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement. "Well then, let us see who will claim first place this time." The banter between the two resumed. "However, Brother Purr, you guessed wrong. This time, I'm also going to give it my all." Under the slightly astonished gazes of the two, the boy grinned with exuberance, winking playfully while his sharp canine tooth rested against his lip. "Next, we face our true opponents. Don't hold too strong a possessiveness over my first place." The boy, donned in protective goggles, flashed a confident smile, his brows and eyes radiating pride, exuding a dazzling aura that made one momentarily dazed. Ahead, the instructor's voice rang out as he raised his hand, energetically waving at them as he sprinted away. Riper unconsciously lowered his arms, standing up straight. The once arrogant and cool expression on his face gradually turned serious. After a moment, he chuckled softly, scolding, "This guy, when he gets serious, he actually seems quite formidable." Perhaps the true rival was indeed him. Jia Yifei watched the retreating figure with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Riper, I believe the title of perennial second place is soon going to be bestowed upon you." With that, Jia Yifei stepped forward. "Hey!" Riper ground his molars, hands stuffed in his pockets, a proud demeanor as he called out to the retreating figure, "Do you really think you can defeat me? Stop being so self-righteous." "Young Master Jia," a distant voice floated back. "Whether it's me or Lily who defeats you, the title of perennial second place suits you, you oblivious alpha." Arrogance. Riper scoffed, striding forward with determination. The alpha blended into a sea of deep blue figures, standing tall among the 421 participants, donned in combat suits and protective goggles, exuding a fierce and resolute aura. From above, a small broadcasting device transmitted Instructor Age's familiar voice. All 421 new students. Ready! The Alphas responded in unison, their momentum formidable. Very well, I hereby declare the assessment officially begins. Yes, G. Liley echoed along with the crowd, deftly removing his goggles, eyeing the final moment before obscuring his eyes. He cast one last glance at the suspended monitoring device above, his brows curving into a radiant smile. He would undoubtedly claim first place. Chapter 52. The fortuitous little dog. This assessment involved a total of 421 new Alpha participants, taking place in a large simulation arena. Each Alpha was clad in tight-fitting combat gear and donned protective goggles, with a randomly issued black backpack slung behind them. Inside the backpack were essential supplies, including a dagger, food, and some common medicinal agents. If fortune favored them, they might even find an S-class quantum gun. The 421 Alphas were opponents, tasked with shattering the red tag affixed to the left side of their opponent's chest, eliminating them and gaining a point for their own team. To G. Liley, this resembled a chicken dinner game he had played before. However, compared to a game of 100 players, the stakes were higher here, with the danger amplified by a perilous environment and mutated beasts. The mutated beasts were another significant enemy, aside from the Empire. Yet, unlike the former conflicts, the mutated beasts had been largely contained, and the Alphas had learned to handle them more adeptly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be engaged in training. Additionally, instructors would issue extra tasks with unpredictable outcomes. However, those who excelled would earn the instructor's favor, serving as an additional means of gaining points. Yet, whether one would encounter other Alphas or face increased danger along the way remained uncertain. To withdraw, one only needed to hit the red tag on their chest, confirming their demise. Otherwise, even if injured, withdrawal was not permitted. Moreover, the sensation of pain here was 100% real. G. Liley believed that no Alpha would resort to such an action as to willingly shoot their own red tag in a form of suicide. For military academy students, it would likely be seen as a disgrace. This also indicated that the battle ahead was exceedingly rigorous. G. Liley flashed a smile. Challenges made things more interesting. He had confidence in himself and in the results of the extra training that Shun Yu had recently provided him. So, first, let us see what basic supplies he had. G. Liley opened his backpack, his smile faltering. Inside the pitch-black backpack lay 3 items: a pair of wooden chopsticks, a box of teddy bear biscuits, and a smoke bomb. G. Liley. He let his face drop, numbly staring at the backpack. He skeptically pulled it open again. Indeed, those 3 items remained. A miracle had not occurred. The boy, feeling despondent, thought, "What is this? I must be incredibly unfortunate." The most useful item appears to be a smoke bomb. But upon closer reflection, while the smoke bomb was indeed present, what could it possibly do? He didn't even possess a weapon with any real lethality. If he charged in, he'd face disaster in no time. Surely, he couldn't use it to escape. G. Liley struggled to determine the utility of these items. Perhaps if he handed it to Riper, it might serve some purpose. He could deploy the smoke bomb for a dramatic entrance. Moreover, who eats teddy bear biscuits with chopsticks? Who was responsible for this selection of supplies? Forget it, G. Liley consoled himself. At least he could fill his stomach a bit. He tidied up his backpack, his gaze sweeping around the area he was currently in, a desolate forest. He lightly tapped the left side of his goggles. A virtual blue screen materialized on the lens, densely packed with blue lines weaving together to form a map. Directly ahead was the city, approximately 1,000 kilometers away. Quite a distance. He needed to hurry. Just as G. Liley prepared to sprint forward, he suddenly heard a gunshot in the distance, startling a flock of birds into flight. He raised his gaze towards the source of the sound, his expression sharpening as he murmured, "Gunfire? A drop of supplies?" Without hesitation, G. Liley abandoned his original route and dashed toward the sound of gunfire. If luck was on his side, he might just intercept a firearm. As the boy joyfully sprinted, he remained unaware that at that very moment, gunfire echoed across several other areas. Unbeknownst to them, the first task had already commenced. The first Alpha to reach the designated location was evidently both exhilarated and vigilant. Using cover to conceal his presence while scanning the arena, he had arrived swiftly, and the shooter would likely rush to retrieve the backpack. leaving no time for escape. The Alpha's thoughts were sound. Surely, the opponent must be hiding somewhere, perhaps even too afraid to emerge. As he suspected, the opponent remained at their location. Upon detecting someone approaching, the Alpha's expression shifted, and he quickly retaliated. The other party was no slouch. After several exchanges, the Alpha gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with the opponent wielding a firearm, the Alpha couldn't afford to be careless, and soon he was pressed back. Just as he faced the prospect of elimination, the Alpha silently cursed himself for recklessly rushing in. However, the person across from him suddenly eased off, speaking amicably. "Brother, you have quite the skills. Why not join forces? We can team up, and once the number of eliminations increases, we can part ways." The Alpha was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the other with suspicion. "You want to eliminate me?" The other party grew impatient, stating, "Didn't I just say your skills are impressive? If you're unwilling, then I'll eliminate you and find another teammate." As he spoke, he aimed the quantum gun at the red tag on the Alpha's chest. "Wait." Upon hearing this, the Alpha couldn't afford to be picky and hastily agreed. "Of course I'm willing." The Alpha's reasoning was quite clear. He couldn't outmatch the other, and with the opponent willing to team up while armed, he felt he had nothing to lose. Most others shared the same sentiment, opting to ally with those wielding firearms. This move played right into the instructor's hands, a splendid start. At such a critical moment, the first round of eliminations would be handled by their seniors. In the monitoring room, all the instructors at the Federal Military Academy had gathered. Watching this scene with smiles, one instructor manipulated the virtual screen, seemingly issuing some sort of command. Suddenly, the expressions of the Alphas who had agreed to form teams shifted, their expressions altering as they read the information displayed in their goggles. Task released. Cunning mutants have appeared in the simulation arena, capable of disguising themselves as your companions. If touched or teamed up with, you will become a mutant, and transformation into a mutant is considered automatic elimination. Attention! Mutants will not leave the arena. Please be cautious in judging those you encounter. Chapter 53. My Little Bear Biscuit. How tragically it perished. The moment the news broke, many military academy students erupted with exclamations of indignation, almost rushing to the surveillance room to seize the instructors by their collars and demand answers. Whose twisted mind conceived such a method? It was a blatant and brutal cut to the jugular. The freshmen vented their frustrations, calling it monstrous to an extreme. This was clearly an attempt to extinguish their desire for teamwork. A vile act. These foolish Alphas probably had no idea that the maniac they spoke of was none other than you. Did they? Aegel cast a sidelong glance at Pharaoh, who was leisurely sipping tea at the far end, exuding an air of calmness. Upon hearing Aegel's remarks, Pharaoh merely smiled amiably, maintaining his ever-genteel demeanor. "It seemed I shall disappoint them. I wonder if any freshman will choose me after the assessment concludes." "Pharaoh, do you still need to worry?" One instructor jested, noting that you and Aegel consistently had the highest number of students each year. Mentioning this elicited a tinge of envy in their tone. Aegel's popularity among students stemmed from his unparalleled strength. Although Pharaoh's prowess was commendable, it barely matched the caliber of his peers. Yet, it was precisely Pharaoh's good-natured disposition and patience that attracted a multitude of students, causing even the instructors to feel a hint of envy. It was not uncommon for instructors to attempt the same, only to falter within an hour. Such failures bred skepticism. What sins had they committed in their past lives to be relegated to nurturing these Alphas in this one? It was simply unfathomable. Pharaoh wore a smile as he said, "Shishan, please don't jest. Your skills far surpass mine, and your students are all exceptional." He seemed somewhat troubled, furrowing his brow as he continued, "There are just too many students. Managing them is quite a hassle." Upon observing his expression, Shishan instantly empathized, nodding in agreement. One was already burdensome. How could several not be a death sentence? Having an abundance of students wasn't necessarily a blessing. Shishan had long since shed his initial envy but witnessed Pharaoh's gaze drop, shadows forming beneath his eyelids. A strange chuckle escaped his throat. "Even so, there are still students who did not choose me." Shishan was taken aback. The next moment, he was abruptly shoved aside with considerable force. Before he could fully process what had occurred, he found himself swept aside like refuse. "What's happening?" Shishan exclaimed, taking 3 steps back in confusion, only to find a tempestuous figure obstructing his view. Aegel cleared the obstacles in front of him, revealing Shan Yu's silhouette, a blend of mockery and pride in his demeanor. Not accustomed yet. I see that with this batch of students. Knowing this was your doing, those who choose you will only dwindle. Now you need not worry about an excess of students, Egil remarked, his smile fading slightly. Do you disagree with my arrangement, Egil? How could I? I wholeheartedly agree, Egil replied, dismissively raising his hand to applaud him. The sound of his applause was disjointed, casual, and utterly perfunctory, momentarily freezing the air. Pharaoh, sipping his tea, said nothing, his smile growing increasingly faint as silence enveloped them. It was Egil who eventually shattered the quiet. What are you staring at? Is there something so captivating? With an air of nonchalance, Egil plopped himself into a suspended chair, crossing his legs as he addressed Shenyu. I am speaking here. Why are you fixated on that alpha, G. Lily? Aren't I the instructor? His tone was laced with dissatisfaction. The other instructors exchanged glances, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, inwardly chuckling at the absurdity of their own plight. They too wondered why, as instructors, they had to endure such tribulations. Yet, they couldn't help but notice Egil's words. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Shenyu had indeed been fixated on the alpha displayed on the blue screen. G. Lily. The instructors displayed expressions of surprise. How peculiar. It seemed that Shenyu, who typically disdained alphas, was captivated by this male. What was it about him that was different? They must have some history, a voice rang out, startling the instructors who had unconsciously murmured. Trust me, Shenyu's interest in that alpha is anything but ordinary. The instructor turned his head, raising his hand. Eugene? With a profound gaze, Eugene nodded. Yes, it is I. Sure, keep your voice down. We are currently in a prime observation period, and missing this would be disastrous. The instructor could only stare in disbelief. Clearly, having too many students was indeed a double-edged sword. How had Pharaoh attracted such an oddity? Hey, what is that kid doing, lost in thought? Within the blue screen, G. Lily had arrived at the scene of the gunfire. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if the chaos had ceased with the echo of a gunshot. G. Lily, ever perceptive, sensed something amiss at once. Logically, if the opponent bore a gun and had eliminated a red-marked target, a corpse and backpack should remain. Even if the alpha had fled, the backpack ought to be present. Yet, there was nothing at the center. What sort of conspiracy was unfolding here? G. Lily swiftly deduced that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by the instructors. Most alphas were particularly self-assured. With a quantum gun in hand, G. Lily did not suspect that anyone would choose to hide. Various thoughts swirled in his mind, yet he did not retreat. He steadied his breath, tensing his body, and discreetly scanned his surroundings. The dense foliage obscured the light, creating an impenetrable barrier. The alpha stood still, as if merging with the trees around him. At first glance, one might assume he was merely daydreaming or overly vigilant. The instructors who first witnessed this scene had already dismissed him from their minds. It appeared that this year's cohort would falter at the first hurdle. Pharaoh's tactics were indeed formidable. Just then, the alpha on the blue screen moved. What was he doing? G. Lily unzipped his backpack, retrieving supplies from within. At that moment, the instructors clearly saw what he possessed, and their lips twitched in disbelief. This kid was indeed resourceful. It was no wonder he had rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. What a letdown. I thought he was going to. He had pinpointed the hiding spot of someone lurking in the shadows. Egil suddenly exclaimed. What? The backpack that had just been removed was replaced by a box of adorable little bear biscuits. With perfectly trimmed nails pressing down on the cartoonish bear, a crunch echoed as the bear collapsed under the pressure. Its form sent hurtling in a particular direction. The pale blue veins were vividly visible on the high-definition blue screen. Shenyu fixated on the boy within the screen. The seemingly harmless bear biscuits in his hands were anything but innocent. They pierced through layers of overlapping leaves, traversing the mottled golden shadows, striking their target. By the heavens, a sneak attack. In the southeast direction, the bear biscuit struck a burly alpha, landing him unceremoniously on his backside. The biscuit box tumbled to the ground, shattering into pieces, leaving no remains. The burly alpha rubbed his rear, cursing. What's the deal with this? If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. A shadow fell over him. The alpha glanced up to see someone approaching against the light. The military boots halted 3 meters away, beside the scattered bear biscuits. beneath a tousled chestnut mane, the brow furrowed, and the upturned corners of his eyes drooped slightly. Revealing his distress, he bent down to pick up the tattered Bear biscuit box, not sparing a glance for the fallen individual, cradling the damaged box in his hands with evident sorrow. Why, little Bear biscuits, how tragically they perished, he lamented. Now they are truly in pieces, scattered like sand, without even the wind needed to disperse them. Chapter 54. An alpha who seems to have interest in him. Shunyu felt dejected. He hadn't even had a taste. He had no idea what flavor the biscuits held, and yet they had been sacrificed in vain. Had he known, he would have tasted a piece before tossing them away. He mourned for the Bear biscuits he hadn't had a chance to savor, while the fallen alpha appeared dazed. You just knocked me down with a box of biscuits? Lily sighed. What can I say? I'm rather unfortunate. Unable to procure good equipment, I was left with no choice but to sacrifice precious food. Damn it. This is utterly unacceptable. He couldn't believe that such an unassuming chestnut-haired individual had brought him down, using a box of the most ordinary Bear biscuits, albeit with a fortified exterior. But honestly, who could have anticipated that Bear biscuits could wield such destructive power? Wait, how did you discover my location? With so many trees around, how did this kid accurately pinpoint his hiding spot? Interesting, Shishan mused. This area is densely wooded. I recall him standing still after he arrived. Did I perhaps miss something? Aegel, arms crossed, chuckled. Shishan, it seems you were the one daydreaming. That kid has been observing his surroundings from the very start. Observing his surroundings? Shishan paused, suddenly realizing. Aegel shifted his legs, nonchalantly continuing. That kid is cunning and perceptive. Unlike those foolish alphas, the instructors present were beginning to grasp the situation, while some students remained blissfully unaware. Aside from the instructors in the surveillance room, there were also some disciples of the instructors present. In a forest full of trees, was there something they couldn't see? It cannot be that Lily and the others perceive things differently, can it? In this simulated environment, the realism is at a staggering 100%. The Federation's training simulation technology has reached a level of sophistication that blurs the lines between reality and illusion. They are undoubtedly aware of this. Just as Alpha was about to speak, he was astonished to find that it was Shenyu who had taken the initiative to address the group. Curious glances were cast all around. Fei Luo seemed equally intrigued, his gaze sweeping over the boy's pale yet coldly beautiful visage. Shenyu appeared oblivious to the scrutiny, seemingly indifferent. His gaze remained fixed solely on one alpha. His voice, chillingly clear and crystalline, pierced the air. The choice of this location was undeniably foolish, as they naively believed it to be flawless. In truth, it is the too perfect FAAD that reveals the true flaw, though to affirm his assertion. The boy on the blue screen arched his brow and tossed a tattered box of cookies into the air. The enemy was concealed while they remained exposed, and the dense forest around them resembled a meticulously crafted web. At first glance, one would be filled with caution. Shun Yu's gaze was composed. His tone steady. One would instinctively question what lay behind them. Lily wore a relaxed smile. The rear was the most significant and vulnerable point of attack. An ambush typically occurs from behind. However, one cannot determine from which direction I will arrive upon hearing the gunfire. Thus, his eyes, shimmering with a radiant smile, gently closed, and in an instant, they sparkled with mirth. Shunyu became entranced by the twinkle in his eyes. His cold brows softening. His eyelashes fluttered delicately, striving to capture the laughter that danced at the corners of the alpha's eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate the blue screen, yearning to embrace that adorably warm boy. Akin to a little puppy, therefore, Shenyu softly spoke, his words overlapping with the Alpha's voice from the blue screen. The rear may very well be safe. The instructors at the monitoring station stared at him in a daze, momentarily unsure of how to react. Eugene appeared exuberantly smug, proclaiming, "See? They are indeed impressive." It seems Shunyu truly considers him a rival. A nearby instructor chimed in, expressing awe, affirming that the rumors were indeed true. Eugene! The proud alpha wore an expression of incredulity, casting a sidelong glance at the instructors while suppressing an eye roll. Damn it, who can comprehend his current feelings? Nevertheless, you ambushers truly have a penchant for striking from behind. The chestnut-haired curly boy shrugged, sighing. So, the true position is one you revealed to me. When did I? The Alpha abruptly halted. Jalili understood he had made a breakthrough. His tone was buoyant. The wind speed and light in nature serve as reference points. Unauthorized movement can alter both wind speed and light. If someone tampers with the reference points, wouldn't that be easily discovered? Additionally, Jalili emphasized, I am not ambushing you. Rather, I strike openly, leaving the opponent vulnerable to injury due to carelessness. I refuse to adhere to any notions of martial ethics. The burly Alpha furrowed his brow. A look of reluctant frustration etched across his face. Jalili blinked. Is there anything else you need me to clarify? What brand are these little bear cookies? What brand? Jalili was momentarily flummoxed. Glancing down, tentatively he inquired, do you want to buy some to try? Alpha. Try what? This is clearly a prime candidate for assassination. Clutching the tattered cookie box, Jalili replied, Huh? Look. The other party seemed to have completely forgotten their original purpose. Immersed in the excitement of the little bear cookies, the power of a mere box of cookies was astounding. In the future, if I use them as concealed weapons, even if I bring them out in plain sight, no one would suspect they are weapons, right? The laughter was boisterous and somewhat foolish. The instructors at the monitoring station were left speechless. How embarrassing, utterly embarrassing. Reluctantly yielding to the other party's ardent request, Jalili tossed the cookie box to him. The Alpha, elated to have the box in hand, heard Jalili say, I've given you the cookie box. How about we trade? What about my gun? This remark finally reminded the Alpha of his mission, and he could no longer afford to dwell on the cookies as he looked up at Jalili, grinning broadly. What's the rush? The gun is right here. If you want it, come and get it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Alpha struck without warning. Jalili, ever vigilant, immediately dodged the assault, and the two engaged in a spirited exchange. Not long into their skirmish, Jalili noticed a new issue. The guy opposite him persistently sought to engage in physical contact. This notion was somewhat ambiguous, but the essence of the matter remained valid. Due to the little butterfly's previous mention of not wanting him to be exposed to another Alpha's pheromones, Jalili had been diligently avoiding physical contact with Alphas. He did not wish for Shunyu to catch the scent of another Alpha on him. Furthermore, he had recently recalled that this was an HHH world. Given the current situation, Jalili's thoughts began to spiral. Could it be that the other party is an A-type? Or perhaps an A-type who is interested in him? His mind flooded with peculiar thoughts, and Jalili suddenly felt a strong yearning for Shunyu at that moment. The other party unexpectedly withdrew, the muscular Alpha gazing at him with a serious expression. Jalili felt a twinge of anxiety. Were they done fighting? They were. The other party waved his hand grandly. Brother, I have something to say to you. Jalili. Chapter 55. His opening words carried a hint of class. Perhaps it's best not to say anything. Jalili was apprehensive about hearing anything bizarre. The usually compliant little dog expressed a strong reluctance. This unusual demeanor caught the attention of the system. Would what this A-type said influence the mission? Jalili, system brother, you truly are dedicated. His words exuded an air of class. Thank you for the compliment. Well, the system was merely an AI. Jalili shared his suspicions with it, only to receive silence in return. He was not bothered, keeping a watchful eye on the burly Alpha across from him. The Alpha clearly would not agree. Proceeding as per protocol, brother, here's the deal. You look good, possess considerable strength. As for me, I'm even better, perfectly handsome, exceptionally skilled. There are very few Alphas like me in this training field. Why not consider teaming up with me? Jalili nearly jumped up. No way. I cannot agree to that. What is stopping you? The Alpha was taken aback by the immediate rejection, frowning. The instructor hadn't he mentioned that two individuals couldn't collaborate? Wait, did you just say collaborate? Jalili's eyes widened. Exactly. The muscular Alpha beamed with confidence, the dawn of success shining before them. You're quite skilled. I have a gun. We can work together. And once the number of eliminated participants rises, we can part ways. Isn't that more efficient than going solo? He was certain the curly-haired boy wouldn't refuse him, brimming with self-assuredness. Yet, Jalili scratched his head, his expression oddly peculiar. What's with that expression? The crescent-shaped smile on his face faltered, and he chuckled awkwardly. It seems I misunderstood something, and no need for me to discourage you. Jalili mentally communicated with the system. What on earth? Anything is possible in this HHH world. The system, unfazed, replied, after detection. While A-types do exist in this world, their occurrence is minimal. You need not worry excessively. Such events are quite rare. Rare? But I? What? Nothing. Ji Li pressed his lips together, mumbling, I just had a fleeting thought. To an outsider, Ji Li appeared to be deep in contemplation. The instructors observed the scene, their hearts heavy with regret. This Alpha S performance was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of this cohort. Who would have anticipated elimination would occur in such a manner? It was a pity, no matter how one looked at it. However, they were unaware of the peculiar nature of the Alpha on the blue screen. Have you given it any thought? Ji Li adjusted his mood, raising his brow. I've considered it. You should seek someone else, brother. What? You dare refuse me? No one had ever dared to turn him down. He was the first. You? As displeasure surged within him, the curly-haired Alpha S casual address extinguished his indignation. The burly Alpha managed to stammer, Do you think calling me brother will absolve you? You look down on me. So you refuse to team up with me? He had nearly forgotten the mission, his mind consumed with the fact that someone had the audacity to belittle him. Well, he had successfully garnered my attention. Observing this scene, AI Gu chuckled derisively, who recruited such a foolish A-type. Shin Yu's tone turned icy, a resurgence of disdain brewing within him. The instructor from Shishan held his breath, feeling as though taking another breath would lead to the demise of both student and teacher by this duo. Unable to resist, he sought assistance from the most amiable individual present, Pharaoh. Yet, Pharaoh merely smiled faintly, his gaze fixed intently on the curly-haired Alpha displayed on the blue screen, appearing quite serious. Shishan sighed inwardly, realizing that Pharaoh was also interested in this student, thus increasing his competition. Within the blue screen, in a simulated dense forest, Ji Li observed the displeased expression of the Alpha, flexing his wrist as he confidently stated, I have faith in your abilities. However, one must approach teamwork with sincerity. Wouldn't you agree, senior? Unsurprisingly, the unnamed senior widened his eyes in shock, his face displaying utter disbelief. Ji Li, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, Why the long face? Senior? The muscular Alpha struggled to maintain his astonished expression, attempting to salvage the situation. What senior? This is a freshman assessment, not a senior evaluation. Don't jest with me, I'm not joking. Ji Li assessed his face, raising an eyebrow. You claim to be a freshman, yet I find myself entirely devoid of any impression of you. Is that so? The muscular Alpha couldn't contain himself, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? With so many people around, how could you possibly have met them all? For 100 freshmen, there's no way you could know each Alpha's face. The instructors shared the same sentiment. It's so strange, Ji Li replied, his eyes curving with amusement. His hands clasped behind his head. We've interacted for half a month. Is it necessary to make a special note of it? He spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, not realizing the astonishment he was invoking. After all, there were over 400 individuals training simultaneously and concluding at the same time. That's so difficult? The sincerity in the boy's retort was palpable, devoid of any mockery or pride. Being a detective requires keen observation and judgment. With 400 people in half a month, I see nothing remarkable about it. The Alpha appeared dazed. It wasn't just him. The instructors in the monitoring room were momentarily taken aback. Such observational skills and memory, Pharaoh murmured, truly an impressive pair of eyes. However, Ji Li was not inclined to prolong their astonishment. His objective was clear, his firearm. He had already delayed their journey long enough. The situation in the city remained uncertain. Releasing his clasped hands from behind his head, the Alpha, with a sharp gaze, unexpectedly launched a kick toward Ji Li's chest, forcing the latter to retreat under the assault. What the hell? Did you not claim you wouldn't launch a sneak attack? But senior, you just did the same thing, so it can't be considered a sneak attack. Can it? After sending his opponent flying, Ji Li cleverly kicked his backpack across, striking the Alpha in the chest. If one were to blame, the compact quantum gun fell to the ground. With a swift kick, the quantum gun soared through the air, landing in the strong, elongated hands of the Alpha. That he grinned, revealing his canines, exuding an air that could infuriate anyone. You should have dodged instead of standing there. Having secured his resources, Ji Li felt a sense of satisfaction, not forgetting to express gratitude to the glaring Alpha on the ground. Thank you, senior. The transaction is complete. He waved the gun playfully, his smile genuine and innocent. Damn, this kid is infuriating by nature. Observing this scene, Pharaoh suddenly interjected, if I recall correctly, there is a rule against contacting mutated individuals. Indeed, there is such a rule, Shishan nodded. After a moment's reflection, he hesitated, however. Retrieving items shouldn't count. They had initially overlooked this detail, never anticipating that anyone would actually acquire such resources. IT was merely a means of elimination. How absurd! A frustrated tone erupted in the monitoring room. Contact counts, the objects can transmit the mutation. If a mutated individual truly appears, we are all doomed. Are you suggesting Aegel cast a sidelong glance? You don't intend to eliminate this kid, do you, Pharaoh? Chapter 56. That kid is quite the character. Pharaoh chuckled lightly. A hint of helplessness in his demeanor. How could I? Could it be that you're not serious? A cool, yet imposing voice countered. Shun Yu tilted his head, his long eyes gleaming like blades, directing a piercing gaze at Pharaoh. I had thought the instructor meant just that. Xiao Shun. Pharaoh appeared taken aback, momentarily surprised by Shun Yu's interjection, before breaking into a smile. What reason would I have to do such a thing? Clearly, Ji Lili is an outstanding student, and as an instructor, I can only admire him. His smile was warm, the corners of his mouth perpetually upturned. I didn't expect you to speak up, Xiao Shun. How rare. Pharaoh teased, typically, when I converse with Aegel, you remain a silent observer. It seems the rumors outside are not entirely accurate. The dark, cold depths of Shun Yu's gaze met Pharaoh's amber eyes, yet the chill remained unyielding. Wrapped in a damp coldness, a fleeting image from a previous life flashed by. The young man, having transformed into an Omega, bore bloodied cheeks. The golden triangle on his shoulder vanished, the black-gold military uniform drenched in icy rain. Weighing heavily upon his feverish body, before him stood a group of military students with complex expressions, alongside a man wielding a quantum gun. The amber gaze was almost cruelly gentle, tinged with a hint of obsessive delight. Enjoying the young man's plight from above, akin to watching a bird with broken wings attempting to soar, a soft sigh echoed through the cold, rainy night. Xiao Yu, how regrettable your current state is. In truth, being an Omega isn't too bad, is it? Unlike his usual gentle demeanor, Pharaoh's smile bore joy, pleasure, admiration, and obsession, reminiscent of those repulsive alphas, igniting a murderous intent within Shun Yu. Look, you've got dangerous thoughts again. Such thoughts are unbecoming of an Omega. Pharaoh's gaze was accepting. Come, Xiao Yu, come to my side. I will protect you. Ultimately, the gun was pressed against his abdomen, and Shun Yu successfully evaded capture. However, he still caught the murmured sigh of the man. Transforming into an Omega yet retaining the same bad temper. Well, we will meet again. Recalling that nauseating memory, Shun Yu's hand grazed the quantum gun at his side, his slender fingers caressing its body. His pale and indifferent expression sending chills down spines. Pharaoh's lips curled into a smile, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. Then, in an instant, an excited voice broke through. Instructor, you don't believe the rumors outside, do you? I knew you were different from those foolish alphas. The typically proud alpha, who enjoyed looking down on others, now bore an expression of fervent excitement. Eugene felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. Alongside the bitterness of being doubted and questioned throughout this journey, thank goodness. All of it was over. Pharaoh shared his sentiments. He believed the rumors circulating were inaccurate, and Eugene felt a sense of relief wash over him. No one could truly grasp the significance of this moment for Eugene. His proud face displayed a rare expression of gratitude. Instructor Pharaoh, you must think those two share a deeper connection, don't you? Their relationship is certainly not one of mere rivals, Eugene asserted confidently, his voice ringing with conviction. There is a greater secret between them. What do you say, instructor? Eugene eagerly pressed on. Pharaoh's smile faltered momentarily. Well, perhaps there is some truth to that. Not perhaps, Eugene's gaze sharpened. Instructor, you must trust your judgment. Just as I firmly believe in mine, despite the foolish alphas outside, I remain unwavering. I am Eugene. His confidence was unshakable. Pharaoh's smile grew strained. Confidence is indeed a virtue. Eugene felt elated by the praise, realizing he had never been so fond of Instructor Pharaoh. Initially, he had intended to choose Aegel, but when Shun Yu opted for Aegel, Eugene found himself unable to view Egil favorably. He was arrogant and rarely sought advice from others. Their teacher-student relationship was rather distant. Were it not for the previous incident where Pharaoh sought to make amends for him, Eugene would not have found himself in the monitoring room. But now, things were different. Eugene thought arrogantly, convinced that his choice had proven correct. The moment he chose instructor Pharaoh was destined, as if preordained. Fei Luo. The corners of his mouth twisted into a stiff smile. His lips parted, but no sound emerged. Aigu chuckled. This little man never anticipated that one of his own students would be rendered speechless. And his expression was indeed a rare sight. That Eugene fellow was quite the character. Aigu found him increasingly endearing. The previously peculiar and subtle atmosphere dissipated, and surprisingly, Shun Yu was not angry. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Eugene before diverting his attention to the blue screen. Meanwhile, the instructors wore expressions that betrayed a mix of amusement and disdain as they regarded Eugene, resembling a group preparing to settle scores after the harvest. Foolish, eh? Nonsense, Eugene. The haughty alpha fell silent, yet he held his head high, defiantly asserting, "Did I say something incorrect?" The instructors scoffed derisively, seizing him by the collar to impart a lesson on the art of communication. Unbeknownst to Ji Lili, everything that transpired in the monitoring room was beyond his knowledge. It was only after acquiring the quantum gun that he had the opportunity to review the information and grasp the tasks issued by the instructors. Thus, the reason that individuals sought physical contact with me became apparent. The mutants, it seemed, had swiftly eliminated a considerable number of alphas. Most notably, those who were ousted did not depart. Instead, they lurked within, and any unsuspecting individual who made contact would find themselves in dire straits. Such a ruthless tactic. Now, they were truly all adversaries in a group of alphas characterized by fierce competitiveness. The emergence of this rule might mean that even friendships could not be trusted. Jalili felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Sighing softly as he adjusted his goggles. Overthinking was futile. It was best to press on. He followed the designated route indicated on his goggles, hastily making his way forward with the seized quantum gun in hand. He needed to reach the city quickly to seek assistance. His position was precarious. He could not afford to let others snatch it away. Chapter 57. What does this signify? A mutant uprising? The instructor's initial task was issued. And as Ji Lili had anticipated, it resulted in the elimination of the majority of alphas. The most formidable aspect of this task lay in its subsequent developments. Among the first batch of eliminated alphas, some had prudently refrained from participation and thus escaped disaster. However, the alphas who were eliminated subsequently would not depart. Instead, they would transform into mutants. The sheer number of mutants was overwhelmingly daunting. A mere touch could lead to transformation and inclusion on the list of the eliminated. Within the first 10 minutes of the training session, a quarter of the alphas had perished. As time progressed, the number of those eliminated steadily increased. The newcomers were not only tasked with avoiding sudden attacks to prevent their red tags from being struck, but they also had to remain vigilant for any opponents who might be mutants. Tension filled the air. The city's center was a labyrinth of buildings, their heights offering both concealment and heightened danger. Bang! A beam of light, indistinguishable from a golden thread, shot through the air, accompanied by a resonating hum. The alpha's attention remained fixed ahead. It was only when the sound reached their ears that their brains registered the unfolding chaos. A searing pain coursed through Ji Lili's chest. Looking down, he saw his red tag emitting black smoke. A boy with chestnut hair leaped down from the high-rise, his hair billowing in the wind. Ji Lili twirled his quantum gun and grinned. "Hey brother, good to see you. I'll be taking that backpack." The corpse had no opportunity to protest. Even though the alpha's face was grim, he silently discarded the backpack. His form faded into nothingness, signaling his impending exit. Lili paid little heed, gleefully snatching up the backpack to rummage for supplies. By now, he had already dispatched several alphas with his gun, and his score was steadily climbing. His identifier ranked within the top 10 on the leaderboard displayed on his goggles. First place, no less, Lili, with a nutrient supplement dangling from his mouth, gazed at the top identifier with amusement in his eyes. "Pagu, you're truly putting in the effort." Jigu was no slouch either. The scores of the two were closely contested, changing approximately every 10 minutes. Previously, when Ji Lili had checked, the top spot belonged to Jia Fei, but it soon shifted to Lei Pi. Compared to them, he found himself languishing in 10th place, appearing rather weak. Perhaps it was time to seek them out. With little regard for camaraderie, Ji Lily thought, if I eliminate the top 9, wouldn't 10th place become mine? Beep beep. A new task notification sounded on his goggles. Current survival count, 128. Mission issued. Universal antidote. The cunning mutants had turned the military academy students into foes on all sides, yet a remedy had emerged from the sea-level medical building. The higher-ups issued a directive for all team members to seek the antidote. Successfully acquiring it would grant an additional 10 points and immunity from mutant infection. Ji Lily discerned the underlying implications. It seemed the assessment was nearing its final phase. All team members were ordered to head to the sea-level medical building, where all alphas would inevitably converge. The number of antidotes hidden within the sea-level medical building remained unclear, but there were indeed a multitude of alphas. Ji Lily encountered numerous alphas along his path, dispatching them with his quantum gun, only to soon find himself face-to-face with another. It was as if he stumbled upon one every few steps, and his trigger finger showed no signs of slowing. Damn it! A thunderous curse erupted from behind him, causing those poised to attack Ji Lily to turn their attention backward. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lily deftly dispatched them with his gun and sprinted upstairs. The furious shouts echoed in his ears. Why were we summoned here without mentioning the mutants? Shut up and shoot to the left. I nearly got touched. You be quiet. I'll shoot wherever I please. Your demise is just fine with me. Damn it, it's all mutants. Can't we cooperate a little? Being alone here is nothing short of a death sentence. Thus, Ji Lily ascended the stairs 3 at a time. Mentally distracted, pondering why some of the ones he had shot still stubbornly pursued him. For instance, at this very moment, several mutants were hot on his heels. After being shot by the quantum gun, these alphas not only remained uneliminated but were now even more relentless in their pursuit. They had circled the building multiple times, and Ji Lily was panting heavily. Turning around, he adjusted his goggles and flashed a radiant smile. Glancing back, he recognized several familiar faces. His eyes lit up. It was a familiar face. Sugu. Is that you? Pingu? You're here too. Let us make a deal. Can't you find someone else to chase? It's exhausting running with you? No one had decreed that mutants could not converse. Thus, the alpha trailing Ji Lily raised an eyebrow. The boy named Sugu grinned broadly. I didn't expect you to remember me. Of course I do, Ji Lily replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Brother, I recall your marksmanship was exceptional. You were formidable during training. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment, Sugu nodded, signaling to his subordinates to acknowledge Ji Lily's praise, then turned to seize Ji Lily by the shoulder. Startled, Ji Lily leapt onto a nearby machine, and with the incredible leaping ability of an alpha, he caught hold of the chandelier above. His body swayed slightly, his heart racing. Looking down, he saw the alpha designated as a mutant chuckling maniacally. Sugu grinned. You're quite impressive. You outshined both Lei Pa and Jia Fei. Lily thought their rare camaraderie had touched Sugu. But the next sentence shattered that notion. If we were to mutate you, that would be quite impressive in itself, wouldn't it? Pingu, brimming with excitement, added, chasing those useless alphas is utterly tedious. I crave a challenge. Upon hearing this, the remaining alphas displayed expressions of agreement, their pride evident. Pursuing the strongest is our calling. Others do not compare. Only you, Ji Lily, are worthy. Ji Lily, no, I am not worthy. Do not belittle yourself. Once you join our ranks, we can eliminate the remaining alphas in one fell swoop, especially Lei Pa and Jia Fei. Life as a mutant would indeed be lonely and cold. Let us invite those humans to keep us company. The alphas were fervent, their voices booming. Humanity shall inevitably perish. Join our ranks of mutants and forge a new era. Ji Lily's lips twitched. The theatrics were rather abundant, as Sugu chuckled. Once we all become mutants, I wonder how the instructors will respond. So, what do you say? Will you join this grand declaration of war? Ji Lily. So it seems the instructors are the architects of this chaos. What is the current situation, then? A mutant uprising. Unable to contain himself, Ji Lily grinned. The saying joy leads to sorrow rang true. His moment of glee was fleeting as the chandelier he grasped creaked ominously. Below, the alphas believed they had successfully persuaded him, awaiting his decision. Ji Lily's gaze was sincere. Having considered it, I find your proposal intriguing. Should we all become mutants, I wonder if the instructors would be in dire straits. Sugu regarded him with admiration, signaling his welcome. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a backpack plummeted from above, striking an alpha squarely in the face, leaving him bewildered as he removed it. Damn, this kid is making a run for it. Only then did he see a boy with curly chestnut hair suspended in midair, offering them a radiant smile. His canine teeth adorably sharp. In the next instant, he exerted his strength, the pale blue veins bulging prominently against his fair hand. With a fluid motion, his youthful physique swayed, and simultaneously, his waist and arms propelled him outward. Damn it! We must pursue him! The chandelier clattered as it succumbed to gravity, raising a cloud of dust. G. Liley knelt on one knee, glancing back to Wave, his small curls tracing an audacious arc as he laughed. See you next time. Chapter 58. Little Butterfly. Without pausing, he mischievously observed the widened eyes across from him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips before he immediately took off running. The little dog dashed away, leaving behind a diminutive silhouette in no time. Hooray! He successfully evaded them. Now, even if they wished to pursue him, they would be unable to catch up. G. Liley thought gleefully, when suddenly he sensed movement behind him and instinctively fired a shot. The quantum gun emitted a soft glow, obscuring the familiar face. His pupils constricted. Jai go? The other party clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events, momentarily stunned, his expression shifting slightly, just managing to sidestep at the last moment. His right shoulder was pierced, the quantum bullet shattering the glass behind him. Shards exploded, scattering across the floor. There are people over there. Without a moment to spare, Jai Ifei's face turned pale as he pressed on his shoulder. Urging, you go first, G. Liley snapped back to reality, rushing to support him and quickly leading him away. Concerned that too much exertion would exacerbate Jai Ifei's injury, G. Liley's gaze darted, pulling him to crouch in the shadows beneath the stairwell. Moments later, dust swirled as several pairs of black military boots strode past, hastily departing. For the time being, they were safe. G. Liley exhaled, glancing back at Jai Ifei with worry. Jai-gu, are you all right? He pulled out a vial of hemostatic agent tied to his waist and offered it to him. Jai Ifei, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, accepted it without hesitation, a hint of amusement in his tone. It seems you have quite the arsenal. His gaze fell to the quantum gun in G. Liley's hand, and he blinked, a sheepish smile tugging at his lips. Sorry about that. What's there to be sorry about? Jai Ifei consumed the hemostatic agent, his lips pale from blood loss. He smiled faintly, turning to reassure G. Liley. Don't forget, we are rivals. Maybe you shouldn't talk right now. Whatever you say will only make me feel guilty. G. Liley's face scrunched up in distress as he absent-mindedly tousled the curls of his hair, transforming them into a messy nest. Seeing this, Jai Ifei couldn't help but sigh, wishing to offer him some comfort. However, G. Liley let out a soft sigh, reflecting, had I known it would come to this, I should have just sent you off with a bullet. Jai Ifei, about to offer consolation, paused. G. Liley rested his chin on his hand, looking utterly troubled. It's all my fault for not aiming properly. Had I hit the red mark, you could have been carried away painlessly. Jai Ifei. The young master of the G family couldn't muster a polite smile. After all, spending too much time with that insufferable alpha, Lei Per, had inevitably influenced G. Liley's demeanor. He forced a smile, raising the quantum gun in his hand. Go make amends. How about I escort you? G. Liley immediately raised his hands in surrender, obediently admitting. I'm sorry, Gu. It was my mistake. You're so formidable, having even acquired a quantum gun. Even if we were to fight, it would be 50-50. Jai Ifei shot him a sidelong glance, lowering his hand that held the gun. There's a saying that flattery is the least penetrable armor, and G. Liley had evidently mastered this skill without even realizing it. Observing the perfect diversion of Jai Ifei's attention, G. Liley smiled brightly as he glanced at his wound. The bleeding had stopped, the taut nerves relaxed, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just then, G. Liley heard his companion's composed yet curious voice, laced with hints of confusion. What do you mean by a stolen quantum gun? G. Liley slowly looked up. Jai Ifei, perplexed, replied, It was from my backpack. You didn't have one? You don't have one? G. Liley fell silent. He glanced at the quantum gun he had acquired, recalling the box of utterly mangled bear cookies. The little dog had learned to feign innocence today. Of course I have one. How could I not? Is it just a quantum gun? He said indignantly. I certainly have one. They're wholesale items, Jai Ifei. Why the sudden urgency? After a moment of self-recrimination for his misfortune, Ji Lili reassured himself that one shouldn't dwell solely on their own suffering. Rather, they should consider the misfortunes of others. Perhaps there are those whose luck is even worse than his. With this thought, Ji Lili rejuvenated, beaming with joy. Gu, let's go find the antidote. This medical building is filled with mutants. Jai Yifei looked surprised that I thought at this moment, you wouldn't want to collaborate with me. Ji Lili didn't understand his meaning. He had brought Jai Yifei along in a moment of desperation, and now that they were both unscathed, it proved that no one had been infected. So why not work together? Meeting his puzzled gaze, Jai Yifei merely smiled without explanation. Sure, we might even be able to eliminate Lei Per ahead of time. Ji Lili paused for a moment, mumbling softly, you two must have something going on. Even at a time like this, you haven't forgotten each other. Senior Yujin should be keeping an eye on you. Stop worrying about that little butterfly. He was concerned that if Jai Yifei continued to act recklessly, he might one day meet his end. What are you talking about? Jai Yifei looked at him oddly. Ha, it's nothing. Ji Lili placed his hand behind his head, smiling brightly. Shall we set off? Jai Yifei nodded. I've already checked the first floor. There's nothing there. Let's head to the second floor. This medical building has 3 floors. Currently, aside from searching thoroughly, they had no other options. Ji Lili readily agreed. All right, his plan was excellent. Once they emerged, the two would embark on a life of fleeing. Ji Lili and Jai Yifei had been discovered several times, not due to their incompetence, but because there were simply too many people. The medical building was now overcrowded. The fact that they managed to remain undetected in the stairwell for even a short while was purely luck. Among the 421 new participants, excluding those eliminated normally, Ji Lili had no idea how many mutants remained. However, from the relentless pursuit he had faced earlier, accompanied by the distant, frantic roars of Alpha, it was clear that the mutants were certainly not few in number. The critical factor was how many seniors had infiltrated amongst them. Compared to the newcomers, these individuals were more agile and difficult to deal with. Just moments ago, there hadn't been so many. Ji Lili's head throbbed. And while grumbling, he stealthily eliminated an Alpha bearing a red mark on his chest with the quantum gun. He resorted to the sneaky tactics he had learned from the previous closed room, engaging in covert actions to score some points. The Alpha, who had been dodging the mutants, suddenly took a shot to the chest. Which heartless dog did this? If I find out who did it, I won't let you off easily. Jai Yifei shot him a meaningful glance, impressed with his marksmanship. Seeing that he had no intention of exposing him, Ji Lili cleared his throat and blinked innocently. His face radiating innocence, it's nothing much. Just a small favor. Thank you for the compliment. Goo. Finally, they reached the second floor. As soon as they arrived, Ji Lili dashed into a laboratory. The laboratory was suffused with a chilling atmosphere, filled with various apparatuses and potions. He approached the glass bottles, his crescent moon-like eyes widening with earnestness as he scrutinized the labels. It seems there's no antidote here. He let out a prolonged sound of dissatisfaction. Expressing his frustration, of course not. I suspect that the old geezers have hidden the antidotes inside the mutants, relying on our fear to avoid searching them. Chapter 59. Trouble. Leaning casually against the door, hands in pockets, with an air of arrogance and coolness, the aloof Alpha was none other than Lei Per. Moments ago, he had been the subject of their conversation, now unexpectedly appearing. Ji Lili's eyes widened in surprise. Pago? Lei Per snapped his fingers, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Surprised? Ji Lili grinned, genuinely impressed. What an amazing surprise box. Lei Per. What box? Ji Lili blinked, a look of playful secrecy on his face. Goo. You're also looking for antidotes on this floor. But it seems you haven't had much luck. You're really good at bringing up what's irrelevant. Lei Per shot him a bemused look as he straightened up, stepping away from the door, with a swagger that dismissed all kinship. The Alpha sauntered closer, peering at the potions. Don't bother looking. I've already searched this entire place. There's no damned antidote. None? Ji Lili murmured, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What's the matter? You don't believe me. Lei Per's discontented voice rang in his ears. Ji Lili smoothed his hair. How could I? You're Lei Per. Indeed, Lei Per affirmed. I am Lei Per. Who wouldn't believe what I say? Hey. Riper casually hooked his arm around Ji Lili's shoulder, effortlessly pulling the lad down. He had grown accustomed to Ji Lili's recent demeanor, which resembled that of a chaste and valiant man reincarnated. refusing to allow anyone to touch him. Perhaps he would merely grumble about it, lamenting how deeply Shin Yu's curse affected him, transforming him into such a state. Truly a malicious tactic. You've developed quite the discerning eye. Haven Tu. Your words are quite charming. No wonder you're my brother. He couldn't help but indulge in a bit of self-praise. Ji Lili merely curled his lip, perceiving the compliment as insincere. However, to speak of this matter, he ought to extend his gratitude to Eugene. That remark, just because I am Eugene, had indeed reshaped Ji Lili's perception of these self-absorbed alphas. A mere little alpha, easily manipulated. He narrowed his eyes, continuing to rummage through the array of potions. Riper, puzzled, inquired why he was searching in a place that evidently lacked any antidotes. I am not looking for an antidote, but rather for a hemostatic agent. Brother Zhai has sustained a minor injury. Ji Lili succinctly explained the earlier mishap, eliciting a gleeful chuckle from Riper. Ha! Quite the splendid job. That poisonous fellow never anticipated falling victim to your venomous grasp. Ji Lili shot him a deadpan glance, his expression tinged with a hint of despondency. The damned guilt had resurfaced. Riper chuckled lightly, dismissively waving his hand. Fear not, though young Master Zhai may possess a petty nature, he shall not dwell on this matter. By the way, did you not mention coming here with that fellow? Riper's gaze swept across the laboratory. Noting the absence of any familiar presence, I must have rushed ahead. Brother Zhai should still be outside. Ji Lili's voice trailed off as he suddenly cast a look at Riper. Riper's previously confident demeanor waned slightly as their eyes met, and they instinctively dashed towards the exit. Something had gone awry. Given Zhai Yifei's personality, he would likely follow Ji Lili in a resigned manner. Even if he were to search elsewhere, he would certainly bid him farewell. Riper's inquiry implied he had not spotted Zhai Yifei upon his arrival. This was disastrous. Ji Lili recalled the injury on Zhai Yifei's arm. His gaze flickering with concern, in the medical building. The second-floor corridor was suffused with the cold scent of disinfectant. Several doors adjacent remained ajar, but no one was in sight. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the end of the corridor. Accompanied by a cacophony of commotion, Zhai Yifei had not anticipated encountering such a situation. He had followed Ji Lili up to the second floor, merely adjusting his goggles and glancing at the map, only to lift his gaze and spot the silhouette of a whirlwind-like puppy. Was it truly necessary to be so exhilarated over locating an antidote? Zhai Yifei regarded him with exasperation, quickening his pace to match Ji Lili's. It was at this moment that an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the staircase, interspersed with the curses of several alphas. That brat Ji Lili is such a dog. How can he run so swiftly? I've asked several people and still haven't seen him. Is he toying with us? Why don't we change our target and make that brat our backup? Backup for whom? Let us go for Zhai Yifei and Riper instead. We can't let our grand plan be thwarted here. Why is a senior, unable to best even the freshman, and resorting to ambush? The alpha with curly chestnut hair fixed a sharp gaze upon his opponent as his smile faded, his brows furrowed in righteous intensity. His bright eyes, tinged with a hint of discontent, held an icy demeanor. Did no one inform you not to provoke the glands? The alpha remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the scrutinizing stares of those around him, displaying indifference towards the words of Ji Lili and Leaper. Truly insufferable. The attitude of the opponent left Ji Lili feeling there was nothing more to say. Reasoning with a person is for those deserving of it. As for trash, it's best to discard them into the bin. Leaper, are you not done yet? Shall we join forces? Ji Lili raised an eyebrow. Leaper smirked, finding it quite agreeable. The two exchanged a glance, and in unison, they launched their attacks, swift and decisive. The lone adversary could hardly withstand their assault, let alone two of them. Moreover, Ji Lili's skills were undoubtedly formidable. They encircled their opponent, who retreated step by step, struggling to survive amidst the onslaught. Particularly, Leaper, with his mischievous nature, grinned at Ji Lili mid-fight. Lili, wanna play ball? Without giving Ji Lili a chance to respond, he kicked the alpha and seized a light blade, improvising it into a makeshift racket. With a powerful swing, he sent the opponent hurtling towards Ji Lili. Onlookers gasped in disbelief, while Ji Lili stood wide-eyed. You little rascal, do you ever tire of your stubborn bravado? Wait. Suddenly realizing that if this fellow collided with him, he would surely be eliminated, Ji Lili executed a smooth sidestep. perfectly evading the impact. Casting a sidelong glance at Leaper, he asked, "Did you do that on purpose?" "Not bad, I must say. You truly are my rival." "You saw right through it," Leaper acknowledged. G. Liley shot him a disapproving look, his crescent-shaped eyes scolding him. Leaper coughed lightly. "You actually believe that was a joke? When I serve, I can't be distracted by such thoughts. I just wonder how many hits it takes to score. If I injure him, we can compare scores later. The second place of young Master Jai, I'll give it to you. G. Liley chuckled. "Hey, brother. I've already told you not to be possessive over my first place." Leaper raised an eyebrow, scoffing lightly. "Who said G. Liley doesn't he have the arrogance of an alpha? Look at that confidence. If I hadn't he repeatedly checked and noted that this guy ranked 10th, I might have believed it." Leaper tossed aside the light blade, drawing G. Liley's envious gaze. "Where did you get that?" "I didn't know you had such equipment," Leaper replied, surprised. "Get what?" "This is standard issue from my backpack." With that, Leaper raised an eyebrow coolly. "Not bad. It suits me." "What good stuff did you draw?" "Let me see," G. Liley responded. The little dog cast a numbed glance. Without a hint of jest at that moment, he seemed to have lost all strength and means. Observing the two engaged in their casual banter, an alpha who had endured the humiliation of being kicked, losing his autonomy, and being ignored while serving as a target, was unexpectedly furious. These damned alphas, beneath the visor, his eyes narrowed as he glared at a certain spot in the crowd, his voice low and filled with a strange, awkward accent. "Aren't you going to make your move? How long do you plan to watch the farce?" It was G. Liley's first time hearing an alpha speak with an accent during his over a half-month stay, his expression one of intrigue. In contrast to his curiosity, the expressions of the other alphas present shifted to disbelief. "He is from the Empire." Jai Ife spoke, his eyes cold, revealing the identity of the alpha on the ground. "Damn!" Leaper's previously nonchalant demeanor morphed into one of murderous intent. "Then let us capture him and interrogate him thoroughly." Chapter 61. "Watching alone is not enough. Want to catch me?" The alpha flashed a strange smile. "Let us see what you're capable of." Just as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd unexpectedly attacked their companion, the speed too swift and sudden, causing some of the slower freshmen to sustain injuries immediately. These alphas, clad in identical tight-fitting protective gear and wearing visors, blended into the crowd, rendering it impossible to discern who was WHO. As everyone sought to retaliate, they found themselves at a loss, unable to identify their opponents. Meanwhile, the alpha on the ground grinned at them, scrambling to his feet and diving into the crowd, not to engage in battle, but to slip away unnoticed. This was bad. G. Liley could no longer afford to concern himself with the nuances of mutation settings and hurried to apprehend him. If they could not find the others, they must at least capture this one. Yet someone was quicker, seizing the man by the neck with an injured arm, delivering an elbow strike that sent the man's head snapping back with a pained cry. "Ah!" Jai Ife restrained him, ignoring the bloodied wound. "I'll keep him in check. You all go find the others. Jai, I leave this to you." With that, Leaper charged into the crowd with the light blade, G. Liley close behind. They had no idea who their target was. The identical combat uniforms were truly disorienting, confusing not just them but the freshmen as well. "Damn. Empire's spawn. Come at us openly." After enduring yet another sneak attack, one alpha shouted in frustration. Just as he was about to strike, his assailant shouted, "I'm your teammate." Hesitating for a moment, this so-called teammate then stabbed him. What a frustrating situation. The freshmen fought with their hands tied, yet their pain receptors were still fully functional. Even if they wouldn't die here, the overwhelming burden could still injure their nerves. "Take off your visors." Quickly, G. Liley yanked off his visor, a few strands of chestnut curls falling over his brows, exuding a fierce aura. Removing the visor, there must be familiar faces among us. This time, seniors from a higher level are involved in this task. The freshmen began to identify their companions. "Seniors, you must recognize those involved in this assessment, right?" An alpha responded loudly, "Don't worry, we know them." Just as G. Liley was about to breathe a sigh of relief, doubts arose. "No. With so many people, what if there are some we don't recognize? Severe injuries could." "That's right. With so many of us, if we fight recklessly, who has the time to check if we know each other?" Leaper cleaved through an alpha attempting to ambush G. Liley, his brow furrowing in impatience, revealing a hint of menace. "Is there any other way?" If you have one, speak up. Otherwise, stop whining here. Or else, a gentle force nudged his shoulder. And he glanced at G. Liley, brother. G. Liley fired a shot into the restless crowd. The gunshot reverberated, yet it could not drown out his voice, steadfast and powerful, like a playful young pup. The boy who had been laughing and joking now radiated an unshakable righteousness. His gaze bright.it was as if this were nothing of great consequence. His presence quelled Leaper's restless emotions and calmed the scattered and confused new Alpha students who were unsure how to address the sudden crisis. Unexpectedly reliable, I remember everyone present. Don't worry, leave the troubles to me. You all just focus on fighting. Out of place, G. Liley suddenly smiled. Hey, I said, you won't let this little task defeat you. Will you? After a brief silence, the Alpha shouts erupted forth. Damn. Who are you looking down upon? What if we're the favorites to win? Brothers, show some skill. Don't let him underestimate us. Is it just about removing the visors? Fine. I'll stand right here today. Let us see who dares to keep theirs on. The first to voice this boldly removed his visor and smashed it to the ground. Not only did he break it, but he also raised his chin defiantly, stepping down hard on it. The visor was crushed under his military boot. What's the matter? Damn it. This kid beat us to it. The remaining Alphas, unwilling to be outdone, took off their visors and smashed them to the ground, grinding them to dust. The ones with phosphorus attributes could not withstand even the slightest provocation. They didn't know what ignited within them. But they were ablaze nonetheless. However, G. Liley's eyes curved with delight, feeling a surge of excitement himself. And then, how did the Empire's people infiltrate the Federation's freshman assessment? Is this your explanation? The instructor responsible for this assessment wore a grim expression. Unable to articulate a response, AIG raised his foot in anger, kicking a nearby cleaning robot, which, with a clattering sound, met its end under AIG's wrath. The monitoring room fell silent, the instructors' faces grim. Continuing to discuss this matter was futile. It would be better to contemplate a countermeasure. Pharaoh's voice was calm. The mutated individuals in the settings hindered our attacks. It would be prudent to revoke this setting and deploy the antidote, allowing the eliminations to proceed normally. Proceed normally? Shishan hesitated. Pharaoh, do you mean to let that group of freshmen? Precisely. Removing the mutation setting will allow for normal hits to the chest targets for elimination. Pharaoh's gaze was gentle and composed. After elimination, they will immediately exit the virtual training ground, making it easier to identify the Empire's infiltrators hidden among them. Upon entering the virtual training ground, it is essential to document the mental fortitude of each Alpha. They need only focus on those Alphas exhibiting abnormalities. However, Shishan furrowed his brow. They were merely a group of novices, and excessive injuries could burden their psyche. Pharaoh smiled, asserting that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that could significantly enhance their capabilities, was it not? Opportunity, my foot. AIG grabbed Pharaoh by the collar, the scar above his eyelid appearing menacing. AIG? The instructors were taken aback, with Shishan stepping forward. AIG resembled a furious beast, while Pharaoh, despite being grasped by the collar, maintained a composed and gentle demeanor, rendering AIG all the more terrifying by contrast. His expression was volatile, his voice a low growl, echoing his ferocity. Let me tell you, they are merely a bunch of young pups who have only just reached adulthood. You have the audacity to assign this task to them. They might suffer a mental overload and become imbeciles. The Federation Military Academy recruits a cadre of promising Alphas, not a bunch of fools, and certainly not to be subjected to your training methods. AIG's furious roar left the instructors momentarily speechless. The atmosphere grew heavy, silence enveloping the monitoring station as if a pin could be heard dropping. It was Eugene who shattered the tension. He widened his eyes. Shunyu, what do you intend to do? Clad in a black military uniform, the aloof Alpha had somehow taken position at the control panel, his fingers flying across the interface, moving with such speed that it seemed almost surreal beneath the ethereal blue light. The blue glow highlighted his overly pale and gaunt jawline, accentuating his striking yet eerie features. Cold, yet vividly pale, that can't you see? I'm going to save someone. Eugene's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there something wrong with his hearing? Or was his understanding of Shunyu flawed? Shunyu, who had always detested Alphas, remained aloof and indifferent to the plight of others, was suddenly intent on saving someone. Eugene was dazed, lost in shock. Missing the murmurs beside him, it was not enough to merely observe. He greedily desired more, such as at this very moment, in this perilous situation, Shinyu also wished to replace those alphas standing alongside him. To fight side by side. Chapter 62. His slender waist was gripped tightly. His speed was astounding, as if he were intimately familiar with the switches of the virtual environment. The operator, pushed aside, gaped in astonishment at Shinyu's familiar movements. After activating the passage, the young man discarded their grip on his wrist, establishing a mental connection, leaving only a fleeting shadow that vanished in an instant. The entire process transpired with such rapidity that it felt as though it had been accelerated. One moment he was there, and the next, he was gone. The instructors blinked in confusion, only just beginning to comprehend the situation. Isn't he this reckless? What do you mean reckless? AIG immediately defended his promising student, retorting, "This is what we call concern leading to chaos." His tone carried a hint of pride. This lad had indeed matured, demonstrating a newfound care for his juniors. The instructors exchanged helpless glances, murmuring, "Now is not the time for your pride. Let us proceed, activate the passage and assist." The intentions of the Imperial infiltrators remained uncertain. It was unwise to have these novices face them alone. As AIG had stated, it was audacious to put them in such a position. After all, they were instructors, not merely bystanders. Everyone nodded in agreement. AIG finally seemed satisfied, sneering as he released Pharaoh. "What are we waiting for? Hurry up," he directed the still-stunned technicians. "Now, initiate the simulation passage. Let us enter." "Yes, yes." The operator complied, manipulating the blue screen, his expression shifting slightly. "What's wrong?" "Instructor AIG, the command has been suddenly locked, and the Alpha cannot enter or exit." "What?" Shishan exclaimed in shock. "Does this mean we cannot get in?" Upon hearing this, the instructor's expressions darkened, the formidable presence of the Alphas becoming quite intimidating. The small beta operator quivered among the towering figures. A gentle, soothing voice broke the tension. "Could there be an error? Please check again." Pharaoh adjusted his disheveled collar, smiling at the operator. "Didn't little Shin manage to operate it just now? Perhaps he disrupted some procedure. It would be prudent to double-check." The operator nodded vigorously. "All right, I'll investigate immediately." Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, the operator wasted no time, his fingers flying over the blue screen. However, the results were no different from before. The lock remained intact. "Cracking it will take half an hour," the operator said anxiously. It appeared normal before. "It seems someone has set it to be inaccessible." Pharaoh sighed softly, uncertain how Shen had managed to enter. AIG narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting Shenyu is to blame?" Pharaoh, exasperated, replied, How could that be?" Before he could finish his thought, Eugene interjected. Hours had passed, and he had developed a genuine respect for Pharaoh. Seeing AIG about to wrongfully accuse Pharaoh, Eugene could not stand by idly. With a proud demeanor, he raised his chin, declaring, "That is absolutely impossible. Instructor Pharaoh and I both understand Shenyu. He is far too proud to engage in such petty antics." He cast a hopeful glance at Pharaoh, seeking affirmation. Of course, Pharaoh replied with a smile. Eugene felt satisfied and turned to find AIG scrutinizing him with an inscrutable expression. Not bad, Eugene." He became wary, only to see AIG divert his gaze. Eugene suppressed his growing confusion. Since the program was locked, they could not enter or exit, yet they could not simply sit idly by. Pharaoh's earlier suggestion was taken into account. First, they would deploy an antidote to nullify the effects of the mutants, thereby alleviating the burden on those inside. Secondly, they would allow the beta students and instructors to enter first, while the remaining alpha instructors awaited the unlocking of the program outside. For the alphas, who were typically eager to charge into action, this was indeed a source of discomfort. AIG leaned against the wall in agitation, hoping that the young ones could hold their ground. Could they still hold on? Lily shot an Imperial soldier in the arm, rendering him partially immobile. He attempted to assist the alpha who had fallen to the ground but was met with refusal. "This little injury is nothing. I can still fight them for 800 rounds. The alpha rose, casting a complex glance at him. "For you. If you can't hold on, just shout. I'll definitely come." Lily was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. "All right, one of the main forces on this side. G. Liley was likely the most fatigued. He possessed the best memory among the group, recognizing everyone except for the seniors, which meant that for the sake of avoiding friendly fire, those unfamiliar had to be directed towards him for identification. However, due to the overwhelming numbers and the sounds of commotion drawing more in, many had suddenly transformed from allies to foes. G. Liley had hardly had a moment's respite. He received a message through his goggles during this hectic time. Those fiery-blooded alphas had either smashed their goggles or ground them to dust, leaving G. Liley as the sole individual still equipped with one. Amidst the chaos, he glanced at the message and his eyes lit up. Good news. If we can discard this detestable setting, we won't have to engage in endless cycles of combat. Yet, upon reading the details of the antidote, he couldn't help but think that the creator of this setting must be intent on their demise. The medical building comprised 3 floors, and G. Liley and Jia Yifei had completed their search of the first floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered Ripa, who informed them that there was no antidote on the 3rd floor. There's indeed none on the 3rd floor because it's hidden in the basement. G. Liley, you all really know how to hide things. Taking a moment to collect himself, G. Liley shared the information. Ripa, Yifei, time is of the essence. He raised his voice, both informing his companions and letting the others know the situation. The instructors were already aware of the unfolding events, and help should arrive soon. They needed to secure the antidote to eliminate the mutant designation. Liley, you go. Jia Yifei suddenly spoke, his tone calm. We'll handle things here. TCH, let this poison fiend take the lead. Ripa raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, we've memorized all the routes. G. Liley hesitated for a moment, then decisively replied. All right, I need to reach the stairway, I'll cover you. Go. Ripa cleared the path with his blade, while Jia Yifei, seriously injured, stayed behind to fend off any ambushers. Despite this, both found it challenging to advance. G. Liley's words had not gone unheard by the Imperial forces. It would indeed be strange if they allowed G. Liley to pass through so easily, and a throng of individuals surged towards them. The novices were momentarily stunned, cursing under their breath. Get over here and stop them. What are you running for? Your opponent is right here. The scene descended into chaos. Repper, feeling agitated, clicked his tongue in frustration. How could they possibly make their way through this mess, even if he were to chop his way through? It would be an endless endeavor. Brother, throw me over, G. Liley urged, gazing ahead, realizing that moving forward on foot was futile. Repper furrowed his brow, disapproving of the plan. Your back will be exposed, brother. There's no time left. Besides, a man should bleed without shedding tears. G. Liley maintained a carefree demeanor, even managing a smile amidst the turmoil. A few injuries are nothing. It's merely a badge of honor for a warrior. Hurry up, brother. With that, Repper ceased his objections and grasped G. Liley's wrist. Are you ready? G. Liley raised an eyebrow with a grin. Let us go. Repper seemed to scoff, perhaps in jest, but G. Liley couldn't catch the words as. In the next moment, he was hurled into the air with great force. He could confidently assert that Repper's strength was formidable. In his hands, it could put many athletes out of work, as he soared. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. After a brief moment of disorientation, G. Liley twisted his body to find a foothold, utilizing his remarkable jumping ability to ascend once more. This tactic certainly proved effective as they surged forward through the throngs of people. Kneeling on one knee, G. Liley gasped for breath, glancing ahead, sweat cascading down his chestnut curls, trickling down his handsome face. They were nearing the staircase. He needed to push himself just a bit more. The immense physical strain caused him to sway slightly as he rose. Fortunately, he was not alone in this battle. Amidst the turmoil, someone steadied him, shouting, "Step on my shoulders, I'll toss you up." G. Liley turned to see a somewhat familiar yet not entirely recognizable face. Marked by the distinct urgency and intensity typical of an alpha, without hesitation, he grasped the person's hand and leveraged their strength to leap once again. As the destination loomed closer, G. Liley suddenly felt a gust of wind at his back. An immediate sense of danger washing over him. Be careful. He heard the earlier alpha shout, but he lacked the energy to evade it. Suddenly, a rope ensnared his waist, tightening around him and pulling upward. G. Liley felt as though the world was spinning. He collided into a cool embrace, faintly scented with irises. The impact caused the other to stagger back a few steps, tilting backward. Startled, G. Liley instinctively reached out. his dry yet firm palm gripping that slender waist with an almost primal urgency. Chapter 63. Weak in the knees, Ji Li exhaled softly, glancing sideways. His heart raced as he beheld a strikingly pale and ethereal face staring back at him. The features were exquisite, the dark hair framing icy black eyes that seemed devoid of humanity, shrouded in a damp darkness. At first glance, this visage exuded an aura that compelled one to retreat. It was daunting and intimidating. Yet, at this moment, a faint blush adorned that face, a mesmerizing crimson that was undeniably beautiful. The long lashes fluttered, eyes closing momentarily as if enduring some hidden torment. Any thoughts of intimidation vanished. Shen Yu? Gazing at the face before him, Ji Li felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, almost convinced he was mistaken. However, the delicate yet strong waist beneath his hand tensed in surprise the moment he grasped it. With a subtle tremor, it felt as though it might slip away, soft yet perilously alluring in a daze. Ji Li was reminded of a soft yet dangerous serpent. Forgive his feeble mind, which could conjure no better description in such a flustered state. The waist beneath his palm grew softer, almost as if it were indeed slipping away. Without overthinking it, Ji Li quickly supported Shen Yu, using his own body to shield him from revealing any unusualness amidst the crowd. Shen Yu glanced at the unaware instigator of the chaos, accepting Ji Li's unspoken assistance. The tingling sensation around his waist persisted. Shen Yu suppressed the strange feeling, coolly gazing ahead. He raised his hand and fired at the assailant who had attacked Ji Li. The quantum bullet, strikingly precise, pierced through the throng, hitting an unremarkable male alpha. The ensuing gunfire and cries of pain captured the attention of many. The new students simultaneously recognized Shen Yu's presence, their faces lighting up with surprise, and no matter how much they had whispered behind his back or resented his aloofness, at that moment, a sense of exhilaration washed over them. Senior Shen? The reinforcements were none other than Senior Shen. They felt a surge of motivation. Those imperial scoundrels, your time is up. They reveled in the sight of the imperial lackeys, angered and humiliated, daring them to retaliate. Ji Li's reassurance, combined with Shen Yu's unexpected appearance, fortified their spirits, banishing fatigue as they felt ready to fight anew. After all, this was Shen Yu, the true prodigy of the Federation Military Academy, a titan standing atop the pantheon. Seeing Ji Li safely land and Shen Yu as their unexpected ally, Repper could not help but smirk, plunging his blade into the waistband of a nearby imperial soldier. With a flourish, he brandished the light saber like a flag, spinning it around. Li, I leave this to you. Allow me to showcase what it means to invoke the wrath of Thor. Believing himself to be the epitome of coolness, Repper shot Ji Li a cocky glance, completely oblivious to Ji Li's mortified expression, which was only further intensified by Shen Yu's piercing glare. That prickling sensation returned, yet even if Shen Yu harbored disdain for Li, he wouldn't act against him at this moment. He would save Ji Li, and no one need worry about that. Zhai Yifei's voice cut through, his combat suit stained with blood, lips pallid from loss of blood, casting a glance at the lightsaber in Repper's hand. That saber is wasted on you. Repper tossed aside the individual he had ensnared, scoffing at Zhai Yifei's remark, you should focus on your own injuries. Shen Yu's appearance had indeed bolstered the morale of the new students. Yet it also attracted more adversaries. Ji Li kicked aside the first assailant, the force sending the individual sliding backward several meters, toppling a cluster of approaching alphas and granting them a fleeting window to escape. Let us go, he urged Shen Yu, only to be halted by a grip on his clothing. Confused, Ji Li turned to see the towering figure of the aloof beauty, his dark eyes fixed upon him, exuding an air of icy composure. After a brief pause, he murmured, I feel weak in the knees. Ji Li blinked in surprise. Huh? Why? Shen Yu glanced at him. You're holding on too tightly. He paused, his ears reddening, striving to maintain his cool demeanor. Next time, don't do that. Chapter 64. I didn't hurt you, did I? He held on too tightly. Yet, in truth, it wasn't he that forceful. It was merely a gentle press. He couldn't be blamed for that. Defending himself in his mind, Ji Li still felt awkward, averting his gaze, his eyes darting about. Oh, he said, rubbing his nose, I understand. Feeling somewhat discredited, he cleared his throat and earnestly declared, next time, I definitely won't hold on so tightly. Shen Yu's lashes fluttered. A seemingly indifferent escaping his lips. Ji Li was eager to inquire how Shen Yu had suddenly appeared in such a chaotic setting. With so many alphas around, if his sensitivity period hadn't ended, wouldn't he be uncomfortable? However, the surrounding clamor and the sight of unfamiliar Imperial soldiers made Ji Li swallow his words. The encirclement he had just broken through was beginning to close in again. Time was of the essence. Ji Li grasped the rope at his waist. We must head to the basement immediately. We can't linger here. Give me the rope, I'll lead you out. There was no time for Shen Yu to recover. The best option seemed to be for Ji Li to carry him and use the rope to escape. Having just spoken of the next time, Ji Li found it surprising how quickly it had come. Hold on tight to me. I promise I won't hurt you this time, he beamed brightly. Shen Yu paused for a moment, swallowing the words, "It's all right now," that lingered on his lips. Ji Li's enthusiasm was palpable. To refuse would surely leave him disappointed. Thus, he acquiesced, the ethereal beauty. With flushed ears, focused intently on the chestnut-haired alpha, Ji Li moved to embrace him. Shen Yu readily opened his arms. Ji Li was momentarily taken aback, a smile rising unbidden, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He enveloped Shen Yu in his arms, receiving a firing gun in return. Shen Yu's voice whispered in his ear, "This is a firing gun. Just aim it properly, but you need to reel it back in." The warm breath brushed against his neck, nearly distracting Ji Li from his thoughts. The relentless tide of Imperial soldiers kept him alert and focused, preventing him from becoming too distracted. With Shen Yu in his arms, Ji Li found his offensive capability diminished. Thus, he relied solely on his legs to kick. Spinning with Shen Yu in his embrace, he delivered several powerful kicks to create space for their escape. "I'll take care of reeling it in," Shen Yu declared. Ji Li responded, "All right, I will handle them and ensure that these alphas do not come near you. You can rest assured and relax." Shen Yu's movements halted for a moment. He turned his head to glance at the person beside him, only to realize he was ensnared in a warm embrace. Clean and soothing, it shielded him from most of the unpleasant scents. He seemed to smile, yet perhaps he did not fully comprehend the expression on his face at that moment. Shen Yu hastened his actions. The instant the cool voice declared that all was well, Ji Li kicked away the surrounding alphas, raised the launcher, and aimed at the column beneath the staircase. Bang! A slender rope shot forth, glistening silver and stretching several meters long. The five-pronged hook at its end embedded itself into the column. Wrapping around in tight coils, with a deft motion, his long fingers squeezed the trigger once more. The rope retracted swiftly, pulling his body along as Ji Li tightened his hold on Shen Yu. Gripping the launcher firmly, the two figures, one black and one white, plunged downward amidst the furious expressions of the Imperial soldiers. "Damn it! Don't let them escape." With a glint in his eyes, Ji Li landed safely. He adjusted his goggles, and a myriad of blue lights intertwined to form a map leading to the basement. "Let us proceed left," Ji Li instructed, lifting Shen Yu slightly in his arms before dashing toward that direction. Carrying a person who stood at 183 centimeters, he ran with remarkable speed. He casually inquired, "Senior Shun, are you still feeling unwell?" Such a straightforward question, utterly candid. "Is your waist still weak? Did I hurt you?" Shun Yu. Thankfully, from this angle, Ji Li could not see the faint blush on his face. Shun Yu's eyelashes fluttered as his fingertips gently grasped the ends of his chestnut hair, caressing it twice. His expression remained cool, though his ears bore a hint of redness, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet his voice dropped significantly, cool yet soft. "I still feel a bit uncomfortable. I can't stand steadily, and my head is spinning. Perhaps it's because the sensitivity period hasn't passed. The moment I catch their scent, I feel nauseous." Ji Li reassured him, "It's all right. I will hold you tightly. I will run swiftly and try to shake them off, so you won't have to endure their scent. The path to the basement isn't far. We will arrive shortly." A smile flickered at the corners of Shen Yu's lips, the droop of his brows hinting at a faint amusement. As his hand gently caressed Ji Li's hair with utmost tenderness, lacking any force, as the young alpha sprinted, a gentle breeze brushed past. The ends of his chestnut hair lightly grazed Ji Li's slender fingers, fluttering away only to return softly, as if bestowing delicate kisses upon his fingertips. A tingling sensation surged through Shen Yu, causing his heart to momentarily halt, his breath catching. He relished the intimate touch. Savoring the warmth of the connection, a chill crept along his nape, prompting Ji Lili to shrink his neck slightly, shaking his head to dispel the peculiar feeling. His eyes, shielded by the goggles, searched for a path. When Shin Yu's voice broke through, "Put me down." "Huh?" Ji Lili responded, puzzled, tightening his embrace a little more. "Why do you say that? I assure you, I would never abandon you. Moreover, I am not at my wit's end. I possess plenty of strength, Senior Shen. You need not worry." Shan Wei, moreover, the pitch-black gaze settled upon his face, and they had committed acts that were utterly unbearable for me. Ji Lili was momentarily taken aback, inexplicably sensing that the other party's words were directed at him. His cheeks flushed, and he scratched his head, thinking, "Then let's do this together." The affirmation came surprisingly quickly. Shen Yu paused for a moment, somewhat taken aback, yet Ji Lili had already swiftly approached those alphas. Shen Yu lowered his gaze, and when he lifted it again, he stood majestically, akin to a deity on a pedestal, a paragon of the Federal Military Academy. Thus, this group of Imperial Alphas, who had fled the fastest, were fortunate enough to witness the combat prowess of the two. Shen Yu needed no introduction. Over the years, he had acquired numerous titles, as the mortal enemy of the Federation. The Empire had long conducted extensive studies on Shen Yu, and they had come to know him well. Little did they anticipate that within a year, another Ji Lili would emerge. Ji Lili was preoccupied with thoughts of the antidote and, for the most part, acted passively. He simply wished to find the antidote swiftly to alleviate the burdens of his companions and a group of new students who were severely drained of energy. However, at this moment, the mere thought of Shen Yu's suffering during his differentiation period and of Jia Yifei nearly following the same tragic path filled him with indignation. While he couldn't truly take action against them, he could certainly collect a bit of interest. Once a multitude of alphas lay sprawled on the ground, Ji Lili, having exhausted himself, heard footsteps approaching, and a carefree smile broke across his face as he instinctively opened his arms, wanting to embrace Shen Yu and flee together. Yet, as his arms spread wide, he suddenly remembered that it was no longer necessary. Shen Yu's waist was strong, he stood firm, and his strikes against the alphas were remarkably precise. How could he possibly be dizzy? Little Butterfly no longer required his embrace. Ji Lili blinked nonchalantly, his raised hand slowly descending. "Well, if that's resolved, then his clean and crisp voice abruptly ceased, as if his nascent sense of loss had also come to a halt. His open arms welcomed a soft figure, fitting seamlessly against him, tightly embracing him, accompanied by the cold yet sweet scent of pheromones that invaded his senses. Caught off guard by the embrace, Ji Lili's expression shifted to momentary astonishment. Soon, the astonishment morphed into confusion and helplessness. He instinctively held his breath, his heartbeat faltering for a moment. Hearing the person in his arms ask, "What's wrong?" he stammered, "And no, nothing." The little dog responded hesitantly, silently tightening his hold on the butterfly that had fallen into his embrace. Thinking himself clever, he deftly changed the subject. "I think being young is great. You can just fall asleep." No, I meant, let's hurry and find the antidote now. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Chapter 66. You will be all right. The silhouettes of the two gradually disappeared, and the Imperial Alphas on the ground were groaning as they attempted to rise. Every bone in their bodies felt as though it had been thoroughly dismantled by these two. Were it not for the virtual world, their lives would be in jeopardy. Should we pursue them? After a silence of several seconds, one alpha spoke. If a dozen of us chase after them, it wouldn't end well. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. The more of us there are, the better we can surround them. That sounds reasonable. After all, no one mentioned that the Federation had become so formidable. The expressions of the Imperial Alphas contorted. This mission was truly a waste of alpha potential. Meanwhile, Ji Lili, cradling someone in one arm and gripping a gun with the other, felt his mind in disarray. He was somewhat anxious, although he couldn't quite discern the reason for his anxiety. It simply felt as if his earlier words had been foolish, and indeed, the Empire was not to be trusted. Ji Lili resolved to align himself with the Federation's stance against the Empire. If Instructor Age were to hear this, he would surely scold him by pulling on his ear. Huh. Ji Lili forced a dry smile. Did I say something? In his embrace, Shen Yu's gaze was heavy. I called for you 3 times, and you didn't. He respond. It turned out he was pondering those alphas. They were ugly, disgusting, and hideous. The mere thought of them sent shockwaves through his mind. What was there to contemplate? Sensing that he had spoken rather harshly, Shinyu shifted his approach. They nearly harmed you. Were you thinking about how to take revenge on them? Ji Li, wow, what a fierce little butterfly. However, in the end, it was they who had harmed each other. I wasn't thinking of anything. I just suddenly realized that there's a reason everyone dislikes them. They're always up to no good. Remembering the syringe, Ji Li felt there was still something unresolved. Yet, his thoughts briefly returned to the antidote. In that moment, he couldn't grasp the crux of the matter. Shun Yu's tone was cold. The animosity between the Empire and the Federation has persisted for ages. This assessment must have been planned for a long time. That syringe? He paused suddenly and asked. Jia Fei was injured, and you were quite worried. What if I had also sustained such an injury? This was the first time Xinyu had broached the subject of differentiation with him. Ji Li's chaotic differentiation period, which had nearly resulted in his transformation into an Omega, was a matter they had tacitly agreed to forget as long as Xinyu did not bring it up. Yet, at this moment, he heard that question. The medical building was cold, embodying the unique style of the interstellar age, cold, inorganic, devoid of any vitality. Oftentimes, Xinyu resembled this frigid structure, lacking even a hint of life. His pace slowed as he felt the gentle breeze brush against his cheek, the strands of hair on his forehead swaying. And there was the cool body nestled against him, held in one arm. Jalili asked, was your differentiation period caused by someone injecting something into you? Yes, Xinyu replied nonchalantly, it was a sudden accident. It began after I woke up, then why tell me? Jalili hesitated, recalling the surveillance. His eyes widened slowly, and he ceased running, hastily searching for the cameras, fearing that this secret would be exposed. This was likely something Xinyu sensed as well. There were those who valued your secrets even more than you did. He cupped the little dog's restless head in his hands, gazing down at the worried eyes, and smiled. Yet, he was met with a scolding. How can you still smile at a time like this? Jalili snapped, his voice booming, you fool. Is this the place to discuss secrets? Do you have any idea how many people are watching us outside? We're done for. I don't know if dismantling that surveillance was even effective. What if it wasn't? Jalili suddenly found himself too afraid to contemplate the consequences. Suddenly, the system announcement sounded in his ear. Male leads darkening value -1000. Huh? Jalili was momentarily stunned by this darkening value. What an extraordinarily high number. Could it be that Shen Yu's darkening value had peaked, prompting him to seek revenge on society, dragging all the A's down with him in a final act of defiance? The so-called fantasy before death? Wait, no. He was still fine. Jalili looked at Xinyu in shock, only to find him wearing a faint smile, which made his face appear truly captivating. Xinyu rarely smiled, and the few times he did were only in Jalili's presence. However, at this moment, Jalili was too preoccupied to admire it, his eyes filled with reproach. Did you know they couldn't hear us? Why didn't you tell me from the beginning? Although Xinyu was unaware that Jalili might think of this, that didn't stop Jalili from expressing his grievances. Xinyu paused for a moment, watching as Jalili angrily shook his head, flinging Shan Yu's hand away from his fluffy, tousled curls. His face reflected trust, yet also conveyed that he had scared him. Didn't he realize that such behavior would frighten the little dog? Thus, he had to appear angry. A genuine smile flickered in Shan Yu's dark eyes as he replied, I didn't mean to. I just forgot. Jalili shot him a sidelong glance. You must have done it on purpose. Shan Yu made no attempt to argue, readily admitting, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Apologizing so quickly? That straightforward attitude made it difficult for Jalili to stay angry, yet he still found himself feeling a bit upset. If the surveillance was still active, if someone had heard this matter. If the events of the previous life were to repeat, he sighed, tugging at the tousled curls atop his head under Shan Yu's watchful gaze. Actually, this is entirely your fault. Lowering his gaze, imbued with a sharp intensity, he unconsciously tightened his grip on his hair. The icy touch of Shan Yu's hand descended upon his, gently pulling it away. He let the strands slip through his fingers, and with a natural motion, tucked them into his pocket. Xinyu lifted his eyes and asked, You're not angry anymore? Xinyu's method of diverting attention was far more adept than Jalili's. As Jalili's gaze returned from the hair, he no longer cared about the two strands that had been set aside. The little butterfly could discard them at will. What he truly wanted to say was, Xinyu, you will be all right. Shun Yu's fingertips trembled as he listened to Ji Lili, who spoke deliberately. I was just very angry. In such a dangerous situation, it seems you didn't seriously consider the consequences of exposing this secret. Please don't speak of it to anyone else. Shin Yu replied, there is no one else. Ji Lili, he raised his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting a solitary figure. Only you. Ji Lili smiled. His brows and eyes arched in delight, though he yearned to utter, even I cannot manage it. He seized Shun Yu's hand and urged him forward, traversing the pitch-black underground entrance. The interplay of light and shadow danced upon the cold, unyielding reflective walls, vividly capturing the image of two figures racing ahead. They had arrived at the basement. The instant the door swung open, a faint light spilled inside. Shun Yu heard him exclaim, I will keep your secret for a lifetime. Thank you for your trust, Senior Shin. The organization shall not disappoint. His clear, crisp voice brimmed with vitality and joy, the intonation climbing at the end. Now, we shall become saviors. Chapter 67. Ji Lili did not glance back even once. With an overflow of confidence, clutching an oversized vial of antidote, he charged forth as a savior, only to be met with the scorn of the masses. The harshest of the insults came from Leaper. Ji Lili, even a second-rate man is swifter than you. Can you not learn from him? Just a tad slower and you'd be left to collect the corpses. Ji Lili's lips twitched. Brother, would you care to reconsider what you just said? If a second-rate man isn't quick, can he still be called one? Why should I take cues from him, that wretched man? Leaper! The savior pup mused at that moment. He was less inclined to rescue the other. Leaper spat out the blood rising in his throat, wiped it away with his thumb, and turned to look back. A haughty smile gracing his face as he remarked, You truly are slow. What's the matter? Do you have an opinion? He cleaved through the approaching figures of the Empire, his face marked with bruises. Yet his fierceness remained undiminished. If you don't hurry, that poisonous man is going to die. He gestured towards Zhai Yifei, lifting his voice mockingly. I ask, Master Zhai, are you well? You've been silent for quite a while. Could it be truly dead? No sooner had the words left his mouth than several Empire alphas flew towards him. Leaper, startled, he momentarily forgot to taunt and kicked one away, almost falling victim to a sneak attack from behind. These despicable scoundrels from the Empire. A gunshot rang out, the quantum bullet barely grazing Leaper's cheek, the gust it created ruffling his hair painfully. Hiss! Leaper felt certain his handsome face must have sustained an injury. He raised a hand to touch it, and indeed, blood was present. Turning to look, not far off, Zhai Yifei was slowly lowering his gun, his gaze cold and proud. Leaper chuckled in irritation. You truly live up to your title as the poisonous man. I see you are not gravely injured. Zhai Yifei's face was as pale as Shin Yu's. Blood loss coupled with overwhelming mental strain rendered him ghostly, cold sweat soaking his dark hair. Nevertheless, he still managed to dispatch several Empire alphas, carelessly tossing them towards Leaper. Rude and disrespectful. Zhai's cold response to Leaper's words was accompanied by a scornful glance that made it difficult to distinguish him from the brutes of the Empire. Do not think that just because you are injured, I dare not strike you. Leaper's arrogant tone was laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Brother Leaper remains as delightfully juvenile as ever. He should be fine. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Ji Lili unreservedly mocked his companion, only to hear Leaper's impatient voice call out from below, Quickly hand me the antidote. I'm going to obliterate these scoundrels. Now, Ji Lili shouted back, turning to Shin Yu with a smile. I'm heading over. Shin Yu withdrew his cold, displeased gaze from below. Perhaps due to the overwhelming number of enemies, Leaper wore an exasperated expression as if he could not comprehend Shin Yu's warning glare. For the first time, Shin Yu's lethal gaze lost its effect. Upon hearing Ji Lili's voice, Shin Yu's previously icy and displeased eyes momentarily softened. He slightly lifted his head, gazing up at Ji Lili with a hint of docility. His eyes fixed on him. All right, I will not let you get hurt. Shin Yu's voice was calm, as if he were stating a mundane fact. There was no need to look back. These scoundrels could not inflict any harm upon him. His strength and certainty provided a sense of security unique to Shin Yu. Ji Lili could not help but smile. Truly, how radiant Senior Shun is. Meeting Shin Yu's gaze, which was filled with confusion at his sudden laughter, he playfully blinked his eyes, teasing, I feel particularly reassured. You truly are Senior Shun. The boy with curly chestnut hair beamed widely. Shan Yu's eyelashes fluttered as joy filled his eyes, yet there lingered a trace of discomfort. Shan Yu had heard countless praises, but Ji Lili's words were different. They brought him genuine happiness. After a few light-hearted exchanges, Ji Lili became serious, stating, "The Empire's forces are beginning to converge. That rascal leaper. I suspect he is deliberately raising the volume to express his disdain for my tardiness, drawing hostility towards himself." However, this was also beneficial. His smile was bright and exuberant, inviting the savior to lend him aid. Though it was rather embarrassing to claim the title of savior, it felt exhilarating as well. The Lili flashed a grin, his white teeth gleaming, attributing his own silliness to that group of individuals who had made him act in such a juvenile manner. As he laughed, he raised a hand to adjust the goggles on his head, unable to maintain a serious demeanor for even a second. Shan Yu, however, was not pleased by his mention of Leaper and the others at this moment. It was evident that only the two of them stood on this side. That loathsome alpha still managed to capture Ji Lili's attention. Shan Yu, discontent, was about to glance back at the alpha when suddenly, it all went dark. The heavy goggles were fastened onto his face, a myriad of blue lights intertwining before him, extinguishing the next second as they failed to receive the owner's signal. Through the light blue lenses, Ji Lili, with his chestnut hair and curls, was smiling, his face slightly turned, his eyes arched in delight. "Then let us not focus on those rubbish alphas. Just look at me." Through the goggles, Ji Lili appeared as brilliant as ever. Though he had long since passed his youth, he remained ardent, joyous, and unafraid. "I am about to charge into battle." He raised his hand, aiming the launcher at the distant chandelier, his voice overflowing with unrestrained laughter. The Savior Experience card is now activated. Before launching, Ji Lili turned back to Shan Yu with a smile. "Senior, the goggles can display rankings. Care to guess where I will place?" Shan Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just before their departure, he had hoped for Ji Lili to secure first place, the vision still vivid in his mind. Yet at this juncture, no alpha would entertain such thoughts, nor would any alpha dare to ponder it. "Then I shall entrust my back to you, Senior." Ji Lili leaped, descending from the second floor, his figure agile, revealing his clear and stern features without the goggles. Though he had just been jesting about being a savior. In action, there was no hint of arrogance accompanying the title in the moment before landing. Ji Lili raised his hand, and the launcher fired a rope. With a powerful thrust of his waist, he successfully swung himself away. The sound of gunfire erupted behind him, bullets whizzing perilously close. Nasal inflammation is indeed a peculiar affliction. Sometimes one cannot smell a thing. Other times the senses are acutely sharp. He caught the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air after the bullets were fired. Yet more overwhelming was the intense metallic odor of blood that pervaded the entire medical building. It was terrifyingly real. His body tensed, a chill running down his back. Ji Lili did not appear as carefree as he had projected. He too feared failure. The weight of everyone's expectations bore heavily upon him. How could he allow himself to fail? He would not permit it. Still, a slight tension was inevitable. Whenever danger lurked behind him, his body would react instinctively, tightening in response, urging him to act. This was the innate unease that arose after exposing his vulnerabilities. Yet Ji Lili never looked back. He trusted Shan Yu. Chapter 68. He believed that these scoundrels could not inflict any harm upon him. Ji Lili tightened his grip on the launcher, while his other hand fired forward. The quantum bullets cleared a path ahead. Shan Yu safeguarded him from the dangers behind, and further ahead, his companions awaited him. Ji Lili pulled the trigger, the rope ascending to its peak, proclaiming, "All members of the 68th Federal Military Academy, gather around me." "Yes, yes." Scattered voices rose from all directions. In no time, their voices harmonized, resounding with fervor. "Yes." Almost every alpha hailing from the Federal Military Academy responded in unison. Their battle attire stained with blood, faces marred by wounds, yet their expressions radiated an exuberant fervor, unyielding in the face of adversity. Prolonged combat had left them injured, the weight of their grievous wounds manifesting in a mental burden that threatened to overwhelm them. However, the moment Ji Lili appeared, their spirits soared. That instant, the morale reached its zenith. As the alphas from the Federal Military Academy surged towards him, the Imperial forces, realizing the precariousness of their situation, sought to retreat from the area. Should they be doused with the antidote, their mutant status would dissipate, leading to their inevitable elimination. Consequently, the likelihood of being captured upon exiting the virtual scene would increase dramatically. Alas, it was too late. The alphas from the Federal Military Academy converged upon a singular point. With G. Liley at the center, rushing in from all directions, the Imperials found themselves ensnared within this encirclement. Even if they attempted to fight back, to shoot, or to carve a path for escape, they would be met with alphas closing in from all angles, redirecting them elsewhere. G. Liley dangled above, the chandelier swaying precariously, seemingly destined to follow in the footsteps of its predecessor. But as he gazed down, he beheld a multitude of alphas rushing towards him, fearless and wholly trusting. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned another world, a similarly admirable group of individuals. He smiled, unfastening the antidote tied around his waist and tossing it into the air. The pale red liquid shimmered under the light, flowing with resplendent colors. In the next instant, a quantum bullet struck it with a resounding explosion. The glass vial shattered, showering the area with a magnificent crimson rain. Akin to a wondrous and innovative spectacle, the Imperials' seemingly invincible status evaporated, and exhaustion washed over them instantaneously, yet the alphas were filled with elation. They had succeeded. Goodness, I've been a corpse for so long, and I've finally been revived. How splendid it is to be alive, even if the grand uprising plan has failed in just a day. Fool, you think you're staging a rebellion while the enemy nation is already upon us. Look at how poorly your federal politics are faring, G. Liley. Still the same familiar formula. Meanwhile, the chandelier, burdened by too much weight, finally gave way with a sharp crack. G. Liley plummeted, he exclaimed. Darn it, can someone give me a moment to react? He hastily adjusted his landing posture, unwilling to crash down headfirst. Yet, the anticipated scenario never materialized. Instead, he was caught by a throng of individuals, a multitude of hands forming a cushion beneath him. G. Liley was taken aback, meeting the gazes of many familiar faces, with the alphas grinning triumphantly at him. What are you afraid of? Did you think we were all lifeless? G. Liley protested. Hey, I wasn't scared. That's slander. According to Federal Article 3, Section 12, slander is punishable by 250 slaps. The alphas exchanged increasingly peculiar glances at him. What the hell? Did someone actually read that brick-thick document and memorized it? Impressive. My grandmother wouldn't even help you with that. G. Liley twitched his mouth. Well, that's unnecessary. Besides, Federal Article 9 stipulates that military academy students must respect the elderly and cherish the young. Therefore, helping grandmothers is a must, young Officer G thought with utmost righteousness. Nearby, a chestnut-haired, curly-headed alpha bore a look of justice, while the surrounding alphas wore bemused expressions, seemingly enjoying the moment. Shunyu retracted his foot, which had almost rushed forward, feeling a slight sense of relief. He gazed at the insufferable alphas, averting his eyes. His clenched fingers relaxed slightly, revealing deep crimson imprints on his palm. This time, it wasn't so bad. All right. G. Liley's expression still bore a hint of annoyance from the playful jabs of the alphas. Leaper reached out and unceremoniously ruffled his hair. What's wrong with you? Get up. He forced a smile through gritted teeth, blood seeping from his face. The real battle was just beginning. Upon hearing this, G. Liley straightened up, his gaze sweeping around before settling on Shinyu at the far end, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the conflict was just commencing. The dissolution of the mutant status meant they would no longer be trapped in a cyclical battle. This endless cycle, where neither side could truly defeat the other, while both were unwilling to relent, had finally come to an end. The alphas of the Federal Military Academy shook off their fatigue, their excitement palpable. Moments later, the beta instructors and students, having finally navigated through the dense forest, arrived just in time to witness the scene of them pursuing the Imperials. Laughing maniacally, the Imperials, having blended in with the same series of battle attire, prompted the beta instructors to seethe with rage. Damn those Imperials. So wicked, they deserve no mercy. The students echoed their sentiments. How dare they bully the newcomers? Let's go. Instructors, charge. The beta instructor, fueled by anger and sorrow for arriving late, lamented that the students of the Federal Military Academy had to endure such hardships. AS instructor AIG pointed out, they were still just a group of newcomers. No matter how rebellious they might be, They were still vulnerable and helpless newcomers. The beta instructor swiftly incapacitated a few federal newcomers before turning to rescue the beleaguered Imperials, his expression filled with concern. "Are you all right?" The federal newcomers, suddenly struck by the instructor. "Huh?" The Imperials, unexpectedly saved by the enemy instructor? The new student's expression stiffened. "There's a spy among us." The instructor, suddenly accused of being a spy? G. Liley, thinking his companions were merely jesting, chuckled knowingly. Everyone is so humorous. Nearby, Shunyu, having likely grasped the truth, wore an expressionless face, realizing that the federal side was also in jeopardy. Chapter 69. It seems you have forgotten something quite important. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely catastrophic. At most, it was only 40%, which was rather fortunate. Both sides, having mistaken each other, engaged in a fierce battle, gradually discovering something amiss. "Wait, this guy is predicting my moves. My goodness, he's anticipated my anticipation of his moves and dodged them. No, it feels oddly familiar. My attack feels like I predicted his prediction of my attack, yet failed to succeed in my prediction." It was a convoluted cycle of anticipation. Both sides successfully recognized each other. In that moment, the beta instructor wished he could return to a few minutes prior and slap the Imperial A who had impersonated a federal soldier. Indeed, they were Imperials, treacherous and cunning, ahem. The beta instructor spoke earnestly. "I had actually noticed it long ago. I was merely testing your discernment. It appears you still have much to learn, unable to even identify a true spy. The new Alpha students, don't think just because you're an instructor. We will believe everything you say." After a series of misunderstandings, the instructors and students united, alongside the newly invigorated Alpha students ready to showcase their skills. The Imperials were eliminated one after another. The instructors from the Federal Military Academy promptly sealed all exits to capture the remaining Imperials. Order gradually returned to the virtual scene. Shortly after the Imperials had been exposed, the virtual scene could not be accessed. And moments later, it was assaulted by an unidentified magnetic field, disrupting signals and rendering floating surveillance utterly ineffective. After neutralizing a portion of the Imperials, the incoming beta instructors deployed several small transmitters, projecting the interior visuals. The anxious Alpha instructors in the control room, nervously drinking water to quell their rising tempers, finally exhaled in relief. Is control established in Sectors 03 and 04? Report. All Imperial entities exhibiting unusual behavior in the mental link rooms 03 and 04 have been subdued. Notify the medical team to administer the second round of restorative serum to the Alphas under mental strain. Understood. Executing immediately. The instructors watched the footage from the small transmitters, issuing commands with precision. Suddenly, one of the small transmitters magnified a familiar face. The chestnut-haired, curly-headed Alpha leaned in with curiosity, his crescent-shaped eyes sparkling as he grasped the transmitter, examining it closely. "Operator." This Alpha startled him. "Did the data malfunction again?" Noticing his stillness, a keen instructor inquired, drawing the attention of the other instructors. No, just a minor issue. The data is fine," the operator stammered, hastily responding. However, one instructor had already noticed the face on the transmitter and recognized him. "Oh, it's that kid." Shishan leaned over, intrigued. "What is he doing with the transmitter? Hasn't the military equipment been upgraded?" "I suppose he's just curious." One instructor chuckled. "It's merely a transmitter. Why not come under my tutelage to study nuclear weaponry? What a thrill it would be to launch a single strike." "Wait. No, something seems off. He appears to want to say something." Shishan interrupted the conversation, pointing at the broadcasting device with a look of astonishment on his face. The chestnut-haired Alpha glanced around, and then tapped the screen with his fingertip, as if he had something to communicate to them. The situation had concluded. What more could there be to say? Could it be that there were other spies hidden here? The instructors were taken aback, holding their breath in trepidation. Abe's expression grew particularly grave as he raised his hand, commanding, "Cease all actions immediately and maintain silence. Patrol teams in rooms 03 and 04. Be prepared. If anything seems amiss, promptly deal with any Imperial personnel displaying unusual behavior." In that instant, the monitoring room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, all holding their breath in anticipation of G. Liley's words. Their gazes were intense, their minds taut with suspense. The Alpha on the screen appeared to have confirmed safety. His lips moved. The instructors perked up their ears, becoming alert. The small curly-haired youth spoke. in a lowered voice. He asked, "Hey, instructors, are you watching? The Imperial intruders have been subdued, but it seems you've forgotten something quite significant." The instructor's expressions grew even more serious at the mention of something important in the next moment. The small broadcasting device transmitted the clear, refreshing voice of the young man. "Instructors, have you perhaps forgotten that we are still in the assessment? Now that the enemies have been dealt with, shouldn't the assessment continue?" He sighed, adding, "If we don't proceed, what will happen to my first place?" The instructors present could hardly contain their thoughts. Even as alphas, they felt like cursing. What a foolish alpha in this lifetime. His mind could only accommodate thoughts of first place, couldn't it? After Ji Lili finished speaking, he contentedly released the small broadcasting device and returned to the crowd. "What is going on? Why are you laughing so happily?" Jigu inquired. Ji Lili's eyes curved with a smile, thinking that perhaps there was another battle to come. He winked at Jia Yifei, flashing a bright smile. What else could he smile about? When had he ever been seen without a smile? Lipo walked over with his hands in his pockets, chin raised, disinterested in their conversation. He shook his sore hands and remarked nonchalantly, "Those alphas are no match for me." However, Jia Yifei appeared contemplative, analyzing the underlying meaning. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "I thought you didn't care about this." Ji Lili mumbled, "I didn't until this time. It's an exception." He turned his head to glance in Xian Yu's direction. The young man remained in place, his excessively cool demeanor making him seem hard to approach, the dark blue goggles obscuring much of his face, revealing only his well-shaped red lips and elegantly slender chin. Perhaps it was this that emboldened some alphas to brazenly approach him. Ji Lili snorted softly, thinking these alphas were ridiculous. A little butterfly wouldn't pay them any mind. He then watched as Shun Yu coldly rejected the advances of those alphas with his strikingly beautiful face. He couldn't help but smirk. "See, I told you he wouldn't pay attention to you. Why provoke him? Furthermore," he whispered, "why haven't the instructor started yet? It feels like I've just left him there, watching me from afar. It's too obedient, too pitiful. What are we starting?" Lipo, hearing his mutterings, expressed confusion. Soon after, without Ji Lili needing to explain, the beta instructor, having received the announcement, called out, "Since the Imperial personnel have been dealt with, the assessment shall continue. All 236 alphas present will enter the elimination round after a countdown of 1 minute." At this point, Lipo finally understood Ji Lili's meaning. The real battle was about to commence. Aside from the regular eliminations, the previously infected newcomers, now freed from the influence of the mutated beings, all displayed excitement in their eyes. Within 10 minutes, this will be your battlefield. Chapter 70. Come, let me see you off. The reason for the 1-minute countdown was to allow unrelated personnel to exit the battlefield. After all, this was a new student assessment, and their presence was of no use. Thus, the beta instructor called out to Shen Yu. "Come on, let this group of alphas showcase their skills." "You go ahead, instructor." The beta instructor questioned, "Are you not planning to leave?" The young man, wearing the dark blue goggles provided for the new student assessment, turned his head. Although his expression was hidden, the beta instructor could easily imagine Xian Yu's usual demeanor, cold and indifferent. "I have matters to attend to." "You go ahead," Shen Yu said, raising his hand to touch his goggles. Murmuring, "It's a surprise." The beta instructor was left puzzled, but did not insist that Shen Yu leave, turning instead to instruct the other students to withdraw. Before long, in the virtual scenario, apart from the new students, only Shen Yu remained standing on the other side. Meanwhile, the countdown reached its end. The 10-minute elimination round officially began. Almost instantaneously, the sounds of physical clashes and gunfire erupted. Ji Lili rolled on the ground to evade the attacks from the two closest alphas. Without hesitation, he raised his gun, and with 3 sharp shots, successfully hit the 2 assailants, extinguishing their red markers. As for the other shot, Lipo turned with a scowl. Was that on purpose? Ji Lili scratched the back of his head, eyes crinkling in a smile. "Oops, missed it. You all right, bro?" Lipo retorted. "My boots are the ones that are damaged." Lipo, in a fit of irritation, lifted his leg, revealing that the black military boot had come apart. Exposing a purple sock underneath, Ji Lili remarked dryly, "Purple is a sign of good fortune, right? It's lucky. Be careful, bro." Teach. Lipo dodged an attack from the side, grumbling, "Such a trivial trick won't harm you. What about that poison guy? He hasn't been taken out already, has he?" Zhai Yifei's voice, light yet condescending, drifted over. The alpha's complexion turned pale, yet his eyes glimmered with a longing for victory, a faint smile aloof as he disregarded Lipo. Raising his gun to fire several shots. Every shot hit its mark, even the agile alphas on the run could not escape. Whenever Zhai Yifei raised his weapon, he never missed, so impressive. Ji Lili laughed. That's right, bro. You should really pay more attention to yourself. Don't let Jigu shoot you in the head. Ha? Him? As soon as the words left his mouth, a quantum bullet came hurtling towards him. Lipo cursed, diving down, but the bullet still grazed his face, drawing blood in an instant. Twice now, in the same spot, his handsome alpha face bore 2 crimson streaks. Wiping the blood from his cheek with his fingertip, Lipo smiled, his eyes brimming with excitement and fighting spirit. Then let me see your skills, Zhai Yifei smirked, haughtily declaring, I'll satisfy you. Hey, if you keep this up, I'll have to make this quick. Ji Lili arched his brows, his eyes sparkling with fragments of starlight as he raised his hand to pull the trigger, activating the device that propelled him to the other side as the rapidly retracting rope whizzed past his ears. It rustled his adorable curls. He smiled, brimming with vitality. I told you, I'm going for first place. You've got guts. Why don't you throw that thing away before you talk? Lipo raised an eyebrow. Ji Lili shook the device in his hand, grinning widely. I refused that, however, was his trophy. With a smile dancing in his eyes, he cast a fleeting glance at the coldly beautiful youth on the other side. Ji Lili raised his hand, brandished his gun, and with a resounding bang, eliminated yet another contender. As the elimination round commenced, only 130 participants remained. The countdown stood at 6 minutes. The trio of Ji Lili maintained a tacit understanding, refraining from attacking one another, instead focusing on dispatching the remaining alphas in the arena. With 4 minutes left on the clock, the once crowded second floor had grown significantly quieter, the number of moving alphas dwindling to a mere 48. At 2 minutes remaining, the remaining alphas stabilized at 10, shattering the tenuous peace among them. Zhai Yifei was the first to fire 3 shots, one aimed at the assailant, while the other 2 were directed at Lei Pe and Ji Lili. It was only now that Ji Lili truly appreciated Zhai Yifei's marksmanship, that sense of being trapped and locked in place causing his heart to race. However, with the advantage of an external aid, he deftly utilized the launcher to evade the quantum bullets. He skillfully maneuvered using the high-altitude ropes, hastily eliminating the remaining competitors. With 1 minute left, only the 3 of them remained. Ji Lili's rope was severed by Zhai Yifei's shot, stripping him of his aerial evasion advantage. He twisted midair, finding a safe landing spot, and touched down unscathed. Upon amidst the crimson stains adorning his face, the alpha chuckled, proclaiming with brotherly pride, as your elder brother. I am immensely proud of you. Ji Lili momentarily froze, before surrendering to a radiant smile, responding, thank you, brother. He watched as Leaper's figure faded into the distance. Lifting his gaze towards the heights where Shun Yu stood, he enthusiastically waved, Senior, I am the first. The uncontrollable eagerness in his voice, pleading for recognition and praise, elicited a smile from Shin Yu. He yearned to rush to his side at that very moment. And so, with resolute action, Shun Yu vaulted over the railing, leaping down from the heights. The sight nearly sent Ji Lili into a panic. Shun Yu, wait. He sprinted towards him, intent on catching him. The small broadcasting device hovering at his side attempted to follow suit, only to be sent flying by a playful dog, landing 100 meters away. As Ji Lili hurried over, he found Shun Yu landing effortlessly, entirely unscathed. With his mind rebooting, Ji Lili recalled that this height posed no danger to Shen Yu. Regretfully, he raked his fingers through his hair, chiding himself for forgetting. Thankfully, Shen Yu was unharmed. Ji Lili beamed once more, about to jog over, when Shen Yu had already reached his side. Incredible, truly impressive, Shen Yu's voice rendered Ji Lili momentarily speechless. The proud and aloof senior rarely bestowed compliments, and the few words he repeated felt remarkably awkward. Eventually, as if he realized this, his long lashes fluttered, and he remarked, Lili, quite remarkable. Ji Lili was left in a state of astonishment. What? Did he not hear clearly? Shen Yu cleared his throat, slightly uncomfortable, yet resolutely reiterated, Lili, remarkable, exceptional. From the moment that detestable Alpha had uttered his name, Shen Yu had harbored jealousy. Now, He seized the opportunity to call him Lai Lai with such ease and naturalness. Lai Lai, remarkable, exceptional. Chapter 72. May I embrace you? Hey, isn't this a bit too much? It sounded akin to sweet talk, with phrases like remarkable and exceptional feeling rather odd. Ji Lily felt a tinge of shyness. Yet an overwhelming joy washed over him. His heart swelled with elation, nearly overflowing, and he suddenly felt an irresistible urge to embrace him. Shenyu, may I hug you? Shenyu was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a request. The strikingly beautiful figure gazed at him in bewilderment. In contrast, Ji Lily, having voiced his desire, felt far more at ease, reminding himself that achieving first place merited a reward. Let this hug serve as my reward? Shenyu still appeared caught off guard, his gaze fixed on Ji Li's smiling eyes. Wow, rather adorable. It seemed as if a wild butterfly was observing a small dog. Ji Li tilted his head, his eyes involuntarily brightening, a smile dancing upon his lips. I hear that silence can sometimes imply consent, so, at this moment, can I interpret it as, you accepting this hug? As his words lingered in the air, smoke suddenly billowed, obscuring all vision. Shenyu, taken by surprise, found himself enveloped in a warm and welcoming embrace. Ji Li held him close, resting his chin upon the soft strands of hair, unable to suppress his smile. He joyfully declared, Senior Shen, I am the first. No disappointment. How splendid. In the monitoring room, the instructors wore grave expressions. The thick fog rendered everything invisible. Damn it. Why did that kid run so fast? Now, he has sent the broadcasting device flying, and we cannot see anything. Where did that smoke bomb come from? Wasn't it stated that the Imperial forces had dealt with it? If I recall correctly, didn't he draw a smoke bomb? West Mountain exclaimed in disbelief. Are you suggesting that Ji Li released the smoke bomb himself? What could he possibly be up to? West Mountain murmured, bewildered. What could be so secretive that it shouldn't be shown to us? I know. Eugene's gaze burned with intensity, as if he intended to pierce through the haze on the screen. Observing his expression, West Mountain felt a twinge of apprehension, realizing he could guess what Eugene was about to say. The other instructors shared his sentiment, their expressions a mix of exasperation, silently wondering what Eugene could possibly conjure next. In my judgment, Ji Li must have something he wishes to conceal from Shenyu. Hence the smoke bomb. The instructors sighed in resignation. They had anticipated this outcome. Relying on that kid to recognize reality seems implausible. Eugene raised an eyebrow, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, as if everything fell within his expectations. Ji Li's attempts to deceive him were futile. Eugene's judgment was undoubtedly correct, without fail. Reflecting on what he had witnessed before, his confidence only deepened. Pharaoh, how did you come to favor him? This kid can't even grasp such a simple adversarial relationship. Anyone with eyes could see Shenyu's disdain for alphas. Fortunately, this kid isn't in the command department. Otherwise, our federation would be doomed. Pharaoh, I used to envy you for having numerous students, but it seems having too many isn't necessarily a blessing. The quality varies. An instructor patted Pharaoh's shoulder, sympathy evident in his gaze as he sighed. You must be cautious when selecting students this time. Pharaoh, smiley face. Never did he expect to be the subject of sympathy due to Eugene. Eugene, meanwhile, was infuriated, as if not understanding was bad enough. They even dared to criticize him. Do you think being instructors makes you superior enough to judge his intelligence? I assure you, instructors are indeed impressive. Eugene's expression remained restrained as he caught sight of Pharaoh's gaze, which was dull yet observant. A flicker of his grievances escaped. At least you understand me, instructor. You are the one who knows me best in this world. The proud and arrogant Alpha displayed a genuine emotional vulnerability, his gaze a mix of endurance and fragility. Pharaoh, feeling a bit nauseated, he averted his eyes from Eugene, overhearing the other instructors deducing the truth. I suspect Ji Li couldn't tolerate his provocations anymore, hence rushing in to confront him, fearing punishment if we witnessed it, so he released a smoke bomb. That makes sense. You certainly have a point. Ha ha ha, too kind, too kind. As Ji Li logged out of the mental link, a wave of disorientation washed over him. Fatigue flooded back in an instant. He sluggishly crawled out of the hatch, yawning widely, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. The medical team, who had been waiting nearby, swiftly halted his departure. Hold on, we need to administer a restorative injection. Shun Yu emerged a moment later, his condition markedly improved compared to the fatigued alphas who had endured prolonged combat. Upon locating Ji Lai Li's room, he entered to find the small dog struggling to stay awake, his head bobbing as his eyelids drooped. The male beta in the medical team regarded him helplessly. "Keep your head still. The next injection will be given to the back of your neck." Following an incident where the Imperial forces had ambushed Jai Yifei's gland with a syringe, Principal Rice had issued a directive for all new alphas to be checked. The glands were of utmost importance, and alphas were known for their fiery temperaments. Thus, aside from the injured Jai Yifei, blood samples were drawn from the back of the neck for the others. Ji Lai Li's head wobbled, raising concern. "Support his head." Seeing him so drowsy, the beta doctor had no choice but to say so. Two assistants nodded, reaching for Ji Lai Li, only to feel a sudden chill and hesitate. A cool voice rang out from outside the door, "I'll handle it." Shun Yu approached with calm composure, gently supporting Ji Lai Li's head. To their astonishment, he did not use both hands, but instead naturally rested the fluffy head upon his shoulder. To ensure comfort, he adjusted his posture, allowing the nape of his neck to perfectly cradle the soft head. Medical team. Shocked for 1,000 years. The forums claimed they had a poor relationship. Constantly at odds. Were those forums fabricated? Chapter 73. He would not allow Ji Lai Li an opportunity to refuse. "Let us begin." Shun Yu's cool voice snapped the medical team from their thoughts. The beta doctor promptly complied, pushing T blood draw. What blood draw, and why draw his blood? Ji Lai Li felt like a dazed puppy, utterly devoid of rational thought, unable to comprehend, so he decided to let it be. He comfortably leaned against the fragrant nape of someone's neck. His nose brushed against the pale, translucent skin, sniffing like a little dog. Yes, it was indeed a familiar scent, unmistakably that of a little butterfly. Then the medical team was fortunate enough to witness Shun Yu's face turning crimson in an instant. His whole being trembled, his expression evasive, his eyelashes fluttering gently. He pressed his lips into a thin line, as if caught between restraint and unbearable longing. The medical team was startled, fearing something was amiss and that they might need to administer a shot to him as well. Shun Yu. Thankfully, after years of maintaining a distant demeanor, the medical team dared not act recklessly upon hearing that he was fine. They could only watch him with unspoken words. Ultimately, they sighed in regret, knowing that these alphas had stubborn dispositions and would not readily accept treatment. It appeared that there was indeed something akin to a medical room shame syndrome. Shun Yu replied nonchalantly, "That's a good term." The beta doctor exclaimed with delight, wishing to converse further with Shun Yu. However, upon lifting his gaze, he only caught sight of Shun Yu supporting Ji Lai Li as they exited. Shun Yu did not wish for Ji Lai Li to linger there. Like every alpha plagued by medical room shame syndrome, Shun Yu felt quite uncomfortable around the medical team. After the differentiation period, he had developed an aversion to such environments. The cold, silver needles and syringes evoked unpleasant memories. It was only after Ji Lai Li's earnest insistence that Shun Yu agreed to visit the medical room. Once outside, Ji Lai Li appeared so exhausted that he could sleep on the spot, lacking the energy to complain. "It was simply too tiring. I really want to sleep," Shun Yu said calmly, supporting Ji Lai Li's shoulder. "I'll take you back to rest." Ji Lai Li, completely unguarded, responded, "Oh? Is that so nice?" Without a moment of thought, he readily agreed, struggling to keep his eyes open, making an effort to compliment him. "Shun Yu, you are truly a good person. It's wonderful to be friends with you." The corners of Shun Yu's mouth fell. "Let us go." Although Shun Yu offered his support, placing Ji Lai Li's hand on his shoulder, preparing to bear his weight, Ji Lai Li felt a bit embarrassed to lean entirely on him, making a conscious effort to maintain some distance. He couldn't simply fall asleep. Just a moment longer, just a moment longer. But why was this path so winding? Ji Lai Li felt as if his eyes were swirling like a spiral incense coil, dazed and confused. Finally, with a soft thud, his head fell to the left, comfortably nestled in a fragrant and soft neck. He rubbed against it contentedly and drifted into slumber. Shun Yu, guiding him left and right through a series of winding paths, cast his gaze downward and gently stroked Ji Lai Li's head. Without hesitation, he led him back to his own dormitory. The journey went smoothly, except for a slight mishap at the entrance. With the sleepy puppy still on his shoulder, Shun Yu found it inconvenient to scan his fingerprint, creating a brief pause when a trembling voice called from behind, "Xian, Senior Shin?" Shun Yu turned back with an impassive gaze, and the two alphas widened their eyes. Is it really you, Senior Shin? The one on your shoulder. The two alphas seemed to recognize Ji Lily, approaching him due to their acquaintance. Upon turning back, Shin Yu noticed that their eyes were fixated on Ji Lily, their expressions strange and subtle. What was the matter with them? Shin Yu replied coolly, "He-s asleep." Asleep? The two exchanged glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. The position was indeed peculiar, resembling a scenario where someone had been knocked out and was being returned for some form of punishment. Didn't they notice how Ji Lily's wrist hung limply? The two alphas inhaled deeply, watching Shin Yu with caution. Senior Shun, it's not quite appropriate to act violently on campus. Indeed, perhaps it would be better to hand Ji Lily over to us. We can take him back. Shin Yu's expression darkened suddenly, his eyes icy. The two alphas gulped, yet they did not retreat, chuckling nervously. Senior Shun, you seem quite busy. We wouldn't want to trouble you with this. It's too noisy. Shun Yu's voice, cool as jade, coupled with his unfathomable dark eyes, was chilling. His gaze landed on the peacefully sleeping face of the boy, then lightly passed over the bewildered alphas. His tone softened considerably yet retained an edge of frost. I said, "He-s asleep." Was that a warning? The two alphas were taken aback. Shun Yu clearly had no intention of explaining, acting as if merely looking at them would tarnish his vision. Haughtily averting his gaze, he unlocked the door with his fingerprint and, under their watchful eyes, carried Ji Lily inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed mercilessly. The two alphas exchanged glances. Why didn't you rush in to rescue Ji Lily? Didn't you say that kid was decent? Didn't you agree? So why didn't you go? If you go, I'll go too. Why are you trying to act tough? Hey, what do you mean by that? How dare you speak to me like that? The two alphas had a brief quarrel over not rushing in to save Ji Lily at a crucial moment, and after that, they collectively sympathized with Ji Lily. It was indeed unfortunate. He had narrowly escaped a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. As they lamented, they turned to the forum for help, seeking anyone who could rescue Ji Lily. As they owed him a favor from the assessment, the alphas were known for their loyalty. Whatever the two foolish alphas outside were doing, Shun Yu had no interest in knowing. He placed Ji Lily on the bed. As the fluffy head sank into the soft pillow, his handsome profile appeared striking. Shun Yu did not leave, staring silently at the person on the bed, a chillingly sweet pheromone permeating the air. Enveloping the entire space, the intensity gradually rose, much like the increasingly profound satisfaction in his gaze. Until, achoo! Ji Lily sniffled, nearly gasping for breath. In his daze, he saw Shun Yu standing by his bedside, his dark eyes fixed upon him. Shun Yu, you haven't left? A hand covered his eyes, blocking the light, plunging his vision into darkness. The voice was cold yet gentle. Sleep now. I want to watch you for a while, just a little longer. The rich fragrance of iris gradually faded, yet it still lingered softly at the tip of his nose. Ji Lily fell back into slumber. The room was dimly lit, and a figure stood silently at the head of the bed. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a sliver of daylight pierced through the darkness, casting a pale blue shadow that revealed an overly cold and distant expression. Age, I genuinely suspect you're planning a murder mystery by sharing a room with him. Can you really hold back? Age, forget it. I want to interfere. But if Ji Lily is unwilling, I want to step in. Shin Yu calmly thought to himself. He would not allow Ji Lily any chance to refuse. Chapter 74. Supporting him to first strike. Age, the instructor. You've been lurking around here for quite a while. Aren't your legs numb? The system's electronic voice was icy, yet somehow managed to convey a sense of helplessness. Ji Lily, crouched in the corner, lifted his despairing face. System, I'm really numb now. He wore a dejected expression, not daring to glance in the direction of the bed. What was it like to wake up and see a stunning beauty? Still on the same pillow, under the same blanket up close, he could see the other's smooth, flawless, and cool profile, the wet softness pressing against the pillow, barely visible. Just moments ago, he had viewed the person as a huggable pillow. Others may not have understood, but Ji Lily was nearly sent into cardiac arrest, his pupils constricting, believing he had committed an immoral act of beastly proportions. Why is the little butterfly here? He's going to scare me to death. Only after taking in the dormitory's layout did he realize that this was Shun Yu's room. But what was this sleeping arrangement? The innocent little puppy jumped off the bed, quickly distancing himself from the sleeping Shin Yu. He wanted to escape outside to calm himself, only to find the door was locked and could not be opened without a fingerprint. Damn it. G. Liley wandered around this place, the system perplexed as to how he ended up in such a corner. Crouching as far from the bed as possible, G. Liley opened his star brain and reviewed the Federation laws. Gradually, under the unforgiving scrutiny of the severe penalties for rapists, his mind calmed down. Wonderful, this world was saved. He could hardly imagine if Shan Yu's darkening value would explode at once. G. Liley sighed in relief, only to face another crushing blow. On the Federation Military Academy forum, a slew of posts read, "Is G. Liley still alive?" A recap of G. Liley's life before his death, a 60-second overview. Shan Yu, a ruthless man who hastens at G. Liley, awakening to find he had passed away or something. You alphas are being absurd. It took him some time to sift through the posts, realizing that it was Shan Yu who had brought him back yesterday after he had fallen asleep, encountering two alphas along the way. Due to his deep slumber, they had misinterpreted the situation, believing he had been knocked unconscious by Shan Yu and intended to take him back to harm him. G. Liley held his forehead, pleading, "This is a military academy. Who would be so bold?" Wait, Shan Yu did that in his previous life, but in this one. Just as G. Liley stepped down from Shan Yu's bed, he felt a moment of guilt. In this life? Surely not. What are you looking at? G. Liley jolted, startled, his eyes widening in shock. Why you reawake, Senior Shun? With a gentle acknowledgement, Shan Yu slightly disheveled, two buttons of his shirt undone, revealing his exquisite collarbone, inquired, "Why are you squatting over there?" Oh, with his clear, bright eyes darting around, G. Liley covered his flushed ears and calmly replied, "I'm exercising." Shan Yu paused, an intricate expression crossing his features. "Exercising?" G. Liley burst into laughter. "Yes, indeed. I'm training the endurance and load-bearing capacity of my thigh muscles. In the future, I'll be able to withstand any heavy object placed on my legs without them going numb or weak." He flashed a brilliant smile. "I see that fascinating. It's all thanks to Lei Gu. I just learned about it. That so?" Shan Yu smirked, his gaze deepening for a moment. "Of course," G. Liley said, squatting in the corner, tilting his head and blinking innocently with one hand resting behind it. Shan Yu nodded, glancing at his legs. "It is quite intriguing. We might as well test the load-bearing capacity later." G. Liley readily agreed. "Absolutely no problem." Internally relieved, he thought he had successfully deceived Shan Yu. "By the way, there's something else," G. Liley ventured cautiously. "About last night?" Shan Yu replied. "What about it? Did anything happen while I was here?" "I was so tired I could barely think." G. Liley felt a twinge of anxiety. "Is that so?" Shan Yu's cool, elongated tone lingered as he observed G. Liley's nervous demeanor, a flicker of amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Should something have occurred?" Shan Yu remarked. "You merely fell asleep. There was only one bed here. If Little Butterfly isn't upset, then surely nothing happened." G. Liley exhaled in relief, his expression brightening once more. "Then I suppose I should thank Senior for taking care of me last night." I'll head back now. Supporting himself against the wall, he stood up, only to hear Shan Yu say, "Why are you leaving? You'll be staying here from now on. We will share a dormitory." G. Liley's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "What?" His mind went blank, and beneath his chestnut curls, his face was etched with shock, his eyes screaming, "What are you saying?" Shan Yu reveled in this moment, taking pleasure in G. Liley's complete attention directed solely at him, the disparity in their heights adding to the allure, effectively masking his burgeoning possessiveness over G. Liley. Adopting a tone of feigned ignorance, he explained, "Every class leader, the top student, has the privilege of a private room. However, due to this year's limited resources, that privilege has been halved." Maintaining an impassive facade, Shan Yu continued, "Instructor Aigu has mandated that you and I share accommodation. There is no alternative." "What?" G. Liley exclaimed, his voice rising with indignation. "He forced you into this?" His clean and crisp tone bore an unmistakable hint of anger. "That is utterly outrageous. Not only is Instructor Aigu stingy, but he also issues such tyrannical orders to you." G. Liley felt an injustice for Shan Yu, who was so remarkable and talented. It was incomprehensible that Aigu would treat him thus. Shouldn't T1 offer better treatment to retain exceptional individuals? This is devoid of any humanity. G. Liley mused. Isn't there something awry here? The system, listening to G. Liley's impassioned defense, sensed an underlying peculiarity. According to its algorithms, Xinyu would not acquiesce to such demands if coerced. His darkening tendencies would escalate, leading him to confront AI Gu and subsequently eliminate that alpha. The system calculated the precise outcome. Ji Li clenched his fist. You're right, but also not quite right. The system inquired earnestly, what do you mean? What you said is predicated on the assumption that Xinyu doesn't regard me as a friend. But now we are friends, Ji Li exclaimed. Though Xinyu may not wish to associate with an alpha, we share friendship. Brothers are not the same, and thus he agreed. However, this did not alter the fact that AI Gu was indeed stingy, lacking warmth, and had treated him harshly. Is this the crux of the matter? The system pondered, momentarily considering asking if this was truly the focus. Of course, it's the crux, Ji Li asserted. He is tyrannical, disregarding Xinyu's preferences and showing him no respect. How despicable! Ji Li vehemently declared, if Little Butterfly were to turn dark, I would support him in striking AI Gu first. Chapter 75. Envying Li for being older than him having expressed his thoughts. Ji Li felt the need to involve the system. What about you, system? The system remained silent, recognizing the extent to which humans conform to their surroundings. Arriving in this world, its host had matured significantly since their initial encounter. Although somewhat helpless, the system replied with a hint of detachment. I'll accompany you. Ji Li's face lit up with joy. Thank you, system. You're wonderful. The system replied coolly, though somewhat assimilated. The host retains a certain charm. The system's aloof electronic voice acknowledged, then hastily logged off, stating it needed to learn how to rescue darkened protagonists from its predecessors. Ji Li had grown accustomed to this. He turned to Xinyu. Let us confront Instructor AI Gu and clarify things. If need be, I can choose not to stay. Sharing a 4-person room is quite pleasant. My roommates are fantastic. Yet, Xinyu did not respond with the excitement Ji Li anticipated. His dark eyes were damp and cold as they fell upon him. You don't wish to reside with me? Why? His tone, though questioning, bore an undercurrent of melancholy that made Ji Li uneasy. It's not that, Ji Li grasped at his hair. I'm just not used to it. The mere thought of being alone with Little Butterfly conjured notions of cohabitation, which felt rather peculiar. How strange. He is still an alpha, and is a Little Butterfly averse to alphas. Shouldn't he oppose this? Ji Li stole a glance at Xinyu's expression. His pale, beautiful face revealed a calm demeanor. Silently observing him, Ji Li felt defeated, reluctantly conceding, all right, we can share a room, if you don't mind. I'll move in. But I wonder, will you feel upset about how AI Gu treats you? Xinyu froze. All his unhappiness, the dark, indescribable thoughts dissipated in the wake of Ji Li's words. Ji Li was a remarkable individual, capable of erasing Xinyu's discontent with a single phrase or glance. Halting his tumultuous, unstable mental state, I believe we should confront Instructor AI Gu and discuss this matter. Noting Xinyu's silence, Ji Li tugged at him, indignant to defend him. How can we allow others to bully us? Xinyu's eyes narrowed with delight, his conscience finally awakening, redeeming AIGE's precarious reputation. In truth, he has only been stern once. He is generally quite reasonable. However, if AI Gu were to take in Xinyu as a student, it would likely be more for external appearances than for internal respect. Ji Li was oblivious to these dynamics. He had yet to witness the rapport between AI Gu and Xinyu. AI Gu would never promote their relationship. Thus, Ji Li's frustration at Xinyu's defense of AI Gu was palpable. Little Officer Ji is on duty, educating him with fervor, insisting he should not think this way. I tell you, where there's one instance, there's bound to be another. He continued, it's akin to a cheating scoundrel. Oh no, a scoundrel alpha, he corrected himself, a scoundrel alpha, scoundrel beta, or scoundrel omega. There are only 0 instances or countless instances. Never forgive, or you'll fall into their trap. Violence and infidelity are fundamentally the same. Both are principles that should never waver. Be cautious. Don't let your guard down just because AI Gu is an instructor. Xinyu's cool expression turned serious as he responded, understood. This obedient and earnest demeanor resonated deeply within Ji Li, filling him with a sense of responsibility. He'll bolster Xinyu's defenses. Ji Li continued to elaborate on what he should be wary of regarding professional personas, asserting that instructors could also be villains, and one must remain vigilant. Xinyu, however, believed Ji Li was the one who needed to remember these lessons. He appeared far too easily swayed. As he listened quietly, Ji Li's every glance did not escape Xinyu's notice. He would offer affirming glances to the eager Ji Li, nodding in agreement or echoing his sentiments, encouraging him to continue speaking joyfully. Have I been talking too much? Ji Li pondered, finally realizing he had been chattering for quite some time, and felt a wave of bashfulness as he ruffled his hair. He sometimes feared others might struggle to adapt to his exuberance. Shenyu shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he earnestly regarded Ji Li. What you said was quite beneficial. I remembered everything. It was not boring at all. Merely listening to Ji Li speak brings immense joy. How could Shenyu possibly feel bored, or even find him tiresome? Thus, it stands to reason that Ji Li truly has no way to decline Shenyu's company. Having prepared himself, it is now time to pack his belongings. Shenyu exhibits far greater enthusiasm than Ji Li, spurred on by the myriad rumors circulating on the forum regarding Ji Li's smooth journey. Ji Li feels a pressing need to dispel these rumors. He first replies to a multitude of friends on Xingnao who have expressed concern for him, and with so many messages, his fingers tire from typing. Amidst this, some even inquire if his account has been hacked, questioning if even a deceased person's account could be compromised. Ji Li finds himself both speechless and amused. He then contemplates wandering to a crowded area to elicit some startled reactions with his mischievous smile. However, Shenyu can hardly wait. Until all of Ji Li's belongings are relocated, he cannot feel at ease, yet he is reluctant to rush him. After a moment of contemplation, Shenyu offers, I will help you move your things. Eh? Ji Li's eyes widen in surprise. I ask that what I think it means. The pale and beautiful youth tilts his head, his dark eyes sparkling with interest as he gazes at him expectantly. May I pack your belongings for you? He presses his lips together, a faint blush gracing his lips as he forms a delicate smile, his features exuding an icy elegance. Li, I assure you I will organize your things meticulously and without error. Can I do it alone? The typically cold and intimidating Shenyu earnestly states, I excel at household chores. Well, is this the prowess of someone who has consistently ranked first? Ji Li muses, very well. A master of household tasks indeed. Thus, the diligent senior Shun cheerfully departs alone to Ji Li's dormitory to tidy up. The three roommates, startled to learn that Ji Li is unharmed, mistakenly believe he intends to trouble Ji Li again. Just as they prepare to confront him, they realize Shenyu is heading straight for Ji Li's bed, to begin packing his belongings. The youth meticulously folds Ji Li's discarded clothes, his fair and slender fingers smoothing out the wrinkles. He organizes a heavy-duty strap, nutritional supplements, combat discs gifted by his roommates, mustard-flavored chips shared by friends, and a collection of miscellaneous trinkets, all neatly categorized. The three roommates stand in stunned silence, watching Shenyu. With his strikingly cold beauty, diligently sorting Ji Li's things. Aside from a brief glance at them upon entering, he has offered them no further acknowledgement. Everything appears perfectly normal, yet, if one were to pinpoint something odd. Why is he staring intently at a particular pair of undergarments? His ears redden, and his body stiffens. The three roommates exchange glances, their confidence growing as they feel they've uncovered the truth. Is it jealousy that Ji Li is more favored? Chapter 76. Pursuing a young Omega. The moment Ji Li makes an appearance, the forum's misunderstandings dissipate of their own accord. He is unaware of when he became a figure of renown, as he can walk through crowded areas without effort. And many A-types recognize him instantly. Ji Li scratches his head, recalling how he had walked this path in his previous life at the police academy. Although the forum has clarified the misinformation, the fervor surrounding Ji Li remains unabated, especially after news broke that he would be sharing a dormitory with Shenyu. A cursory glance reveals an overwhelming sympathy towards him. Shenyu, who harbors disdain for A-types, could easily send a scathing glance his way. Living together, they believe Ji Li is bound to leave. This opportunity is practically handed to them. Leaper, devoid of camaraderie, bursts into laughter, teasing him. I truly did not expect to be able to claim your spot so soon. Ji Li retorts, the forum's claims are absurd. Senior Shen is not that terrifying. He is quite amiable. Don't you want to be friends with him, Pei Gu? Leaper responds, why would I want to be friends with him? He shoots Ji Li a skeptical look. Shenyu is cold and aloof, looking down on everyone. His arrogance is unbearable. Surely, no alpha would dare befriend him. Why would one seek trouble? Ji Li merely made a casual remark, not expecting to sway Leaper's opinion. Jia Yifei, however, is far more reliable than Leaper, exuding a calm and dignified aura. How has your time been living with Shunyu these past few days? Ji Lili is about to nod when a barrage of questions comes his way. Has he laid a hand on you? When you sleep at night, do not fall too deeply into slumber. Keep a light guard with your eyes open. He continues, moreover, I recall there is only one bed in a single room. You must be struggling on the floor lately, however, that may be for the best. Keeping a safe distance from Shunyu. Ji Lili, who has been sleeping soundly with Shunyu, wonders, if I mention this, will Brother Zhai think I've lost my mind? In truth, he has been quite content. Shunyu is not only pleasing to the eye but also obedient and well-behaved. Whatever Ji Lili suggests, he readily agrees. As for their sleeping arrangements, Ji Lili recalls the warmth radiating from Shunyu beneath the covers and coughs lightly. Though he initially intended to sleep on the floor, Shunyu insisted it was unnecessary. In a few days, this situation will be resolved. For now, we can share the bed, his dark eyes fixed on Ji Lili. Or are you concerned about what I might do to you? Of course not. To prove his innocence, they ended up sharing a bed. As Ji Lili reminisces about this moment, he becomes lost in thought, allowing Zhai Yifei's words to drift in one ear and out the other. Unbeknownst to him, this display only heightens his friend's concerns. Zhai Yifei sighs softly. Lili, brother, what is it? Ji Lili apologizes. I was just lost in thought. Lili, you are living with someone you dislike who is an alpha. It would be wise to keep your distance from Shunyu. Zhai Yifei, recalling the forum's discussions, furrows his brow, acknowledging that such behavior is indeed inappropriate. Leaper, surprisingly in agreement, suggests, simply apply for a transfer. It's absurd you're still his favored student. After assessments, new students can select from various instructors to transfer under their tutelage. Of course, selection does not guarantee acceptance. However, Ji Lili and his companions are amongst the top echelon of this cohort. Especially Ji Lili, during the selection process, a throng of instructors surrounds him. Little Ji, I've noticed your interest in the relay transmitter. Weren't you fiddling with one the other day? Join my ranks. I have a batch of quantum cannons that could launch Imperial forces into the stratosphere. How are relay transmitters and quantum cannons related? Ji Lili inquires, puzzled. Instructor A grins. I'll gift you 30 small relay transmitters upon joining. Isn't that generous? Get away from me, little Ji. Join me. I assure you, relay transmitters and quantum cannons are trivial. Joining my ranks guarantees 30,000 star coins. Instructor B smiles. Isn't that enticing? Shishan glares. 30,000 star coins. Isn't that trivial? Instructor B, in outrage, retorts, shallow. How can they be trivial? Without them, can you even survive? Shishan falters, momentarily silent, then mutters, but that S bribery. Oh, what do you mean by bribery? Once we defeat the Empire, there will surely be rewards. Real monetary gains, Ji Lili. So, it's merely empty promises. The atmosphere becomes charged as Ji Lili finds himself jostled amidst the throng of instructors. Nearly crushed like a biscuit, he receives invitations from nearly every instructor, including Age and Fei Luo. The gentle Alpha warmly extends numerous alluring propositions, sincerely inviting him. Trust me, your talent is exceptional. Join me, and I guarantee you will become the next Shunyu. Or even surpass him. Yet, Ji Lili declines without hesitation, choosing Age instead. I'm sorry, Instructor Fei Luo, but I do not possess such lofty ambitions. He is not interested in surpassing others. Ji Lili simply wishes to savor each day joyfully. Clearly, Fei Luo does not believe this explanation, considering it too dismissive for a champion. Not only Fei Luo, but even Leaper and Zhai Yifei share similar doubts. Leaper raises an eyebrow. I thought you would choose Instructor Fei Luo. We would have been separated. You and Brother Zhai also chose Instructor Age, did you not? Leaper scoffs, quickly assigning Fei Luo a nickname. I have no desire to befriend a hypocritical squint. I'd rather team up with a fire-breathing dragon. Quite fitting, Ji Lili observes as he glances at Zhai Yifei, who has returned to his life of servitude, leisurely sipping the water handed to him by a younger companion. His demeanor nobled, Fei Luo's prowess is somewhat lacking. What about you? The true reason, I suspect, is not your excuse regarding Instructor Fei Luo. Ji Lili sighs, because Instructor Age is quite formidable. Both are taken aback? Instructor Age is too intimidating. He keeps a close watch on him, ensuring he does not revert to old habits, and even coerces Shunyu into doing certain tasks. After all, Shunyu despises A-types. Ji Lili, with a dangerous glint in his eyes, Leipa slammed his hand down on the metal table, creating a small dent. Ji Li, however, remained unfazed, his gaze sparkling with interest. Leipa clicked his tongue, pondering whether he had lost all semblance of intimidation, just as he contemplated regaining his elder brother's respect. He heard Ji Li inquire, Pagu, Jigo, could you do me a favor tomorrow? It seems you have suddenly remembered me. Crossing his arms, Leipa coolly replied, go on. What is it you need? Jia Yifei chuckled. It's rare to see you asking for my assistance. I asked about Xinyu. Eh? Ji Li exclaimed, his expression revealing surprise as he turned to the gently smiling Jia Yifei. Suddenly revealing a sharp canine smile, he replied, yes, and no, I would like to ask for your cooperation in letting Xinyu know. He paused, gathering his resolve. I want to pursue a little O. Chapter 77. How should one pursue a little O? All right, your sensitivity period has concluded. Here is the report. Inside the medical room, Miss Beta handed Xinyu the report. Thank you, Xinyu replied in a flat tone, accepting the document and scanning the remarks indicating that he could continue participating in daily training. The regulations at the Federation Military Academy stipulate that alphas in their sensitivity period are restricted from certain daily training, especially large-scale drills or classes, to prevent them from going berserk due to pheromone stimuli from their kind. Previously, when Xinyu served as an instructor, it was only after age confirmed he was fine that he was allowed to compete for the position of substitute instructor. During that time, he had remained close to Ji Li, with minimal contact with other alphas. However, daily training was a different matter. As long as his sensitivity period had not ended, he would not receive permission. This also meant he could not participate in any training or classes with Ji Li. They were from the same school, and as long as it was aged course, they could attend a significant portion together. Xinyu could also secure a teaching assistant position in some of the regular training classes, allowing him to be with Li every day. He was not fond of days without Ji Li's presence. Fortunately, the sensitivity period had finally come to an end. By the way, Miss Beta mentioned that during the pheromone scan, something seemed off. Have you been feeling unwell recently? Do you need a blood test? No need, Xinyu replied, his expression unchanged, cold and distant. It's merely the instability following the conclusion of my sensitivity period. Alphas really are relentless as ever, Miss Beta remarked, unable to help but glance at him again. Dressed in a black and gold uniform, the young man exuded a chilling elegance, akin to a snow-capped mountain. Yet his dark eyes carried a damp, cold aura that lent a different charm to his otherwise pristine beauty, causing unease in those who beheld him. Miss Beta quickly averted her gaze. When Xinyu spoke, she flinched slightly, realizing her reaction was excessive and offering an awkward smile. I apologize. I was just lost in thought. What was your question again? Xinyu, unconcerned by her reaction, asked in a flat tone. Have the results from the blood drawn during the assessment come back? Well, Miss Beta shook her head. The tests are quite detailed. So far, only a third have been processed, and all results show no issues. I recall an alpha being scratched on the gland. Yes, Miss Beta nodded, recalling. The report came back this morning, revealing no adverse conditions. It seems only the superficial layer of the gland was affected. A bit of recovery will suffice. She murmured. It appears there was an attempt to penetrate deeper, but they didn't manage to. However, I also heard that the syringe used was empty. What were they planning? The data inside was checked, and nothing remained. Surely they weren't interested in that alpha's genes, were they? Miss Beta joked. Xinyu lowered his gaze, darkness swirling in his black eyes, but when he lifted his gaze again, it was devoid of emotion as he expressed his gratitude to Miss Beta and exited the medical room. He seemed to have grasped a hint of the truth behind the recent actions of the Imperial personnel. He needed to uncover more clues, he thought, and planned to inquire with age later about whether the captured individuals from the Empire had divulged any information. As he pondered, he made his way to the A5 building. For the past few days, Ji Li had been undergoing shooting training there, and Xinyu would stand by, observing him. When those insufferable alphas emerged alongside him, he would call out to Ji Li. Upon seeing him, Ji Li's crescent-like eyes would beam with a brilliant, warm smile as he waved and left the two bothersome alphas behind to rush towards Xinyu. Xinyu's dark eyes would narrow with delight. He cherished the moments when Ji Li chose to run to him, despite his warnings to keep a distance. Today was no exception. Xinyu spotted the familiar figure, Ji Li and those two bothersome alphas. He stood in his usual spot, waiting for Ji Li to find him. However, today, Ji Li appeared particularly spirited, his laughter brighter than usual. Unable to contain himself, Shinyu pursed his lips and decided to approach. What? You actually have a crush on a little O? He halted in his tracks, hearing Ji Li call out a couple of times. A hint of embarrassment in his voice. Keep it down. Pagu, everyone can hear you. Why are you shy? Liking a little O is perfectly normal. Be bold. You're an alpha. Cough, cough. I think I've been bold enough. Haven Ti? This is nothing. If you really want to impress that little O today, then I'll take my hat off to you. If you don't have the guts, don't claim to be my brother. Lei Pur. All right, all right. The boy seemed filled with resignation, responding with a hint of a smile. How should I pursue a little O? A little O? How to pursue? The earlier faint smile faded, and Shinyu stood there, his black eyes cold and damp, his expression blank. The atmosphere turned ominous and eerie, his already pale skin seemingly melting under the fierce sun. Passing alphas silently cursed their misfortune, not daring to approach him. They quickly distanced themselves from him, treating him as a menace to be avoided. Shinyu had never cared for these loathsome alphas, but now, the only one who dared to approach him was also retreating. How should I pursue a little O? Shinyu murmured softly. How can this be? You belong to me. Li, you are mine. His black eyes, possessive and obsessive, remained fixated on the alpha ahead, until his vision blurred, tears welling in his eyes with pain. Yet, he steadfastly refused to shift his gaze. His dark eyes remained tethered to Ji Li. The noise from that direction suddenly escalated. TSK, the little O you fancy is that little butterfly. Isn't it? Pagu? Ji Li shouted, his clear eyes betraying a mix of panic and anger. Didn't Ti tell you not to joke about him? Jia Yifei also frowned, glancing at Lei Po. Realizing he had misspoken, Lei Po cleared his throat, setting aside his pride to awkwardly apologize. Cough, I forgot. Just mentioned it casually. TSK. It won't happen again. Don't worry. I keep my word, as he spoke. Lei Po's peripheral vision caught sight of Ji Li, whose lips were pursed, his usually bouncy curls dimmed slightly, looking rather listless. Yet, Lei Po was the first to extend an apology. I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I was just a bit upset. Couldn't control my emotions. In that instant, the tough alpha's heart softened. What pride, what discomfort, what embarrassment in apologizing. Does my pride matter when it comes to apologizing to my brother? Lei Po turned to console Ji Li, raising an eyebrow. What is the big deal? It was just a little scolding, right? You can scold me 100 times if you want. We alphas ought to be a bit fierce. Ji Li's lips curved into a slight smile. His mood lifting. Thank you, Pagu. Not a big deal. This little act was something they had planned the day before, an idea proposed by Jia Yifei. Ji Li didn't mention the reason. After all, his words would never hold up against their own imaginations. Aside from the unexpected mention of the little butterfly, everything else had gone according to plan. Shinyu, hasn't he heard anything, right? Ji Li quietly turned his head, glancing towards the spot where Shinyu often stood, but he didn't see him. He stared in that direction for a long time before slowly turning his head back at Lei Po's call. Chapter 78. Li's little O is him. For the entire afternoon that followed, Ji Li did not catch a glimpse of Shinyu. His sense of disappointment gradually morphed into concern as time passed. An uneasy premonition arose within him, lingering until he returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he was met with darkness, and he paused, realizing the little butterfly wasn't there. He immediately took out his star brain to send a message. However, suddenly, a cold presence pressed against him from behind, and a calm voice inquired, "Who are you messaging?" Ji Li was startled, instinctively exiting the messaging interface and concealing the words "blue little butterfly." The voice, devoid of pretense, exuded relief as he turned to see Shinyu enveloped in darkness. "It was for you. Why didn't you turn on the lights?" Ji Li glanced around curiously, reaching out to touch the switch on the wall. Suddenly, his wrist was seized, the cold sensation enveloping him. He instinctively grasped back, surprised by the chill. A calm and unadorned voice emerged from the darkness, exuding an inexplicable danger. Li, who are you messaging? It's for you." The protagonist's darkening aura increased by 100 points. Ji Li paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected report of his darkening value. A flicker of astonishment passing through his curly locks. After a moment's contemplation, he bluntly inquired, "Why ask twice? Do you think I'm lying? That is slander. I can't tolerate it, he asserted earnestly. I want to message you. Absolutely genuine. He hesitated, then curiously retorted, why would you think I'm messaging someone else? He felt a bit aggrieved, his tone accusatory. It's only you. The protagonist's darkening value decreased by 100 points. IT dropped suddenly. Ji Lili was momentarily stunned, his grievance dissipating into confusion. Something was indeed amiss with Shunyu tonight. He subtly furrowed his brow and, while Shunyu was distracted, swiftly activated the voice-controlled switch. Illuminating the darkness, Ji Lili lifted his gaze to Shunyu. Still very cool and beautiful. His quiet observation revealed a hint of innocence in those dark eyes. Just as Ji Lili was about to discern the differences above, he noticed Shunyu suddenly curling the corners of his lips, his lacquered eyes shimmering with a faint smile. Did I scare you, Lili? I merely intended to startle you, but unexpectedly. Shunyu paused. The effect is quite good. The Lili widened his eyes in shock, looking at him with an expression of reproach. His dark eyes greedily lingered on Ji Lili's adorably expressive face. Before Ji Lili could notice, Shunyu averted his gaze. Don't be angry. Ji Lili felt that this was not a matter to be resolved with a single sentence. He was unhappy because Shunyu hadn't trusted him from the outset. Shunyu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze dimming for a moment. The silence of those few seconds prompted Ji Lili to sigh, elongating his tone. Oh no, do I really have such a poor reputation in your heart? Ji Lili muttered softly. Fortunately, I acted quickly and sought help from Pagu and Jigu. Otherwise, what if Shunyu genuinely believed that as an alpha, I had ulterior motives? Shunyu didn't catch Ji Lili's mumbling, only noticing his drooped head and dejected demeanor. Yes, my fault. Shunyu, the senior, gently consoled the unhappy alpha before him. I don't not believe you. I just thought of others. Recalling the name he had heard not long ago. Alongside the note on Ji Lili's star brain, his eyes turned cold. Little butterfly, the oh you like is him. Thought of others? Ji Lili mused. Could it be that another A has disturbed him today? Which is why Shunyu is upset. Ordinary as would not dare approach Shunyu, and the one he usually interacted with the most, seemed to be only Instructor Aigo. So, did Instructor Aigo make Shunyu angry? Ji Lili thought, considering the dorm situation, it's hardly surprising. He generously remarked, all right, I forgive you. While he superficially brushed the matter aside, Ji Lili was quietly attentive to Shunyu's state. He was certain that earlier in the afternoon, Shunyu had undoubtedly heard his conversation with Pagu and the others, knowing that he had developed feelings for a certain O and had even reached the stage of pursuit. Shunyu would surely relax. An alpha who likes an O would definitely not overstep any boundaries with him. If Ji Lili were to voice it, the best course of action would be for them not to live together, not to cohabitate. Then he would not be troubled by such matters. It was unfortunate, however, that at that time, he had agreed. Because the little butterfly truly seemed eager to live with him, unable to refuse. He had to find an alternative path. The plan was in motion, and it was time to see the results. Ji Lili pondered for a moment. Senior, do you still remember when I mentioned I have a little O I like? He discreetly observed Shunyu's expression, which remained unchanged as Shunyu nodded lightly. I remember. Shunyu's voice was rather cold, low and crisp, like a scattering of ice beads in a bowl. His dark gaze locked onto Ji Lili. I remember everything you say. For Ji Lili, those words carried an immense weight. His ears tingled, as if a mischievous little butterfly had fluttered in at that moment. He covered his ears, feeling vexed. It was truly infuriating that he suddenly could not articulate the words he had intended to say. At that moment, he absolutely did not wish to mention that fictional little O. There was a prolonged silence. And as Shunyu awaited further words that did not come, a hint of confusion surfaced in his eyes. Ji Lili, distressed, finally stated, I just wanted to say, Senior, I didn't see you today. Shunyu had been prepared for Ji Lili to mention that little O, yet he did not expect him to utter this instead. The restlessness and emotion he had endured all day abruptly settled. Shunyu suddenly asked him, would you feel disappointed? His tone was calm and indifferent, as though it were merely a casual inquiry. Ji Lili felt he should respond with a no, because this was a statement that crossed boundaries, tinged with ambiguity that should not exist between them. Yet in the next moment, Ji Lili heard his own voice, unwavering and candidly declaring, I was looking for you. If I can't see you, I'll find where you are. That was his answer. Oh no, Ji Lili thought gloomily, the mission has yet to succeed, and I'm already facing defeat. This can't be a total loss. Can it? How could it be? The darkening value announcement would never be tardy. Ding! The protagonist's darkening value decreased by 1,000 points. It's not over yet. Ji Lai Li's lips curved into a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. It seemed his plan could still proceed smoothly, just as Ji Lai Li forgot the unpleasantness and joyfully sought out the custom nutrient solutions he had purchased for Shen Yu 2 days prior. A smile gracing his lips as he pondered whether to choose strawberry or grape flavor, Shen Yu calmly opened the left side of the bag placed at the door. Indifferently, he regarded a vial of an agent that could render an alpha unconscious, alongside silver shackles, and there was also a medical record bearing Ji Lai Li's fingerprint. After a brief glimpse of daylight upon opening the bag, with a soft sound, Shen Yu closed it, placing it in the corner. Chapter 79. Something seems off lately. Ji Lai Li had been meaning to find an opportunity to repeat yesterday's unspoken words. However, before he could speak, Shen Yu's bag had already captured his attention. The curious little dog leaned closer, nearly pressing his curly hair against the bag, attempting to pry it open to see what was inside. "What's this? I remember this bag," Ji Lai Li mused, affirming, "It wasn't here before." His eyes lit up. "Is it a gift for me?" Ji Lai Li's conjecture was not unfounded. Having just moved in these past 2 days, Shen Yu had spent 5 figures worth of star coins daily. He purchased various supplies, from mustard-flavored potato chips to the latest gaming console, brand new weight belts, and an array of dog-related items, such as plush dog pillows and dog band-aids. Additionally, there were 5 or 6 boxes of high-end custom nutrient solutions, prompted by the fact that Ji Lai Li had 1 box running low, gifted by Zhai Xiao. Thus, Shen Yu had ordered 5 or 6 boxes to replenish. Not to mention Ji Lai Li. Even the alphas picking up goods at the teleport point were astonished. This was perhaps the time Shen Yu had appeared most frequently there. Of course, all of it was for Ji Lai Li. Ji Lai Li quite liked it. He had reciprocated with a gift, resulting in Shen Yu sending even more. Upon seeing the bag in Shen Yu's hand, his first thought was that perhaps this was also a gift for him. His curiosity was insatiable. Shen Yu's fingers tugged at the bag's handle, and upon hearing Ji Lai Li's words, he glanced at him. The look in his eyes made Ji Lai Li feel something was amiss. Was there something wrong? He blinked in confusion, casting a few glances at the bag. This expression? He seemed to have misjudged. It likely wasn't a gift from Shen Yu to him. Ji Lai Li felt a slight loss of interest, though traces of curiosity still lingered. Nothing particularly special. As if aware of Ji Lai Li's doubts, Shen Yu casually remarked, "Inside are parts from a discarded cleaning robot. I need to dispose of them." So it was merely discarded cleaning robot parts. Ji Lai Li had heard about it. It was said that several had already been scrapped. Poor cleaning robots. If they sold parts, they might make a little profit. The incineration chamber for disposing of waste materials was on the other side, and Ji Lai Li accompanied Shen Yu to deliver the items. The flames roared, and as the bag entered, it was instantly reduced to ash, scattering into the air. "Lai Lai, please give me a copy of your class schedule." Ji Lai Li was taken aback, opening his star brain to send it while asking, "What do you need this for?" Suddenly recalling something, his tone lifted in excitement. "Has your susceptibility period ended?" Shen Yu responded softly, "Yes, it's over. There are more important things to do next. I have important matters as well." Finally finding an opportunity, Ji Lai Li recited as if rehearsing, "I'm going to pursue a little is that so? Do you already have a plan?" Shen Yu's tone remained flat, seemingly indifferent to Ji Lai Li's pursuit of a little o. A fleeting sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over Ji Lai Li, but vanished almost immediately. He mumbled, "I'm still thinking. I need to work a bit harder." Shen Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He had managed to get through. But further refinement was necessary. What if he was exposed? Ji Lai Li contemplated seeking the counsel of 2 companions, particularly Zhai Ji. To his surprise, before he could rendezvous with his friends, he caught sight of Shen Yu's figure, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Soon after, the instructor for the shooting course flashed a grin, his expression one of having struck gold. "This is Shen Yu, your senior. I trust he needs no further introduction. He will be your teaching assistant from now on. Should you have any questions, prioritize approaching him." Lei Per leaned back, his demeanor alert, and whispered to Ji Lai Li, "What bad luck. How did this guy end up here? Could it be that he was miffed about you pursuing Xiao before him?" Ji Lai Li retorted softly, "That's nonsense. I don't have any feelings for Xiao." Lei Per clicked his tongue, his face brimming with skepticism, and, noticing Ji Lai Li's stubborn denial, He casually replied, right, right, it's all nonsense. Ji Lili countered, it is genuinely nonsense. Leiper agreed, indeed, you are correct. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Ji Lili shot him a sideways glance, her eyes sparkling mischievously. If you keep spreading rumors, I might just have to fabricate a tale about you and Zhage. Wasn't it during that pheromone training that you called out baby? Surely, you weren't referring to Zhage? Leiper erupted, his voice escalating to a volume that eclipsed even the gunfire from the shooting range, reverberating throughout the training facility. How could I possibly call that toxic individual baby? A hush fell over the crowd. All eyes fixated on him. Turning around, he met Jia Yifei's smirk, which was laced with unrestrained mockery. Baby? Who would have guessed? You, a brash alpha, possess a hidden coyness. Lei Pe, fuming, shot a fierce glare at Ji Lili, who merely flashed an innocent grin in return. Brother, I almost forgot to remind you to keep it down. You? What do you mean by you? Is my class merely a platform for you to call someone baby? Surrounding laughter began to bubble up, and upon hearing it, Lei Pe's expression stiffened. Yet he maintained his aloof demeanor, shooting a scornful glance at the source of the laughter. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his ear. The instructor chuckled, threatening to toss him out. Wait a moment. Shen Yu's gaze darkened. Why not have him serve as a target? A free-moving target would be a shame to waste. The instructor burst into laughter, proclaiming it a splendid idea. Lei Pe cursed Shen Yu 100 times in his mind, then faced the onslaught from his friends. Ji Lili unleashed a barrage of shots at him. After all, a moving target was infinitely more entertaining than a static one. Fortunately for Lei Pe, Jia Yifei showed no mercy, pursuing him relentlessly with his firearm. By the end, Lei Pe wore a sour expression, his bulletproof vest riddled with specialized training rounds that he could hardly extract. Ji Lili, grinning, secretly reveled in the fun, glancing at Shen Yu and waving cheerfully at him, his good mood unabashedly on display. Later, in the next training session, he spotted Shen Yu once more. The instructor used the same words to introduce Shen Yu as their teaching assistant. Ji Lili mused about their fateful connection. Subsequently, in another class, the instructor, satisfied with the proceedings, declared, from today onwards, Shen Yu will be your teaching assistant. Ji Lili thought, this small butterfly is rather intense. 2 hours later, during the combat command course, an alpha clad in black and gold uniform presented an austere visage. A mere glance from his dark eyes instilled a sense of wariness among the alphas. He introduced himself in a cool, detached tone. 67 to the cohort of the Federal Military Academy, Shen Yu. This time, he was not merely an assistant but a participant in the class. Due to his considerable reputation, the instructor had invited him to present himself. Ji Lili silently examined his schedule. It was a complete overlap. However, he recalled that Shen Yu had only learned of this timetable today. Was this mere coincidence? Ji Lili found it rather curious that he would be seeing the small butterfly daily. They shared meals, accommodations, classes, and training together. Everywhere Ji Lili looked, there was Shen Yu's figure. Within a couple of days, Ji Lili began to grow accustomed to it. Should there come a day when Shen Yu was suddenly absent, he would find it odd and, like a lost puppy, search for his presence. To this, Lei Pe remarked solemnly, indeed, Shen Yu seems to be targeting you. Ji Lili, with a nutrient supplement in his mouth, replied in a muffled tone. What? He hasn't done anything to me. Why would it be directed at him? Jia Yifei turned to him, his brow furrowed. Given Shen Yu's caliber, he has no need to attend these classes. If he loathes alphas, there is even less reason for him to take on the role of a teaching assistant. Therefore, he must be here to gauge your abilities. His tone deepened, becoming serious. Lili, remain vigilant. You live with him, so exercise extra caution. How could the small butterfly possibly do anything to him? However, Ji Lili hesitated momentarily. There had indeed been some peculiar occurrences lately. Chapter 80. It is a stealthy kiss, to be precise. Things began to feel off from the day he initiated his plan. Ji Lili, with the nutrient supplement in his mouth, adopted a serious demeanor, acknowledging that there were indeed unsettling elements at play. Lei Pe snatched the nutrient supplement from Ji Lili's mouth, depriving the puppy of its food, and urged, hurry up. Suddenly deprived of the nutrient supplement, Ji Lili thought, brother, you're far too hasty. He straightened up, his voice taking on a grave tone. I suspect there is a thief at the Federal Military Academy. Lei Pe exclaimed. What? Jia Yifei inquired. A thief? Indeed, Ji Lili declared with righteous indignation. My clothes have been stolen. Leipa gasped. What? Jia Fei added. Are you certain? Absolutely, Ji Lili sighed. It's quite strange, but my belongings have indeed gone missing. Perhaps you misplaced them somewhere, Jia Fei suggested. That toxic individual wasn't entirely wrong. You say there's a thief at the military academy? Leipa chuckled. What a joke. Yet Ji Lili shook his head. Initially, I considered the possibility of misplacing my clothes, but upon further reflection, it seems unlikely, for Shunyu does the household chores. Leipa exclaimed. What? Jia Fei's expression turned blank. This foolish alpha should refrain from uttering such ridiculous comments. Ji Lili, with a hint of pride, smiled. Didn't he expect that, did you? He excels at household tasks, he handles everything. Whenever I offer to help, Shin Shuizhang always declines. He is truly the perfect roommate. It's fantastic. Ji Lili thought to himself, feeling pleased for a moment, before turning serious again. He couldn't have lost anything, thus eliminating that possibility entirely. Compared to his casual tossing of items into the cabinet, Shunyu was far more reliable. Leipa raised an eyebrow and jested. What if Shunyu was the one who took them? After saying this, he chuckled, earning 2 incredulous glares from his companions. Leipa stretched, lazily cracking his neck, the sound echoing, Lili, you're overthinking this. There's no way a thief exists here. If there were, I'd be the one stealing Alpha's underwear. Stop thinking about it. Just drink your nutrient supplement. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the unfinished nutrient supplement back into Ji Lili's arms. Ji Lili caught it and promptly took another sip. He turned to Jia Fei, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jigu, do you believe me? Jia Fei smiled slightly. I do. Finish your nutrient supplement and get some rest. Ji Lili sulked, turning away, displaying his displeasure as he slurped down his nutrient supplement, feeling slighted. What a lack of sincerity, treating me like a child. Officer Ji Lili felt a surge of determination to uncover evidence. However, he had not anticipated that before he could search, evidence would present itself right before his eyes. His water cup was missing. With the keen instinct of a detective, Ji Lili furrowed his brows and scoured the dormitory. There were no signs of intrusion. It appeared the perpetrator was meticulous and cautious. In truth, losing a piece of clothing shouldn't be a significant issue. But that was his favorite piece. Ji Lili sought to calm the turmoil within him. Engaging in earnest contemplation. While the theft of clothing might be overlooked, the pilfering of a mere water cup raised questions. It was nothing extraordinary, having been used only a handful of times. Suddenly, he recalled the previous incident involving the Imperial individuals. Could it be that the true thief was, in fact, an undercover agent from the Empire? Shunyu had injected himself with a peculiar substance. In his past life, he had differentiated into an Omega. Yet in this one, he had not. Would the Empire harbor no suspicions? Thoughts that had previously eluded him now crystallized with clarity. The injection administered by Brother Jia was merely saline, thus he had only experienced a slight glandular stimulation, and would be fine once they exited the virtual training arena. The Federal Military Academy, ever cautious, had drawn blood for testing from all the new students. What, then, were they attempting to extract? Once they were outside the virtual realm, wouldn't they possess readily available data? Ji Lili pondered, realizing that the assessment may not have been solely directed at Shunyu. Nevertheless, it remained inextricably linked to the Empire. Was it conceivable that they had stealthily come to pilfer Shunyu's belongings for research purposes? It was merely a coincidence that he happened to be with Shunyu, leading to a mistaken theft? The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. What are you thinking about? Shunyu's voice broke through his reverie. Ji Lili turned to see him holding a box. Following his gaze, he effortlessly opened it to reveal an assortment of chips in various flavors. Shunyu opened a bag and offered it to him. Ji Lili playfully took a bite, accepting Shunyu's generous offering. I was contemplating what the instructor said during training. By the way, senior, have you seen my water cup? What water cup? Shunyu replied calmly. Handing him a piece of paper, is there a problem? Not really. I just can't find it. I merely wish to use it for water. Ji Lili smiled, fabricating a casual excuse. Once turned away from Shunyu, his smile faltered. It was evident that Shunyu was unaware. Given this, he resolved to keep silent for the time being. It would be better to gather evidence before causing him concern. Lost in thought, a water cup appeared before him. Huh? Ji Lili accepted it in confusion. Shinyu pressed his lips together. Its mine. Use this, ahem. He had merely concocted an excuse, but how could he dismiss the good intentions of the little butterfly? Larry accepted it with delight. All right, the following day, he brought Shan Yu's water cup to the training ground. Consequently, several alphas witnessed the usually exuberant Larry squatting in a corner, sipping water. They remarked, "This is splendid. Even Larry is exhausted, so we can't be considered useless." Larry, however, was too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts. To his dismay, he soon discovered that another item was missing. This time, it was his toothbrush. Upon taking it into his hand, he felt something was amiss. He had a habit of biting things, and the head of that toothbrush bore 2 distinct marks, yet this one showed no such signs. It appeared almost brand new. Larry felt a pang of despair. How had someone infiltrated and stolen his belongings? Clothes gone, used toothbrush, water cup, vanished without a trace. Had the Empire evolved to such an extent that they could operate without disturbing him or Shenyu? Yet he had heard of peculiar happenings with the Imperial individual captured that day. Larry was at a loss until a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He would take the initiative and draw the thief out. That day, he ordered a plethora of miscellaneous items to bring back to the dormitory. When Shinyu saw this, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. "Do you like these? Why didn't you tell me?" Larry had prepared his excuse in advance. He smiled. "Oh, they're gifts from a little Omega I admire." His eyes sparkled with mischief. Now, whoever the thief was, he would surely catch them red-handed. "Is that so? No wonder you look so pleased." Larry, in high spirits, failed to notice Shan Yu's penetrating gaze. "Just average," he replied, firmly believing that the thief would strike again that night, in his determination to catch the culprit. Larry frequently glanced at the items he had purchased, which, to Shinyu, appeared as though an alpha was particularly fixated on gifts from a little Omega. "The one who sent you these. Makes you that happy?" Shinyu's cold, damp eyes narrowed as they swept over the pile of items. The consequences of maintaining such intense focus were beginning to take their toll, leaving his eyes sore and heavy with sleep. Larry had stared for what felt like an eternity before ultimately abandoning the notion that the thief would act that night. It was late. Surely any later would be inhumane. He turned his gaze towards the other bed, where flickering shadows delineated Shinyu's figure. The management office had moved the bed over yesterday, and now, lying on the other bed, Larry found himself feeling oddly unsettled. He had always been able to see Shinyu's face upon turning. It had only been a few days. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy, fluttering open and shut until he succumbed to darkness. The room was enveloped in silence, until, after a while, someone rose from the bed. In the shifting light and shadow, something approached the bedside, releasing a cold yet sweet pheromone that wafted through the air, mingling with the faint scent of iris. The figure in the shadows lifted their gaze. His expression was indifferent, dark eyes nearly merging with the surrounding gloom. His gaze meticulously traced the contours of the Alpha-S features. Noticing the discomfort etched on his face, he wrinkled his nose slightly, as though feeling unwell. Shinyu's thoughts turned chilly. He disliked that particular pheromone. Its scent was unsettling. What of the Omega-S pheromone? Would he find it pleasing? He should not have discarded that backpack that day. Nor hesitated. After all, it was meant to ensure that Larry would forever belong to him, was it not? Why had he wavered? Just like now, witnessing Larry's discomfort as he frowned in his sleep. His face betraying a hint of irritation. The rich pheromone gradually dissipated, only to linger softly around the Alpha. It was maddening. Shanyu leaned down, coldly scrutinizing him. The shadows enveloped him like the wings of a butterfly, and each breath carried the faint aroma of iris, as the Alpha blissfully slept unaware. This infuriated Shinyu further. He bit down tightly on his lip, his fingers brushing against the chestnut curls. He tugged gently at the strands, frustration mounting. Why should he favor another? Was that other individual superior to him? Or was it simply? The lashes fluttered, ears reddening, as Shanyu glared coldly, his fingers tightening, lips moving in a silent struggle. Pressing together, releasing, then pressing again. A deep-seated pride kept him from uttering that word. Yet, the physiological reaction of his aversion to the Alpha brought forth an absurdity in Shan Yu's mind. He was truly losing his sanity. To wish to speak to an Alpha in such a manner, he should continue to loathe all Alphas, maintain his distance, and observe coldly from afar, rather than stepping from the shadows to linger beside one. His fingers suddenly clenched, the chestnut curls brushing against his fingertips. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the strands he had pulled free. A flash of uncertainty crossed his dark eyes as Shun Yu pressed his lips tightly together. His gaze slowly crawling up to Ji Larry's face, eye in the dimness of night. The Alpha S features were obscured, his outline blurred. Yet for Shun Yu, he had been observing this Alpha for quite some time. Familiar with all his nuances, even if the details were unclear, he could imagine the frown of discomfort as Ji Larry's brow furrowed in irritation, disturbed from his slumber. But if he stopped now, that furrow would soon smooth away. It was infuriating. The mere thought that one day, another person would see Ji Larry in this state ignited a dark flame of jealousy within him, consuming his reason. Shun Yu leaned down, coldly biting the Alpha S lower lip, as though venting frustration or harboring unspoken thoughts. Would that Omega notice the mark he left? Yet the soft sensation beneath his teeth momentarily halted the chill in his gaze. Under the cover of night, the flickering shadows danced, revealing a rigid posture that lingered for an eternity. After a while, a timid fool, inexperienced, retracted his teeth and gently pressed his soft lips against Ji Larry's. He knew nothing. Acting purely on instinct, he was clumsy and nervous, yet somewhat obedient as he pressed his lips against Ji Larry's, feeling the softness there. Ji Larry found himself struggling through a restless slumber. Breathing became increasingly laborious, a cold yet sweet taste lingering at his nostrils, impossible to shake off, yet not particularly distressing. Drowsiness stripped him of all strength. In his hazy state, a chilling sensation brushed against his lips, prompting Ji Larry to instinctively extend his tongue to taste it. The coolness vanished in the latter half of the night. He experienced a tumultuous dream. In it, someone attempted to steal his belongings, startling him awake. Leading to a fierce struggle, Ji Larry exerted considerable effort to subdue the intruder. Gripping the Alpha S shoulders, a smile crept onto his lips. I've caught you at last. Don't even think about escaping again. Is that so? The captured Alpha replied coolly, quite audacious. Do you believe you can still flee? Ji Larry scoffed, twisting the Alpha S shoulder to get a better view of this arrogant imperial individual. Then, his righteous expression shattered. Shun Yu? As the scene shifted, the captured Shun Yu vanished, and Ji Larry found himself dreaming of a pitch-black basement, surrounded by scattered remnants of limbs. There stood Shun Yu, his darkened aura radiating menace, coldly gazing at him after having dispatched the Omega. Lily attempted to speak, yet no sound escaped his lips. In the haze, he caught a whiff of the cold, sweet fragrance of irises, causing his mind to swirl with dizziness. The last memory he clung to was Shun Yu's bewildering inquiry. Am I not obedient? Or is he more obedient than I am? Then kill him. Love me, will you? Dawn broke through the night, and the dream dissipated. Lily sat dazed on the edge of his bed, vacantly got up, and mechanically proceeded to wash up. He placed the toothbrush in his mouth, only to be suddenly met with a faint stinging sensation. Hissing softly, Ji Larry spat out the toothpaste and leaned closer to the mirror, only to discover a small tear on his lip. Insignificant. Likely the result of excessive friction, he glanced at it dismissively. Such a minor wound hardly warranted attention, especially in comparison to the dark circles under his eyes, which were far more conspicuous. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, allowing his curls to explode in disarray. What a nonsensical dream, he muttered under his breath. It won't turn into reality. Chapter 81. The aftereffects of a poor night's sleep proved to be overwhelming. Ji Larry found himself tossing and turning through various training sessions, feeling more exhausted than a beast of burden. How infuriating. Was it not said that university was the most leisurely time? He was truly on the verge of collapse. You look utterly drained, Lepa remarked, raising an eyebrow, seemingly pondering how to pursue the little Omega. Or have you made new progress with him? Ji Larry's rare lethargy drew the attention of several alphas since it was uncommon for the typically energetic pup to appear so subdued. I told you it was a falsehood, Bro. Ji Larry sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Life has crushed me, but if you were to hand me a nutrient supplement, I would be revived. Lepa raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is it really that delectable? Absolutely. Speaking of which, Ji Larry perked up. It's genuinely delicious. It even has a rich taste of wealth. customized nutrient supplements have an unparalleled flavor, especially since they are exorbitantly priced. Unless they are intolerable, they must be exquisite. Each sip is like consuming money, then drink money. Jai Yi-Fei smiled slightly, raising his hand. His attendant behind him presented the nutrient supplement with a grin. I've never seen a young master show such care for an alpha. Thank you. Now I truly feel invigorated. Ji Li took the nutrient supplement and, along with his two companions and their respective entourage, made his way to the training ground. A throng of individuals set forth with great momentum. As usual, they were headed for the recently frequent shooting course. Upon entering, the sight of Shun Yu greeted them, causing the alphas to wear expressions of despair, wanting to report him to the authorities. This damned instructor. Are you the instructor, or is Shun Yu? Why is he here again? Exceptional students often serve as teaching assistants to earn extra credits. But as long as attendance requirements are met, how is it that this fellow is always present? Ji Li also noticed Shin Yu's figure, and each time the topic arose about how Shin Yu was there again, he usually refrained from joining in the conversation, as Ji Li could only feel delighted. Typically, he would filter out such discussions and greet Shin Yu with a smile. However, today, Ji Li found himself staring at Shun Yu's face for an extended period, so long that both of his companions took notice. A tug on his arm brought him back to reality as Jai Yi-Fei chided him. Tone it down a bit. Your gaze is too intense. Ji Li's tongue stumbled, his mind fogging, ears flushing red. Bro, what kinds of lewd words are you uttering? Jai Yi-Fei replied. Did I say something wrong? Jai Yi-Fei wore a knowing smile, as if he could see through everything, his gaze lingering at the corner of Ji Li's mouth. Strangely, Ji Li instinctively covered his mouth, eyes wide in confusion. Realizing his action, he quickly dropped his hand. What's wrong with me? I haven't done anything wrong. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he stammered. I definitely didn't. He look at him like that. Leipa chuckled, still pretending. Don't even mention that poisonous husband. All of us can see it. He pointed his chin, and the surrounding subordinates nodded in agreement. I was wondering why you looked so down today. It seems the reason lies here. Lei Po's gaze shifted toward Shin Yu, locking onto his cold gaze. Unfazed, he provocatively returned the stare, giving a thumbs up. Yes, the eyes. The pale-skinned youth's anomalies were painfully evident, especially the pronounced dark circles beneath his cool brow. This gesture was intended as a provocation, after all. Shin Yu's arrogance surpassed his own, which was rather displeasing. His subordinates had previously warned him, Big brother, you're going to get hit if you keep this up. Leipa scoffed, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. Chin raised defiantly, and what of it? His subordinates exclaimed. So he's truly looking for a fight, however. To Lei Po's surprise, Shun Yu, upon seeing him, exhibited a slight softening of his previously icy demeanor, the venomous glare he wore dissipating. He merely nodded in acknowledgement before shifting his gaze away. Leipa asked, What? He chuckled, amused. Well, he certainly knows how to provoke. He turned to Ji Li, saying, Li, if you don't take Shin Yu down, I'll sever our brotherly bond. Ji Li replied, Bro, please don't say that. Leipa almost urged Ji Li to charge forward immediately, mocking, Fine, I want to say it. You go handle it. Just shoot him later. Ji Li. His face flushed crimson, nearly leaping to his feet in panic as he glanced at Lei Po. Is this the world of threes? What have my friends turned into? How could they utter such phrases? If this continued, they would all be in trouble. Ji Li opened his mouth to interrupt, but Jai Yi-Fei interjected, continuing Lei Po's train of thought, foolish and vulgar. Jai Xiao is not vulgar, Lei Po retorted with a snicker. You have your subordinates waiting on you hand and foot, truly like a young lady. Jai Yi-Fei's expression darkened as he shot a cold glare at him. Then clean up your mouth before speaking to a young lady. The surrounding subordinates glared menacingly at one another. Ji Li secretly sighed in relief, only to realize he had relaxed too soon. As Jai Yi-Fei, after rebuffing Lei Po, turned to agree with him, that foolish alpha, despite his coarse manner, still had some redeeming qualities. Jai Yi-Fei spoke calmly, You and Shun Yu currently reside in close quarters. It would be convenient for you to make a move, though not play the virtuous gentleman. Night is an excellent opportunity. After saying this, he smiled faintly, his expression brimming with encouragement and support. Seize the moment. Ji Li was taken aback. How could you? Was the influence of this world truly so great? that reserved and proud Jia Yifei had assimilated to the point of uttering such words. Jia Yifei's gaze flickered with curiosity as he pondered. Lai Li, you need not disguise your intentions. Your motivations are painfully obvious. You care for Shunyu and keep a constant watch over him. Ha! Am I right? The confident and arrogant voice interjected. An Alpha nearby jumped, stepping aside to reveal the head of Eugene, who had stealthily approached to eavesdrop. Eugene? Chapter 82. Goodness, this is exhilarating. Eugene smirked, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Indeed, it's me. He seemed pleased with the effect of his entrance, radiating pride while ignoring the others and directing his gaze straight at Ji Lili. Ji Lili blinked. Eugene, what brings you here? He asked, puzzled. Heh, Eugene scoffed dismissively. Why do you think I'm here? Ji Lili, the young man, with half-moon eyes drooping, gazed intently at Eugene. You don't actually believe yourself to be humorous, do you, senior? Stop diverting the topic. Eugene wore an expression of disdain, as if to say, what are you still pretending for? I see right through you. And you? What brings you here? Of course, I am here for training. What kind of training? Then why is Shunyu here? What conspiracy are you two concocting? Eugene's gaze was piercing. Where you are, Shunyu is sure to be Ji Lili. Merely a coincidence. Eugene sneered dismissively. Coincidence? That might fool those who are oblivious. But the truth has already begun to unravel. His glance swept over Jia Yifei and Lipo, landing on their faces. Jia Yifei furrowed his brow. Eugene, you're here to be a teaching assistant, aren't you? And what of it? Eugene laughed haughtily. Is it not entirely normal for someone of my caliber to secure a position as a teaching assistant? If it weren't to expose the schemes of the two of you, you would have never had the chance to encounter me. I shall teach you lot. This group of A, how fortunate you are. His words dripped with pride. Jia Yifei replied, perhaps you should set aside your altruistic tendencies and visit the medical room to treat your mind before returning. He offered a slight smile, glancing at him with a tone that conveyed a weariness of conversing with a foolish, and after all, the antagonism between Lili and Shunyu was common knowledge throughout the military academy. Only Eugene seemed to have lost his mind, incessantly proclaiming on the forum that they were involved. What did you say? Eugene abruptly turned to Jia Yifei, his arrogant demeanor shattered, incredulous. Haven't you already suspected that they are involved? Ji Lili interjected. Hey, what do you mean by involved? We are merely friends. Silence, Eugene shouted, surprisingly furious. The instructor's face darkened. What is this commotion? Why is everyone causing a ruckus here? Before the instructor could intervene, Eugene lunged like a tiger, charging at Lipo, who had been watching the spectacle with arms crossed. Lipo's brow twitched. Before he could evade, Eugene seized his collar and shook him violently. And you? Do you not comprehend my situation? Lipo retorted. What the hell? Let go of me. Keep your distance. Eugene was relentless. Did you not say that he looks at Shunyu in a peculiar manner? You even claim that his lethargy today is related to Shunyu. Lipo scoffed. Indeed. So I told him to take Shunyu down. What's wrong with that? Eugene nearly choked on his breath. He released Lipo's collar and directed his ire towards Jia Yifei, his gaze fierce and resolute. And you? What do you mean by be more discreet? Your intentions towards Shunyu are glaringly obvious. The more Eugene spoke, the more sweat trickled down Ji Lili's forehead. The surrounding alphas were all ears. Even the instructor perked up, intrigued. Goodness, this is quite thrilling. Is there a problem? Lipo exclaimed, exasperated. It's merely a fight after living together. Lili's punch against Shunyu was rather mild. In an instant, the alphas turned their gazes towards Shunyu, their focus landing on his dark circles, collectively realizing, so it was indeed from a fight. They almost fell for the ruse, mistaking it for mere fatigue. Upon reflection, what could Shunyu have done to earn those dark circles? His prowess had already reached the top tier. For him to develop dark circles seems implausible. Shunyu cast a cold glance at the alphas, discerning their thoughts from the expressions on their faces. His dark eyes turned frosty, brimming with displeasure. Shan, the senior, attempted to quell the uproar. However, the inquisitive alphas widened their eyes, discovering the crux of the matter. How intense! Ji Lili felt a small piece of skin break on his lip. This was too intense. What skin? One alpha exclaimed, leaning back in shock. You noticed that? Impressive. Do not doubt my investigative prowess. A mere lip injury is nothing. What are you posturing for? Step aside. Allow me, as the self-proclaimed investigator garnered admiring glances. One alpha could no longer contain himself. I have perfect scores in medical, maxed out support. By my judgment, this wound on Ji Li is undoubtedly due to friction. His lip is surely swollen. Perfect scores in medical? You're pathetic. Let me speak. Another chimed in. This mouth must have endured numerous frictions. The wound is located at the corner of the lower lip. Judging by the degree of damage, it seems Shunyu has a penchant for torturing this area. The competitive alphas refuse to back down, one after another launching into a judgment of Ji Li's injured lip. Each remark heightened Ji Li's embarrassment, leaving him dumbfounded as he touched his mouth and discreetly licked it. The fleeting sting of pain reminded him of his predicament. He raised his hands in surrender. I say, everyone, it's merely a minor injury. It could have been from me biting my own lip. The alphas turned sharply, eyes glinting dangerously. Are you implying that we misjudged? Ji Li glanced toward Shinyu, hoping the esteemed senior would utter something to terminate this farce. Yet, upon catching his gaze, Shinyu pressed his lips together, his eyelashes fluttering, avoiding eye contact. Even as the alphas analyzed the situation, he maintained a beautiful, frosty expression, his ears gradually reddening. Tio, stop it! Shinyu could not contain the situation at all and instead appeared to be engrossed in his studies, striving to maintain his first-place standing. The next chapter remains under review, perpetually in limbo. I assure you, I have pinned nothing, for I am an honest soul, obedient, aggrieved. Chapter 83. The world kisses me with pain. I shall respond with a kiss of my own. Ji Li stared, his expression morphing into one of confusion. What is going on? Clearly, Senior Shun has allowed this farce to unfold, taking on the role of a bystander. Left with no choice, the little pup raised a hand in surrender, a reluctant smile gracing his slightly torn lip. All right, brothers, your judgment is truly astute. And no wonder you are top-it impressive indeed. Ji Li opened the star brain, extending a warm invitation. How about we add each other as friends, and you can teach me when we return? The alphas, maintaining serious expressions, suppressed smiles as they scanned their star brains. Ultimately, Ji Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Brothers, your analysis was excellent. Perhaps refrain from further analysis next time. Be cautious not to tire yourselves out. The alphas were completely oblivious to the underlying meaning, touched nonetheless. Rest assured, we will support you in the future. We will analyze even more thoroughly, and soon Shunyu shall kneel beneath your military pants. Ji Li envisioned that scene, feeling as if the dream he had last night might come true. This seems inappropriate. What is inappropriate? Lipo exclaimed, fully supportive. Show some strength, eh? Strong, eh? Ji Li panicked, instinctively reciting the federal law. That is not permissible. The law states that rape entails castration before execution. It is a crime. His expression was one of righteousness, rendering Lipo speechless. After a moment of silence, Lipo finally managed, is that what I meant? Strong, eh? Strong, eh? Not to overpower him. Huh? Ji Li was bewildered. That was not the meaning? Then what was that about shooting Ji Li? He stammered, finishing his sentence with a sense of firmness. That. Lipo raised an eyebrow defiantly. I meant when you shoot him full of bullets, just like I did that day. You understand? I do not comprehend, but I am greatly shocked. Ji Li's expression turned wooden. Must you articulate such phrases fitting the HHH world to frighten me? He glanced at Jia Fei, who merely nodded slightly, a smile dancing on his lips. Well then, no need for further discussion. I know that Brother Jai does not mean that either, but could you please converse properly? Ji Li sighed heavily. Calling upon the system. System brother, this world is quite perilous. What do you mean? Look, I have already been assimilated into this world's mindset. He grew increasingly aggrieved. The wicked HHH. The system fell silent, hesitating, and then sighed. No worries, everyone harbors a colossal H in their hearts. An occasional release is harmless. Ji Li, he protested, just before the system wisely shifted the topic. Do not be upset. Someone is more furious than you. That person is Eugene. Eugene entered confidently, believing he had finally found a group, only to be kicked out in an instant. Pathetic. Eugene was seething with rage, his fury boiling over. I thought you all were reasonable individuals who understood my meaning. I am also a reasonable person. I understand your intent, and you understand mine. Reasonable individuals should comprehend the meaning of my understanding of your understanding. Do you all understand? Eugene questioned loudly, only to be met with a sudden drop in energy. His voice turning cold. Unfortunately, you do not understand. Here, I am the only one who comprehends, surrounded by a bunch of foolish as the large group, an expansive range, Ji Li observed as the alpha, who had been momentarily bewildered by Eugene's words. Suddenly focused their attention on him. Ji Li offered a silent tribute for 3 seconds. He stepped back, relinquishing the battlefield, and turned to seek out Shen. Like everyone else, Ji Li was quite attentive to the dark circles under Shan Yu's eyes, glancing at him several times. His curiosity, pinned up since the morning, compelled him to inquire, "What is going on? Have you been sleepless? Or have you noticed something unusual in the dormitory?" Ji Li ventured. "Or perhaps, senior, you too sense that something is amiss lately?" Shen Yu hesitated, the words "it's nothing" poised on his lips, before he finally replied with a composed expression, "It's just that I haven't slept well." "Is there anything unusual recently?" Ji Li nodded slightly, "Just a little." Amidst the throng of people, to avoid alarming anyone, he smiled and chose a trivial matter to discuss. "For instance, we all suffered from insomnia yesterday. And upon waking, I found my lip cracked." He touched his lip, oblivious to the tense clench of Shan Yu's jaw. "It's merely a small injury," he chuckled. "Yet those fellows managed to analyze it for ages. But they were mistaken, completely wrong." Shen Yu relaxed his tense demeanor, his gaze drifting to Ji Li's lip. "Does it hurt?" Ji Li beamed. "Not at all. Such a minor injury hardly qualifies as a wound." Feeling a bit shy to claim it hurt, Ji Li thought it would be too feeble. Shen Yu smiled faintly. "That's good to hear." They conversed casually, seemingly unbothered, while Eugene struggled against several alphas, overwhelmed by their numbers. Nearby, an instructor, who had finished his snack, observed the scene with an air of authority, even offering unsolicited advice to the alphas, boldly stating, "Aren't you the teaching assistant? Now is your time to shine. Show a bit of self-sacrifice as a TA." Sacrifice indeed. Eugene, riddled with bullets, some of which were too embedded to be removed, couldn't help but vent his frustration as he tossed away his shirt in exasperation. The bullets scattered across the ground like marbles. Eugene lamented, "How could I, Eugene, have fallen to such a state?" His anger intensified as he pondered whether that blind group of alphas truly failed to perceive the tension between Ji Li and Shen Yu. Burdened by unexpressed grievances, Eugene could think of only one person, Instructor Fei Luo. He activated his star brain and unleashed a torrent of words directed at Fei Luo, even as the incoming messages from Fei Luo remained uncompleted. Eugene continued to vent, his screen filled with expressions of rage. After his fury subsided, he resolutely declared, "Shen Yu and Ji Li are definitely involved." Fei Luo replied, "There is some truth to that." Though brief, Eugene found solace in those words. Choosing Instructor Fei Luo had indeed proven to be the right decision. Eugene's shattered heart felt somewhat mended, yet he remained unwilling to concede. His judgment could never be wrong. The fools were those at the Federal Military Academy. Holding on to this conviction, Eugene gathered his evidence and arguments, heading to the largest forum, the Little Green Book, of the Federation. He began by passionately berating the fools in the Federation before elaborating on the peculiarities he had noted between Shen Yu and Ji Li. Crafting nearly 1,000 words of detailed description, in conclusion, he expressed his feelings of being overlooked, neglected, and the loneliness of being misunderstood. "The world kisses me with pain. I shall return the embrace," Eugene scoffed. "You lot, do not think you can bring me down. I will surely expose the truth." Chapter 84. The birth of Mrs. Grain production. The frantic vibrations of his star brain jolted Eugene back to reality. It was the previous post on the Little Green Book. He paused his scoffing, logging in to see if anyone could comprehend his perspective. This author is exceptionally skilled at producing content. I adore it. Eagerly awaiting the sequel. What concurrent alphas? Are they fabricating stories? I see you are the author yourself. So, are you J or S? Just for the clicks, fellas, retreat. Family, I'm an O, yet I ship this, count me in. This is too delightful. If it's real, why not indulge? It's bound to be true that I understand. If it's fake, why not indulge as well? It won't turn real. Where is the original poster? Please continue discussing the alleged affair. Eugene, upon reading the comments, was perplexed. What are they talking about? What does shipping even mean? In his naivety, he stumbled upon an odd comment, selling the rivals? Then give me one. The diverse and complex discussions on the Star Network left Eugene baffled, yet it did not hinder his excitement. At last, someone understood him. The discerning individuals on the Star Network were numerous, albeit with rather unique perspectives. Two alphas discussing such ambiguous matters perplexed Eugene, who regarded them disdainfully. Nevertheless, considering that someone had finally grasped his meaning, he felt relieved to no longer endure the loneliness of being misunderstood. Eugene generously informed them, "These are two alphas. Do not overthink it." Overthink? It is you who has thought too little. Let me ask you, if S detests alphas, does he only approach J? Of course. Eugene narrowed his eyes, fingers flying over the keyboard. Exactly. That S right. A well-meaning netizen bombarded him with questions. Is there always an S beside J? Has S ever admitted to disliking J? All correct. Lastly, if he hates alphas, why does he live with J? I heard it's due to insufficient resources, forcing Ji Li and Shin Yu to share accommodation. However, upon reflection, even if there is an affair, Shin Yu would never agree to this arrangement. ISNT instructor AIGU protective? He wouldn't dare tread on Shin Yu's sensitive spots. Thus, there was only one possibility. This was Shin Yu's own request. Eugene's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with fervor as he drew closer to the truth. Ding ding. The star brain vibrated once more, and Eugene, breathless and exhilarated, looked at the screen. That is right, do not doubt. There is definitely something between them. But what about the third leg? The third leg, could it be? Eugene was left in a dazed eye in that moment, the proud and aloof alpha, who once held his nose high, even when it was crooked. Now slowly turned around, his expression vacant, eyes hollow as if he had endured great torment. The alpha who called his name was momentarily startled, only to be pleased thereafter. Eugene, it seems you have been struggling these past few days. The surrounding alphas wore expressions of disdain. If new students were to pass by, they would likely recognize that these were the same alphas who had been acting as teaching assistants alongside Eugene last time. Having isolated Eugene for so long, at last, the alphas reveled in their triumph, relishing the sight before them. Eugene, can you feel my hatred? One alpha smugly remarked, since you refused my goodwill, let us see if you can withstand my wrath. It appears you cannot endure my animosity for long. Are you crumbling already? With a smirk of contempt, the alpha declared, apologize, Eugene, and I might consider sparing you. Eugene, unable to suppress his irritation, tilted his head to glance at the suddenly vocal alpha. Are you done? Your pheromones don't smell like anything but mutated mosquito repellent. Is that what you want to be slapped for? The biting tone stripped the alpha of his sense of victorious revenge. His expression darkening as he retorted coldly, Eugene, do you wish to be isolated once more? Eugene regarded them as if they were a joke. You lot. You dare to isolate me, Eugene? Let me tell you. A bunch of foolish pigs. It is I, Eugene, who has isolated you. The leading alpha, who had instigated the isolation. You aren't even worthy to stand beside me. Though, I can understand. Eugene, recalling the secret he held, couldn't he help but display an unparalleled, lonely pride. The entire Federal Military Academy remained oblivious to the treasure they had overlooked. However, it was understandable, as not everyone could be like Eugene. Eugene smirked triumphantly, disregarding the alpha's complicated expressions before striding past, pushing aside those who blocked his way. The alphas exchanged glances. He seemed to have been significantly affected. Since they were fellow students, perhaps they should let him be, and consider reluctantly bringing Eugene back into the fold. It wouldn't be impossible. Eugene was convinced he had uncovered the true secret of Shin Yu and Ji Li's relationship, the existence of a third leg. However, unfortunately, even after posting on the Military Academy forum, he still had no alphas believing him. This group of alphas was truly hopeless. Eugene, with a sense of superiority, lambasted all the alphas who had doubted him on the forum, brimming with confidence. Just you wait, Shin Yu and Ji Li. Your secret has been unveiled. The day of the truth will soon arrive. The more you try to conceal it, the more determined I, Eugene, shall be to dismantle it all. Thus, Eugene let out a cold chuckle as he opened the largest learning website on the Star Network. Alpha's lithe form curled like a shrimp, bending down to peer intently at the blue screen. His eyes wide with anticipation. he commenced his into video editing from scratch. That very afternoon, at the Federal 1st Military Academy, an ID numbered 777 came online and published a video. Amidst a plethora of combat analyses, strategic evaluations, and discussions on the types of mutated beasts, punctuated with tips on shooting that one would typically not share with the average person, this video emerged triumphantly from the fray. Upon discovering the video produced by the ID 777 while searching for learning materials, Alpha was utterly bewildered. For, lo and behold, it was a fan video featuring the ship of G. Larry and Shen Yu. The forum fell into an unprecedented silence for quite some time. Eventually, someone broke the hush. Damn. Who did this? It's far too nauseating for G. Larry and Shen Yu. Eugene, cloaked in anonymity, could not suppress a triumphant smirk, relishing his success as the antagonist. G. Larry, Shen Yu, are you trembling in fear now? Chapter 85. You're particularly aggressive today, trembling in fear. They were not. However, confusion reigned supreme. G. Larry discovered, under the ministrations of the robotic vacuum, that all the items he had purchased the previous day lay in disarray. They were utterly obliterated, reduced to 7 or 8 fragments, unrecognizable as a whole. Among the casualties, a delicate butterfly ornament had suffered the most grievous fate. It was as though it had been subjected to relentless torture. Dismembered beyond recognition. How did you identify it? G. Larry inquired seriously, having eliminated the other bodies until only this one remained, whose demise was indeed tragic. Yet, according to his previous methods, he should have absconded with these items. How could they have ended up like this? This was exceedingly strange. After a moment of contemplation, G. Larry resolved to report the incident. If he remained silent and the situation escalated into reality, it could become more severe. It was better to share the burden with the instructors. By the way, the little butterfly had been learning rather diligently of late. He glanced at the message from the blue butterfly on the star brain. Blue butterfly, I've gone to the reading room to study. No need to worry, G. Larry muttered. This is a bit excessive. However, does the little butterfly still need to enhance its combat abilities? What could it possibly need to learn? Perhaps he should join in the study as well. G. Larry pondered this notion while discreetly inquiring around, ultimately finding AI go.